Chapter 1 I heard that drinking the super god water can make you super god? Chapter 1 I heard that drinking the super god water can make you super god? Ace.752 On a certain day in November. Before I knew it, half a year had passed, and the 22nd Tianzi Budokai was less than 6 months away. After Crane Immortal's confirmation, Tianjin Fan's strength has finally returned to its previous level. But Tianjin Fan didn't feel at ease at all, and still had a strong sense of urgency to improve his strength. You know, the Tianjin Fan in the original book, when he participated in the Budokai, his strength was comparable to that of Monkey King. But this is the result of the hard work of the original Tianjin Fan. And although it has been half a year since I traveled here, my current strength has just recovered to what it was half a year ago, and it has been half a year since the original Tianjin Fan has not improved. And I am not a martial arts genius, I was just an ordinary nerd in my previous life. After the remaining half a year of training, can I compare with the original Tianjin Fan's 1 year hard work? The weight-bearing method has reached its limit at the moment. Due to the material, the maximum weight-bearing clothing that can be made is only kilograms. Although it is also possible to use tortoise shells like the Gaixian style, or increase the volume of the load to increase the weight, but if you want to practice martial arts, you still have to do it without hindering your movement. And the tortoise shell may not be too ugly. Therefore, it is extremely urgent to find other ways to increase strength. After all, the real enemy half a year later is the great devil Piccolo, who once plunged the world into extreme terror. In Dragon Ball, there are many ways to improve your strength. The simplest one may be to make a wish to Shenlong, although you can't make yourself have the strength of a Super Saiyan. But even if they reached the limit state of the Namekian's strength, it was enough to survive the crisis when Raditz arrived. But right now, the simplest method is actually the most impossible to achieve. Not to mention that I don't have Dragon Ball radar. Even if I found Bulma in Zidu, Bulma, who has been clever and eccentric since she was a child, would definitely not be willing to make Dragon Ball radar for herself. Even if you get the radar. Is it possible to beat Wukong, who is traveling around the world? You must know that the 4 planets must be in Wukong's hands now. Therefore, this method of making a wish with Dragon Ball is currently impossible to realize. There is another way. It is to go to the Holy Land of Kalin and ask for the use of Super Divine Water. If it is said that the power of Piccolo is almost the same as that of God, the Wukong who drank the Super God Water did possess Super God strength. Flip the table, only a fool would believe this nonsense. A Super Fart God, a Super Ghost is almost the same, and I might not even have the chance to become a ghost. Do you have the tenacious vitality of a Saiyan? Does it have the potential to be as powerful as a Saiyan? Is there a strong willpower like Goku? I have none of them. If you dare to drink the Super Divine Water, there will only be one result, becoming the dead number 15 martial artist. After all, he is a time traveler. Why is it so difficult to improve your strength? It doesn't matter. I still have to go to the Kalin Holy Land. First, I can ask the Kalin Immortal for advice on how to use Qi. Second, I can ask the Kalin Immortal to evaluate my strength. The most important thing is to try to get some fairy beans. Immortal Dough is the #1 cheating tool in the world of Dragon Ball. Not only can it be used to save one's life when one is seriously injured or has no physical strength, but also can be used to practice martial arts like Wukong, who flew to Namek. Tianjin Fan, who had been struggling for a few days, finally agreed. A decision has been made. Maybe it will depend on Xiandu whether he can save his life in the hands of the big devil Piccolo. So bid farewell to the Crane Immortal, Tianjin Fan embarked on a journey to find the Holy Land of Kalin with Dumpling on the grounds of traveling the world to increase his knowledge. Tian, where are we going to meet the martial arts master? Dumpling lay flat in the air, and while driving, she looked at the ever-changing clouds in the sky, imagining the appearance of various delicacies. I once read a story in an ancient book. It is said that there is a holy tower named Kalin Tower. The so-called ancient book naturally refers to the comic Dragon Ball. Anyone who can climb the Kalin Tower with their own strength will meet a fairy. If they pass the test of the fairy, they can drink super holy water and gain the power to become holy. Tianjin Fan tightened his luggage. However, my goal is not super holy water, but to get the advice of immortals and get stronger martial arts. Only the strength I exercise is my own. Tianjin Fan has a firm expression on his face. It would be even better if Zendao could get some fairy beans. Really? But Master Hezianren is an immortal. Why do we have to run so far away? Jiaozi is actually a little slacker, and he doesn't want to go out at all. A dead house that doesn't go out once a year. Haha, that's different. Immortal Callan has lived at least 800 years, and he knows a lot more than our master. After all, our master Hexian is just a 300-year-old young man. Tianjin Fan laughed. I think it's very appropriate to compare crane immortals to young people. It's an interesting joke. Quickly take a special small notebook and write it down, maybe it can be used by Kai Wang in the future. Okay. Then, Tian, do you know how to get to Callan Tower? Tianjin Fan, who was turning over his backpack, instantly petrified. Right, Nima, why didn't I think about the past, how to go? Though Callan Ta was mentioned many times in the original work, it never said where it was. In the west, east, north, Chakacha, although the Earth in Dragon Ball is not the Earth in the previous life. But in terms of land area, it still accounts for more than 20% of the total area of the Earth. Do you want to search all over the world by yourself? Wouldn't it take several years to get lucky? After several years, can I still have some scum left? Sweat drops fell from the temples in an instant. Calm down. Must be able to think of other clues. By the way, Upa and Bora live under the Callan Tower. Not only are their costumes very similar to those of the Indians in previous lives, but their numbers seem to be equally rare. Even in the entire Dragon Ball, there are only 2 Indians who look like Indians. Maybe you can start with this. Looks like we're going to the library in the city. Check out the distribution of races on the planet. I hope we're lucky. And the Indians don't spread all over the world. Tianjin Fan turned to Dumpling. Say. Okay. I haven't eaten delicious food in the city for a long time. Dumpling smiled excitedly. Finally, a little enthusiasm was aroused, and the foodie nature was fully exposed. Tianjin Fan ignored the foodie Dumpling, who had nothing in his eyes, and pumped up the energy in his body, resisting the -kg weight of the load-bearing suit, and using Wukong to fly towards the direction of the town in his memory. Wait for me. Tian. Jiao's strength has long been inferior to Tianjin Fan's. Even if he uses superpowers to offset the impact of the weight, he still has to struggle to follow behind Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fans who entered the city first bought a box of various types of universal capsules, which are the most convenient props in the Dragon Ball world. Thinking about my previous life, every time I went home and found that there was no place to park my small broken car, how I longed for such a universal capsule, as long as a small one, solve all the troubles, no longer have to worry about parking on the side of the road and getting a ticket. Fortunately, Master Crane Immortal is rich. What? You asked me that Immortal Crane's money came from killing people. How can I bear it, fool, a martial deist who has lived for more than 300 years, who doesn't have any antique treasures at home, and they are all worthless money if they sell anything. Why work so hard to make money by killing people? Therefore, even though his younger brother Tao Bibai is an assassin, Hezianren himself has never been in the business of an assassin, and with his dignity as a martial artist, he is not allowed to do such unethical things. This is also the reason why Tianjin Fan in this life respects the Crane Immortal. The old man is very kind, not to mention that he has inherited part of the memory of the original Tianjin Fan, among which he happens to be the memory of being picked up and brought up, so how can he not be grateful and respect him from the bottom of his heart? Although Crane Immortal has always been unhappy with Turtle Immortal, but that is the only feisty thing about the old man. Old children, are actually very cute. But I should also find some side jobs to earn some money. It's not a good thing to be old. No matter what world I am in, it is difficult to move without money. Afterwards, Tianjin Fan took the dumplings to the library in the town, and after a whole day of browsing in it, he found a short description of Kalen Ta. In the book. The Kalen Holy Land is a holy place believed by the Andes, and the last Andes tribe, according to records, is in the west where they are, and it only takes more than a week to arrive. Okay. Let's go, dumplings. Tianjin Fan said after eating a table full of empty bowls and plates with dumplings. Hey, don't you want to play for a few more days, Tian? There are so many tricks in the city, and I haven't played enough. The speechless Tianjin Fan had no choice but to hit the road hard with the struggling dumplings tied up. I really didn't expect that the real dumpling would be such a slacker. All the way to the west, although there are planes and cars in the universal capsule I bought, but in order to hone my will more and understand the mountains and rivers, Tianjin Fan decided to walk on foot. There may not be such a saying in the world of Dragon Ball, but Tianjin Fan, who comes from the ancient Huiguo, still understands that the understanding of nature will greatly enhance one's martial arts understanding, which is rare to shorten the talent gap between himself and others' chance. Therefore, along the way, Tianjin Fan did not spare any mountains, rivers, waterfalls, and swamps. In this kind of harsh self-discipline, Tianjin Fan imitated various scenes in nature to improve his martial arts. Although the progress is not great, as long as he continues to work hard like this, he believes that he will be able to possess the martial arts that a master should have in the future. It didn't take long for him to discover two other things. One is to determine one's own three eyes, which is definitely not as simple as enhancing dynamic vision and visual distance. In the forests full of life, the waterfalls and deep pools with many fishes, and every morning when the sun is first born, I can vaguely see some dense air rising and floating in the air. I boldly guess that these may be the vitality mentioned in the original book bar. He tried to absorb those vitality, but his body was like a wall of copper and iron, which firmly blocked the vitality from the outside world, and could not absorb a single bit of it at all. In fact, Tianjin Fan is not sure if those are vitality, but if he can enhance his ability to observe vitality, maybe he can further develop a method to use vitality. Maybe you will learn how to play vitality. You know, the king of the world is very secretive, except for Wukong. He didn't teach anyone the king of the world's boxing and vitality bombs. The second is that although the load cannot continue to increase the weight, the dumpling can use superpowers to increase the restraint of the body. Since the superpower of dumplings can be used to offset the weight brought by the load, it can naturally increase the weight of the load. It may not take long before I will fully adapt to it, but at least it can be regarded as an improvement for myself, right? What's more, in the process of constantly using superpowers, Jiao's strength will definitely improve, so that he can use greater restraint power, which can completely form a one. Enhance the restraint force, adapt to the restraint force, enhance the superpower, create a stronger binding force, a virtuous circle. The western part of the country became extremely cold in winter. Although they stopped all the way, Tianjin Fan and Dumpling, who were dozens of times stronger than ordinary people, arrived at the Andi tribe after 6 days. From a distance, I saw a thin vertical line reaching deep into the clouds in the sky. Tianjin Fan, who has a third eye, also determined early on that the tall tower with no top in front of him was the Kalen Tower he was looking for. You can see Kalen immortal soon. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain and running dead horses, I saw the Kalen Tower in the distance early in the morning, but it took half a day for the Tianjin Fans to reach the tower. The sudden appearance of Tianjin rice and dumplings startled Wupa, who dropped the wood in his hand and turned and ran away. After a while, a giant man who was half a meter taller than Tianjin Fan walked over from the forest, holding a long-handled giant axe tightly in both hands, and looked at the strange man with 3 eyes vigilantly. Asked, "Are you the martial arts masters who came to challenge Kalen Tower? This holy place is guarded by me. You must defeat me in order to be eligible to climb Kalen Tower." To be continued. Newcomers and new works, I hope that the readers will encourage, support, collect and comment after reading it. But because it is the first time to create a novel, there must be many shortcomings. Please don't hit me too much. End of this chapter. Chapter 2. Does Callan Immortal love fish? Chapter 2. Does Callan Immortal love fish? Ever since she was killed by Tao Bibai last time, Bola has realized her own shortcomings. He is obviously a big man with great strength, but he chose to use a dexterous weapon like a spear. If he had used a giant axe, a weapon that can give full play to his strength when facing Tao Bibai, then maybe it would not be so easy. Defeated? As the last warrior of the Andes and the last guardian of the Callan Holy Land, he had to look a little more decent. If it is easily knocked down, it will make the immortals on the tower unhappy. After all, the immortals made the rule that they can only climb the tower by defeating the guardians. It was also to reduce the harassment of mortals, right? UPA, watch Dad's battle carefully. Don't you want to become a martial artist like Monkey King? This is a rare learning opportunity. After confirming the purpose of Tianjin Fan, Bola patted UPA's head and said, "Dad, you have to be careful." UPA said obediently. "Mr. Bola, you go first." Tianjin Fan clasped his hands together and bowed in salute. Although in the original book he was just a weak guy, Tianjin Fan still habitually maintained respect for the elders. "Haha, you really look like a martial artist, I know, so let me see if you are qualified to climb my family's holy tower." Bra felt the respect of his opponent and said proudly. Looking at the heroic young man in front of him, he seemed to see the shadow of another person. Bola stood the giant axe upright in front of her body, her hands were neither tight nor loose, holding the long axe handle with just the right strength. He stared intently at the Tianjin rice. Tianjin Fan made a classic starting gesture of Hexian style. The left arm is stretched forward, the right hand is placed under the abdomen, the palm is held empty, like a palm but not a fist, the legs are half bent, the left leg is in front, and the right leg is in the back. Bola observed for a long time, and found that Tianjin Fan's whole body was flawless, so he simply shouted, and suddenly exerted force, his feet heavily stepped on the ground, and rushed towards Tianjin Fan quickly. Every time he landed, a circle of dust was shaken up, but the distance of a few steps has increased the speed to the maximum. Holding the giant axe horizontally, the strength ranges from the last kick of the right leg to the twisting of the waist, and finally the agitation of the muscles of the two arms. Following a series of movements, all the strength of the whole body is concentrated in a horizontal chop, directly attacking Tianjin rice. Waist and abdomen. Tianjin Fan didn't have any mood swings in the face of this shocking blow, because in his third eye, such an action was still too much, slow. He didn't even move half a minute, just raised his left hand high, and pressed down hard. The axe was bent by the huge force, rubbed against his waist and hit the ground heavily. In order not to let the giant axe out of his hand, Bola, who was holding the axe handle tightly, couldn't help but followed the giant axe and took half a step forward. It's too late to make adjustments. He was hit in the flank by Tianjin Fan's right fist. Broadton flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell at least 10 meters away, and even dragged a long trace on the ground. "Father!" Bra was so startled that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Never expecting that his father would be defeated with one move. The little face turned pale, and quickly ran to Bla's side, staring in horror at the approaching Tianjin Fan. "I'm afraid that he will kill his father cruelly like Tao Bibai." "Your father is fine, he just passed out, let him lie down for a while and he will wake up naturally," Tianjin Fan said after checking. As soon as the voice fell, Bla coughed suddenly and woke up. "I didn't expect your martial arts to be so good, much better than mine. Even the powerful martial artist I know is far inferior to you." "That's natural. After all, it was more than 2 years ago when you saw Wukong last time. The current Wukong is much stronger than me." "What? Sure enough, you also know Sun Wukong." Hearing Wukong's name, Bola immediately felt relieved. In his eyes, Wukong's friends are basically not bad people. What's more, he felt that Tianjin Fan's movements had a similar charm to Wukong before. Maybe it's from the same school? "Is Master Wushan your master?" UPA asked suddenly. Before, he felt that Tianjin Fan's movements had a similar charm to Wukong. To be precise, it's my uncle," Tianjin Fan said. "Then have you seen Wukong recently? How is he now? I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him so much." Wupa became more courageous when he saw that he was one of his own. "I haven't seen him for 2 years, and Upa misses his little brother who helped him and his father very much. He's traveling around now, and I don't know how he is." Tianjin Fan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. He hadn't seen Wukong yet, but he couldn't satisfy the child's curiosity. "I don't want to explain too much right now, it's more important to go up the tower first. When Wukong climbed the Kalin Tower 2 years ago, it took him a day and a night to reach the top. The second climb took only 3 hours. I don't know how long it will take me to climb the tower." "Okay, Jiaozi, let's try how long it takes to climb up. Say goodbye to Bra and his son." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi leaped, at least 50 meters high, and then climbed up the tower at a very fast speed. Because he knew that the immortals on the tower might have been watching the tower, so Tianjin Fan could only use his physical strength to climb. At first he didn't think it would be a difficult task, even though he still had more than 100 kilograms of weight on his body. But he soon learned that he had underestimated the trouble the weather would bring. You must know that it is already winter in Dragon Ball world at this time, so after the height of more than 1000 meters, the tower body is basically covered with thin ice. After climbing for a while, Tianjin Fan felt that his hands lost consciousness. As a last resort, Tianjin Fan concentrated the qi in his body on his hands. Sure enough, after strengthening the qi, his hands gradually regained consciousness. "It seems that we can only speed up the climbing speed and climb to the top of the tower before the energy is exhausted, otherwise even my life will be in danger," Tianjin Fengzhen said. "From the comics, the top of the tower is above the clouds, so it must be at least above the troposphere. In the stratosphere. The troposphere is more than 1 meters thick, and the stratosphere is about -meters thick, which means that you must be prepared to climb at least -meters in this extreme weather. At this time, the surrounding temperature has dropped to tens of degrees below zero." Adjusting his breathing and rhythm, Tianjin Fan tried his best to save every ounce of energy, and silently wrestled with the power of heaven and earth. I don't know how long it has passed, Tianjin Fan has already felt physically exhausted, but at this time he is no longer the one who just arrived in Dragon Ball world half a year ago. The long-term hard training has given him the perseverance like a rock. Gradually, even the consciousness fell into a blur, but Tianjin Fan still instinctively climbed up. When Tianjin Fan felt the temperature around him gradually rising, he finally came to his senses. Looking up, I was pleasantly surprised to see the UFO-like tower-top palace above. Dumplings! Look, the top of the tower is coming. Tianjin Fan, who was exhausted and exhausted even the qi in his body, was overjoyed. "Alai? Is it about to arrive?" Dumpling floated in the air, stretched out with a look of just waking up, wearing a thick cotton coat. A rope was tied around his waist, but the other end was tied to Tianjin Fan. The whole person floats like a human kite, and it is only because of the rope that it is tied that it does not drift far. When Tianjin Fan saw it, he was so angry that he almost fell off the tower. This little bastard has already used Wukong technique, and must have used superpowers to fall asleep so comfortably, without asking. I know that this guy must have thrown away his weight-bearing jacket early on. Seeing Tianjin Fan looking suspiciously at the ropes tied around the waists of both parties, Jiaozi touched the back of her head and laughed awkwardly. "Ha ha ha, the wind is really strong this day, I'm afraid you will be blown off by the wind, so I specially tied a rope to protect you." "Protect my sister? You obviously tied me with a rope because you were afraid that you would be blown away by the wind when you fell asleep, bastard. No wonder you suddenly find it more difficult to cling to the tower when you're dazed halfway through. It seems that night tutoring is not enough. I don't believe in God if I don't give you some profound lessons. This brainless, 10,000-year-old dwarf, it really pissed me off." Without the strength to argue with him, Tianjin Fan continued to climb up with his head sullen, and he was about to reach the top, so he couldn't give up all his efforts. Finally, Tianjin Fan got in from the bottom of the flying saucer. As soon as he arrived at the lower room like a basement, he fell and sat on the floor, his chest heaving violently. Although the air in the stratosphere was thin, he still felt as relaxed as if he had been rescued. "Come on up," came a voice from the upper floor. Hearing this, Tianjin Fan and the full-flavored dumplings walked up the stairs outside. I saw a snow-white fat cat standing in the shape of a human with a smile and squinting eyes, holding a wooden staff that was twice as tall as him. "Yo, not bad, meow. You are the first martial artist who can climb the Kalin Tower in winter," he said with a contemptuous glance at the dumpling floating beside him. This one gave up halfway and relied on Wukong. The little guy who flew up with magic and superpowers is not considered to have completed the test of Kalin Tower. What you said is not right. Immortal Kalin. Although Tianjin Fan was so tired that he didn't want to move at all, he still saluted respectfully. "You must be in awe of the proud cat Immortal, otherwise how could others teach you Kung Fu? If we choose to come here in summer, then Jiaozi can climb Kalin Tower with bare hands. You can see that he has climbed more than half of it. We didn't expect that the difficulty would increase by dozens of times just because of the difference in seasons times. Look, no, the regulations are the regulations. Only those who climb the Kalin Tower with their own strength can be regarded as having passed the test of the Kalin Tower." The Kalin Immortal said seriously, and suddenly threw a bean towards Tianjin. Fan said, "Eat this." Catching the beans, Tianjin Fan smiled happily. "Is this the fairy bean? It's a waste to eat it now." He said so, but he was afraid that the cat fairy would regret it, and quickly ate the fairy bean. The exhaustion in the body was swept away. He stood up and threw a punch casually, and then there was a sough sound in the air. Not only did all chi recover, but there was even a big breakthrough. Sure enough, the process of climbing the tower itself was a good exercise. "It seems that you know what fairy beans are. Then is the purpose of your coming here also super holy water? But to be honest, super holy water is useless to you at this time. Immortal Karin. We are here to ask you, Cat Immortal, about martial arts. After all, you are the legendary god of martial arts. If you don't hesitate to teach us, our strength will be greatly improved." The expression on Tianjin Fan's face suddenly changed. Seriously, and addressed the cat fairy in a reverent tone. The cat fairy who can read people's hearts has blue veins on his forehead, and cursed, "Cat fairy, your brother-in-law. This fairy is called Kalin Fairy, and I am a fairy. Do you understand the fairy? If you think you are serious, I will think you have a heart. Respect." Your words completely exposed your inner thoughts, meow. Ah ha 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 ha. Really? You accidentally spoke your mind. Tianjin Fan rubbed the back of his head with a smirk, regained his expression, and asked with a serious face, "However, why does the super holy water have no effect on me? What's up? You may not be too blunt to change the subject." Meow. Moxian smashed his cane on Tianjin Fan's forehead in anger. "Humph, I'm so mad at meow. Only a rude guy like you can't be bothered by me. Guidance, you should go back and cultivate your body and mind before talking about it." From this point of view, this pot of delicious sea-based soup can only be enjoyed by ourselves. I was thinking that you are so lonely on the tower alone, and you must have not eaten fish for a long time. I want to respect you. Tianjin Fan took out a small capsule with a smirk, and with a bang, it turned into a huge rice cooker. Before the lid was opened, a strong aroma wafted around, spread out. "Jiaozi, you must be very hungry, come on, let's fill our stomachs first. Little bastard." Mao Xian's face turned red with anger, raised his stick and waved it wildly, shouting, "Go away! You two little bastards! This fairy doesn't care about one of your fish. He, what about this?" Tianjin Fan said as he took out 3 medium-sized capsules. The first capsule fell on the ground and turned into a refrigerator. When he opened the refrigerator, it was full of fresh silver carp. The cat fairy looked sideways. How about this? Opening the second capsule, there is a bunch of special dried spicy fish. The cat fairy was sluggish. What else? Opening the third capsule, there are several boxes of canned fish stacked together. The cat fairy's saliva has already flowed all over the place. So here comes the question, is Immortal Callan a cat? Does Callan Immortal like to eat fish? It's dash words. What a waste. Let's continue in the next episode. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Dragon Ball Journey for 3. Chapter 3 The Dragon Ball Journey of the Three. In an abyss canyon thousands of kilometers away from Kalantat, no light can reach the cracks in the earth. At this time, there were three figures squatting and surrounding a circle of light about 10 meters in diameter illuminated by the mecha. Staring fixedly at the round glass ball placed in the middle, there are two stars shimmering in the yellowish glass ball. The three looked at each other with distrust. Then they cheered excitedly together, "Great! It's Dragon Ball! Ha 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 ha!" Ashiu, who has a cute dog's head, held hands with Xiaowu and danced. "Great! King Bylov, our radar can be used normally. Finally, there is hope to collect all the Dragon Balls." Ash said happily. "We will conquer the whole world soon." Xiaowu, who just turned 20, said excitedly. "Two idiots! Have you forgotten our greatest enemy, Sun Wukong? Whenever we find Dragon Balls, he will come out to snatch them. We have to quickly put the second planet in a special box to block the signal." Although Bylov was full of agitated, but still calmly said, "Yes, Master Bylov." Xiaowu habitually made a posture of standing at attention. Her tight legs were close together without revealing a single gap, so she looked even more slender. Bylov smiled with satisfaction. The calm and serious expression just now disappeared. Staring obsessively at the Dragon Ball in his hand, he walked back into the mecha more than 10 meters high behind him, stepped on the boarding rope, slowly rose to the height of the cockpit, and climbed in with difficulty. "Let's go. You can't see anything in this ghostly place. I always feel that some ferocious monster will appear." Bylov took out his improved Dragon Ball radar, and put the newly obtained Dragon Ball on the radar to check the frequency. A white bright spot appeared on the radar screen instantly. Turning down the display scale of the radar, 7 shining light spots suddenly appeared on the screen. I took out the map and looked at it accordingly. The next Dragon Ball is by the sea in the south. Axiu stood up and patted the dust sticking to the ninja suit on his body, and returned to his mecha. This is the latest combat robot developed by King Bylov. Possess destructive power comparable to the last time Monkey King turned into a gorilla. Xiaowu also jumped back into her cockpit. It's just that Xiaowu's mecha is still the shortest of the three, only less than 4 meters high. Therefore, Xiaowu, who is 1.6 meters in height, can only lie down in the narrow cockpit. "King Bylov, please make me a bigger robot. This Tekken 6 is too crowded, it's almost flattened." Xiaowu protested again, but it sounded more like a request. "Humph, there are only so many materials. It would be nice to be able to use mechs." King Bylov refused decisively. "Humph, you were obviously the same height when you were young, but all of you have grown taller, only I have always been this short. Ashiu is better, not much taller than me, but Xiaowu, you are almost twice as tall as me, absolutely unforgivable." 3, 2, 1, fit together. After the three returned to the mecha, they pressed the button on the joystick together. Only a few bang bang bangs were heard, and the three mechas were assembled together corresponding to the 3 parts of the head, torso, and lower limbs. A handsome robot of 22 meters is formed. Super Iron Fist. "Let's go." Blue flames spewed out from behind the robot, slowly flying towards the top of the abyss. Since the three of Bylov were robbed of the Dragon Ball by Monkey King last time, even the radar to detect the Dragon Ball has been damaged. I don't have a ready-made Dragon Ball in my hand, and I can't get the signal frequency of the Dragon Ball, so I can only try my luck, trying to search with different frequencies, and inquiring about the whereabouts of the Dragon Ball. Finally, half a year ago, I found out that someone had seen a shooting star fall in this abyss, exactly 2 years after summoning the Dragon Ball and causing the sky to turn black. So they drove the robot that they scraped together to look for the Dragon Ball in the abyss. Fortunately, after several months of searching, they finally found the Dragon Ball as they wished. With a Dragon Ball as a reference, the Dragon Ball radar can really play a role. Next, as long as you search according to the radar, you can collect all the Dragon Balls and make a wish to conquer the world. The more Billif thought about it, the more excited he became. The dream of conquering the world is finally coming true. The Super Iron Fist rushed out of the canyon, and now the robot is controlled by King Bhairav, who acts as the torso. He calibrated his direction and flew towards the place shown by the Dragon Ball radar. Set the speed to the fastest, and the back of the robot spewed out more violent flames, and crossed the mountains, leaving a long trail behind. After spending half a day, the robot arrived at its destination. This small island is very remote, thousands of kilometers away from the land. The robot slowly landed on the beach by the sea. Without considering the softness of the beach, the mecha stood firmly on a stone slab with one foot, but the other foot sank into the sand all of a sudden. Naturally, the robot tilted and fell downwards. Xiao Wu scrambled to control the movement of the mecha, and finally kept the robot in balance without falling over. But he didn't expect that because the cockpit was too crowded, his palm accidentally pressed a red button on the console. Drib. Emergency procedure started. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. A mechanical beep sounded in the robot's body. Red lights flickered at high frequency in the cockpit of the 3 people. What did you do? King Bhairav's terrified scream came from the top cockpit. Bye King Bhairav. I've hit the self-destruct button. Xiao Wu's voice was already crying. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded on the beach. A huge shock wave sprayed the wreckage of the machine in all directions. Only a blazing fire was left in place. 100 meters away, the 3 people who escaped by using the ejection device at the last moment knelt on the ground, looked up at the fire in the distance, with demented expressions on their faces. King Bhairav. Look! The Dragon Ball is still there. Ashiyu pointed to the shielded iron box half buried in the sand a few meters ahead. Quickly picking up the box containing the Dragon Balls, Axiu held the box up high and handed it to King Bhairav. The key point is not here, bastard. Bhairav angrily smashed the box on Axiu's head. Without the Super Iron Fist, what should we do if we are bumped into by Monkey King? And just watched the robber steal the Dragon Ball. Without the Super Iron Fist, how can we go back? How can we find other Dragon Balls? Ah! I am so mad. All the capsules have been blown up. Bhairav stomped on the sand angrily. Xiao Wu picked up the Dragon Ball radar on the ground in shame, and looked at Bhairav cautiously. King Bhairav, yes, I'm sorry. She bowed deeply as she spoke, and handed the radar with both hands while maintaining the bowing posture. We might as well find the second Dragon Ball first. Then we can find a way to build a boat. Even if Xiao Wu is exhausted, I will definitely send you, King Bhairav, back to the shore. Yes. I, Axiu, will also help Xiao Wu to atone for her sins. Paddle hard. Paddle hard. Axiu, who has always had a special feeling for Xiao Wu in his heart, made a stupid movement of paddling. Humph. It's important to find the Dragon Balls first. When I get back to the land, you 2 useless trash must be discarded. King Bhairav took over the radar angrily, ignoring Xiao Wu and Axiu, turn around and walk in the direction shown on the radar. This is a small oval island, more than 200 meters long and 80 meters wide. There are some tall tropical trees growing on the island, and the tall trees rush straight to the sky, until at the very top, clumps of branches and leaves grow horizontally, and the branches and leaves are extremely large. Unfortunately, the tree did not bear any fruit. Ashiu, who was in charge of looking for food, sighed in disappointment. He hadn't eaten for a day, and he hoped that there would be some wild fruits in the bushes in front of him. Ash continued to explore forward. Suddenly, Xiao Wu's exclamation came from beside her ear. "Ah! I caught a big fish! Come and help me pull it! Come on, come on! Ha 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 ha! I, King Bylov, are wise and mighty. As expected, fishing in the sea is the best way." Xiao Wu and Bylov stood on a huge reef, and vigorously raised the fishing rod in their hands, trying to pull the hooked big fish out of the water. Thinking that because of herself, the three of them were trapped on this remote island, even though she found the dragon ball, Xiao Wu was still full of shame. Self-blame, on the contrary, aroused the last trace of strength in the body, and after struggling to pull, the big fish hooked by the hook was finally pulled out of the water, and it crossed the sky above the head high, and fell to the beach behind above. After a while, the three of them repeated the scene at the beginning, squatting around on the beach, looking at the strange thing in the middle. "This couldn't be a shell," Ashura said hesitantly. Bang! Bylov jumped up and punched the idiot Ash on the head. "Idiot! Is there a shell that looks like a rice cooker? But how could there be an electric rice cooker in the sea? Could it be that we are too hungry so we are hallucinating?" Xiao Wu also expressed incomprehension. "When people are too hungry to bear it, they catch a rice cooker. It's really weird. This rice cooker doesn't look like something from this era at all. The structure is not reasonable at all, but it's a bit like the pressure cooker from 300 years ago." Bylov inspected it with the eyes of his own inventor. "Also, the seal on the side of this thing is very strange. It looks like paper, but why hasn't it rotted after soaking in the sea for so long?" As he said that, King Bylov suddenly showed a terrified expression, pointed at the rice cooker and screamed, "The devil! There must be a devil sealed inside." When Xiao Wu and Axiu heard Bylov's scream, they were so frightened that they ran out of their heads, their faces pale. They hugged each other tremblingly, staring at the rice cooker in fear, as if they saw a black smoke coming out of the gap of the rice cooker. Ha ha ha! King Bylov rolled around on the beach with his belly in his arms while laughing with a face of successful prank. "How can there be such a thing as a devil? I lied to you all." King Bylov stood up while speaking, tore off the note with the word seal on the rice cooker, turned around and said to Xiao Wu and Ashiu easily, "Look, nothing happened at all." Just as Xiao Wu and Ashiu let out a long breath of relief, they looked behind Bylov in horror again. "Ha ha ha, are you trying to scare me too?" But seeing Xiao Wu and Axiu's faces turned green with fright, he felt that it was impossible for them to pretend. Bylov also realized that something was wrong, and he didn't dare to turn around. "Look at the location of the rice cooker." Above the rice cooker, the air twisted and turned into a 1-meter wide vortex. The vortex slowly rotated, spreading and expanding like ripples, and turned into a huge vortex tens of meters in size. A figure distorted beyond human form appeared in the vortex. The dark green robe on his body and the wine-red cloak tied behind his back twisted and trembled like ripples in the water. As the figure slowly stepped out of the vortex, the shaking on his body gradually weakened, and finally turned into an ugly devil standing next to the rice cooker. "Oh? Who is who rescued the great master of the demon world, the great demon King Piccolo?" The figure asked soothingly in a superior and elegant tone. Ah, are you the master of the demon world?" Bylov asked in surprise. "That's right, little bug. Did you tear off the seal on the magic pot?" the big devil said slowly. Feeling that the Demon King seemed to want to repay his kindness, King Byrov's courage instantly became stronger. "Yes. It's me. Wise. Superb. Tall. The strong King Bylov released you." King Bylov raised his head and said proudly. Then, bye, big demon King Baikai. Bylov, who still mispronounced the name after pondering for a long time, asked expectantly, "How do you plan to repay me?" Bang! A thin air wave hit King Bhairov's feet. He was so frightened that he collapsed high. "Don't speak in such a haughty tone. You humble little bug. I am the great creator of the demon race. The lord of the demon world. The eternal enemy of God. The great demon king Piccolo. How dare you call my name wrong?" Piccolo said loudly. The demon king widened his eyes. "Originally you released me, and I planned to not kill you in return. But since you dare to insult the majesty of this king, you should die for me." Piccolo, the big devil in the pit, slowly raised his bony right hand again, stretched out his index finger, and a mass of energy gathered under the long nails. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Great devil, forgive me. Big devil Piccolo, forgive me." Bhailov was so frightened that he knelt down on the ground, and the sweat on his forehead instantly flowed down his cheeks like rain. Down. Xiaowu and Aishiu hugged each other even more desperately, tremblingly looking at the big demon king Piccolo, who was so full of demonic flames. Whether Bhailov and his party, who unintentionally released the great demon king Piccolo, can save their lives in the writing of the author who likes to go against the original book, will continue in the next chapter. Chapter 7 Tianjin Fan will play. End of this chapter. Chapter 4 Tianjin Rice plays. Chapter 4 Tianjin Rice plays. Piccolo condensed a cloud of energy at his fingertips, and was about to kill the three little bugs in front of him, when he suddenly found a strange box at Bhailov's feet. Although the fully enclosed box seemed to block all the signals, Piccolo still felt an inexplicable attraction emanating from it. Hey? Could it be? Big Devil Piccolo turned his wrist, retracted the air ball on his fingertips, and sucked the box slightly with his palm, and the box fell into his hand. When he opened the box, he saw two pills inside that made him feel very familiar: beads. Dragon Ball! Big Devil Piccolo yelled in disbelief. Throwing away the box quickly, and grasping the two Dragon Balls in his hand, feeling the strong impulse, the great demon king Piccolo let out a long roar, ecstatically surprised. "Ha ha ha ha! What luck! I didn't expect to leave the magic seal pot just now, I got such a big surprise! Ha ha ha, maybe the three of you are really the lucky stars of this king, well, then this king will let you go." Hearing this, the three of Bhailov collapsed together as if collapsed. The great demon king Piccolo pondered for a while, and suddenly asked Bhairov, "Little bug, did you bring this Dragon Ball?" "Yes, yes, yes." Bhailov smiled flatteringly, rubbed his hands together and said, "It was when we were looking for Dragon Balls that we discovered your seal, great demon king Piccolo. The 6 planets in your hand were discovered by us on this island." "Oh? Looking for Dragon Balls, how did you find such a remote island? Could it be, do you have any means of detecting Dragon Balls?" "Ah? Yes, yes, this is the Dragon Ball radar I invented, which can detect a special wave emitted by the Dragon Balls." Bhailov quickly took out the Dragon Ball radar and said, "Collecting all the Dragon Balls can grant a wish. If Piccolo Great Demon King, what wish do you have to fulfill? I can find 7 Dragon Balls for you, I only hope that you can spare my life." The smart Bhailov also understood that although the Great Demon King Piccolo had already said to spare him, but with his happy and angry appearance, he might suddenly get angry and kill himself later. So he quickly took the magical Dragon Ball as his life-saving talisman. "Ha ha ha, it really is my lucky star. This is the Dragon Ball that I didn't collect a few months when I ruled the world. This time not only sent the 2nd and 6th planets to me, but also sent the method of the Dragon Ball was also given to me. It seems that it is really necessary to save your life. Well, if you can gather all the Dragon Balls to restore my young life, I will let you go. Follow your orders, the great Piccolo." Bhailov quickly knelt on the ground, rejoicing in his heart that he was smart, and from what he said just now, he actually wanted to kill himself, and now he finally saved his life. However, how could I, King Bhairov, give up my dream of conquering the world? Just wait and see. The great demon king Piccolo glanced at Bylov contemptuously, thinking that this kind of dirty worm who refuses to accept his mouth will tolerate it until he collects all the Dragon Balls. As expected, his child is still obedient. Far to the west on Kalin Tower. The past 5 months of Tianjin Fan have been extremely fulfilling. In addition to exercising your own luck every day, you also conduct meditation training with the Cat Fairy. I still remember that in the original book, when Klin and Sun Wuhan flew to Namek, they performed this meditation training in the spaceship. Although it doesn't improve one's own strength much, it seems that through this kind of meditation training, the understanding and application of moves can be greatly enhanced. However, after he learned this training method from Mao Xianren, Tianjin Fan was really amazed at the cultivation method of the earth. He never expected that in addition to the use of qi, the Earthlings actually invented such a miraculous exercise method. It turns out that meditation training is not just sitting in a daze like in the original book. Instead, through the release of qi, both parties can clearly perceive the movement of the opponent's qi. Through this way of sensing the movement of the opponent's qi, they can simulate combat moves, so the understanding and application of moves will be greatly improved. Even through this training method, you can greatly improve your perception ability and enhance your ability to predict and respond to the enemy. Therefore, during this period of time, besides practicing martial arts, Tianjin Fan, who has obtained a treasure, has been obsessed with the training method of meditation. Under the suggestion of the Cat Fairy, Tianjin Fan also had some ideas about another martial skill that he had always wanted to develop, and started to study it. Unfortunately, because the time was too short, it was still unsuccessful. What? On this day, Tianjin Fan, who finally learned to perceive the changes in the breath in the distance, let out a small sigh. What is this ambiguous air? Have you finally sensed it? The Cat Fairy's voice said. Tianjin Fan turned his head to look at the solemn Cat Fairy. What's the matter? I felt an evil aura, but it just appeared suddenly for a moment, and then disappeared again. Another village has disappeared. The Cat Fairy said to himself. Turning around, Mao Xianren's face had lost the calmness of the past, and there was a trace of panic unexpectedly. More than a week ago, I sensed an extremely evil aura suddenly appeared, but he immediately restrained his aura, and then 2 weaker auras appeared. Since then, a large number of human beings have died every day. Difficult. Could it be Piccolo, the great demon king? Tianjin Fan said in surprise. Impossible, isn't Piccolo the great demon king who will appear in the 22nd Tianxiano Martial Arts Association in a month's time? Could it be that history has changed because of his arrival? Hey? You also know Piccolo? That's right, your master Hexianren once saw that extremely terrifying existence. Yes, I have seen this evil spirit 300 years ago, and it is indeed Piccolo. The demon lord is resurrected. The Cat Fairy looked into the distance melancholy. Unfortunately, if it takes a few more months, you may be able to defeat him. Although in my perception, after 300 years of imprisonment, the aura of the great demon king Piccolo seems to have weakened greatly. However, there is still some gap between you and him now. No. Tianjin Fan softly denied, I can deal with him. Don't be a fool, little bastard. Now you are no match for him, meow. No. You don't understand, this may be our only chance. Tianjin Fan stared into the distance and muttered to himself, as you said, there is only a little gap between me and him now, maybe I have how about a chance to defeat him? If after a while, let him collect all the Dragon Balls, we will die. Dragon Ball? Even if he promises to conquer the world, as long as you endure for a few more months, you will definitely surpass him, meow. You don't understand, his wish is not to conquer the world at all. As long as he regains his original strength, he can conquer the world by himself. What he really wants is to regain his youth. What? Rejuvenation. The Cat Fairy lowered his head dejectedly. If this is the case, then this world may really have no power to destroy him anymore. So I have to go. Tianjin Fan clenched his fists slightly trembling. Why does history change? Originally, it was planned to unite with Wukong to deal with Piccolo during the Budokai. At that time, the combination of the two might be able to overcome this first crisis. I didn't expect Piccolo to be released so early. Can I really defeat him with my current self? Tianjin Fan tried his best to recall the comics he read when he was a child. The current self should be comparable to the strength of Tianjin Fan who participated in the Budokai in the comics. It is combat effectiveness. And the newly revived Big Devil Piccolo is about to end his life, so his combat power is only 10. The difference is not more than %. What's more, I am now more proficient in mastering Chi than in the original book. So there is still a chance. If Piccolo really regains his youth, he can recover to more than combat power. Once he directly kills Monkey King, so that he has no chance to drink the super magic water, the earth may really be over. Mao Xianren. Can you let me try somersaulting cloud? Tianjin Fan said to Mao Xianren. Mao Xianren touched his chin hesitantly, looked at Tianjin Fan and said strangely, do you want to take the somersault cloud to find Piccolo? Although this can save energy, but the somersault cloud can only be ridden by pure-minded people. If you do, the mind seems to be a bit like the crane immortal, right? The last sentence was of course hidden in the heart of the cat fairy. Let me try it. What came to my mind was the first time I saw the animation of Dragon Ball when I was a child, the little monkey flying on the clouds in the TV, the blood-boiling BGM seemed to still echo in my ears. Even if it is to fulfill a childhood wish, I hope I can try it once. Seeing his expectant face, the cat immortal reluctantly yelled loudly towards the outside of the palace, somersaulting cloud. Come here. Immediately, a large golden-yellow cloud covering the sky and the sun floated rapidly in the distance. Go up and take what you think is enough, but I don't guarantee that you will be able to sit on the somersault cloud. Tianjin Fan jumped out of the palace with a look of nostalgia, and fell towards the clouds outside the palace. Oh! Tianjin Fan fell on the somersault cloud in surprise. He originally planned to use Wukong after penetrating the somersault cloud, but he didn't expect that he could ride the somersault cloud. Oh! The cat fairy also looked surprised. Do you actually have the heart of a child? Tianjin Fan laughed. Children's heart? I don't have that thing. However, the self in the previous life did always stick to the belief in his heart and did not want to integrate into the society, so that's why he messed up so badly. In a sense, my persistence may indeed be a manifestation of my innocence. But never mind, it's great to be able to ride somersault cloud. Tianjin Fan gathered a large cloud of somersaults with his hands, hugged it by his side, and said to Mao Xianren, then I'll just take this much. Mao Xianren pointed with his wooden staff, and the group of somersaulting clouds immediately separated from the large somersaulting cloud, supporting Tianjin Fan. Then I'll go. I hope I can come to listen to your teachings again. Even the naughty Tianjin Fan couldn't help showing a little bit of reluctance when they were about to part. He, little bastard, you must come back safely, meow. The cat immortal replied. Tian. I want to go too. Jiaozi struggled for a while before blushing and said. Haha, why, Jiaozi, you who are afraid of pain and death, do you want to accompany me to die? I'm not afraid. Although she was trembling with fear, Jiaozi closed her eyes and shouted loudly, even if it's a hindrance, I won't let you, Tian, take risks alone. Ha ha ha, well, even if Jiaozi's fighting power is not enough, it would be nice to have an extra helper. If he and Piccolo can lose both, then maybe dumplings will be the last trump card. Then we have agreed, after you see Piccolo, you have to hide away. If I can't beat you, come and run away with me, Tianjin Fan said with a light smile. Then Cat Fairy, goodbye. Tianjin Fan carried the dumplings on his back, stepped on somersault clouds, and flew around the palace twice quickly. Go on. The cat immortal threw out the cloth bag pinned to his waist before Tianjin Fanfei flew away. This bag of fairy beans is for you. You have a lot of ghosts, and you say you want to leave, but you keep staring at my bag of fairy beans. What a shame! It's strange how you got on the somersault cloud. Ha 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 ha, I knew, Cat Fairy, that you understand me best. Drawing a golden trajectory, the somersaulting cloud moved forward rapidly, and disappeared into the far horizon in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the east, the sky above Yahé City. In a flying submarine, Piccolo was sleeping deeply on a skeleton seat. Master Demon King. Piru with a pterosaur head said softly, Yahé City is here. The great Demon King Piccolo, who woke up slowly, shook his head, feeling that his life seemed to be lost again, and his time was really running out. Go directly to Dragon Ball. If anyone dares to block, kill them all. He closed his eyes and rested. Yes. Your Majesty. Bylov and Xiao Axiu secretly gathered together again, discussing softly. My lord, there are only 3 Dragon Balls left to collect. Do you think the Lord Demon King will give us half of the world to rule? Axiu asked. Well, it should be all right. Bylov said absently. I think we will definitely be killed. Xiao Wu looked worried. Although he knew it well, Bylov still objected loudly, impossible, the Lord Demon King is such a noble existence, how could he go back on his word? Looking at the great Demon King Piccolo, who seemed to have no response, Bylov immediately let go of his heart. Pierre ignored their thoughts and directly ordered them to control the flying submarine to move closer to Dragon Ball. As they approached slowly, outside the woods on the outskirts of the city, they saw the figure running all the way. As the figure moved, the light spot on the Dragon Ball radar was also slowly moving away from the center of the map. Looks like it's on him. Bylov said with certainty. Wait. That person, seems to be Monkey King. Xiao Wu put down the binoculars in her hand and said in surprise. What? Monkey King? Bylov asked in feigned surprise. Very good, finally met Monkey King. When these 2 powerful guys met, he had a chance to escape. Fortunately, the Dragon Balls have not been collected yet, otherwise I must be dead. Every time I look for Dragon Balls, I can meet Sun Wukong. It must be that a certain Dragon Ball has special meaning to him, so he always carries it with him. Sure enough, I am the smartest and greatest, and if I deliberately look for the moving Dragon Balls, most likely it will be Monkey King. Pierre asked suspiciously, What? Do you know him? Yes, Master Pierre, he is the martial artist who has robbed our Dragon Balls many times. Sun Wukong. Bylov suppressed the excitement in his heart, and pretended to be terrified, and said to Pierre, his strength is very powerful. Not much worse than Lord Demon King. The big devil Piccolo opened his eyes and looked at Bylov, and decided to ignore this guy's provocation, but is he very powerful? Humph, it seems that I want to let them see my true strength, so as not to waste my time with such meaningless little tricks. Let me see how much strength is left in the current martial deist. Piccolo thought of the martial deist he had met before. One snap of his fingers, and he was dead. Hope this guy isn't such a piece of crap. To be continued, please see Chapter 8 Monkey King Debut. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Monkey King is here. Chapter 5 Monkey King is here. The northern suburbs of Yahé City. There has just been a heavy snowfall, and it is boundless white as far as the eye can see. Even the mountains in the distance are completely covered with a white coat. The original lush trees have also been replaced by heavy snow with a new color, just like a white city wall. Although the road is covered by snow, there is still an obvious road going straight into the distance, with no end in sight. It's a quiet world. At this time, the 1.2-meter tall Wukong was wearing a yellow sleeveless exercise suit with a large turtle character written in a circle on the back. In such a cold season, he completely ignored the howling wind and ran forward all the way. A shadow suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. Hey, is it a cloud? Monkey King raised his head in doubt. All I saw was an unseen airship parked in mid-air. The hatch of the airship opened, and a strange figure stepped out. After jumping off the wing, it slowly landed on the ground. "Who are you?" Wukong tilted his head and asked quietly. "Ha ha ha, boy, obediently hand over the Dragon Ball in your hand." The big devil Piccolo smiled, but he looked unexpectedly hideous because of the wrinkles on his face. "Why did I give you the Dragon Ball? Who are you?" Wukong couldn't feel the hidden chi in the other party, so he still asked the question with the attitude of dealing with ordinary people. However, in Piccolo's view, this question already represented a rejection of himself. "Sure enough, you martial arts masters are all dead-headed. I'll take it myself after I kill you." Piccolo glanced at Wukong with interest, feeling the undisguised aura on the other side, knowing that he is a nice toy. Well, it should be enough for him to use -% of his strength. He squeezed his hands together, making a series of light clicking noises. Piccolo's figure drew a straight line and ran towards Wukong. As early as when the strange man on the opposite side was speaking, he had keenly felt the hostility of the other party. Wukong has already put on a posture to deal with it. Faced with Piccolo's uppercut from top to bottom, Wukong dodged to the side, and immediately bounced up after landing, flipped in the air, and slammed his right fist into the opponent's face. The simple-minded Wukong doesn't care about the rule of hitting someone in the face, even though it's a sudden fight, he will still fight back with a one-hit kill. The careless big demon king Piccolo fell backwards after taking this punch, but he kept on kicking Wukong by surprise. "You can burst out with such a powerful force all of a sudden. I didn't expect there to be such a strong martial artist in this world." Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo looked at Monkey King angrily and said, "But, every time when I meet a powerful martial artist, I can't help but want to kill. You are qualified to die under -% of my skill." The great demon king Piccolo took off the cloak on his shoulders and threw it aside. The cloak fell to the ground and sank into the snow on the ground. Sun Wukong also jumped up with a somersault on his stomach. "Hey, you bastard, you suddenly ran up to attack me, I want you to taste my strength." The two looked at each other solemnly. Parked on the airship in the sky, Pierre looked back at Bylov calmly. "It seems that Monkey King is really powerful. And he can actually make Lord Demon King serious." Bylov is secretly rejoicing that Sun Wukong can really contend against this big Demon King. As long as he takes this bird man away, the three of them can escape in the airship. After thinking about it, Bylov suggested, "Master Pierrot, this Monkey King is not only as powerful as he has seen now, but he still has hidden means that he has not revealed. How about you go down and help fight?" The playful look disappeared for a moment. Pierre turned around and continued to watch the battle below. "No need, you don't know how powerful the Demon King is." "Haha, is that so?" Bylov laughed dryly. "After thinking about it, I feel that the three of us should not be able to subdue this little man, so we should wait a while and see if there is another chance." Monkey King on the ground was full of dignity. At this time, the opponent released all his breath, which made him feel the fear of the opponent. The powerful power seemed to be beyond his ability to handle at this time. "It seems that you must attack with all your strength from the beginning to win. Try this trick." Sun Wukong stretched his hands forward, clasped his palms in the shape of a dragon's head, and at the same time let out a soft shout, "Turtle! Wave!" With both hands retracted and gathered on the right abdomen, a faint light lit up. Chi! A bright blue light group appeared. The great demon king Piccolo looked at the opponent's actions confidently, waiting for the opponent's most powerful move. Gong! Wukong, who had finished accumulating energy, quickly pushed out the air ball, and under the acceleration of his hands, the air ball rushed towards Piccolo at an extremely fast speed. Drink! Piccolo opened his mouth and shouted, and scattered air rushed out of his mouth. Boom! There was an explosion and the smoke dispersed. The big devil Piccolo was about to laugh at the other party's hard work for a long time, but found that there was Monkey King in front of him. Bang! Sun Wukong had already circled behind him and kicked Big Demon Piccolo on the back. Piccolo took advantage of the situation and took a step forward. Sun Wukong naturally kept up with the pursuit. Unexpectedly, Piccolo didn't hesitate at all, and directly punched Wukong's head with a backhand. Monkey King had been prepared for a long time, rolled in mid-air, wrapped his tail around the arm of the big devil Piccolo in advance, and with a swing, he rushed directly in front of the big devil Piccolo, and hit the big devil Piccolo with a punch. On the head of the devil, a tentacle exploded. The great demon king Piccolo let out a scream, and was about to react, but was attacked again and was kicked away. Before the person landed, he stopped in mid-air with the flying technique. Ah! 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 No one! No one! Piccolo, because of the 300-year seal, his fighting consciousness has degenerated a bit, so he obviously used the same powerful power as Monkey King, but he was still defeated. No one can treat me like this, Big Devil Piccolo, roared out this sentence angrily. The great demon king Piccolo clenched his fists in the air, and his breath exploded violently. The air seemed to be frightened, and it dispersed in all directions at the same time. Sun Wukong is naturally unwilling to let the other party completely store up and explode. Hurry up to pursue the victory, dash forward, jump into the air, with his right foot in front. The whole body turns into a sharp arrow and shoots over. Unexpectedly, the great demon king Piccolo had already stored his chi in time. Although he hadn't used his hands for 300 years, the use of chi was as instinctive as breathing for him, without any regression. With one hand in each hand, two powerful flash waves of twin demons were ejected from the palms. There was no way for Monkey King to dodge in the air, so he quickly retracted his legs and crossed his hands in front of his forehead, hoping to block the blow. Boom! The huge force directly sent Monkey King flying out. The great demon king Piccolo followed closely behind, rushing forward at a high speed, kicking Monkey King up high, kicking Monkey King directly into the air, and then leaping vigorously, appeared at a higher place above Monkey King, and slammed down with his right hand. Sun Wukong was blasted out like a cannonball, and his whole body blurred into a line, hitting the ground straight. Boom! The snow splashed, revealing the asphalt pavement, and Monkey King lay down in the shallow pit on the ground with a painful expression on his face. Piccolo rushed down again, stomping on Monkey King's head. Sun Wukong barely opened his eyes, and saw a phantom falling towards his head. Quickly turned over and got up, lying on the ground with all fours, wanting to dive forward and avoid the blow. But how fast is Piccolo? With the addition of the flying technique and the acceleration of gravity, Sun Wukong stepped on it before he could dodge. Despite trying to avoid it, Monkey King was stepped on the back by Piccolo, and the whole person fell into the ground. Ah! Sun Wukong couldn't help screaming, blood spewed out of his mouth, and his internal organs were seriously injured. Humph! Piccolo bent down and grabbed Sun Wukong by the collar and lifted him up, punching Wukong in the face. No matter how powerful human beings are, they are only so capable. After finishing speaking, several heavy punches hit Wukong's head again, and bright red blood flowed down his head. The violent blow directly hit Monkey King with a concussion. Seeing that Monkey King didn't respond, Piccolo pulled off the dragon ball tied around Monkey King's neck. Humph! All martial arts masters like this should be killed. Piccolo threw Monkey King on the ground like trash. Pierre smiled triumphantly. Look, no one can bear the full strength of the Demon King. Even 70% can't bear it. Bylov frowned in disappointment. Unexpectedly, Monkey King can't deal with him. Why not become a giant ape, then maybe he can win. At this time, the big devil Piccolo did not leave directly like in the original book, but pondered. This guy looks a bit like the guy from 300 years ago. Although it is dead, in order to avoid accidents, it is better to clean it up. The great demon king Piccolo opened his left hand, intending to use another magic flash wave to completely blast Monkey King into flying ashes. Hoo! A slender whole wave shot obliquely from the air. Then there was a loud roar. Dong dongbo! Piccolo quickly dodged sideways. A figure then hit the ground heavily. All the snow in a radius of several meters was scattered. Big Devil Piccolo. Tianjin Fan squinted at him. Oh? There's another little bug that's dying. Big Demon King Piccolo snorted softly. At the same time, ignore Monkey King who fell to the side. He turned around and faced Tianjin Fan, who seemed not to be trifled with. He won't be as careless as when he saw Monkey King. Monkey King is 1.2 meters tall, and in the eyes of the Meter Piccolo, he doesn't feel threatened at all. However, Tianjin Fan is not only 1.8 meters tall, but also has a strong back and waist. It is obvious at a glance that he is not easy to mess with. Although the aura is not very strong in perception, but from the Qigong wave shot into the ground just now, it can be seen that he should also have the ability to hide his aura. It looks much more difficult to deal with than the little monkey who didn't know how to restrain his breath just now. So Piccolo still cautiously decided to try it out first. Pointing his index finger, a demonic light shot at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan reached out with his right hand, and the same beam of whole waves shot towards the opponent. Bang! The two rays of light met in the air, but cancelled each other out. Piccolo's heart rose. Unexpectedly, as soon as one was solved, another more troublesome guy came. Experts will know if there is one as soon as they make a move. This guy can counteract his own demon light first. This keen judgment, this instant explosive power, has already shown that he is enough to threaten himself. Piccolo pressed his index finger on his forehead. Dan Balin, don't go looking for a planet, come to me. Yes. Lord Demon King. A thought came. Then, the great Demon King Piccolo once again burst out with terrifying aura, bowing to puff up the little energy in his body. Then, let's play. Hee. Tianjin Fan put on a posture, but ignored Piccolo's words, and said to the dumpling in the air without looking back, you deal with that one over there first. Let the three ordinary people go. I'll try his ability. Yes. Dumpling replied and flew towards the airship. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Tianjin Rice vs Big Devil Piccolo. Chapter 6 Tianjin Rice vs Big Devil Piccolo. Tianjin Fan glanced at Wukong who was lying on the side. I can no longer feel his breath. He clicked his tongue bitterly. Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo's forehead again, and suddenly sneered softly, hee, don't you want to deal with the injury on the forehead of your excellency the Great Demon King? The Great Demon King Piccolo smiled, it's not too late to talk about it after I deal with you little bug. Really? It seems that you don't have much strength left. Tianjin Fan sneered, taking off his weight-bearing jacket and only wearing a black top. Although he sneered, Tianjin Fan knew that only by going all out could he have a better chance of winning. It's not much, but it's more than enough to deal with a bug like you. Big Demon King Piccolo smiled conceitedly, stop rambling, and die quickly. After finishing speaking, the Big Demon King who was already angry in his heart suddenly broke out his biggest attack. Double Demon Flash Wave. Two powerful Qigong waves crossed two arcs and rushed towards Tianjin Fan. It seems that when he spoke just now, the Big Devil Piccolo had already exhausted his breath silently, and it was his unique move to make a move. Tianjin Fan was deliberately offending Piccolo, and his heart was already full of vigilance. As soon as the Big Devil Piccolo raised his hand, Tianjin Fan had already disappeared in place, and it was too late when the Big Devil Piccolo found out. Two holes shot towards the back of Big Demon King Piccolo. The Great Demon King bent down to dodge, and turned upside down, with his head down and his feet up facing Tianjin Fan. His eyes glowed red, and two beams of thought force shot out from the eyes. The movement was done in one go. Tianjin Fan did not expect Piccolo to react so quickly. The chest was shot by two rays of light, leaving two shallow marks under the torn clothes. Fortunately, after several months of training, his use of Qi is no longer what it used to be, and he mobilized the Qi in his body to gather in his chest in time, blocking the fatal attack. However, Nian Libo's power still exceeded his imagination, and the huge force knocked him back. When the figure stabilized, Piccolo's attack was already in front of him. Tianjin Fan threw his fist hastily, colliding with Piccolo's attack. Borrowing strength, kicking one foot, retreating at a faster speed. Put your hands together, and when you pull them apart, a milky white light ball has already appeared between the two hands. Fuck the air bomb. Tianjin Fan launched the air mass. After mastering the use of qi flexibly, the principle of some moves in the original work can be deduced relatively easily, so it is not surprising to use qi manipulation bombs. The gas bomb flew towards the Big Devil Piccolo close to the ground. Big Demon King Piccolo stepped lightly on his feet, jumped up half a meter, and completely passed the attack of the air bomb, taunting, "Humph! Don't use such a small trick to embarrass yourself," said with both hands raised. The twin demon flash wave is about to be sent out. But suddenly he heard the wind in the back of his head, and the Big Devil Piccolo shrank his head vigorously. A mass of bright air streaked across the top of the head, just in time to vaporize the other remaining tentacles. Only then did Piccolo realize that this move was not simple. Although the speed is not fast enough, the flexibility of the air mass has greatly increased. Humph! But if you want to defeat me, Piccolo, with this trick, waiting another 1,000 years is not enough. Piccolo stood in front of him with one palm. A wave of magic flash blasted out, directly blowing up the oncoming qi bomb. When the smoke dissipated, the Tianjin rice in front of me became different. With a grin, Tianjin Fan with forearms announced excitedly, "The second round begins." He. Tianjin Fan didn't regard the air bomb as a winning trick at all. The use of air bombs is just to distract Piccolo, and to create opportunities to use the Four Demon Fist. Tianjin Fan knows that many villains died because of talking too much, and many protagonists also failed because they did not understand the principle of a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. So how can I make the same mistake myself? Therefore, after a little trial, he felt that Piccolo's spirit seemed to have dropped a lot, so he decided to do his best. Although my combat power is less than 200, but I have been practicing martial arts in Kailin for the past few months, and with the increase of the Four Demon Fist, I should be able to deal with Piccolo, who has a combat power of right? At this time, King Bylov, who was in the airship, also tried his best to use his brain. Seeing the fierce battle over there, and the dumplings flying in the air, I suddenly thought of the rhetoric, "Lord Pierrot, go and destroy that kid quickly. Don't let him get on the airship. Otherwise, your battle will destroy the airship. Otherwise, we will have to spend a lot of effort to find new flying tools. Lord Demon King doesn't want to bother on the road. We will be on standby on the airship at any time, waiting for you and Lord Demon King to return from victory." By Lovewell there was a thumping sound in his chest. Xiao Wu and Axiu on the other side also stood with serious faces, nodding their heads constantly, declaring their loyalty. Hearing Bylov's assurance, although Pierre didn't quite believe it, thinking about the body of Lord Demon King, he really needs the convenience of this means of transportation. "If you dare to run away, I will catch you back and disembowel you, screaming in terror for 3 days and 3 nights, and you won't die." With threatening words in his mouth, Pierre walked out from the cabin door. "Although I am not a fighting type, but as a servant of the Lord Demon King, I must become a warrior of the demon race when necessary." Seeing that there were only 3 of them left in the airship, King Byrov excitedly put on a gesture of celebration and screamed, "I've been saved!" "Hey!" Xiao Wu and Axiu stared blankly at King Byrov. "I don't understand why the king is so excited at such an urgent moment." "Hey!" After glancing at the 2 subordinates coldly, Bylov said angrily, "Could it be that you 2 are really planning to join the great demon King Piccolo?" "All I lie." Xiao Wu and Axiu continued to make surprised sounds in a daze. "Bastards! You guys don't understand my good intentions at all." Bylov slammed the heads of the 2 of them with hatred. "It's obvious that the Big Devil Piccolo will kill the 3 of us in one episode of Dragon Ball. He actually wanted to follow him willingly. Thanks to me, I tried my best to keep them alive. I'm so mad." "Hey!" Xiao Wu and Axiu, who just came to their senses, exclaimed at the same time. "So that's the way it is, King Bylov, you are so wise, mighty. Powerful and wise. Xiao Wu and Axiu cheered together. Hurry up, let's run away while they are fighting hard. As long as we run to a place where they can't find us, we will be saved. Xiao Wu, you fly the airship. No more mistakes are allowed this time. King Ralph pointed to the moved Xiao Wu and said. Bylov. Your Majesty. Xiao Wu didn't expect King Bylov to still trust her at such a critical moment. In an instant, there was a feeling of death in my heart. Bylov walked under the skeleton seat, picked up the 5 dragon balls on the ground, and said with a happy smile, what surprised me the most is that they left the dragon balls on the airship. Ha 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 ha, this time I finally let me. King Bylov has come to grant his wish. Not to mention the 3 people who escaped with their lives. At this time, Dumpling also fought with Pierrot. Although Pierre is not a fighting type, his combat power is as high as 140, while Dumpling's combat power is only 130 in the original book. Although it is only a difference of 10 points. But in terms of strength, Pierrot did have the advantage. Fortunately, Dumpling also had a certain amount of training in Kalen Tat, and her use of Qi and superpowers has far surpassed the original book. So from the perspective of the scene, the Dumplings still have an absolute advantage. But after a few rounds, Pierrot narrowly escaped death and could only resist with all his might. The battle on the ground became more intense. The snow clothes on the ground seemed to have been randomly rubbed a few times by a big hand, and there were traces like wrinkles everywhere, snow pits were scattered, and the trees on the roadside fell to the ground. And Tianjin Fan, who was in the middle of the battle, also felt the rapid loss of physical strength. The 4 Demon Fist is a very good move. But the consumption of Qi in the body is not generally large. With your own strength, if you fight fiercely, your energy consumption will increase by more than 30%. But the practice in Kalen Tat allowed him to discover the true usage of the 4 Demon Fist. If he can't beat it in close combat, then attack from a distance. I saw Tianjin Fan flying in the air, while sending out bunches of whole waves from the 4 palms, and Piccolo can only dodge in a hurry. The whole waves shot on the ground, blasting out deep pits one by one. For Tianjin Fan, the advantage of 4 hands is not only that it is more advantageous in melee combat, but also that it can send out 4 holes at the same time to form a tight blockade. The effect of 1+1 is far greater than 2.2 whole waves are easy to avoid, but 4 holes make it much harder for Piccolo to hide. Tianjin Fan's explosive strength did not cause great damage to the big devil. Through the torn clothes, it can be seen that Piccolo has only shallow scars on his body. But as time passed, Piccolo's breath didn't drop at all. What's going on? Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo in doubt. It seemed that he understood the question in Tianjin Fan's eyes. Piccolo let out a long series of long laughs. Ha 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 ha. Can't think of it. Although I am in the late stage of life, as long as I am willing, I can still replenish my vitality continuously. Anyway, I just need to destroy you and find another Dragon Ball. I can realize my desire to regain my youth now. Next. You are ready to die. Tianjin Rice suddenly. The name Qians are truly magical beings who can control their life force. Really. In the original book, there are some name Qians who can use their own power to heal the wounds of others. But now that you are reluctant to consume even the energy needed to recover from your injuries, how much strength do you have left? With a change of mind, Tianjin Fan decided to add another booster to make sure everything was safe. Tianjin Fan attacked the big devil Piccolo with both hands, and then a whole wave rushed towards Piccolo's eyes with one hand. Piccolo quickly and accurately blocked Tianjin Fan's hands with his left hand, but in order to avoid Dong Dongbo in front of him, he could only choose to fall backwards. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity and punched the big devil Piccolo in the lower abdomen. Piccolo fell to the ground and sent out the thought force wave of his eyes again to prevent Tianjin Fan from chasing him, but he missed it unexpectedly. It turned out that Tianjin Fan jumped to Wukong's side at this time, touched Wukong's neck, and said to himself, "Sure enough, there is still a weak beating." As early as the beginning of the battle with Piccolo, Tianjin Fan discovered that knowing that Wukong's breath has changed from completely disappearing to a weak state, it is known that Wukong's tenacious vitality has played a role. Helping Wukong up, Tianjin Fan groped around his waist. What? Do you want to run away with him? Big Demon King Piccolo turned over and jumped up. However, so what if I run away? When I collect all the Dragon Balls, I will definitely destroy the whole world. None of you can escape. Lose. He, I think it's you who should run away. Tianjin Fan said, and took out 2 celestial beans. One stuffed into his mouth. Another one was fed into Goku's mouth. In an instant, Tianjin Fan felt that his body was full of strength again, and his chi had returned to its full strength. There were many bruises on my body, but they completely disappeared. Same goes for Goku. Waking up suddenly, Wukong glanced blankly at Tianjin Fan, and then at Big Demon King Piccolo standing in the distance with a surprised expression on his face. Did you save me? Although he didn't know Tianjin Fan, Wukong still felt the kindness in his eyes. On the contrary, the green-skinned man standing over there exuded a murderous intent so strong that it was about to materialize. Humph! Strange guy. He wanted my Dragon Balls right from the start, and even wanted to kill me. Wukong's hair was twitching angrily, and his whole body exuded a forceful aura, which was even better than before. It was me just now. I haven't eaten for a long time. This time, let me teach you a good meal. Wukong. Don't underestimate Piccolo. He still has a lot of means to use. His goal is to destroy the world. If we don't join forces to defeat him, this world will be over. Including Gaixianren, Bulma, and Kling, will be killed by him. Tianjin Fan saw that Wukong wanted to fight Piccolo, so he quickly suggested. Wukong in the original book is like this: no matter how strong the enemy is, he is only willing to fight alone. Perhaps it is precisely because of upholding this belief in a fair contest to challenge the stronger that he will become the existence that is invincible in the universe. But at this moment, Tianjin Fan couldn't let Wukong play. After all, life is at stake. Don't be negligent. I didn't do much damage to Piccolo with all my strength, but I was basically in a state of being suppressed. I feel that Piccolo seems to be significantly stronger than the original book. Ah? He's going to kill Teacher Wushan and the others? Isn't that like seeing Grandpa, never seeing them again? Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Wukong calmed down instead, and looked at Piccolo calmly. The great Demon King, but the flames in his eyes revealed the anger in his heart. Seeing Wukong's posture preparing for the battle, Tianjin Fan knew that he had accepted his opinion. Humph! Do you think that if you unite together, you can deal with me, Big Devil Piccolo? The Big Devil Piccolo suddenly exuded a more menacing aura, and even the scars on his body disappeared. Faced with the two teaming up, he decided to let go of all his worries. Even if his vitality was lost, he still had to repair the damage and use his strongest strength, because he noticed that after the little monkey recovered from its injury, its aura seemed to become stronger again. To be continued. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Fiasco. Chapter 7 Fiasco. The recovered Piccolo confronted Tenjin and Goku. Tianjin Fan thought about it for a while. Except for the Qigong Cannon, his moves did not have enough power to determine the outcome with one blow. Whether he won or lost this battle, he still had to rely on Wukong's strength. Every time a scion is seriously injured, his strength will increase greatly. Wukong himself may not feel it, but his aura at this time is not much different from the aura of Piccolo at this time. If it was more than 170 before, it is at least 240 now. I'll go first, Wukong. You see the timing and use all your strength to use Kameha Qigong, you must hit. Tianjin Fan decided to create opportunities by himself. The power in the body surged, poured into the forearms, and then turned into 4 bright air masses that emerged from the 4 palms. Pick, let's see if you can escape my air bomb this time. Quadruple Qigong. With a loud shout, 4 flexible spherical Qigong waves shot out from the palm. With the 4 palms waving lightly, the gas manipulation bomb also twisted into a complicated trajectory and rushed towards the big devil Piccolo. It has to be said that the 4-demon fist is really a cheat-like ability for Tianjin fans. According to the understanding of Tianjin fan, the release of Qigong waves is to condense in the body first, and then send out from the hands through the arms. If it is emitted from the palm, it is mostly spherical or fan-shaped. The advantage is that it can control the direction and explode at one time when it hits, causing huge damage. Piccolo's magic flash is both spherical and fan-shaped. If it is emitted from the fingers, it is mostly in the shape of a more concentrated beam, which has the advantage of less air consumption, and because the fingertips are thinner, the Qigong waves emitted are naturally sharp-edged, thus obtaining stronger penetrating power. Crane Xian Liu's Dong Dongbo is such a move. It is also because the force must be injected into the arm after the force is gathered in the body, so although there are 5 fingers, one hand can only fire one whole wave at a time. In this way, there will be a problem. Even if it is fired continuously at a fast speed, there will be a short time interval, and the whole waves that are fired in succession are still easy to be avoided. However, Tianjin fan's forearms perfectly solve this problem. Forearms means that he can condense qi and inject it into forearms at the same time. So it can send out 4 whole waves at the same time to block the enemy's movement route. Certainly. This also caused the problem of excessive gas consumption. So it can only be used as an explosive move, instead of shooting continuously. If that is the case, the enemy will die before he dies. Fortunately, he also developed the trick of manipulating air bombs later. Although forcing out 4 air manipulation bombs at the same time will consume a lot of air. But because of the ball-shaped and controllable characteristics of air manipulation, it does not need to spend too much energy to maintain it later, and the hit rate is also guaranteed. Of course, Tianjin fan, who can evolve 4 arms, is born with strong mental power, which is also the reason why he can be distracted. So at this time, in order to delay and create opportunities, Tianjin fan naturally chose a more flexible air bomb. Although the speed is not fast, the huge power comparable to the magic flash wave still makes Piccolo dare not underestimate it. Tightening his nerves while dodging, he tried to detonate the gas bomb with the devil ray. However, how could Tianjin fan let him succeed so easily? He watched Piccolo's movement intently with both eyes, and felt the fluctuation of his qi at any time. Whenever Piccolo emitted a ray, he would be controlled by Tianjin fan to dodge it. The 4 gas-manipulating bullets moved quickly and dragged out blurred lines, weaving a net around the big devil Piccolo, and from time to time they would rush towards the big devil Piccolo together, trying to weaken the big devil Piccolo's qi. But Piccolo, as the original Namek, although he is only a clone of evil thoughts, he is still born with Namek's keen perception of qi. Therefore, although he was a little embarrassed, he still avoided every attack. Seeing that he couldn't make a hit, Tianjin fan also reduced his attack, but he still blocked Piccolo's advance route with gas bombs. "Hurry up, Wukong! What are you waiting for?" Sensing that Wukong was not moving, Tianjin fan hurriedly urged. Wukong was stunned by the battle between the two in front of him, and had never seen such a flexible use of Qigong. And the two sides seemed to have reached a draw. So he, who originally planned to attack together, hesitated again. "Is it really good to intervene in the battle like this? Hurry up!" Seeing that Piccolo was still slowly approaching the two, Tianjin fan yelled again. "Well, since you asked me to take action, don't blame me for ruining your competition." Wukong still trusted Tianjin fan intuitively. Therefore, he immediately assumed the pose of Kamayana Qigong. Even though he had to concentrate on dealing with Piccolo, Tenjin couldn't help but use his third eye to watch Sun Wukong use the Kamiba Qigong. Although this classic picture has been seen countless times in comics, he is still full of curiosity at this time. A group of blue air waves emerged, and they did not push out like last time. Instead, they worked hard to control the qi in the whole body to continue to condense. Some small blue light balls the size of fingertips continued to emerge from Wukong's hands and merged into the already formed body. Turtle wave Qigong wave. Far surpassing the aura of the last use, the surrounding air was stirred up, and a vortex of air was formed centered on Wukong's folded hands. Such eye-catching movements naturally made Big Devil Piccolo even more impatient. He ignored the interference of the air bomb, covered his head with both hands, and rushed directly to Wukong's position. How could Tianjin Fan let go of such a good opportunity? The four hands waved at the same time, and the four palms joined together, and the air manipulation bomb that had been controlled by the four hands also closed instantly, hitting the Big Devil Piccolo. Boom 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 boom. Four violent explosions sounded. Wave. Seeing the hit, Wukong also pushed out his hands with all his strength, and shouted the last word, and the wave of Gippokigong spewed out, dragging the blue flame tail, and rushed straight to the center of the gunpowder smoke produced by the explosion. Boom! A more violent explosion appeared, shaking the ground for a while. If you look at it from a high altitude, it looks like a typhoon suddenly appeared, blowing the nearby trees upside down, and the snow is also blown to the surroundings. And it seems to be snowing again. Ha! You're dead now, the little monkey said confidently. As he spoke, he sat down on the ground. This is really the longest Qigong he has ever gathered. Tianjin Fan secretly thought it was bad. He felt that Piccolo's breath had not disappeared. Although injured, but still strong. Wukong, be careful. Knowing that the little monkey hadn't learned the ability to perceive qi at this time, Tianjin Fan quickly turned his head to remind him. Be careful of yourself. An evil voice sounded behind him, and the intact Big Devil Piccolo pressed his hands on Tianjin Fan's back. Injury. Both hands were radiant, and the twin demon flash wave really hit Tianjin Fan for the first time. Like a tattered sandbag, Tianjin Fan was blown into the air before he had time to react. This move alone caused serious injuries. Feeling that it is difficult to breathe, I don't know how many ribs have been broken. If it wasn't for the blurred figure seen by the third eye, which enabled me to call the Qigong defense in time, I might have died by now. People haven't landed yet. Tianjin Fan stretched out his hand to touch his waist. This little thing seems to have a magical effect. The great demon King Piccolo appeared next to Tianjin Fan in an instant. As soon as he reached out, he easily snatched the bag containing the fairy beans from Tianjin Fan's belt. Then he kicked Tianjin Fan away. Wukong has already reacted and rushed forward. While fighting against him, Piccolo took out a fairy bean and swallowed it. Immediately, a powerful aura reappeared. The great demon King Piccolo cheered in surprise. What is this? It actually contains such a powerful vitality. Ha ha ha! Eating this bag can restore my lifespan for at least 10 years. At this time, I have a few years of lifespan, and there is a bit of fighting power. It turns out that the fairy bean vine itself is a plant that contains a huge amount of vitality, and the condensed seeds condense the vitality together to form this magical bean. But also because the condensation process is very slow. Even the cat fairy who is responsible for taking care of the fairy bean vine has only collected 1 can in 800 years after deducting the amount for his own satiety. At this time, it was a life-saving panacea for Piccolo, who had consumed too much vitality, but there was no chance to eat it all at this time. Still have to solve another bug first. Tianjin Fan lay powerlessly on the ground, feeling that he didn't even have the strength to turn over. I secretly thought carelessly in my heart. Unexpectedly, combining the strength of the two of them would not be able to defeat Piccolo. Sure enough, it is better to have no books than to believe in books. Empiricism kills people. Although it is said in the original book that Piccolo has only 260 combat power, as a name Qian, he is already good at using the power of qi, and his martial arts are nothing but tricks in front of him. Damn, he had guessed that he could hide qi perfectly in Kailan Tat, but he was still negligent. Just now he used the smoke from the explosion of his qi bomb to hide his aura, then exposed his aura and rushed towards Wukong, and the moment he opened his mouth, he hid his aura and flashed behind him. This skillful use of qi deceives one's own perception. That's why he succeeded. Tian. Suddenly, the sound of dumplings appeared in my head. It is the telepathy of dumplings. Dumpling? Have you defeated that guy's men? Tianjin Fan said in his heart. Yet. Dumpling was silent for a while. Then he expressed his decision, I will give you this fairy bean on my body first, and then. Taking advantage of the fight between Wukong and Piccolo over there, Tianjin Fan also recovered a little bit of strength, and reached out to catch the fairy beans thrown by the dumpling who was hiding aside. Although he was surprised why the dumpling didn't appear, he still ate it in one bite. The combat power is restored. The silent Tianjin Fan rushed into the battlefield. But even if it was a siege by two people, they couldn't beat the great Demon King. Today can be said to be the most embarrassing time for Big Devil Piccolo in his life. How can the noble master of the demon world be hindered by two little bugs? The anger in my heart is getting stronger and stronger, and the patience is gradually disappearing. Spread your hands apart and repel the two of them. It's really endless bugs. I'm not in the mood to play with you anymore. Try my violent magic wave. The Big Devil Piccolo gathered his hands together, gathered all the energy, and even transformed the newly recovered vitality into the air gushes out in an instant. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. All objects within a radius of -meters were blown to powder, and the ground was flattened. Wukong and Tianjin Fan, who were beside Piccolo, were directly and seriously injured. Tianjin Fan fell to the ground in regret. Still shouldn't take chances. I knew that the air cannon was used as soon as he recovered just now. Unfortunately, if does not exist in the world. Even in the magical world of Dragon Ball, going back in time can only be going to another parallel time and space. Tian. Dumpling's voice came again. Run for your life, Jiaozi. I don't even have the strength to use an air cannon now. If there is a chance in the future, I must find the Dragon Ball and revive me. At the critical moment, Tianjin Fan felt a sense of freedom, and said to Jiaozi in his heart. Hey! You should resurrect me, Tian. Dumpling finally made a decision and said in a relaxed tone. Piccolo was also out of breath after this move. This move is to burst the breath from the whole body. Unlike the usual hands and eyes, other parts of the body are rarely used to release the breath. Therefore, this move is really a move that hurts both sides, hurting oneself first and then hurting others. If he hadn't been cornered, he wouldn't have chosen to use this move. Fortunately, he snatched the opponent's fairy beans. While perceiving Wukong and Tianjin Fan vigilantly, he grabbed a handful of fairy beans and planned to stuff them into his mouth. Pfft! Something hugged her back suddenly. What? Feeling the high-energy reaction of the object on his back, Piccolo exclaimed. Goodbye. Tian. Jiaozi said her final farewell. No. Tianjin Fan yelled. The violent explosion happened again, but this time it was the self-explosion caused by Jiaozi gathering all her strength. On a higher place of Galan Tower, where human eyes or all scientific instruments cannot detect, a huge palace with a strange style is suspended in the air. At this time, at the edge of the palace, a green-skinned man who looked exactly like Piccolo looked at the world calmly. God! Are you going to disappear? Sensing the frown of the respectable person in front of him, the pudgy creature, as black as charcoal, asked a nervous question. Ha! He breathed a sigh of relief, and God slowly shook his head. It's not enough. Pick. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Somersault cloud. With Tianjin Fan's shout, a huge golden cloud rushed down from the sky. Tianjin Fan struggled to climb up, and rode the cloud past Wukong's position. I will never waste the sacrifice of dumplings, there is still a way, this is the magical world of Dragon Ball. Although I haven't thought of it yet, as long as I save my life, there must be a chance for revenge. Piccolo was powerless to stop him. This time the explosion seemed to be a mixture of chi and superpower energy. The superpower formed a 3-meter circular barrier, but this barrier was not an external defense, but an internal defense. As a result, the explosive power was completely concentrated and shrunk within a very small range. Although in the end the barrier couldn't withstand the power of the explosion and was shattered, it still dealt a devastating blow to Big Demon King Piccolo. To make matters worse, the fairy beans that he had just captured were also wiped out, and he had just exploded with all his strength and vitality. At this time, as long as a guy with a combat power of 20 could easily take his life. Self-protection is a problem, let alone pursuit. Somersault Cloud followed Tianjin Fan's instructions before he fell into a coma, and carried him and Wukong, who was also in a coma, to Kailan Tat. End of this chapter. Chapter 8 Restore Youth. Chapter 8 Restore Youth. Piccolo took a short rest and regained some strength. Damn Baron, first catch those 3 little bugs, Piccolo said telepathically while sitting under the tree. But Lord Demon King, your injury is too serious, I hope to return to your side soon. Damn Balin resisted. Go. Obey the order, or die. Piccolo had no patience at all, and yelled angrily in his mind. Yes. Lord Demon King. Despite feeling a little wronged, Dan Balin still flew towards the distance, and the weak aura of the 3 people was faintly visible in the induction. Sir, kill it. The airship landed in the open space in front of Piccolo. Rubbing their hands, nodding and bowing, Bylov and his gang got off the airship. Honorable Lord Demon King. We obeyed Lord Pierrot's arrangement. We successfully kept the airship safe. Come back and stand by now. Bylov stepped forward and walked in front of the 3 of them. Glancing at Bylov with violent eyes, the great Demon King Piccolo didn't bother to care about the 3 people's yin and yang. He stood up and walked slowly into the airship, sat down on the skeleton seat, clenched his right fist for support, and leaned his head on the airship. On the top, barely opened his eyes, and at the same time issued a command softly, "Let's go, there is the last Dragon Ball." Dam Balin respectfully stood up straight and took orders loudly. Xiao Wu also hurriedly walked to the driver's seat and started the airship. My lord, the other Dragon Ball is still moving around. It will take about a day for us to reach its current location. Holding the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, he tapped it a few times, and Bylov calculated the distance and azimuth. I'll take a break. Dan Balin, you are in charge of inspecting the 3 of them. If you make any small moves, just kill them directly. The great Demon King Piccolo ordered lightly, and then he closed his eyes lightly, and fell into a deep sleep like this. One day later, Piccolo and his party finally arrived at the place where the last Dragon Ball, one planet, was located. Below the airship, a fat man was wearing a thick animal skin coat, with a long knife tied around his waist, and he thought he was hiding in the bushes. However, in Dam Balin's perception, it exudes an air far beyond ordinary people. Slowly float down from the airship. Dam Baron walked up to the bushes. Hand over the Dragon Ball in your hand obediently, or you will die. Dan Balin said murderously. Seeing the Lord Demon King weakening gradually, as the Lord Demon King's servant, Dan Balin also became a little irritable. Only then did the little fat man confirm that the other party had really discovered his location. Reluctantly, he came out, held the knife in one hand and the sheath in the other vigilantly, and asked a strange question, what Dragon Ball? If it was in normal times, Dam Balin would have already fought to snatch it directly. But at this moment, based on the idea that one less thing is one thing, I still made an explanation. If you hand over the beads hanging around your neck, I can spare your life. The wave sent out, and the 3-meter-high boulder was smashed to pieces. The little fat man was startled. Seeing the opponent raised his hand, he thought that the opponent was about to make a move. He immediately pulled out the long knife and held it tightly in his hand. It was only when he saw that the other party had just broken a big rock with a strange ability that he breathed a sigh of relief. I hate fighting with powerful guys the most. The little fat man is Yakabiluo, who is greedy for life and afraid of death in the original book. Yakabiluo took off the star hanging around his neck in a moody manner, and threw it to Dan Balin with a helpless face. I found this in the bird's nest. I think it looks pretty, so I will keep it. Now, since you want it, I'll give it to you. If it wasn't for seeing that the other party is not easy to mess with, Yakabiluo would definitely kill him and would not give it away for free. Stretching out his hand to catch a planet, Dam Balin faced Yakibello and flew back into the airship. Let's go. Find an open space. Dan Balin put one planet in the basket where the other 6 Dragon Balls were. A small island in the southern sea. The island is only more than 30 meters in diameter, and there is a small wooden house with a pointed roof in the middle, with Came House written in large characters above the door. There are several coconut trees and some low bushes growing behind and on both sides of the house. A bald old man with shrunken shoulders and hunchback is lying on a cool recliner, holding a slightly yellow magazine in his hand. Although his face wearing sunglasses cannot reveal his wretched temperament, it keeps shaking. His long beard and throat still make it easy to tell that what he is looking at is not so healthy. Beside him was a thin, bald man wearing a neatly cut martial arts uniform with a big turtle character on the back. With a heavy tortoise shell on his back, the little bald head was doing push-ups on the spot, counting the number of times in his mouth. On the other side of the island, there was a slender, handsome young man who ran back and forth quickly, dancing his hands into a phantom, and yelling non-stop. The smell of cooking wafted from the cabin. A young and beautiful girl poked her head out of the kitchen window and shouted outside, "Master Wushin, Kellen, Yamcha, dinner is ready." Yo haha! Lan Chi, what delicious food did you eat today? Gui Xianren hid behind the sunglasses with a smile and admired Lan Qi's long fair legs. You'll find out later, Lan Chi replied with a demure expression, with long blue fluffy hair. Kellen took off the turtle shell on his back, touched his hungry flat stomach, and walked towards the turtle house with a relaxed expression. Suddenly thought of something, elbowed Yamcha next to him and asked, "Hey," I said, "Yamcha, haven't you gone back to Zidu for so long?" "Humph, Bulma always said that I was making trouble in school. Anyway, I don't want to study, so I'm too lazy to go back. Besides, Teacher Wushin finally agreed to teach me martial arts. I have to seize the opportunity." Yamcha said distressedly. "Oh, if you want me to say, you can just study hard in the city. Not only can you work in a capsule company in the future, but also have a beautiful girlfriend like Bulma. It's much better than being a martial artist." Kellen envied say. Kellen, who had never had a good life since he was a child, really couldn't figure out why Yamcha was so awkward. He obviously has a girlfriend who is beautiful, rich, and likes him, but he insists on becoming a martial artist. Humph! That guy Bulma doesn't understand my heart at all. He always hopes that I can study hard and manage the company in the future. But I really have no interest in those. Even if I don't become a martial artist, I would rather be a singer or baseball player." Kellen grinned and laughed. "You can't even sing simple nursery rhymes, so forget about being a singer. As for athletes, if martial artists like us go to play baseball, it's no different from cheating. It doesn't mean anything at all." "No. Humph, what era is it now? A singer only needs to be handsome, and what kind of singing skills are needed? So I said, Kellen, you really should go to the city to have a look, and stay in this kind of place where there is nothing. You can't keep up with the times at all. Anyway, you are so strong, and your practice has not improved much. If you go to the city to find a job, you can still earn some money and enjoy life." Kellen let out a cheap laugh. "I don't want to work. From now on, I will exclusively participate in the world's martial arts conference. Now the prize money of the martial arts conference is getting higher and higher. Even if I only take the top 3, I will not be able to participate in the competition once every 3 years. You can eat and wear without worrying." Gui Xianren dug his ears and said impatiently, "I asked you 2 guys, can you eat in peace? It's so noisy. I can't even hear what the TV is saying." At this time, a fitness program was playing on the TV in front of the dinner table, and a beautiful woman with a protruding figure and a hot figure was explaining while doing difficult leg-raising movements. Although she has lived in Turtle House for several years, Lan Chi is still not used to watching this kind of program. She ate silently with a blushing face as if she hadn't seen it. Outside the window, when the sun was still shining brightly at noon, the sky suddenly became completely dark. Kellen was keenly aware of this, and asked strangely while licking his chopsticks, is there another storm coming? Yam Sha also looked out of the window, suddenly shouted in surprise, and rushed out. Gaixianren and others also ran out afterwards, asking what happened strangely. Yamacha stared blankly at the sky. It looks like Dragon Ball was summoned, right? Who is it? And in the distant eastern suburbs of Yahei City, a huge green dragon hovered in the sky, very conspicuous in such a dark sky. It's a pity that there is no one around, only a few figures standing beside the 7 Dragon Balls at the dragon's tail. Piccolo looked at Shenlong in the sky happily. Shenlong, make me young. Back to the moment when I was the most powerful. Ah, it's so easy. Shenlong's beard fluttered softly with the gaping mouth. I didn't see Shenlong making any movements, but I saw Piccolo's body slowly swell up from a shriveled and old look, and gradually turned into a muscular body. The most obvious thing is that his face is wrinkled out of shape. His skin also slowly flattened and unfolded, and finally turned into a smooth appearance. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo felt the powerful power in his body, and said excitedly, yes. That's how it feels. This is what I, Piccolo, should look like. I finally regained my youth. Dambalin raised his hands high and cheered in celebration. Great! Lord Demon King has finally become the strongest in the world again. No enemy can stop us from conquering the world. As he said that, Danbalin gave the 3 of Bylov a glance. Why? Aren't you happy for Lord Demon King? Happy? Happy? Ah! Ha! 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 Bylov laughed a few times with his mouth puckered. Your wish has been fulfilled, then, goodbye. Shenlong opened the corner of his mouth, showing a smile-like expression. A flash of magic spewed out from the right palm, and hit Shenlong's body before he could react. There was a boom explosion, and as the smoke dissipated, countless pieces of stumped limbs fell to the ground. Shenlong is dead. Hey hey hey! How could I let you go so easily? Your existence is a big threat to me. Piccolo smiled evilly. The 3 of Bylov knelt on the ground in horror. The great devil Piccolo even killed the dragon that helped him realize his wish. Will the 3 of them be kept in the next step? Seeing the big devil Piccolo approaching step by step, Bylov stuttered and asked with luck, Bye, Master Piccolo, will you, give us half of the world? Oh? When did I promise to give you half of the world? The big devil Piccolo casually conjured a white cloak on his body, and walked towards the 3 of them gracefully. Since the dragon is dead, I won't need it anymore. I'm looking for the Dragon Ball. Then the value of the 3 of you seems to have completely disappeared. Why don't we talk about that little monkey just now? You seem to know him. Having found a chance to live in despair, Bylov nodded hurriedly and said, Yes, we know him. Give me a little time, and I can find out where he lives. Then the moment of your death should be postponed until after you help me find the little monkey. Big Devil Piccolo said, appreciating with satisfaction the 3 of them who had become even more desperate because of his words. Gaixian looked at the sky solemnly. I always feel a sense of depression, as if something troublesome has happened. Kellen nodded in agreement. Indeed. It seems that a powerful thing appeared just now. Could it be that someone made a wish to Shenlong and became a master? Forget it, I can't figure out what happened anyway. Maybe Wukong resurrected some of his friends. Let's live as we want. Yamacha turned his arms a few times, put on a posture and started my own practice. Gaixianren and Kellen couldn't act as if nothing had happened so freely, but they really couldn't do anything now, so they could only go about their own things with preoccupied faces. End of this chapter. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. Wukong, who was kicked out by Bobo, twirled his tail around the trunk of the coconut tree, and was about to use his strength to charge up again, but was caught and dragged back by the quick-sighted Tianjin Fan. Not to mention that the god is stronger than the 2 of us, just because of his status as the god of the earth, he shouldn't be the object that the 2 of us can offend. Therefore, Tianjin Fan remained in awe of the temple from the beginning to the end. Tianjin Fan, why are you holding me back? Wukong complained. Look carefully, this person is not Piccolo. Tianjin explained. Ah, when you put it that way, he doesn't seem to be as evil as Piccolo. Wukong immediately noticed the difference between God and Piccolo. If Piccolo is full of evil, with a hysterical face, then the person in front of him has a bright and pure face, with a righteous face. Wukong was about to apologize to Shinto when he saw the sky completely darkened. Ah! It's the dragon that appeared. Damn it, Piccolo still used up Grandpa's 4 planets. Wukong only cared about his own 4 planets, and it would take another year to find Grandpa's 4 planets. Up! The pressure on Tianjin Fan also doubled. Damn Piccolo! It seemed that he was about to regain his peak strength. I already know the reason for your coming. God tightened the scepter in his hand, and continued with a look of embarrassment, but I can't help you go down and kill Piccolo. Why? Isn't God supposed to protect the world? Wukong asked innocently. Looking worriedly at the sad expression on God's face, Bobo offered to ask, why don't you just let me explain why? Is that okay? God nodded with difficulty. Actually, Piccolo and God are originally one. What? Piccolo is a god? Gaku exclaimed again. Tianjin Fan couldn't pretend that he didn't know, so he had to calmly pretend that what he heard was just a trivial matter. More than 300 years ago, when the god became the god of the earth, he expelled the evil thoughts in his heart. Unexpectedly, this evil thought turned into the big devil Piccolo. Looking at the big devil Piccolo on the ground, he can do whatever he wants, but the gods can't destroy him. Because the gods and Piccolo are one, if Piccolo is eliminated, the gods will also die. Popo explained. That's why I can't agree to your request to come here. The god lowered his head dejectedly. Then can you teach us the magic sealing wave? Tianjin Fan asked suddenly. I know that my ancestor used this trick to seal the big devil Piccolo 300 years ago. If we seal him again, won't the crisis in the world be resolved? Tianjin Fan thinks this should be the easiest way at present. When Mao Xianren said that Wu Taidu had gone to Kalin Tower before, he felt that Wu Taidu's ancestor should have gone to the temple to find a solution. Although it is not known whether God taught him Mo Fengbo, or he researched Mo Fengbo alone in the temple. But there is one thing he can be sure of, God knows how to seal waves, and it is a version that does not need to sacrifice his own life. 3 years later in the original book, facing the son of Piccolo, the second generation of Piccolo, the god possessed by ordinary earthlings used the magic seal wave to try to seal Piccolo. And according to God's character, if using the magic seal wave would cause the death of ordinary people, he would definitely not use this move. But if you use this trick, you will definitely die. Shen said calmly. In this way, are you still willing to learn Mo Fengbo? There was no fluctuation in Shen Qing's clear eyes, but it seemed that he was sure that Tianjin Fan would not use Mo Fengbo, and he did not expect them to give a positive answer. All moves can be improved. Haven't you improved the Mo Fengbo move in the past 300 years, so that people will not die after using it? Tianjin Fan asked. He clearly remembered the god and the earth who used Mo Fengbo in the original book. No one died. Ever since Piccolo was sealed by Wu Taidu, I thought he could no longer harm the world, so although I learned this move from their battles, I didn't improve it. Now it's me, use this move can only lead to death. However, gods cannot commit suicide. So I can't risk my life to use this move. God patiently explained. Are you going to die? Then I don't want to learn any more. If I die, I won't be able to fight with stronger people. Wukong replied innocently. But Tianjin Fan has no words. Although he wanted to prevent Piccolo from destroying the world, and wanted to avenge Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan didn't want to give up his life because of this, otherwise he would have used the air cannon directly before. It's not that he is greedy for life and afraid of death. In his previous life, he experienced the joys, sorrows, and joys of life, and he already felt that he had lived enough. And in this life, being able to experience the powerful power has already made him very satisfied. So if he was allowed to die, he would not be unwilling. However, there is still a lot of unwillingness in his heart. It is a rare opportunity to live in the world of Dragon Ball. He has not seen the powerful enemies, the Super Saiyan, the evil Universe Emperor, and how could he be willing to die when he saw the aloof Kai Wangshan and God of Destruction? What's more, in order not to meet unfamiliar strangers? However, having received a good education since he was a child, he kept in mind the teachings of his parents and did what he felt was right. Coupled with the acceptance of part of the memory of the original Tianjin fan, the thinking will inevitably be affected. For helping the weak and resisting evil enemies, I subconsciously feel that I should give up my life. That's why it feels so confusing. Undoubtedly, in his opinion at this time, eliminating the great demon King Piccolo was the right thing for him to do. However, sacrificing himself was not the result he hoped for. Then, the only way is to use the spiritual time room to practice. But how do I lead the topic to this? If you directly bring it up, it would be too suspicious. Unexpectedly, Wukong perfectly solved this problem for him. Then can you teach us martial arts? Wukong tilted his head and asked, since you are a god, you should let us practice better than Piccolo, right? This is fine. Not to mention me, even my servant Mr. Bobo can teach you, so that you have the power to destroy Piccolo. God said with a smile. Bobo won't teach you. Mr. Bobo stared at the two with blank eyes. Bobo is a servant of God, and will not do anything that endangers God. I won't kill Piccolo, as long as we stop him from doing evil, isn't it enough? Wukong completely ignored the difficulty of not killing him, just wanted to persuade Bobo to teach himself to make himself stronger, and he was inexplicable. There is a kind of self-confidence in him, that he can suppress Piccolo and make him powerless to harm the world. Ha ha ha, what a confident boy! Hearing this unexpected answer, God laughed heartily. Mr. Bobo, what are you worried about? I believe this boy can definitely do what he said. But time is running out. If you wait until you are stronger than Piccolo, there may not be any living creatures on the ground. Come with me. There is a place in the temple. 1 day of practice is worth a year, although you can only practice in it for 2 days at most, but I believe you can surpass Piccolo within these 2 days. Come with me. Tianjin Fan glanced at Wukong unexpectedly. Xin Dao was indeed the treatment of the protagonist. With great luck, he got the opportunity to use the spiritual time room without thinking. But it also saves me a lot of trouble, otherwise I don't know how many lies I would have to make up if I wanted to use the spiritual time room. Let's not mention Tianjin Fan and Wukong's cultivation in the spiritual time room. At this time, Turtle Island is facing the second crisis in history. The first time was 3 years ago when General Blue sent soldiers from the Red Silk Army to Turtle House to snatch the Dragon Balls. At that time, it was easily resolved by Gui Xianren raising his hands and feet. But this time, it was Piccolo who was facing the devil. A few minutes ago, Piccolo's airship landed on Turtle Island. Oh? It seems that the little monkey is not here. Piccolo said in a relaxed and melodious voice. Are you talking about Wukong? Who are you? Kellen put his left hand on his hip, and clasped the top of his bald head with his right hand. Kellen, don't go there, this is Piccolo. Gui Xianren said with a look of fear. Ah? Who is that? Kellen still asked indifferently. That is the great demon king who once ruled the world and plunged the whole world into terror. Hey? What is such a remarkable person doing here? You should be the disciples of that person named Wu Taidu. Big Demon Piccolo asked. When he met the little monkey before, he found that the martial arts moves of the little monkey were very similar to that of the martial arts master. Because of this, as soon as he regained his youthful strength, he found it through Bailov and others, determined to destroy the entire school of that person, in case there would be another martial artist who used Mofengbo. Who is Taidu Wu? Yamcha asked with his hands clasped. The person in front of him gave him a great sense of depression. This evil feeling has been sealed for 300 years, and you still haven't woken up, Piccolo. Guizionran said solemnly. Hey! Piccolo looked at the old man in front of him, and asked strangely, could it be that you were the martial master back then? But you may not be too weak now, right? I am Taitowu's apprentice. If you don't want to be sealed in the magic pot again, don't harm the world anymore. Knowing that the strength of himself and others is not enough to resist the big devil Piccolo, Gaixian can only try to use magic Feng Bo scares the opponent away. Ha 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 ha. Piccolo laughed mockingly, do you think Mo Fengbo can seal me, Piccolo again? During these 300 years of loneliness, I have already worked out a way not to be sealed. But just in case, let's slaughter you trash. What? After hearing this, Kellen and Yamsha finally realized that the guy in front of them was an enemy. Oh? Why, do you still have the courage to fight with me? It's a pity. Now I don't look down on you trash. Let my subordinate Dan Balin come and play with you. The devil confidently jumped back into the airship beside him. Dan Balin stayed where he was, stretched out his right hand and licked it, and said with a smile, it's been a long time since I tasted the blood of a martial artist. I don't know how it tastes. Snort, actually underestimated us. Kellen and Yamsha looked at each other. Knowing that the opponent is difficult to deal with, he decided to fight together. Turtle Wave Kigong. Fuck the gas bomb. Boom. Kling with a combat power of more than 140 and Yamsha with a combat power of nearly 130, against Dan Balin with a combat power of 173, there is not much chance of winning. It can even be said that he has tried his best to barely save his life. You must know that in the original book, Dan Balin killed Kling in a very short period of time, which can be said to be almost a one-hit kill. Fortunately, the two have practiced together for 3 years and are quite familiar with each other, so they can barely resist. Gaixianren stopped the blonde-haired Lan Chi from drawing his gun. He looked at Piccolo with sweat on his face. It's a pity that I didn't prepare the magic seal pot. Otherwise, there is still a chance at this time. It seems that the few of us are doomed today. P.S. In order to celebrate the addition of the cover finally. Thanks to the editor. Please recommend, please bookmark, please click. By the way, please ask for a book review. Otherwise, the book review area will be too deserted. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Spiritual Time House. Chapter 10 Spiritual Time House. Tianjin Fan and Wukong followed the god into the temple. Walking along the winding corridor, it didn't take long to reach the destination, the door of the Spiritual Time House. It seems that this place can really be adjusted through the magic circle. In the original book, Bu walked here for a long time before reaching the door of the Spiritual Time Room. You have to be mentally prepared. After entering this room, the gravity will increase several times. There are prepared food and water inside, which is enough for you to practice for a year. Mr. Bobo introduced by standing at the door with his hands behind his back. As soon as Tianjin Fan and Wukong entered, they saw a vast and boundless space, completely white, and could not tell the difference between the sky and the earth. This world is like this spire building where only the two of you come out. Gaku let out an exclamation. Tianjin Fan had expected it a long time ago. This is really an independent space, no wonder it can maintain a different time flow from the outside world. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ah! What's going on? The body has become so heavy. Wukong walked out holding the back of his head, but almost fell to the ground as soon as he got out. Tianjin Fan puffed up the qi in his body, and then walked out of the hut. Sure enough, in an instant, his body felt a huge oppressive force, and every step seemed to require all the strength of his whole body, which reminded him of the weight-bearing effect created by dumplings with superpowers. Thinking of dumplings, his expression suddenly changed. The sun became gloomy. The gravity here is at least 4 times that of the earth, just right. Practicing in this environment, maybe within a year, he can surpass Piccolo's strength when he was young. You are going to accept my training next. I don't know if you can surpass yourself. Mr. Bobo followed and walked in. Hey, isn't the spiritual time room only for 2 people to enter at the same time? How can Mr. Bobo still come in? Tianjin Fan couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. Didn't the original book always say that only 2 people can enter? But thinking about it, Majin Bu, Sun Wuxian, and Trunks also fought in the spiritual time room, so it may not be absolute for 2 or 3. The first thing I want to teach you is to learn to be unintentional. Only in this state can you feel the flow of qi. Mr. Bobo said calmly. I can already feel the flow of qi. Tianjin Fan asked. You just rely on your powerful talent to master the perception of qi. But can you master this ability perfectly? Mr. Bobo said with his head tilted. Then suddenly appeared behind Tianjin Fan. Only in the state of Wuxin can you feel the flow of qi all the time. In battle, it is inevitable that there will be emotional fluctuations. Just like when you were defeated by Piccolo, if you could maintain the state of Wuxin, then it is absolutely impossible for Piccolo to deceive your perception and snatch your fairy beans. To achieve Wuxin, do you want to achieve the posture is as calm as the sky, and the action is as fast as the thunder and lightning. Tianjin Fan remembered the sentence he saw in the comics before. I don't know if there is such a saying in the Dragon Ball world, or it was just made up by the translator at the time. Hey, it's quite an interesting statement. Mr. Bobo showed a little interest for the first time, and touched his chin with his hands, but it has something to do with Wuxin. Generally speaking, it is a kind of training yourself, letting yourself a state of mind that does not produce strong emotional fluctuations in response to changes in the outside world. Then, you should learn to sit quietly first. When you reach the state of samadhi, you will basically have mastered Wuxin. Just use this time to get used to the gravity here. Mr. Bobo finally decided. Wukong didn't think much, just sat on the ground, crossed his legs, clasped his hands together, and tried to let go of his mind, trying to enter the so-called trance state. But growing up in the mountains since he was a child, Wukong, who is naturally lively and active, feels uncomfortable all over after sitting down for a few seconds, and always wants to scratch the back of his head or scratch his neck. However, it is much simpler for Tianjin Rice. After all, there was a meditation training method in Kailan before. So there is no uncomfortable feeling at all after sitting down. It's just that there are rivers of thoughts in my heart. One moment is annoyance about failure, another moment is anger at the killing of Jiaozi, and another moment is worry about the future. In short, I just can't clear my mind. Mr. Bobo, I think the 2 of them must become the most powerful existence on earth, far surpassing me. Mr. Bobo remembered what God had said to him earlier. Although I still have doubts in my heart about whether the 2 teenagers in front of me can grow up to suppress Piccolo, but thinking about God's accurate premonition all the time, it is inevitable to have a little expectation for them. In this way, half a year passed quickly during the arduous practice. Wukong has made rapid progress, and he is worthy of being the authentic protagonist of the Dragon Ball world. In just 1 month of effort, he has completely mastered the Wuxin state, and his whole person has become very different. If the previous Wukong still had a hint of naughtiness and restlessness, then the current Wukong really has a hint of self-confidence and calmness in the original book. This can be seen from his battle with Tianjin Fan. If the previous Tianjin Rice can be regarded as slightly better. At this time, Tianjin Fan can only cope with it with all his strength, and only has the power to parry. The fundamental reason is that Tianjin Fans still haven't mastered the Wuxin realm. Therefore, it is often impossible to capture Wukong's movement trajectory and moves when fighting. On the one hand, Tianjin Fan was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Although this life incorporates part of the memories and instincts of the original Tianjin Fan, compared with Wukong, who has been practicing for more than 10 years since he was a child, he is still inferior in understanding. On the other hand, after all 2 lives as human beings, it is inevitable that Tianjin Fan has more thoughts than Wukong. Coupled with the fact that Jiaozi's death has always caused him to worry about it, Tianjin Fan is completely confused about the unintentional state that requires meditation to comprehend. On the contrary, Wukong's mind is simple, and he doesn't have any hatred in his heart at this time, so he can quickly grasp the principle of Wuxin. It's a pity that Tianjin Fan is a member of the Sanmu tribe in this life. If he crosses over to become a scion, even if he doesn't have mental achievements like Vegeta, relying on anger can greatly improve his strength. Tianjin Fan also felt that his Sanmu blood was not so useless. It must be that I haven't found the right way to improve. It's like 4 Demon Fist. With the improvement of strength, a special energy in Tianjin Fan's body gradually increased. Until recently, he actually comprehended the secret of the 4-body fist naturally, and successfully performed the 4-body fist, turning himself into 4 clones. Now think about Goku and Mr. Popo's surprise when they see 4 of themselves. However, this was of no use. Although the 4-body boxing can divide oneself into 4 parts, it can become 4 clones. But the strength is also divided into 4 because of this, and such 4 selves are actually useless at all. Since you can't surpass others in terms of realm, then you can also try to simply break through yourself in terms of martial arts and strength. When your strength far surpasses others, even if the other party can perceive your actions, they cannot match your speed, can't compare to your strength, can't compare to your martial arts, and can only lose to you. Mr. Bobo said to Tianjin Fan after observing for a few days. Tianjin Fan only woke up after being reminded by Mr. Bobo. Since he can't master the Wuxin state, why not start from other aspects? There are 3,000 roads, and there is not only one road that can lead to the world of the strong. After thinking about it for a while, he realized that his 4-body punch might have other uses. If his idea is true, then his future strength, not to mention Piccolo or Sion, even Frieza, has the power to fight. As time went by, almost a year passed. Wukong and Tianjin Fan walked out of the spiritual time room together. You have finally come out. I have 2 sad news to tell you. God looked at the 2 with regret. Tianjin Fan and Wukong looked at him suspiciously. A long time ago, Wu Tian and his 2 disciples were killed by Piccolo. Sorry, I can't stop him. God looked at his hands in shame. Then just now, Tsurumi also he was killed by Piccolo. It seems that in order to eliminate all possible successors of Mo Fengbo, he took the initiative to kill all the disciples of Taitu Wu. At this time, he has already arrived at the capital. It seems that after eliminating all threats, he has decided to start conquering the world. Hearing this, Wukong was completely unable to maintain a state of innocence, and the fire of anger gushed out continuously. Bastard! I'm going to kill you, Piccolo. Calm down, Wukong. In your state, it's impossible to beat Piccolo. Mr. Bobo yelled. Don't be blinded by anger. God also comforted, although they were killed by Piccolo, as long as you can defeat Piccolo and suppress him, then you can make a wish to Shenlong and resurrect all those killed by Piccolo. Dead people. Hearing that teacher Wushan and the others could still be resurrected, Wukong calmed down a little. Thanks to the training in Wuxin, he could already control his emotions quickly. Sitting silently on the ground. Wukong planned to wait for himself to calm down completely before saying, Tianjin Fan, don't you still want to go in and practice for another day? Go, I will go to Piccolo when I am completely calm. I won't wait for you for too long. Tianjin Fan silently turned around and returned to the spiritual time room. Thinking that the crane immortal who he regarded as his father was also killed, although there was no reaction on the surface. But Tianjin Fan really felt that his anger was about to burn all his sanity. Experiencing the pain of losing a loved one again and again, Tianjin Fan felt deep hatred for his own powerlessness. Even Piccolo is dealing with such difficulties. What will the future scions do? What about Frieza? What about Majin Buu? Could it be that I can only watch my relatives die one by one without being able to make any changes to history? Now Master Jiaozi and Crane Immortal have both died once. If they are killed by other enemies who invaded the earth in the future, they will have no chance to be resurrected again. Ever since he came to the world of Dragon Ball, Tianjin Fan told himself not to rely on those seemingly magical things in the comics. For example, Xiandu can be resurrected with full blood, but it can also be robbed by the enemy. For example, Dragon Ball can realize any wish, but it also has its own limits and drawbacks. That's why Tianjin Fan, who never wanted to rely on the resurrection of Dragon Ball, kept telling Jiaozi not to sacrifice herself at will, but she didn't expect that Jiaozi would die to save herself in the end. Time is running out, I must succeed this time, just wait, the power of the four-body fist will definitely exceed my imagination. I had something to do at home today, so I started coding this chapter very late. So I didn't have time to revise it again and again. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Departure. Chapter 11 Departure. Ace.753 April 4th. At night, many people just finished a busy day and returned home with exhausted bodies. The family opened the door and greeted the return of the master and hostess with joyful laughter. Every household is eating time at this point. The family reunited at the dining table, enjoying a delicious dinner happily, and watching the favorite TV programs of each household. By the way, some families like sports games and are watching the world's baseball game that is popular all over the world. Some families like TV dramas and are watching TV broadcasts on various satellite TV stations. However, no matter which channel you watch, on this night, the pictures on the TV are all connected to the same signal, and the same picture appears. A flustered host on TV stuttered in the direction of the camera and spoke words they couldn't understand. Suddenly, a green-skinned person walked into the screen, waved his hand, and a wave of light flashed by. Only the lower body of the host stood there alone. The blood splashed and landed on the camera, causing a disgusting red patch to appear on the TV. There were bursts of terrified and desperate screams from the TV, which were the voices of other staff in the studio. Hee, can this little thing let people all over the world see me? The green-skinned man smiled and tapped the camera with his hand, and the evil face appeared on the TV, which made every audience watching the TV couldn't help it trembling, inexplicable fear. Then people on Earth, let me tell you a piece of good news. From now on, I will be your new King Piccolo. As for why I became the new king, ha ha ha, let me show you some good things. The young and powerful right hand of the big devil Piccolo charged slightly, and a faint light enveloped his arm. With a light wave towards the background wall behind him disappeared, along with the entire street behind the background wall. At least 10 streets, like the oil paint on the mural being soaked by water, completely blurred and disappeared, leaving only collapsed buildings and corpses all over the ground. Just like this, my power can easily destroy this world. So I am the most qualified to be the king. Next, let me talk about my first plan after becoming a king. Piccolo raised a finger and said with great interest, I hate all light and justice, in order to let the people of the world everyone enjoys darkness and evil. Therefore, I decided to announce a decree. From now on, killing, looting, and destroying will no longer be regarded as crimes, and this will be the right of every people. Of course, I know that you may not be able to adapt to the freedom brought by this decree at once. So, I decided to play a game with you. How many regions are there in this world? The big devil Piccolo nodded his nose with his hands pretendingly. After thinking about it, oh. By the way, there are 42 regions in total. Then, from now on this day every year, I will draw a lottery. The regions that are drawn will have the honor to welcome the arrival of my big devil, Piccolo. I will use my explosive magic flash cannon to completely destroy it. Ha 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 ha. Then let's start the first draw of this game. Western capital. Ha 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 ha, I just love to see the faces of human fear. If you want to stop me, then some old thing. Come out of the rabbit hole where you are hiding. Come to me. Beat me. Or be killed by me, die. Ah ha 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 ha. Standing on the edge of the temple and continuing to pay attention to Piccolo, the god calmly closed his eyes. The pain that flashed across his face from time to time showed that his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. More than 300 years. It's been over 300 years since you cast off all evil in yourself. If he had known that this would be the result, would he have cut off his evil thoughts in order to become a god? This question washed over my heart over and over again. No matter how many times I asked myself, God knows the answer in my heart: yes. I can't tolerate the inferiority of human beings hidden in my noble body. Even if he doesn't want to become a god, he will definitely abandon his other half. Piccolo is like his own child. For so many years, he wanted to avenge himself. I love the earth and love human beings. He took it as his duty to destroy the earth and destroy mankind. He knew that he couldn't kill him, so he became more and more reckless. Fortunately, there is this child in front of me. This child has such a pure heart that he can't help being slightly jealous, and what's even better, he also has a talent for martial arts that even he seems to be inferior to. In just 1 year, he not only surpassed himself, but even caught up with himself. Wukong, now you are much stronger than Piccolo. You don't need to wait for Tianjin Fan to come out. Your current strength is enough to suppress Piccolo. The human beings below are still in a dangerous situation. Every minute and every second represents the death of hundreds of thousands of human beings. God couldn't help but speak. In fact, he has always disagreed that Wukong should wait until Tianjin Fan is out of customs to deal with Piccolo together. In his opinion, it is obvious that Wukong is enough at this time, but Tianjin Fan is still far behind. Not only the state of mind cannot be improved, but also the strength is slow. Wukong thought for a while in silence and said, God, please bear with my willfulness. Anyway, it can be recovered with Dragon Balls, right? I have been with Tianjin Fan for a year, and I know his inner depression, his friend's death, yes. He caused a lot of pain. And I also believe that he can become stronger. So, please let me wait for him to go with him. If he can't solve Piccolo with his own hands, he will regret it for the rest of his life. I hope that such a strong man will stop here. Wukong, who has practiced for a year and possessed the state of Wuxin, seems to have grown from a child to an adult all of a sudden. Already have their own persistence. Although God, as an elder, could force Wukong, he still chose to remain silent. In the spiritual time room, 4 Tianjin fans sat facing each other in a circle, with 3 eyes closed tightly, feeling something together. It seems that this trick is not as simple as it is said in the comics. 8 Tianjin fans said. Yet, only by using this trick personally can you know how powerful this trick is. Tianjin fan in the original comics didn't develop this trick at all. It's not just the benefit of having a few more eyes when fighting. Fortunately, I'm not a native of the Dragon Ball world. Although I don't have the comprehension that I cultivated since I was a child, correspondingly, I'm not bound by the fixed thinking of this world. It's justified to be able to discover this phenomenon by analogy. With this ability, Piccolo and the future Vegeta are basically not a threat. But I still have to prepare for Frieza. Yet, in the original comics, Frieza's combat power is as high as 2,000 million. Even if we have this ability, we still can't deal with him. Unfortunately, the spiritual time room can only be used for 2 days, otherwise. I didn't expect that there is such a magical ability in this world. Divided into 4 bodies, not really divided, but should become, each body has its own independent thinking ability, although there are slight differences. But the thoughts of the 4 bodies are completely interlinked, and they are still the same person in essence. The internal composition of the 4 bodies is exactly the same. It can even be said that each cell is perfectly copied into 4 parts. The thinking ability of each avatar is exactly the same as the main body. The 4 avatars are like a single core processor turned into a quad-core processor, and the efficiency of thinking is quadrupled in an instant. This allows me to comprehend martial arts faster, several times faster than ordinary people. Then, the power also seems to The 4 Tianjin fans expressed their opinions one by one, as if 4 different people were having a discussion. The year in the spirit time room has passed once again. Tianjin fan stood quietly in the endless white world. Turtle wave Qigong. A Qigong wave with a diameter of several meters flew into the sky, and the air mass at the front end where the power was concentrated reached a size of 10 meters. There was no loud explosion sound from the boundless spiritual time room, because the Qigong waves flying into the sky disappeared into the distance without any hindrance. Tianjin fan smiled calmly, and said to himself, "It's time to go out." Tianjin fan, you finally came out. Wukong finally waited for Tianjin fan to appear. Ha ha ha, if you don't come out again, you won't be able to come out for decades. Tianjin fan rubbed his head and laughed. Completely ignoring the strange eyes of Shen and Mr. Bobo. This practice seems to have made you completely different. After a long while of spiritual induction, he sighed and said, "Yeah, I finally started to understand what kind of race the Sanmyo people are." Tianjin fan replied with a look of emotion. "Let's go then. God said that Piccolo will soon reach the western capital. Bulma's house is over there, and I don't want her to be killed too." Wukong was already impatient by now, and was about to head out of the hall with Tianjin rice. "Fly away. Let's go. I also want to meet this 1 in a million genius girl." Tianjin fan said with a smile, "Then let's go. God, don't worry, I will take good care of Piccolo, no let him be killed by Wukong by mistake." It's different, it is completely different from the preoccupied Tianjin fan. Now such a calm and natural appearance should not appear in such a crisis moment at all. What's more, even I can't feel his aura. It seems that this young man has really achieved a great breakthrough. God stared at the back of Tianjin fan, and muttered in his heart. Tianjin fan followed Wukong and flew in the direction of Zidu. In front is Teacher Wushan's island. Damn, I didn't expect Teacher Wushan and Kellen to be killed by Piccolo. It's all because I didn't exercise enough before. When passing a small island from high in the sky, Wukong finally expressed his anger at the murder of Gaixianren and others again. Hey? It seems that there are still people on the island. Tianjin fan's 3 eyes saw a moving figure on the island. After finishing speaking, Tianjin fan took the lead in falling down. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Fight against Piccolo again. Chapter 12 Fight against Piccolo again. Wukong. Get rid of this guy. He actually killed my parents. And Gaixianren and the others. Bulma angrily followed Piccolo and ran out. When passing by Piccolo, he was slapped by Piccolo and flew backwards, and was caught by Dan Balin, who just walked out the door. Only then did Wukong and Tianjin fan see Yam Sha, who lost both arms. Yam Sha was carried by someone with one hand, and the feet off the ground were also twisted strangely, apparently forcibly twisted off. Seeing the tragic situation of this companion he had met at the beginning, Wukong exploded with anger, and punched Piccolo with a ferocious punch. This punch used all his strength, roaring like an angry giant ape, tearing the air to pieces. Cracked in all directions like torn rags. At this moment, there is no need to care about Wuxin. Wukong just wants to thrust his fist into Piccolo's chest brutally. The earth-shattering punch didn't touch Piccolo at all. A long green arm pierced obliquely from bottom to top, and the clenched fist was like a steel hammer, smashing Wukong into the air with one blow. Immediately afterwards, a ray of light from the left hand flashed, and the power of the magic flash far surpassed that of the past, erupting in a fan shape, directly submerging Wukong in midair. Hey! Only then did Piccolo have a chance to make a sound. I was going to find you, but you came out by yourself. I haven't seen you for 2 days, do you think you can deal with me, the big devil Piccolo? Wukong, whose clothes were all torn, fell beside Dan Balin with a slap. Dan Balin saw Wukong's figure and wanted to jump back in horror. But he only saw the afterimage of Wukong's kick, and then his eyes were completely plunged into darkness. Wukong kicked Dan Balin's head and caught Bulma and Yam Sha. He jumped to avoid the elbow of Piccolo, and jumped to the side of Tianjin Fan and Lan Qi. You feed them fairy beans first, and I'll deal with Piccolo. Wukong regained his composure, although Piccolo dodged and counterattacked on impulse just now. But after calming down, he still entered the Wuxin state by relying on a year of practice in the spiritual time room. Bastard! You actually killed another child of mine! Piccolo also became angry. The two immediately fought together. With Lan Qi on his back, Tianjin Fan grabbed Bulma with one hand and Yam Sha with the other, avoiding the scope of the battle far away. Only then did Yamcha feed a fairy bean. As for Bulma, he didn't suffer any damage just now, so there is no need to take Xiandu. Yam Sha, how are you? When Bulma saw Yam Sha's broken arms, tears of pain flowed from his eyes again. Oh my god, Yamcha, why did you get hurt like this? The blue-haired Lan Qi wore a Tianjin Fan coat, took a look at Yamcha's miserable condition, and then looked away. Although the fairy bean can restore the injury, it does not have much effect on the broken limb. Although Yam Sha's wounds on both arms healed and covered the protruding broken bones, the lost forearm and palm did not recover. Hearing Bulma's question at this time, Yam Sha fell into silence, and didn't even dare to look at Bulma. Biting his lip hard to prevent it from making a sound, the violently fluctuating eyes also showed his inner unrest. What are you doing? I understand you. You don't have to feel guilty. Say something to me. Bulma repeatedly tried to comfort her. But she didn't get any response. Can Wukong defeat Piccolo? Yam Sha asked hoarsely. Pico's combat power is only 260 when he regains his youth, and Wukong should have a combat power of more than 300 now. It shouldn't be a problem to defeat Piccolo. Tianjin Fan also sensed that something was wrong with Yam Sha, and turned his eyes to look at Wukong in the battle, and Piccolo spoke his own judgment. I feel strange in my heart. Yam Sha's character seems to be different from the manga I read. Isn't it very optimistic? Is it because I lost my arms that I feel hopeless in life? Hey, it seems that just resurrection is not enough. Shenlong has to recover the injuries of people disabled by Piccolo. That's good. That's good. At least my efforts are not in vain. Laughing at himself, I can only serve as a delay. Feeling Yam Sha avoiding her, Bulma choked up sadly. A girl immersed in love only ignores her boyfriend, and even ignores the death of her parents. After all, the dragon can be resurrected, right? But Yam Sha is different. Even when he quarreled with him the most, he never ignored him like this. You idiot! It's just that you don't have hands. At worst, I'll make you a pair of mechanical hands, or just make a wish to the dragon. Wouldn't it be enough? Bulma blushed and shouted at Yam Sha. Yamcha, who had been silent for a long time, was said to be the center of things, and then she responded to her, robot? Hat, what is the use of a robot to a martial artist? Can it be exercised and improved like your own body? Cough cough, no, you are totally wrong, the manipulator's robotic arm really has the ability to destroy the world. Tianjin Fan muttered something in his heart. As for the Dragon Ball? Do you know? Krillin also said that Wukong will definitely use the Dragon Ball to revive him. But when Piccolo asked us about the news about Mo Fengbo, he said that Shenlong had been killed by him. So there will be no more Dragon Balls. There will be no more dragons. Teacher Wushan is dead, and Kellen is dead too. Only me, a piece of trash, is still alive. But what is the use of me being alive? Yam Sha had a broken expression on his face, said in despair. Actually, the Dragon Balls are made by the gods, so as long as the gods are willing, they can repair the Dragon Balls and revive the dragons. Tianjin Fan patted Yamcha on the back and said encouragingly, so you don't have to do this desperate. After Wukong kills Piccolo, let's ask the gods to resurrect Dragon Ball. What? Are you really spiritual? Yam Sha's painful expression froze on his face, which seemed a little funny. I don't need to lie to you. It's useless to lie about this kind of thing. You will know when the time comes. Tianjin Fan didn't bother to explain. How is it possible? In just 2 days, how could your combat power have improved so much? Big Demon King Piccolo exclaimed. The battle between the two exceeded the limits of ordinary people. In the eyes of Bulma and Lan Chi, there was no human figure at all, only the crackling sound of fists and feet colliding in their ears. Damn it, is the gap already so big? I can't even capture their movements. Yamcha recovered a little vitality, and then paid attention to the battle in the starting field. But even he couldn't see clearly at all, he could only vaguely see 2 wind-like objects, one yellow and one green, moving on the collapsed street. At this stage, it's almost impossible to catch their actions with your eyes. You should try to sense their breath. Tianjin Fan gave a kind reminder, although he knew that it was impossible for Yamcha to comprehend and vent his anger in such a short while. However, if he had the opportunity to witness this kind of high-end combat, it would still improve his understanding of Qi. Tianjin fans have always appreciated Yamcha as an ordinary person on Earth. He was able to constantly surpass himself, but it was a pity that the enemies in the Dragon Ball world had reached a level beyond the reach of ordinary people, so Yamcha lost confidence and gave up the practice of martial arts. But at least in the period of artificial humans, Yamcha is still a qualified Earth warrior. Although every time he is cannon fodder at the beginning, leaving a back figure curled up on the ground, he can sacrifice his life every time to participate in the battle. That's commendable enough. So Tianjin Fan still hopes that he can cheer up. Humph! I have gone through a year of hard training. You are no longer my opponent. Wukong proudly announced the defeat of his opponent. He jumped on it again. Bastard! Do you think my skills stop here? Piccolo was startled and angry. This little monkey has learned to sense Qi for some reason, and no matter how he creates false appearances, he can't deceive him. He can only use the full range attacking can cause damage to it. While Piccolo was accumulating strength in his body, he resisted Wukong's attack. Be careful, that guy is going to use that trick again. Tianjin Fan was keenly aware of the opponent's intentions, and suffered a big loss last time. This time he will not be fooled again. After finishing speaking, he quickly pulled Lan Chi and Bulma back to hide, and saw that Yamcha was still in place, and quickly reminded, "Don't be careless, Yamcha, that guy is going to use a trick." After Yamcha ate the fairy beans, although he didn't restore his hands, his physical strength was still completely restored. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate, and quickly followed Tianjin Fan to hide further away. "How do you know Piccolo's thoughts?" Yamcha asked strangely. "As I said just now, you can know the opponent's movement only by feeling the energy. And my 3 eyes also have a certain advantage. Even though it is far away, I can also see that the guy's body has swelled a little. It must be accumulating strength. Prepare to make big moves." Tianjin Fan wrapped Lan Chi and Bulma with air, so as to avoid direct physical contact. It's just that this move is a test of key control ability. Even if he uses it, it will take a lot of energy, so he didn't use this ability when flying before. "That's bad. Goku won't be a problem?" Bulma asked worriedly. "Don't worry. That guy's body is very strong now. In addition, he needs to use Qi to protect himself. It shouldn't be a big problem," Tianjin Fan explained. Violent magic wave. Piccolo let out a snarl, and his whole body stretched out from the tight state of his limbs, and raised his hands high. A shock wave spread out in all directions centered on him. The tall buildings along the road were blown away, the hillside was flattened, and the clouds in the sky were also carried away by the strong air current. The young Piccolo clearly possessed far more strength than before. It didn't even feel like it took too much effort, and it completed the destructive power that needed to be exhausted before. Tianjin Fan stretched forward with one hand, supporting an invisible Qi barrier in front of him. Since the distance was more than 200 meters, the violent magic wave had already lost half of its power when it reached this point, so it was easily blocked. Bulma and Lan Chi looked at the terrifying scene like dozens of missiles exploding in the distance in surprise. They felt that they had never seen such a terrifying explosion in their life due to the terrifying power. I was even more worried. How could Wukong be safe and sound in the center of such an explosion? Don't worry. Although such an explosion is very powerful, but the power is completely dispersed, it is not enough to threaten Wukong. Tianjin Fan is full of confidence in Wukong. Recalling the training in the spiritual time room, Wukong learned the defensive usage of Qi after showing it a little bit. Even if he used all his strength to use the Kamiba Qigong at that time, he could not hurt him at all. Is it so powerful already? The gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. Yamcha said in disbelief. Looking at the field, there is indeed a figure standing stubbornly in place. Wukong crossed his arms to protect his head, and his arms shimmered, which was the state of Qi gathering on the body surface. Although the clothes on his body were basically destroyed by the violent magic wave, only half a pair of torn pants remained, so he didn't run naked. A small piece of land in the shape of an inverted awl behind him was also completely preserved, and everything else was sunken by 2 meters out of thin air. How is it possible? Big Devil Piccolo was extremely surprised. How could you survive this trick without any damage? Hey hey! Wukong smiled triumphantly. Tianjin Fang taught me amazing moves. And be serious, Piccolo, your moves are totally useless to me. Then you can also take my move. Wukong stretched his hands straight ahead. Turtle. Wave. Gas. Achievement. Turtle waves with a diameter of more than 1 meter spewed out. Even Wukong's own hair was blown wildly by the strong airflow. A spherical air mass with a diameter of 3 meters was formed at the front end of the highly concentrated Kamiba Qigong, accompanied by bright blue light, and flew straight towards the great demon king Piccolo floating in mid-air. Humph! Stupid! Then do you think that such a simple move will be of any use to me, Big Devil Piccolo? Big Devil Piccolo laughed contemptuously, leaving behind an afterimage. Flying technique is better than dancing air technique. The quicker moves quickly gave way to the attacking route of Ginnan Qigongbo. Hey! Wukong smiled slyly. The hands that maintained the Qigong wave output vigorously shook. The route of Gibbo Qigong wave changed instantly, and the 3-meter large Qigong group made a sharp 90-degree turn when passing Piccolo. Boom! Hit! Ha ha ha, you are the fool. Do you think I will use the same tricks like you? Wukong saw that Piccolo had caught the trick, and laughed. Haha, you are stupid. My turtle wave Qigong waves can turn corners. Tianjin Fan is right, you demons are all brains. Although you can skillfully perceive and conceal Qi, you don't even know that Qi can be controlled outside the body. The thick smoke dissipated, revealing the bloody body of the great demon king Piccolo. Piccolo, who took this trick hard, didn't know how to use it defensively. Despite his strong body, he was seriously injured by Kamiba Qigongbo, who faced Wukong with a combat power of more than 300. You guys are always like this. Do you think that you can destroy the great demon king with these little tricks? Piccolo retreated while floating. What? Want to run? Wukong stopped smiling and looked angrily at Piccolo in mid-air. Run? Humph! What do you think of my great demon king? Piccolo clenched his fists angrily and roared, Daram, come here! A big green fat man flew over from the airship hiding in the sky. The face is the same as that guy with wings. Is this also your subordinate? Wukong looked at Dalam strangely. The strength is not very good. Even if you fight together, you can't beat mine. Humph! You reptiles! Let me show you that the power of my demon race is endless. Piccolo pressed his hand on the top of Daram's head, and a faint light burst out. P.S. I wrote half of it yesterday, and I used my mobile phone to type the remaining half at work today. Let's finish today's update first. In the evening, the unit will have training and exams. I don't know when it will be. So tomorrow I will make up the chapter of the day before yesterday slightly. I wanted to apologize in the book review area, but I was banned. I am no one to be banned in my own book review area. And this is the second time. End of this chapter. Chapter 13 Rising Combat Power. Chapter 13 Rising Combat Power. Piccolo put his hand on Daram's head. There was a faint light, and then the light became stronger and stronger. Seeing this familiar scene, Tianjin Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. Hurry up and kill him. Wukong. Oh, does he have any powerful moves? I want to see. Don't worry. Wukong said expectantly. He just hugged the back of his head and waited patiently. Tianjin Fan felt helpless. It seems that the rapid increase in strength during this period made Wukong feel arrogant. Hey, but I'm a fighter who loves to fight, so it's not an exaggeration to have such a reaction. Well, anyway, it's only 260 fighting power, so it shouldn't be able to play any tricks. However, thinking of the virtue of the great demon King Piccolo in the original book, who would do whatever it takes to win, he couldn't rush forward to stop him. In the original book, he was able to capture the original Tianjin Rice and threaten Wukong, and in this way broke Wukong's hands and feet. Now it is possible to capture Bulma, Lan Kai and others to threaten Goku. But will you be threatened? Well, not allowing Tianjin Fan to think too much, a flash of light comparable to Sun Fist flashed in the distance. Daram completely disappeared. Only Piccolo, who had recovered from his injuries, remained in place. Sure enough, it's a fusion. Tianjin Fan was taken aback. As an evil avatar, you can actually use the fusion technique. Piccolo, who was born with keen hearing, heard Tianjin Fan's exclamation, and squinted his eyes and looked over. What? Little guy with 3 eyes, you actually know the origin of this king? Humph! Not only do I know that you are the evil avatar of the god, but I also know that you are no match for the main body, so you can only hide in the world. Tianjin Fan said mockingly. Fart! Piccolo shook his body angrily, his momentum soared, and the airflow swelled. Just by gathering energy, he produced a weakened violent magic wave effect. The remaining bricks and iron blocks on the nearby ground were instantly blown away. Depend on the most basic integrity of life, your aura has surpassed Wukong to 380. Why do the villains I meet can increase their strength infinitely like a protagonist? Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo blankly, never expecting that he also has this kind of means to enhance his strength, and the original book didn't mention this. God is a coward. I don't dare to fight against me, Piccolo. I am the real body. That guy is just a hypocritical false existence. Piccolo opened his eyes angrily and roared, I am the strongest. Doesn't that guy claim to be holy? Why didn't he dare to fight me? Humph! Didn't he want to become a god? Then I will use destruction and destruction to force him. But he is indeed a coward and dare not appear in front of me. Yes. The god lives in the temple, and outsiders can't sense his breath at all, and even Piccolo can't find the god. He wants to prove that he is the real body, and creates damage everywhere to attract the gods to come out. But he didn't know that God couldn't kill himself, so he couldn't go down to stop him. We can only train high-strength martial arts masters, hoping to indirectly use the power of martial arts masters to eliminate Piccolo. In fact, God is not afraid of death. Tianjin Fan knew it in his heart. But now Piccolo's strength has indeed completely exceeded Tianjin Fan's expectations. Tianjin Fan signaled Yamcha to quickly take Lan Chi and Bulma away from here. Then he also flew to Wukong. After the fusion, Piccolo reached 380 combat power, while Wukong's current combat power is only 320. It's really exciting. Wukong's excitement was beyond words. You can still become so powerful. Ha ha ha, do you know? Whenever I give birth to a child, my strength will be weakened for a period of time. Piccolo stretched out a finger. However, I can reabsorb the power of my differentiated child, and become stronger. Really? That's why you were able to compete with Wukong before, right? Because you gave birth to one less child, right? Tianjin Fan instantly realized why he felt that Piccolo was stronger than what was recorded in the original book, and he obviously had 320 combat power. Wukong couldn't easily destroy Piccolo just now. Because Piccolo did not differentiate into Symbolu, so the strength is not 260, but should be 320. The guy who was cut off by Yaki Bello in the original book and then roasted and eaten is Simbalu. But as expected, when the strength is equal, skill becomes the decisive factor in winning, as can be seen from Wukong's ability to suppress Piccolo just now. Fortunately, both Dambalin and Piero have been killed, otherwise, if Piccolo absorbed them both, wouldn't it be possible to reach 500 combat power? Haha! It's really thanks to your arrogance. If you were so powerful from the beginning, you wouldn't have fallen into this situation at all. Tianjin Fan said mockingly. Now it's up to him to deal with him. Wukong's combat power is 60 lower, which is enough to be killed by Piccolo. Piccolo's fingertips condensed light, and the devil ray shot directly at Tenzin and Goku. Stop talking nonsense, you all go to hell with me. I just planned to ask Wukong to go to Piccolo's airship, so as not to have other Piccolo's subordinates. Now Tianjin Fan doesn't dare to estimate it completely according to the content of the original book. As a result, Goku's excited words were heard. Tianjin Fan, leave this guy to me. We haven't finished fighting yet. Wukong dodged the attack reluctantly. Speechlessly glanced at Wukong's excited expression, Tianjin Fan was unable to complain. Please, now people can instantly kill you at any time. Okay, you can only give experience when you go up alone. Don't look at Renbike's upgrade speed, it's faster than the genuine protagonist, Wukong, and the pirated Tianjin Rice. This has exceeded the original 50.00% strength. If you keep feeding it, if it really grows to the level of combat power, our book will be completely over, you bastard. It's up to you. Covering his face weakly, Tianjin Fan dodged the two magic flashing waves and jumped far away, blocking between Piccolo, Lan Chi, and the others. Tianjin Fan, is it okay for Wukong to deal with him alone? Lan Chi looked at Tianjin Fan, who was closer to the battlefield, and shouted loudly. After all, she was more familiar with Tianjin Rice than Bulma and Yam Sha, so she asked the three of them about their concerns. Maybe I can only last 1 or 2 tricks. I think Piccolo looks like he wants to play for a while. It's good to teach him a lesson. I won't be so conceited in the future. Tianjin Fan spread his hands and said. Then why don't you help? See if you're still a man. Bulma said strange things to Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan didn't care about her impoliteness. Knowing that she didn't understand the idea of martial arts school, she was just worried about Wukong and wanted to push him to help, but he still explained, this is Wukong's own decision. The martial arts school is like this, a guy who likes to challenge the strong alone. If you don't understand the determination of a martial artist, your relationship with Yam Sha won't last long. Bulma was dumbfounded for a moment. Indeed, many quarrels with Yam Sha were caused by his disapproval of his cultivation. Tianjin Fan looked at the two in the battle, ready to respond at any time, in case Wukong was really killed. I have to say that Scions are really a magical race. After going through the previous battle, Wukong seems to have been promoted again. Although Piccolo also has the mentality of a game, it is Wukong who can continue to play back and forth for a long time. Okay, I have adapted to my strongest state. You are so competent as a training partner, so I am a little reluctant to kill you. However, there seems to be a guy who is stronger than you, so you should die. Piccolo clenched his fists in satisfaction, surging power surged through his body endlessly. It hasn't been this strong for a long time. Stretch out your hands, magic flash wave times 10. In an instant, 10 powerful magic flash waves shot out from the open palm. Wukong, who tried his best to dodge, was unable to dodge completely in the face of the overwhelming magic flash waves, and 4 magic flash waves hit his body. Even though he used all his chi to do his best to cover his whole body. However, the Qigong defense was still smashed by the continuous bombardment. Flying backwards for nearly 100 meters, it struck and drew a trace of different shades on the ground. The other 6 magic flashes fell far away in other areas of the city, causing a violent explosion and screams. After Tianjin Fan caught Wukong and gave him a fairy bean, Wukong immediately revived with full blood. Sure enough, just as I guessed before, Wukong got some improvement again this time, reaching the level of 360. The potential accumulated in the previous training in the spiritual time room was stimulated again. It's my turn now, right? I want to end the battle early. Tianjin Fan said to Wukong. Wukong patted his head embarrassingly, he, then I will leave it to Tianjin Fan. It's really a cheating method. Big Devil Piccolo watched Tianjin Fan save Wukong with great interest, and brushed the muscles of his arm with enjoyment. However, these beans will be mine soon. I have been hiding aside the three-eyed brat. Since that little monkey is so powerful, I believe you have become stronger too, right? However, although you have worked very hard, I still have to tell you a basic fact. The great Demon King Piccolo raised his hands. In this world, all skills are meaningless in the face of absolute power. Explosive magic flash cannon. Surging power gushed out from both hands. The thick Qigong wave flashed purple light, bouncing violently, shrinking and shooting anxiously towards the positions of Tianjin Fan and Wukong. Kamibo Qigong. Tianjin Fan reacted quickly, retracting and pushing his hands, and also shot a wave of turtle wave Qigong to meet him. Buzz! The purple air mass collided with the blue air mass. Both sides tried their best to output their chi. But the blue turtle wave Qigong wave quickly took advantage. The explosive magic flash cannon that devoured Piccolo directly counterattacked back. The 10-meter large air mass emitted a dazzling blue light, instantly submerging the body of Great Demon King Piccolo. At the moment of the hit, Tianjin Fan put his index finger and middle finger together, pointed upwards, and the Qigong wave followed and turned towards the sky. Tianjin Fan turned his vertical finger into a fist. Boom! The gigantic turtle wave Qigong exploded instantly amidst Piccolo's desperate scream, releasing all its energy, destroying all his defenses and tearing apart every inch of his body. The shattered limbs were reduced to dust in the aftermath of the explosion, and only one person fell to the ground. Unfortunately, you have never been the one with absolute power. If you are said to have a combat power of 380, then I am, 480. Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo on the ground proudly and said, the one just now hit, revenge for the dumpling. Kicked Piccolo into the air with a sharp kick. This is the revenge of the Gaixian. Leap into the air and chop with 1 foot. Piccolo was smashed to the ground again like a ball, and the huge force smashed a deep hole in the ground. Its clynns. It fell rapidly, and stepped on Piccolo's chest. The fractures of Piccolo's severed limbs had long been scorched by the Qigong wave, and at this moment blood was continuously spurting from his mouth. Tianjin Fan just stepped on Big Devil Piccolo, leaned over to look at his eyes full of hatred, and his face had regained his composure. Oh, although I don't know them well, there must be a reason to hit you, right? In the end, still there are all kinds of civilians killed by you. Forget Tianjin Fan. If we kill him, we won't be able to explain to the gods. Wukong was afraid that Tianjin Fan would actually kill Piccolo by mistake. Hurry up and pull him away to prevent him from continuing to commit violence. Kuang. Tianjin Fan punched Wukong on the forehead. You idiot, this guy can heal himself continuously. If you don't beat him hard, how can he be obedient? Hey! Wukong smirked and rubbed his head. There is no need to be so cruel, he is a powerful martial artist anyway. You guys really don't distinguish between enemies and friends. Seeing a strong person is like seeing a rare small animal. Don't worry, there will be stronger guys to fight you in the future. Don't be so arrogant next time. Know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. This world is huge. You will never know if there is a peerless powerhouse buried in the soil next to you. Tianjin Fan continued to lecture, and Wukong kept nodding when he was told that it should be. Turning his head to look at Piccolo, who was still staring with disbelief, Tianjin Fan shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Aren't you reconciled? How possible? You are such a mere human. How can you be so powerful? The great Demon King Piccolo expressed his doubts with difficulty. That's because I'm not completely human. Tianjin Fan smiled mysteriously. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 The Secret of Tianjin Rice. Chapter 14 The Secret of Tianjin Rice. Because I'm not completely human, Tianjin Fan recalled the memory in his mind and said, I have known since I was a child that I am not an ordinary human being. What? Are you a monster-type human? Bulma and others saw that the battle seemed to be over, and they had already approached Tianjin Fan. Fart. I don't look so weird. Tianjin Fan rolled his eyes almost to the sky. I am a mixed race of three-eyed people and humans. So I am half alien and half earthling. Because for this reason, my appearance is basically the same as that of ordinary humans, except for the addition of a third eye. Indeed. Although people on Earth are divided into basic types, beast types, and monster types. But even the monster type is just weird looking. There has never been a human with 3 eyes. Although it is seriously biased, the understanding of biological knowledge almost nothing, Bulma, who didn't even know whether a boy had a tail when he was a child, still knew the most basic classification of human beings. But stop the gossip first. Let's send Piccolo to the temple and let the gods deal with it. Tianjin Fan was not used to the surprised eyes of the aliens, so he planned to withdraw for a second. That's right, Bulma, you should wait here first. We'll take Piccolo back now, and then ask the gods to resurrect Shenlong. Wukong also wanted to see Grandpa Gaixianren and Klin revived as soon as possible. Tianjin Fan found a rope and tied it to Piccolo, dragging him to fly in the air. Pic, don't you want to see God? We'll take you there right now, but don't make trouble along the way, otherwise, I'll beat you up again. When they came, it took them half a day to go from the temple to the west, and it took a long time to reach Bulma's house after dawn. At this time, it was already dusk when they took Piccolo back to the temple. Tien Shen and Bobo had already stood and waited in front of the temple. Seeing Tianjin Fan and Wukong, Tenjin smiled, but when he saw Piccolo tied to the rope, he had a complicated expression on his face. Yo-ho God, we caught Piccolo. Tianjin Fan said hello. However, his long-term cautious personality still made him unable to resist sending out a reminder, but you have to be careful. You should have seen it in the sky just now. This guy can actually merge into one body to absorb his clone, and I don't know if he can merge into one body to absorb it. And you? Hehe, don't worry, I am the main body, not to mention my power is stronger than him. I can absorb him, but he can't absorb mine. The gods are very satisfied with this guy's cautiousness, and dealing with evil requires such a wide-eyed mind. You coward! Piccolo transformed his vitality in anger, and with a bang, his broken arms and legs grew back. The price that a few more wrinkles appeared on the face, and the swollen muscles also shrank. Panting heavily, Piccolo stood up. Only in front of this guy, he would never show a miserable look. Pic. We meet again. The god looked at Piccolo, who looked much younger than himself, with pity. Yet, after more than 300 years, you finally appeared in front of me again. Piccolo looked at the person in front of him with hatred. This is the person who threw himself away like garbage. This is the person who has been hiding for hundreds of years. I don't even dare to confront myself. If you are willing to live in the temple, repent of your past, and promise me that you will never destroy again, then I will forgive you. After all, your sin is my sin. The god said mercifully, for this reason, I can only make Dragon Balls, hoping to use Dragon Balls to make up for the sins we committed. So now there is a chance to turn around. Bah! Bullshit doesn't make sense. I'm the evil part of you, do you think I can change my ways? Hypocritical guy, your so-called compassion is just a mask to cover yourself. If you have the guts, come one-on-one with me, let's fight it out and see who is the real body. Piccolo spit out a mouthful of bloody phlegm on the clean floor of the temple. If it weren't for the three-eyed kid next to him, he would have rushed up and punched the main body in the face. I won't fight with you. The god shook his head, and tapped the wooden stick in his hand on the floor under his feet. A series of purple light circles emerged from the floor under Piccolo's feet, restraining Piccolo round by circle. Although Piccolo struggled hard, he couldn't shake the aperture. This is the defensive enchantment set up by the gods of the previous generation, which has the ability to bind. How strong the gods are, the bounding ability of this enchantment is as great. Obviously, my strength is stronger than him. The surprised Tianjin fan explained. Sighing, the god continued, this guy is right. As my evil clone, he can't have a good side at all, so he can't repent. Fortunately, I've been thinking about the use of Mo Fengbo these days, and I've already with some ideas for improving it. In a few days, you should be able to use it without running out of life. So let's trap this guy here first. Wait until a few days later, after using the magic seal wave to completely seal it, put him deep in the temple, and no one will release him in the future. God, can't you absorb him together? Tianjin fan asked. Think about it. If God absorbs Piccolo and becomes the most primitive name Qian, wouldn't he instantly become the most powerful warrior on Earth? In the future, any Scion invasion can be solved with a wave of hands. If you want to fight Frisia in the future, you can let him go to Namek to fuse with other Namek people, maybe even Frisia can be solved together. As for artificial humans and Majin Bu, as long as they are not given a chance to appear, they should be able to do so easily with the ability of gods to observe any corner of the earth. I am used to the comfortable life of a dead house in my previous life, but in fact, Tianjin fan does not want to regard cultivation as the main content of life like it does now. It's really because if you don't work hard, you can only be cannon fodder, so you are forced to work so hard. In a sense, the reason why the reborn Tianjin fan and Dumpling have such a good relationship is probably because both of them are slackers at heart. I can't do this. If it was just Piccolo, who was just differentiated more than 300 years ago, he would not have such a strong evil aura, but now his evil heart has been fueled by more than 300 years of hatred, and it is stronger than before. If I absorb him, I will not be able to maintain my current heart. You will only have to face a more powerful Piccolo Demon King. Tian Shen explained. Okay, then forget it. Thinking about the god Piccolo who has evil thoughts after merging, He Tianjin fan shuddered. The current self must be just right. However, it's really beyond my expectation that you little guy can improve to this level. Could it be that the blood of the Sanmu tribe has some special advantages? Tianjin's curiosity has always been very strong, even though he knew it was a bit abrupt to ask, still have such doubts. Seeing Tianjin's pure eyes, Tianjin fan thought it would be okay to tell him. Before, my strength was not enough, so I was a little cautious in what I said and did, and I didn't even dare to reveal the secrets in the Dragon Balls that I knew. But although I don't know who is stronger or weaker than the gods now, at least there is no existence on earth that is too fearful. I can finally live a little easier. He, this is also thanks to Mr. Bobo's reminder. When I was with Wukong in the spiritual time room, I saw that Wukong quickly mastered the Wuxin realm, so I naturally devoted myself to comprehending the Wuxin realm. But it may be because my mind is messy, and I still can't get in. As a result, in a year, although I have improved to a certain extent because I have adapted to the quadruple gravity, well, I should have a combat power of 240 at that time. But think again, it became especially difficult to improve. As a result, when Wukong improved to 320, I still maintained at 240 without any change. But after listening to what Mr. Bobo said, I think I can improve my strength from other aspects. So I thought of an animation I watched when I was a child. There was a protagonist named Naruto in it. With the moves of the shadow clone technique, you can become many selves and practice together. My Sishinquan can also become many individuals, so can I use the same method to practice? As a result, I experimented. It sure works. Although being divided into 4 people caused my strength to drop to a quarter. But it seems that each body has inherited the original cell strength. So as long as they practice separately, the clones can still slowly recover their strength. Unfortunately, it only takes 1 year. For the avatar failed to recover to the strength before my avatar, and then I became one again. Ha ha ha, a miracle happened, and my strength also increased tremendously. Although it didn't increase by 4 times, it also doubled my combat power. It reached 480. Tianjin Fan looked at the surprised expressions of Tian Shen and Wukong, and expressed his great satisfaction with vanity. So from now on, Wukong is not the only one who has the talent of cheating device. That's great. Haha, let's see who is stronger in the future, Tianjin Fan. Wukong knew that Tianjin Fan cheated to increase his strength. It has lost the motivation to practice. But the god showed a strange expression. Your ability seems to be similar to Piccolo's method. Could it be that you and I are actually the same race? Tianjin Rice is absolutely amazing. The Zindao 4-body fist is indeed a bit similar to the fit, but you have green skin and long tentacles. Big brother, we too must, completely, absolutely, not a kind of creature. However, I knew that Tian Shen always felt that he was different from the people on earth. Anyway, now he has less scruples than before, and directly told the truth. Actually, Tian Shen, you are not from Earth. You are a Namekian who fled to Earth. What? I'm really an alien. Tian Shen was not too surprised, but wondered why Tianjin Fan knew. How do you know this? Who are you? I was surprised before. Why did you come here? When I was in the temple, I didn't feel surprised by Piccolo and I's looks at all. I was also prepared to go to Immortal Kallen before, and you must know that I have used all means to erase written information on this aspect in the world. Hey, this is it. Tianjin Fan touched his head in embarrassment, thinking that he would encounter such a situation if he talked too much. But he has long made up a bunch of nonsense, just to deal with this kind of situation. Actually, I come from the future. So I know a lot of truths that you will know in the future. Not only that, I will also find those relics that have not been excavated yet, get the treasures left by the previous era of civilization, and obtain infinite treasures. The power that can be matched by human beings becomes the strongest in the universe. Tianjin Fan narcissistically embraced his chest and looked at the sky, feeling a little lonely for his destined road of invincibility. He secretly glanced at the expression of the God of Heaven. I don't know if they believe it or not. The God of Heaven was completely stunned, looking at him with a look on his face. You have to be a little sincere when you make up nonsense. Who would believe this kind of nonsense? The god was so angry that he lost all his compulsion, waving his hands like a frantic mortal. Hey? What are you talking about, Tianjin Fan? Wukong said that he couldn't understand what Tianjin Fan said. Bobo thinks this guy is crazy. What do you think? God. Mr. Bobo was the most calm. Tianjin Fan burst into tears, but he combined the novels of his previous life to make up the most likely lie. Trunks said almost the same words when he traveled back then. Why do people believe what he said? Okay, actually I made it up. I just think that you and Piccolo, the gods, are really not like humans on Earth. So I guess you must be from an alien, and you just made up the name of a planet. Tianjin Fan said helplessly. Looking at the clouds in the distance, he looked hopeless. In fact, I really don't want to make up nonsense. It takes a lot of brain cells to make up nonsense. Well, thinking about it now, when I have memories, the house I lived in really looked like a spaceship. It seems that I should go back and have a look sometime. The god also wanted to find out his identity. P.S. It is said that today I will be on the recommendation position. Rolling around asking for recommendation tickets and collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 15 Chapter Family. Chapter 15. The power of Shenlong was like a storm, sweeping across the entire earth in an instant. It also brought happy laughter to countless families, and their dead relatives actually came back to life. Of course, there are more physically handicapped people like Yam Sha. They are very happy to see their broken limbs reappear, and they are full of hope for the future life again. Naturally, Tianjin Fan is also happy for the revival of Crane Immortal and Dumpling. After spending so much time together, they have already regarded them as their grandfather and younger brother. Therefore, after making a wish, Tianjin Fan hijacked the three of Bylov and flew to Tsurumi in the deep mountains in an airship. You, what do you want to do to us? Bylov looked sad and angry, like a helpless girl who was followed every day. He, I think, you three guys are quite pitiful. Look, do you have your own home? Tianjin Fan showed the expression of cheating his cousin's pocket money back then, with a treacherous gleam in his eyes. Home? Humph, I'm the great King Bylov, I don't need such a thing as a home. Bylov pretended to be strong and put on a serious face. But obviously Tianjin Fan would not believe it. He counted with his fingers. Oh, speaking of which, you guys are really miserable. You see, you originally had your own big castle and territory, but they were destroyed because of the robbing of the Dragon Balls. Then you were living outside after that. There is no fixed place to live, and no career. I think so. You are all dragged down by your unrealistic goals. What? An unrealistic goal? Why is it unrealistic to conquer the world? Bylov can allow others to insult him for being short, but he will never tolerate others talking about his dreams. Of course it's unrealistic. Let me ask you, if you collect all the Dragon Balls and wish to conquer the whole world, then, there is Monkey King living near your castle, me some big devil or something, you say, do you dare to take a step out? Is there any point in conquering the world like this? Tianjin Fan showed a wretched smile with his beating eyebrows, but the words in his mouth made Bylov feel his eyes go dark. Think about it, if all the martial arts masters with extremely unscientific power live around me, I really can't even get out the door. Conquering the world is like not conquering an egg. Then I can make a wish to Dragon Ball again, so that all martial arts masters in this world will disappear. Then I can rely on my powerful robot to rule the world. Big. Really? Do you think you can snatch the Dragon Balls from us? You see, you are not the only one with the radar. Once we find out that someone is collecting Dragon Balls, we will definitely come to snatch them. You will definitely not be able to beat us. Right? So you definitely won't get the Dragon Balls, right? So you don't have a chance to make a wish at all, right? Tianjin Fan had an expression of I sympathize with you, so I am comforting you, squatted down and patted Bylov on the shoulder, so, I think, your goal should be set a little lower. For example, first how about making a lot of money? Hey? What do I need money for? Bylov completely forgot the embarrassment of having no money when he made the gauntlet, and also forgot that the three of them have cut down on food and clothing in the past 2 years, reducing 3 meals a day to 1 meal. The food was miserable. Tianjin Fan said to him with a look like, you don't want to tease me, are you stupid? Think about it. If you have a lot of money, can you invest all of it in technology research and development? Can you create a very powerful robot? Is it possible to build a powerful organization? Train countless warriors? When you have money and someone has weapons, will it be difficult to conquer the world? Bylov thought to himself, yes, if you have a lot of money, you don't need Dragon Balls at all. I am very confident in my scientific research ability. Give yourself a few years of hard work, and you will definitely be able to create a robot that is far superior to martial arts masters such as Monkey King, Tianjin Fan, and the like. At that time, even a powerful figure like Piccolo will not be able to resist the meal of his mighty army. Salvo? Well, what you said is also reasonable. But what do you want to do when you talk so much? Although Bylov agreed with Tianjin Fan's words, he still has a clear understanding of the current situation and knows the relationship between the three of them. The fate is still in the hands of the other party, so he quickly raised questions to see if he had the opportunity to leave to realize the great ambition in his heart. Of course I want to help you. Tianjin Fan patted his chest and said, I have always sympathized with the three of you. You see, when you were doing bad things in Yahei City with Big Devil Piccolo, I met you. Didn't kill you three, did you? I also specifically asked my junior brother, saying that you three are good young men with dreams and achievements, the hope of the future of the earth, and told him not to hurt you. Otherwise, why do you think my junior brother is not the same? Dong Dongbo directly destroyed your airship. Then, when I was in Western Capital, I eliminated the great demon King Piccolo, but I didn't hurt the three of you, did I? So. Actually, I appreciate you very much. Anyway, you don't have any bad intentions. It's not impossible to help you conquer the world. Tianjin Fan had a thoughtful expression on his face, as if he was considering whether to help Bai Raf they conquer the world. Bai Lov thought for a while. Yes, the three-eyed man in front of him had never hurt the three of them even though he was an enemy before. Now he is so sincere in giving advice to himself and analyzing it for himself, which shows that there is indeed no malice towards the three of them. And this guy can fight, and he has a clear mind. Well, he must not let it go, he must be pulled over to be his own. Are you willing to be my subordinate and help me conquer the world? Bai Lov looked at Tianjin Fan nervously, for fear that he would not agree to his request. Of course I don't want to. Tianjin Fan said with a long voice with a chuckle in his heart. Bai Lov's face darkened when he heard this. Indeed, how could such a powerful man help him? But Tianjin Fan continued. Hope rekindled in Bai Lov's heart, and he looked at the other party expectantly. As a partner, I can contribute a bit. What do you think? Tianjin Fan turned a blind eye to Bai Lov. Bai Lov nodded endlessly, of course. It's great. We can become partners. As long as you are willing to help me, I will give you half of the world, how about it? Tianjin Fan's treacherous scheme succeeded. He let out a laugh. Great, this time, not only the banknotes are inexhaustible, but even the gravity chamber has hope. Although there are Brive and Bulma's father and daughter, after all, I am not familiar with them, and I am not trusted by them like Monkey King, so I don't necessarily agree to their requests rashly. Besides, the little man in front of him, although a bit stupid, has strong scientific research ability. It's just that I haven't found the right direction, so I can do nothing in the original work. Since God sent them to me once, twice, and thrice, if I don't make good use of them, how can I be worthy of God? No, I didn't take advantage of them, I just acted as an important life mentor for them, and then I was looking for some simple returns. Bai Lov also thought that Tianjin Fan was happy for the cooperation between the two. Seeing Tianjin Fan smiling happily, he also gave a knowing smile. So, my plan to conquer the world is like this. The first step, you first need a base. It happens that the deep mountains and old forests in my house are very hidden. You can build an underground research room on the mountain for secret research. But if you do research first, it is still necessary to invent some profitable products, then mass-produce them with robots, and hoard the first batch of funds. Then, while continuing to invest the money in the expansion of production scale and the construction of sales network, part of the funds will be used for further scientific research. In the future, profits higher and higher, more and more funds, and more research results, a virtuous circle can be formed. The second step, of course, is to develop combat weapons. However, combat weapons must first achieve a relatively high combat effectiveness, so that they can be mass-produced. After thinking about it, Tianjin Fan continued, let's aim to surpass my combat power. If the combat weapons you manufacture can surpass my combat power, then mass production should be enough to conquer the world. However, his own strength it will definitely keep growing, haha, so Bai Lov can only keep making money, your dream of conquering the world will never come true. The two fell into a heated discussion chattering. Axiu stared blankly at King Bai Lov and the three-eyed man in green whispering on the seat, touched Xiaowu who was concentrating on flying the airship. I said, do we finally have a home? Thinking about it, I'm really excited. The past few years have been really hard. Yeah, it's good to live together. Hee hee. Xiao Wu replied out of her wits. Seeing the blush on Xiao Wu's face, Xiu suddenly felt more bitter in his heart. After a long time, Tianjin Fan finally saw that familiar scene. From a distance, you can see the mountains that stretch continuously and reach the sky. The mountains are surrounded by clouds and mists, and there are flocks of birds. In the depths of the mountains, there are 3 high mountains connected together, like the head and 2 wings of a crane with wings, standing proudly there. Crane immortals and dumplings, who were cleaning up the dilapidated houses, were already clearly visible in Tianjin Fan's third eye. Master. Dumplings. I'm back. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Decision. Chapter 16 Decision. Chapter 21 Conventions. Tian. You're back. Immortal Crane and Jiaozi looked at Tianjin Fan coming down from the airship, and immediately dropped the bricks in their hands. Master, look, I said that Tian must have made a wish to bring you back to life. Dumpling said to Crane Immortal proudly. Is it really you? Tian? You defeated the great demon king Piccolo. Crane Immortal asked in disbelief. Yes, Master. Your apprentice didn't embarrass you, did he? Tianjin Fan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you are indeed my disciple. Even Piccolo is no match for you. I didn't expect that kid who could only cry back then to be so powerful. Immortal Crane smiled gratifiedly. Thinking of the 3-eyed child I picked up in that cold winter, and looking at the 1.8 meter 7, strong-bodied boy in front of me, I felt very satisfied. In this way, my Crane Immortal style has really become the strongest school on earth. The Crane Immortal thought for a second, if his disciple eliminated the most powerful Piccolo Demon King in the world, does that mean the Crane Immortal style really became the number 1 in the world? Hey, Master, that's the case for the time being. But in a few years, I may not be able to beat Wukong. Tianjin Fan said honestly, he was never willing to exaggerate his ability. What? Crane Immortal looked at Tianjin Fan in surprise. Could it be that the little guy from Gaixian Liu can surpass you? Hey, well, Master, you may not know that Wukong's talent is higher than mine. Although I am stronger than him now, but in terms of the realm of martial arts, I am still a little behind him. And after all, I am older than him. After turning 4 years old, my strength is growing more and more slowly, while Wukong's strength is still developing rapidly. After 3 years, his strength will definitely improve even more. By that time, it is really hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. Definitely. Tianjin Fan thought for a while, but still didn't say anything about Gaku Sion. With the experience in the temple, Tianjin Fan planned not to have so many things in the future. If there is, it might be better to hide it in his heart some. Well, if that's the case, you can't slack off, you have to keep working hard, and you absolutely can't be surpassed by the Gaixian Liu guys. Crane Immortal said seriously. However, it will be the 22nd Tianxiano Martial Arts Conference in a short time. You should bring back a champion for the teacher first. Crane Immortal said what he had been hiding in his heart recently. Humph. Great Demon King Piccolo, when they came to you, they actually said that I was not as good as Wu Tian. Then let my apprentice prove that I, Crane Xian Liu, are number 1 in the world. Seeing that Master He Xianren is still unwilling to show weakness in front of Gui Xian Liu, Tianjin Fan also feels a little embarrassed. Master, I don't intend to participate in this martial arts conference. Tianjin Fan said hesitantly. What, why? Master, don't be angry. I feel that there is no real master who can fight against me in this martial arts conference. Even Wukong can't show my strength. I hope to wait until the next session, the 23rd session. I will participate in the martial arts tournament. At that time, there should be many powerful guys. Tianjin Fan explained patiently. For the contestants of the 22nd Budo tournament, Tianjin Fan, who has read the original work, naturally knows it well. Apart from a few disciples of Gaizan Liu, there are no other masters, which makes him really not interested. He still wants to improve his strength more now. If you can't test yourself and improve yourself by participating in the martial arts competition, there is no need to participate. In that case, it is true. Since you are so optimistic about the Monkey King of the Gaixian Liu, wait until 3 years before going to a showdown with them. Although the Crane Immortal is very strong, but also because so strong, so he didn't want his victory to be mixed with any moisture. Since Sun Wukong's strength has not reached the highest level due to his age, let's wait until he becomes an adult and then come to a fair fight. Well, no, the old tortoise likes to play tricks the most. I have to go and talk to him first, otherwise what should I do if he won't admit it? Crane Immortal thought about his rogue senior brother, and couldn't be at ease. Come on, it happens that you haven't met your uncle yet, so I'll take you to have a good meeting with him. Immortal Crane said to Tianjin Rice and Dumplings. Hey, that's fine. I actually want to see what my uncle looks like. Tianjin Fan was also very curious about Gui Xianren, a classic character in the original novel. He looked back at the 3 Bylov standing behind him. Tianjin Fan tilted his head and thought for a while. Well, why don't you just build the base at the bottom of this mountain? Master and I will go to the south. How about you help rebuild a courtyard house on the top of this mountain in these 2 days? If Bylov had the opportunity to contribute, how could he refuse? He was just trying to increase his friendship with Tianjin Fan, so that Tianjin Fan would not help him more in the future. So he nodded hurriedly. Ashiu was nagging and didn't want to repair houses for others. And Xiaowu didn't know what to think of. Her face turned red again, and she was not at all as capable as usual. And just when Tianjin Fan said he would not participate in the 21st Tiangziyi Budokai, Kellen, who was in Turtle Island, also said the same words. Gaixian asked why strangely. After seeing the horror of the great demon King Piccolo, I realized that there are such powerful people in this world. Kellen said in a daze, I have always been inferior to Wukong, but I didn't expect that there is someone more powerful than Wukong. Even the great demon king can be defeated by that man named Tianjin Fan. Speaking of this, Kellen showed a look of unwillingness on his face, and suddenly clenched his hands hanging by his waist. I don't believe it, I don't believe it, I can only stop here. My strength must still improve space. I must practice hard for 3 years, the next world no. Martial Arts Conference, I will definitely win the championship. Gaixian looked at the disciple in front of him in surprise, and suddenly lost all words. I think so too. Wukong said calmly, I know I'm not as good as Tianjin Fan now, but I think I can still become stronger. I won't participate in the martial arts meeting this time. But next time, Kailin, hehe, the champion must be mine. Suddenly he laughed contentedly. Gaixian turned around and walked to the beach chair to lie down. His 2 disciples had really become great martial arts masters. After 1 day, looking at the larger turtle house that was rebuilt in front of him, the turtle fairy was very satisfied. Thinking that more and more people are living together recently, and sometimes Bulma, Puer, and Oolong will come to visit, the small house before is obviously not enough. Therefore, Gaixian ordered the 3 disciples to go to the land to carry a lot of stones and sand back, expand the turtle island, and build the house accordingly. However, when he caught sight of Lan Chi and Yamcha who were preoccupied, Gui Xianren sighed inwardly. Yamcha, come here. Gaixian called Yamcha to his side. Master Wushan. Yamcha walked up to Immortal Gui, shouted, and suddenly didn't know what to say. What's wrong with you? You've been taciturn since you came back. Doesn't this look like you at all? Gaixian asked directly. Hearing Gaixianren's question, Yamcha glanced at him with lowered eyes, then shifted to look at Wukong and Klin who were practicing against each other next to the room. Yamcha knelt down in front of Gaixian with a plop. Master Wushan, I'm sorry for you. Yamcha said with a face of shame. Hey! Gui Xianren sat up a little bit, his eyes signaled Yamcha and continued. I secretly followed you to Tatum Mountain once before. I saw you enter an old house on the top of the mountain. After you left, I sneaked into the old house and peeked at the hidden treasures inside. Martial arts cheats. Yamcha's head almost fell to his chest, but he still mustered up his courage to say. Oh. Gaixian looked at Yamcha in surprise. After thinking for a moment, he said, do you know why I accepted you as an apprentice 3 years ago? Yamcha didn't know why Gaixianren wanted to change the subject, but he said honestly, I don't know. Honestly speaking, Yamcha couldn't figure out this weird master either. He was obviously unwilling to accept himself as a disciple before, so why did he readily agree when he begged again? Guizianren smiled and said, do you still remember asking my sister to divination the Dragon Ball? Yamcha instantly remembered what happened to her divination mother-in-law 3 years ago, so she became even more confused. Why did this topic get further and further away? Nodding his head, he still looked at Guizianren with a puzzled look on his face. That was the first time I saw your real battle. When I was fighting with a transparent person, I could quickly think of judging his movement through the sound, which shows that you are flexible and not dead-brained. The disadvantage is that you don't give up when you are being beaten all the time, which shows your determination not to give up easily. Later, when you fought the mummy in the Devil's Toilet, you knew how to judge the opponent's strength by the characteristics of the opponent, which showed that you know the enemy. Turtle the Immortal turned to look at the seagulls soaring in the distant sky, and recalled. A long time ago, I didn't want to accept you as a disciple because of your background as a robber. It was my mistake. Later I found out that you have turned from evil to righteousness and love martial arts. You have the strong will and keen judgment that a martial artist should have. Such a good embryo, I am naturally willing to correct my mistakes and accept you again. Guizianren concluded, so, I won't blame you for learning it secretly. Because all my martial arts will actually be passed on to you sooner or later. Part of the cheats in that room were passed down by your master martial arts master. Mine, part of it is some martial arts that I have studied for many years. If you read it in advance, I won't care, so you don't have to worry about it in your heart. Yamcha couldn't stop the tears from her eyes. Hearing this, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, but master. I almost handed over the secret book of Mofengbo to Piccolo. Woohoo! Finally spit out the words stuck in his throat. Fishbone, Yamcha cried bitterly. What? Guizianren looked at him in surprise, and stood up from the reclining chair. What's going on? Yamcha then told the story of how he succumbed to Piccolo in order to save Bulma. Gaixian was silent for a long time, and then he said, in the face of such a powerful evil, you did not give up life, but chose to live. Are you afraid of death? I'm not afraid. Yamcha raised his head and said firmly, but I'm more afraid. I'm dead and I can't protect Bulma and Puer. So I didn't give in. I didn't do it until the big devil Piccolo arrived in Zidu. Such a wrong thing happened. Thinking of the despair in my heart when my arms were cut off, no matter how I was tortured at that time, I didn't reveal the slightest news about Mofengbo. Ha ha ha. Guizianren looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, not bad. Since you are not doing it for yourself, then it is not a mistake. Don't blame yourself. I am proud of disciples like you. Oh? Old turtle, why are you laughing so happily? A strange voice came from the air. In the past few days, I am adjusting the code word time, trying to save some manuscripts, so as not to interrupt the update. Well, one more chapter should be able to end this volume. The main reason is that there are some things that need to be explained. Speaking of Yamcha, in fact, it shouldn't be so tragic, even the gods have praised his talent, so he shouldn't be worse than Kellen. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Departure, Western Capital. Chapter 17 Departure, Western Capital. Tianjin Fan emerged from the clear pool, picked up the blue trousers and white t-shirt that had been placed on the rocks aside, and put them on. The breeze blew and the leaves shook. This year, Tianjin Fan is 23 years old. Even though his body had stopped growing, years of practice had caused some changes in his figure. The muscles on his body are not as strong as they were 3 years ago, and they don't seem to be too powerful, but they look more well-proportioned and coordinated, which makes them look more beautiful. The water droplets on the body refracted bright light under the dazzling sunlight, as if the body was coated with a layer of golden light. Tianjin Fan was shaken all over, and his body was flooded by a burst of steam, making him look a little blurry. That is the effect of the gas being released from the body, forming a high temperature, and evaporating all the water. As the breeze continued to blow, the steam drifted away, revealing a dry body of Tianjin rice. 3 years of unremitting practice has given Tianjin Fan a deeper understanding of qi. In the past, he couldn't do it like he is now. He can easily release the qi evenly out of the body, and absorb it immediately. Tianjin Fan looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock, and it was time to go back to eat. Dancing in the air is no longer the original flying technique that can only move slowly or at a small angle in the air. In the past few years, as Tianjin Fan's understanding of qi has deepened, he has further improved his dance skills. In Tianjin Fan's view, qi is a very peculiar energy body. Depending on how it is used, various effects can be exhibited. For example, condensing qi in a part of the body can strengthen strength and defense. Releasing qi after condensing from the body can produce huge destructive power. Releasing qi slowly will generate power, speed up movement, and even fly. The principle of dance air is exactly the third application of slow release. A small amount of gas is released from the body downwards and out of the body, producing upward buoyancy, which makes people fly up, and through lateral release, people can move. And one's own mastery of qi determines the speed of flight. In ground combat, this technique can also be of great help, allowing people to gain faster movement speed. However, it took only 2 minutes for Tianjin Fan to return to Tsurugi on the top of the mountain from the pool under the waterfall. Walking into the kitchen, Lan Luo was tasting the soup with a small spoon. Tianjin Fan greeted her with a smile, and hugged her gently from behind, feeling her softness quietly. The blonde hair was shaking. Lan Luo turned her head, and kissed Tianjin Fan quickly on the face. Is the morning training over? Sweetheart. Tianjin Fan smiled awkwardly. Even though they have been together for 3 years, they still can't get used to the domineering blonde Lan Luo calling him. Yet I can smell the fragrance of your cooking from several kilometers away, so I came back quickly. Lan Luo patted his hand, and said impatiently, Go away, dinner will be served soon. Go and take out all the dishes, and call the master and dumplings to eat by the way. Tianjin Fan took another deep sniff of Lan Luo's familiar smell, then let her go, and went out with the plate in both hands. As soon as I went out, I happened to see the dumplings coming back. How is it? Has there been any progress in the supergravity room? Tianjin Fan asked casually, putting the plate in his hand on the dining table. Dumpling wiped the sweat that didn't exist on his forehead. I'm so exhausted. Bylov said there is no progress. It seems that you really have to ask Dr. Breves and the others to join the research. He said, pointing to the kettle on the dining table under the control of Nianli. The cold water in the kettle burst out from the spout, directly forming a water column, and he gulped it down into his stomach. Tianjin Fan shook his head depressedly. Bylov is indeed talented mechanically. In the past 3 years, he has researched many different types of agricultural machinery, which are suitable for various terrains and can be used for the production of various crops. And many miniaturized robots have been developed, such as automatic laundry robots, automatic cleaning robots, automatic cooking robots and the like. The level of technology in the Dragon Ball world, although there are many places that surpass the previous Earth, such as convenience capsules, suspended motorcycles and cars, etc., but in some aspects, it is similar to the state of the previous life 890s. At least not many technologies have been applied to agricultural production and industrial production, not even some convenient life-oriented technological products. In response to this situation, Tianjin Fan proposed many research and development plans, allowing Bylov to conduct research to produce popular products and earn funds to conquer the world. However, what Tianjin Fan cares most about is of course the technology that can help combat power. Among them, the most important may be the supergravity technology. In the original book, the emergence of the supergravity chamber is an important factor for the Earth Warriors to break through their limits. Even though Bylov has developed a denser weight-bearing garment that can weigh up to 1 ton, after adapting, the help for Tianjin Fan has reached its limit. It is imperative to make a hypergravity chamber. Tianjin Fan, who liked to watch sci-fi movies in his previous life, knows a little about the principle of artificial gravity. Just like when the drum washing machine is drying the clothes are attached to the wall of the drum through high-speed rotation. This is the effect of centrifugal force. Gravity and centrifugal force have similar effects to a certain extent, so in previous sci-fi movies and games, the space station is basically a barrel or donut shape, and people live on the inner wall. In the process of turning, it will produce an effect similar to gravity, so that people can obtain a living environment similar to the Earth. The larger the diameter, the greater the gravitational force generated. However, this method has two disadvantages. One is to generate high gravity, the inner diameter of the drum must be increased, at least in units of meters, so high gravity is difficult to achieve. The second is that the artificial gravity produced by this method still has deviations. When a person clings to the inner wall in the drum, it may not have much impact, but when a person jumps up, there will be a certain offset at the landing point, so it is not conducive to practice. Sweetheart, do you know other ways? Lan Luo couldn't bear Tianjin Fan's troubled look, so she asked aloud. There is another way. Someone put forward a theory before that if a small black hole can be prepared, then supergravity can be obtained. But this involves the application of space and energy, and wild scientists like Bylov seem to be powerless about it. Gone. Speaking of this, Tianjin Fan sighed regretfully. Sure enough, I can only rely on Dr. Breves, who created the supergravity chamber in the original book. I don't know if he will agree to help me with this research when I beg him. I have already asked Bulma before, but the almighty genius girl is completely immersed in sweet love at this time, completely lost interest in other things, and did not agree to her request. Don't think about those headaches when you're eating. Lan Luo sat on the bench next to Tianjin Fan, smoothed his frowning brows distressfully, and said with a reproachful expression, or said that you think the food I cook is not attractive at all. So you have no appetite for eating. Tianjin Fan laughed twice, and quickly stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth, feeling that the food in his mouth was full of happiness. Crane Immortal expressed his disdain for his sloppy apprentice. How can a man be submissive to a woman? Just after finishing the meal, I put down my chopsticks and went out. The old man has recently become fond of fishing and spends most of the day by the river below the mountain. Facing Lan Luo's stalking, Tianjin Fan officially became a couple with her. Fortunately, the blonde Lan Kai is not as unreasonable as in the original book. After he expressed that he was not interested in robbing the bank and shared a huge amount of wealth from his partner Bylov, he became an ordinary woman who was obsessed with housework and shopping. It's just that his temper is still grumpy when dealing with outsiders, and sometimes when he gets angry, even he will feel scared. Looking at Lan Luo, who had a sweet face and put her head on her shoulder, she was blonde, sexy, and charming. Tianjin Fan felt both happy and troubled. Ah, chirp! The blonde Lan Luo sneezed as if her nose was scratched by the hair. The blonde hair turned into blue hair in an instant, and the originally sexy and charming kitty instantly turned into a gentle and demure big sister. Realizing that she seemed to be pounced on Tianjin Fan again, Lan Chi sat upright with a calm face, then moved to the bench next to her without any trace, keeping a long distance from Tianjin Fan, and took it from the table casually. Picked up a pair of empty bowls and chopsticks, filled with rice, and started to eat. Like this. Lan Luo is very fascinated by Tianjin rice, and the two eventually become close lovers. Tianjin Fan likes this seductive and sexy cat very much. However, Lan Qi has a general impression of Tianjin Fan, and only regards him as an ordinary friend. If Lan Luo and Lan Qi were two people, then naturally he wouldn't have so many worries. But the trouble is that the blonde-haired Lan Luo and the blue-haired Lan Qi are actually the same person with the same body, but two different personalities are like two different people. Memories are not all shared, and the attitude towards Tianjin Fan is completely different. It is precisely because of this that even though they have been out of the single for 3 years, Tianjin Fan still does not dare to achieve good things with Lan Luo. Thinking of the first time, when the two of them were in a turbulent relationship, one sneezed, the blonde hair turned into blue hair. And then the blue hair calmly stood up and shouted, "Stop, put on clothes and left alone, leaving myself alone on the bed." Dissatisfied, Tianjin Fan smiled wryly. Although I don't have a good impression of blue-haired Lan Qi, and it is the same face and body anyway, so it's okay to eat it forcibly. But after all, Lan Qi doesn't like herself. How could she do something that is inferior to a beast, although if you don't do it, it seems to be even worse than a beast? Shaking his head, he hurriedly threw this strange thought out of his head: some things should not even be thought about. By the way, Tianjin Fan, why don't you use Dragon Balls to fulfill your wishes? Dumpling asked while eating his favorite twice-cooked pork. He also knew that Tianjin Fan had a lot of troubles to solve. Dragon Balls do have extraordinary abilities, but if I rely too much on Dragon Balls, wouldn't any of my efforts become meaningless? Tianjin Fan's face clenched into a ball. Besides, the gods told me before that even though Dragon Balls are his manufactured, but actually borrowed the most mysterious power in the universe. If you frequently use Dragon Balls for your own self-interest, it will bring endless disasters to the world where Dragon Balls are located. After thinking about it, maybe the attack of the Scions in the original book is the disaster brought about by the misuse of Dragon Balls on Earth. Tianjin Fan himself is not sure. The disasters of the Earth in the original book are really incomprehensible. And the fact that the Namekians were almost extinct because of using Dragon Balls seems to confirm this. If it weren't for Sun Wukong and others, Namek would not only experience climate change, but also suffer from Frisia's crisis. So unless it is a last resort, he is not willing to use Dragon Balls for trivial matters. By the way, have you been exercising well recently? Tianjin Fan looked at Jiaozi suspiciously and said, Kellen and Yamcha are both people with great potential. I don't know how good they are in the past 3 years. If you don't work hard, you may not even make it to the top 8. Then how do you think the master will punish you? For the sake of feelings, Tianjin Fan still hopes to compete with Wukong as in the original book, while Kellen will hand over to Dumpling to deal with. It's a pity that Piccolo was handed over to the gods, and there should be no more Piccolo boys to participate in the martial arts meeting. Ha ha ha. Dumpling touched her head nonchalantly and said with a smile, Don't worry, Tian. I have become very strong now. I will definitely not lose to the guy from Gaixian Liu. Seeing Jiaozi's nonchalant application, Tianjin Fan sighed inwardly. Tian, accompany me to go shopping in the city in the afternoon. It's already summer, I have to buy some beautiful clothes again. Lan Qi, who had finished eating, turned back to blonde hair again at some point. Seeing that Tianjin Fan had finished his meal, he coquettishly shook Tianjin Fan's arm. Although he wants to spend all his time on exercising, being with his family has always been a top priority of Tianjin Fan, so he agreed without hesitation for a few seconds. Anyway, the world's Martial Arts Association will start in a few days. In the last few days, it is better for me to combine work and rest, just to adjust my tense state. Why don't we go to Zidabulma's house? It just so happens that I have something to do with his father. After thinking about it, Tianjin Fan said to Lan Luo. It's better to go find Dr. Breves and make the supergravity room sooner, and it will be ready to use after the Budokai ends. Okay, it just so happens that I haven't been to a big city for a long time. Lan Luo happily agreed. Why don't we go there to play until the martial arts competition starts, so I can go to Papaya Island with Bulma and the others to watch the competition. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Yamo TVS Tianjin Rice. Chapter 18 Yamo TVS Tianjin Rice. Tianjin Fan didn't expect Dr. Breves to be so easygoing. It seems that his previous worries were unnecessary. After all, the doctor is an adult, and he will not be as willful as a girl like Bulma. I'm busy with appointments and don't have time to help you study this and that to refuse. I have some devices that I hope the doctor can help me build. I heard that you are proficient in space, doctor. Tianjin Fan asked. Ah? I'm proficient in energy. The doctor glanced at it strangely. It seems that you don't know much about my special research direction. Isn't the principle of the capsule to compress the space and shorten the distance between atoms and molecules, so as to achieve the effect of shrinking? Tianjin Fan touched his nose in embarrassment. In my previous life, when I was exposed to physical chemistry in junior high school, I had a whim, maybe the capsules were made by using the huge gaps between atoms? Ha ha ha. The doctor laughed loudly. Indeed, many people think so. But it's not. I use the principle of energy conversion. Tianjin Fan's curiosity was aroused, and he couldn't help asking the doctor, why? Isn't the space compression technology used to hold such a huge object in the capsule? No matter how the energy is converted, it is impossible to achieve such an effect. It's not what you think. When I first started researching, I also planned to use the principle of space compression to make convenient capsules. But I found that if this is the case, the energy required is very huge. You must know how to make atoms if the distance between them is reduced. It may be easy for gases, but it will be very difficult for many solids and even metals, which require too much external energy to exert pressure. It cannot be made into a conveniently portable capsule at all. It turns out that even if an object is compressed and reduced to the size of a capsule, its mass has not changed, but because of the increase in density, a small capsule will have a lot of weight. Just imagine, if you hold a car in the capsule in your hand, then you are equivalent to lifting a car in the air with empty hands. How can a normal person have such strength? So I finally came to the conclusion that the method of space compression is basically unworkable. Yes, the doctor said while gesturing with his hands. So later, I turned to energy. Because energy does not have mass. If I can study a principle of transforming matter and energy and create a device that instantly transforms a house into an energy is stored, so even an old man can easily grab the capsule. Tianjin Fan imagined it for a while, but he really couldn't imagine what kind of device could achieve the function of transforming matter and energy at will. He immediately felt that the world of Dragon Ball is indeed a world of miracles, and such incredible things can be invented. Tianjin Fan is not a scientist, so he doesn't worry about the principle of capsules. But it would be even better if the doctor is proficient in energy, and it is no wonder that in the original book, Dr. Breves was able to develop a hypergravity chamber, so he directly put forward his own ideas. In fact, the device I want to make, it also has a certain relationship with energy and matter. I want to make a room where gravity can be adjusted at will, and I don't know much about this. But I think you should be able to complete this device, right? Dr. Breves mused. If energy can be used to create something similar to a black hole, then it should be able to produce extremely strong gravity. Tianjin Fan said his thoughts. There was a strange look in the doctor's eyes. If it is said that converting matter into energy and storing it is the principle of making capsules, then it seems feasible to transform energy into matter and increase the gravity of objects. Well, this research is very interesting, and I think I should be able to realize it. But what are you building this kind of room for? Such a room is of no use at all, is it? I want to exercise in a supergravity environment. When I practiced in a place with 4 times the gravity before, my strength improved quite quickly, but recently my strength growth rate has slowed down. Whether it is weight-bearing or 4 times the gravity, it's not enough for me to practice anymore. So I hope to make a higher multiplier hypergravity room, so as to help me improve my strength. Tianjin Fan said quietly. Is that so? You martial arts masters really work hard. You are already so powerful, but you still want to keep improving yourself. The doctor said with emotion, and looked at Yamcha thoughtfully. It seems that martial deists are indeed a group of guys who just want to become stronger. Gravity? You can think of improving your strength through this. You are an imaginative martial artist. I'm really curious about how powerful you are now. Yamcha's eyes flashed a flame called fighting spirit. I feel like I can't wait for the martial arts meeting anymore. I want to compete with you now. Really? Tianjin Fan looked at Yamcha. The short hair is standing upright, with a hint of publicity rooted in the nature. It seems that the trauma in the heart of the last time has been completely repaired. Even at home, he is still wearing the martial arts uniform of the Keimin style, and it seems that he is preparing to practice all the time. On the resolute face, a scar ran from the center of the forehead straight through the right eye, and slanted across the right cheek, showing that he had not only immersed himself in hard training, but also experienced countless dangerous situations in the past 3 years. Then let's fight. Tianjin Fan may not have fought against anyone for a long time, but when he saw the opponent in front of him who was worthy of a battle, he suddenly felt his blood churn. Can you fly? Humph. As if feeling underestimated, Yamcha flew directly outside the house. Tianjin Fan greeted everyone, and followed Yamcha to the outskirts of the city. Although Bulma's family also has a practice room specially prepared for Yamcha, it is only prepared for ordinary exercises after all. If there is a fierce battle, it is obviously not enough to withstand the strength of the two. Really, we clearly agreed to go shopping together, but we just came back and went to fight with someone again. Bulma said to Lan Luo depressedly. Ha! Men! Fighting is their romance. Lan Luo said happily. Bulma covered her face with a depressed face. Hey, why do I know all the fighters like this? Think about Wukong when I first met him, later my lover Yamcha, and Klin, all of them a guy who likes to fight. Of course she didn't know it at this time, but the person she married in the end was a prince whose life was fighting. The doctor was smoking a cigarette in the cab. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, leaning on the back of the chair with the other hand, and turned to Bulma and said, Actually, I'm also quite curious. How powerful does a person have to be to conquer the capital by himself regardless of the army? Tianjin Fan, if you can destroy such a demon king, how powerful should you be? Haha! Look at the old man, my Tian is the strongest human being. Lan Luo looked proud. Hey! The airship landed on the gravel by the river, making an exhaust sound. After docking securely, a group of people came out and looked at the two people standing in the distance. It's here. Tianjin Fan waved his hand, turned his head and smiled at the people by the river. Yamcha also raised his hand to signal, but his eyes were still fixed on Tianjin Fan, and the flame in his eyes was burning brighter and hotter. I didn't expect that you also learned Wukong. Tianjin Fan looked at Yamcha and said with interest. Yamcha in front of him, with a steady momentum, is already a rare opponent in his opinion. Compared with the Yamcha in the original book who had never met Piccolo, he was much stronger at this time. After all, he is a man who wants to become a martial artist. After encountering such setbacks, once he recovers his fighting spirit, he is full of desire to improve his strength. Therefore, he has not wasted these 3 years and has been practicing all over the world. The two bowed and saluted, and each put on a posture of responding to the enemy. Feeling the integrated aura of the man in front of him, Yamcha felt awe-inspiring. My own strength is no longer what it used to be, but in front of this person, I still can't feel any flaws. However, if there are no flaws, don't you shoot? If there is no flaw, then make a flaw. Yamcha took the lead. As soon as he made a move, it was his proud spike wind fist. The shadows of claws all over the sky tore away all the air in front of him, and the chaotic airflow, as he ran at a high speed, attacked Tianjin Fan together. Tianjin Fan was not in a hurry, no matter how fast his fist was, without a matching movement speed, it was impossible for him to hit himself. His right foot was a little bit on the ground, like a fallen leaf, falling to the left. Then he stepped on the ground with his left foot, like a compressed spring, rebounded and punched Yamcha at a faster speed. Yamcha smiled confidently. I understand my own moves. The best distance to use Spike Fang Fist is at close range. I use this most powerful move, just to force the opponent to make a move in front of me. As long as there is a move, there will be flaws, such as this moment. The shadows of claws all over the sky disappeared. The right fist accurately caught Tianjin Fan's punch. Clenched his left fist and hit him in the stomach. Tianjin Fan grinned, flicked his legs on the ground, turned over in an instant, jumped into the air, and jumped upside down to the top of Yamcha's head. The fist that was tightly grasped twisted, and instantly held Yamcha's wrist together with the other hand. With force on his back, he slammed Yamcha and sent Yamcha flying. Then he landed heavily on the ground, squatting down with his legs, his right fist and left palm pressed against each other. His right elbow was like a sharp arrow, and his whole body shot out like a sharp arrow, knocking away the air that was blocking him, towards Ya, who was in mid-air. Mucha shoots away. Yamcha rolled around in the air and then controlled his body, but his back was turned in the direction of Tianjin Fan, and he didn't seem to notice his attack. Suddenly the blue light lit up, and as Yamcha turned around, the light became more dazzling, and the blue light cluster was already hugged in Yamcha's arms. Wave. As the Yamuti was drunk in a low voice, a blue Qigong wave sprayed out. Tianjin Fan seemed unable to react at such a close distance. But I didn't expect that the Qigong wave seemed to pass through Tianjin Fan's body, but it seemed to penetrate the air, and it didn't have the effect of hitting. Instead, it flew straight towards the river. A huge amount of river water rose into the sky, splashed in all directions with the explosion, and turned into water droplets all over the sky, and the water droplets fell like a heavy rain. The doctor and others standing by the river were completely drenched. Bastard Yamcha! You almost shot us, do you know that? Bulma was taken aback. Just now he thought that the Qigong wave would directly hit him and the others. At this time, he roared at Yamcha with his teeth and claws. Half of the cigarette fell to the ground, and the doctor stared dumbfounded at the two people who appeared and disappeared in the distance, and then looked at the huge pit at the bottom of the river behind him, and finally saw the power of martial arts for the first time. It's really an unscientific power. Ordinary people can master such ferocious energy by themselves. The doctor sighed. Come on. Tian. Lan Luo waved her right hand to cheer up her sweetheart. If you kill him, I will never call you sweetheart again. Even in the midst of a fierce fight, a drop of sweat clearly appeared on Tianjin Fan's forehead. This woman actually yelled her most hated title in front of outsiders. However, it seems that the term will never be heard again. Because defeating the person in front of him is an inevitable outcome, but I don't know how much skill I will use. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 A Different Yamcha. Chapter 19 A Different Yamcha. I didn't expect that your strength has improved to this level. Tianjin Fan said while parrying Yamcha's offensive freely. I learned the Wukong technique, my chi increased, and I also learned Gibo Qigong. Passing another wave of Azure Qigong, Tianjin Fan slapped away the following flying legs with a palm, and his two punches were like two dragons going out to sea, attacking at the same time, knocking Yamcha into the air far away. Yamcha wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth after landing, but the gap with you is still so huge. Tianjin Fan looked at him with excited eyes. No, you don't know, I'm really surprised that you can improve so much. In the original book, you don't even have 1/5 of your current strength. I still have a trick I created myself. If you can't do anything with this trick. Yamcha raised his left hand upwards, and held his right hand on his left wrist. A white light ball emerged. Oh! Tianjin Fan looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect so many things to happen. Yamcha still invented this trick. Fucking chi bomb! Yamcha turned his left hand into a sword finger, pointing towards Tianjin Fan. Cao chi bomb dragged the afterimage and rushed towards Tianjin Fan. It's just that it's not enough to watch. Tianjin Fan still avoided it effortlessly, and looked up again, only to see a white ball of light appear again in Yamcha's hand. Oh! This is interesting. Tianjin Fan was greatly surprised. Not only was his strength far superior to the original, but his tactics had also been improved a lot. One after another, the air bombs flew out of Yamcha's hand, and in the blink of an eye, 10 light clusters flew around Tianjin Fan. Although due to the continuous decrease of qi and the lack of help from the right hand, the power of the gas manipulation bullets produced by a left hand is less powerful, but each gas manipulation bullet moves very fast. Yamcha seems to use his 10 fingers to direct the qi bomb, stretching his hands to the void, and flicking his fingers, as if playing a passionate piece of music with ups and downs. The 10 gas bombs crossed different trajectories, rising or falling, fast and slow, making people dizzying. Gradually, Yamcha closed his eyes. Even he himself was overwhelmed by the dazzling scene, so he simply relied on his own qi perception ability to control the qi bomb to attack Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan no longer uses his eyes to catch the trajectory of the qi bombs, because some qi bombs will be deliberately shot into the ground, and then come up from another place, so they can only rely on the perception of qi. Compared with the pirated gas control bullets he used 3 years ago to deal with Piccolo, Yamcha's genuine gas control bombs are far superior in power and speed. However, this trick is not without flaws. Tianjin Fan concentrated on perceiving the movement of qi, and also closed his eyes. The boiling blood all over his body subsided instantly, and the aura he exuded also gradually dissipated. Even so, his figure was still erratic, making it impossible for all the air-controlling bullets to touch him at all. Yamcha felt that he was getting more and more traces of Tianjin Fan, and suddenly, Tianjin Fan completely disappeared from his perception. Opening his eyes, he only saw a powerful iron fist held straight in front of his face. The breath he exhaled hit the fist, as if he had hit a wall, and all of it flung back and brushed against his face. He knew that if the iron fist erupted with the power it possessed just now, he would be killed before he could react in time. With a disappointed expression on his face, 10 air bombs collided with each other while waving his hands, making futile explosions in the air. Yamcha closed his eyes again and regretfully said, "I lost. Your perception of qi still needs to be strengthened. When the opponent can no longer avoid your perception, I believe that this move of yours will be more powerful." Tianjin Fan pointed out the opponent's shortcomings. His strength gave him a big surprise. He thought it was just a warm-up, but he didn't expect that he would need to exert less than half of his strength to defeat the opponent. "Work hard, Yamcha, when the crisis comes a few years later, maybe you can handle it all by yourself." Tianjin Fan recalled the familiar movement of Yamcha falling to the ground in the original book, and felt this life seems impossible to see again. After Yamcha experienced the torment of Piccolo, he already had a stronger will, but he recovered his calm expression in a moment. Thinking of what Tianjin Fan said just now, he asked, "The crisis in a few years? What? Crisis?" Tianjin Fan made a slip of the tongue for a while, but after thinking about it, it's not a big deal, so he simply said bluntly, "As far as I know, an evil alien will descend on the earth in 5 years, but as long as you continue to practice, we can definitely get rid of him at that time." Yamcha's doubts became more and more. "How do you know? Did aliens invade? How could there be only one person?" Sure enough, saying one thing would lead to more problems. Tianjin Fan rolled his eyes in his heart, and decided to simply ignore him, as if he hadn't said what he just said. Speaking out about this matter will only cause everyone to panic. Anyway, we will be able to solve it at that time. You just need to know that you need to continue to work hard. Tianjin Fan left Yamcha, who was full of thoughts, with the back of his head, and walked towards Lan Luogo. "Let's go. We agreed to go shopping in Zidal with you. We've been fighting for a long time, so you're in a hurry." Tianjin Fan patted Lan Luo's head and said, "By the way, you said it yourself, if I win, Don't call me that. Lan Luo slapped Tianjin Fan's palm flying away, stroked the top of his messed up head, and said angrily, Don't touch my head. I'm not a child. Humph. But it seems that you still remember to accompany me. For the sake, hey. Let's go shopping. Lan Luo happily held Tianjin Fan's arm and dragged him into the airship. Yam Sha also came over and hugged Bulma's shoulder, speaking of which, I also promised to go shopping with you, why don't you just go with them? You are wise. Bulma said angrily, if you do this again next time, I will really break up with you. Yamcha rolled his eyes helplessly at Tianjin Fan. Women are really troublesome. Tianjin Fan actually understood the meaning conveyed in his eyes, thinking that if you don't care about Bulma like this, you will end up tragically lonely for the rest of your life sooner or later, and it's so troublesome to go shopping with your girlfriend. I really like watching Lan Luo change into all kinds of beautiful clothes for me to see, just for pleasing the eyes. This shopping must also go. On the way back, drive. Breves was still driving. Tianjin Fan suddenly thought, since the doctor is proficient in energy, then he should be able to make that thing, right? Dr. Breves, do you know how to measure the value of energy? Tianjin Fan asked. Ah? Measure the value of energy? It depends on the type of energy. The doctor looked at Tianjin Fan with a strange expression. I was thinking, can there be an instrument that can measure the qi content in the body of our martial arts? Through this, we can accurately know the strength of the opponent and the size of our own progress. Naturally, what Tianjin Fan wants to do is the combat power test in the original book it's done. Although in the later stage, this device can no longer measure Wukong's combat effectiveness. But in the early stage, having such a detector can still reduce a lot of risks. At least you won't be pretended to be a pig and eat a tiger by the enemy, right? What's more, being able to clearly judge one's own progress is also a more practical function. This requires experiments to know if it can be done. The doctor pondered again. Feeling that the airship seemed to be shaking, Bulma took a look at her father. She also knew that once he got into something of interest, he would ignore the outside world like this. For the sake of her own life, she hurriedly drove him away. When he got to the side, he replaced himself as the airship. It's easy to make this thing, but it's a bit troublesome to determine the value. There is no basic value for me to judge. It's simple. Tianjin Fan thought that the doctor would not be able to make a combat power detector without the broken detector as a reference, but he didn't expect the doctor to be a genius in the Dragon Ball world, and he found an idea so quickly. I can adjust the combat power to the level of an ordinary person. As long as this base is set to 5, it is enough to determine the value of other people. Why don't you make this detector into a single-sided eyeglass? Tianjin Fan suggested with a certain evil feeling in his heart. Sometimes he really wants to recreate some familiar things from his previous life into this world. By law, many household robots produced are deeply influenced by him. Glasses? Then they can't be used for fighting. If you accidentally break it, it's very dangerous to get stuck in your eyes. The doctor looked at Tianjin Fan with a surprised expression. Are you sure you want to make it that way? Rubbing his nose, Tianjin Fan said embarrassedly, Oh, it's just a suggestion, doctor, you should make it according to the style you want. Bulma looked at Tianjin Fan in surprise. I didn't expect that a guy with a brain full of muscles like you can have so many creative ideas. It's really impressive. Hey, the guy next to you who is hugged tightly by you is a guy with a brain full of muscles like me. Is it really okay for you to say that? Seeing Yam Sha's speechless expression, Bulma hurriedly said embarrassedly, Sorry. I didn't mean you. Yet, after all, you don't even have such a creative idea. You really only have muscles left in your brain. I think that's what she meant. Tianjin Fan added fuel to the fire. Tell you to reject my request for the supergravity room, break up quickly and concentrate on developing the time machine. Lan Luo pinched Tianjin Fan reproachfully, and stopped him from wanting to continue adding more fuel to the match. Okay. This is the busiest commercial street in Western capital, Bulma, take them for a stroll. The doctor returned to the driver's seat, and couldn't bear to look straight at his wife hugging the other side of Tianjin Fan. One arm, my wife, since you want to accompany them, then I'll go back first. I'm going to start researching the hypergravity chamber and the detector. After finishing speaking, he drove the airship crookedly into the sky and headed towards his home. Fly away. Hey, you really don't care about this. Tianjin Fan raised his finger with difficulty and pointed at the sexy beauty on the side, and said to Bulma, "This is your mother." Bulma snorted angrily, turned her head and took Yam Sha into a clothing store. Don't you mind this? Tianjin Fan asked Lan Luo, who was holding her other hand. Oh, really, do you think my old lady would be jealous with an aunt? Lan Luo said disapprovingly, eagerly looking at the various shops on the roadside. Ah. The little girl really can't talk. Even so, Mrs. Breves still smiled and squinted her eyes, but for the sake of the handsome guy, I don't care about it with you. Come on, let's go to that house first, let's shop. His desserts are famous snacks in Western capital. Tianjin Fan was stunned and walked into the dessert shop by two blonde beauties, one on the left and one on the right, feeling that the peak of his life might be at this moment. In my previous life, I never dreamed of being treated like this. End of this chapter. Chapter 20, something off topic. Chapter 20. Today I saw a book review on the book Friends Self Space, and asked me when I would update it. I suddenly thought a lot and wanted to write something. What are you thinking about? I thought about why I wrote the book and what I expected from it. Speaking of it, I don't have any good writing skills, nor do I have such a rich imagination. I want to write a book. I have been reading novels for more than 10 years. I always have such a dream, I want to write a book of my own. The second is the love for Zilongzhu. In the past, I tried to write a lot in high school. After studying every night, I wrote from 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock with a pen. I wrote a few paper books in just half a semester, but the result can be imagined. At that time, there was nothing to society. The cognition of the world is all based on imagination, not to mention, and there is no writing. Okay. So I never dared to write novels again. I rewatched Dragon Ball until last month. Suddenly I really want to write a fan of Dragon Ball. And so this book was born. But let's be honest. This is the first time I have written it in a real sense, so naturally the writing is not very good. My expectation at the time was, there were a dozen or so readers who would keep criticizing me, encouraging me, and supporting me, so that it was enough for me to persist in writing a novel. But later, it slowly uploaded to Dashwords. I found that writing novels was really tiring, and my own writing was so smooth that I really didn't want to write any more. As a result, the next morning, I suddenly received a short message from the website, saying that your work meets the signing conditions, and you can contact me to sign the contract. At that time, I was ignorant, I thought it must be a system failure, and the information sent to others was sent to me by mistake, right? Unbelievable. And with a little anticipation, I repeatedly turned on Writer's Assistant, turned off Writer's Assistant, and turned on. Until that day passed, I didn't dare to add responsibility and sign the QQ according to the short notice of the website. The next morning, when I went to work in the lobby, there were very few people, so I was idle and bored, thinking about trying it out. Just added the QQ of 2 editors. Then the muddle-headed book was signed. Then I wrote for a few more days. Feeling crazy. Why does writing a novel take so much time? After going to work for 10 hours a day, you still have to spend 3 or 4 hours writing novels, no time to play games at all, okay? Do you want to give up? Just as I was thinking about this difficult question. You have been recommended by XXXX, and the recommendation will start at 2-noon on Sunday. Please keep updating the unfinished works. ORZ. Sorry, I don't want it at all. If you don't give it to me, you can slowly let no one care about it, and then you can give up, okay? Editors will most likely see this chapter. At that time, my thought was that indeed the Emperor pays off, all the sacrifices are worthwhile, and I will work harder. In short, the real thought at the time was, editor, you actually gave me a recommendation, simply flattered. Okay. If it is recommended, it will be interrupted. Editing would definitely kill me. Although I have never spoken to the editor in charge. But for the sake of my life, I still gritted my teeth and planned to stick to it for another week. At that time, I thought. After all, I was on the recommended position, maybe I would break through collections and reach the pinnacle of my life. However, the facts tell me that I am actually just a deadbeat. Because the second day of the recommendation was still the first few days, I was invited to join the author group. Diving and reading their chat records, I realized that I was really just a scumbag. And I finally understood that the one I got should be the legendary test water push. Check out the 250 collection. I think I should have jumped home. However, the recommendation period is not over yet. The unit leader called me. Xiao Yang, the district organizes a cultural performance and requires all units to send people to put on a show. Our industry DW attaches great importance to it, and the chairman carefully selected 8 of you to participate in the show, which is tentatively designated as a folk dance. Leader, I'm not a DY, not even an activist, I'm afraid I'm not suitable to participate. Please, I have to update it every day, how can I have time to arrange the program? This matter is very important. Even if it is not DY, every employee is obliged to actively participate. It's none of my business. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, leader, I can't do heavy work, I have to go home every day to cook, wash dishes, wash the laundry and sweep the floor, leader. I really don't have time to participate in the show. You are the only young employees in our unit. Compared with the middle-aged employees, you have more spare time. Besides, young people have to work harder and exercise more. If there are difficulties, they must learn to overcome them. Sir, overcome a ghost, my wife is about to have a baby and you tell me to work hard. Then, well. His arms couldn't hold back his thighs, so he could only give in. Don't tell me not to persuade him to single out. I thought in my heart that it should be enough for a week or two, and it doesn't have to be practiced every day, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Then the next day I was confused again. He actually had to train for 40 days in a row, from 9:30 to 6:30 every day, until the Chinese New Year. Dude, do you know that I don't leave the unit until when I get off work at o'clock every day? My special mother took a taxi to train and didn't have time to eat, okay? It is important for ORZ to provide for the family, everyone. So just dance. So the update is not stable this week, and it will not be stable next week, and it will not be stable next week, and this situation will continue until the end of the new year. In fact, I just want to finish this book well. Why is it so difficult? But I'm a bit of a paranoid person. Once you decide what to do, go to the end. It's like dancing. I originally resisted it. As a result, after a few days of training, I actually enjoyed it. QAQ. I even looked down on myself. What is the difference between being QJed by others and still being addicted to it? But now that it's done. Then I still have to dance this dance well. I can't let down the hard work of the coach and 15 colleagues, right? But I can't live up to the collection recommendations of the masters, right? So I will try my best to finish writing this book, and I will try my best to update it every day during this time. Of course, back to the theme of this single chapter, please don't scold me if it is broken, although the 250 collection just now became 249. But I'm not happy at all, I still hope it can be 251. It's words. Seeing here must be the true love of true love. Still going back to the topic, why write a book has already been said above. Tell me about your expectations for this book. In fact, my income in real life is not bad. Although it must be compared with some bigwigs, if I work honestly, my income is more than enough. So I didn't even think about making money when I wrote this book. I don't think I can make money by writing novels, so I just want to write a story in my heart and finish it. As for the results, I don't have any doubts. Any expectations. As a newcomer, I am deeply aware that I must be a deadbeat for the first book. The second book, to be honest, I'm really not interested in writing anything other than Dragon Ball. Maybe in the future, the writing style will improve, and I will have the urge to continue writing, but for now, I just want to finish this Dragon Ball Rebirth. The previous part may not be satisfactory, but I will work hard to improve my writing level in the future, hoping to write interesting plots to repay everyone. Of course, the more he explains, the more this person seems to be sophistrying. So in case one day TJ happens, it's not necessarily true. But as long as each of you collects and affirms, I have a steady stream of motivation to continue writing. Special thanks to XXPP2012, as the first reader to support me. I am very encouraged. Although I don't know why I read my book, and still encouraged me to write it down, I once wondered if he coveted my beauty, but after communicating with him, I realized that's not the case. After all, I'm a man, so it should be a man. Yes. Hey, why did I use the third person with vague gender? Am I expecting it to be a female reader? Special thanks for drinking a glass of old wine. Basically, you give me 8 tickets every day. Sometimes I really feel sorry for your so many tickets, but really, when I couldn't write down and had to stop updating, I saw your record of 8 tickets. It flashed, and it immediately made me grit my teeth and insist on finishing a chapter before going to sleep. There are also many friends who voted for and raised bugs in the book. It seems that there are really many, but in fact there are only a few. But even if there are only a few people, there are already many people supporting me in my heart. Thank you for your support. I will try my best to keep it updated. Another weak question. Can you leave more book reviews, whether encouraging or criticizing? At least keep me motivated and keep working hard. By the way, I know that the editor definitely doesn't have time to read my articles, and I haven't exposed in the unit that I am writing novels as a hobby, so the editor and the leader should not be able to see it, so I am unscrupulous. Yeah. After 1 o'clock, the phone typed -characters, and I felt like a dick. I have to go to work tomorrow and practice dancing. My daughter-in-law is snoring, so I should go to bed too. Good night everybody. End of this chapter. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 7 Quarterfinals. The final winner of the No. Ring is Sun Wukong. The announcement sounded from the broadcast in the clubhouse. That's right. It's Wukong. Bulma and Oolong also heard the announcement resounding throughout the audience in the auditorium outside. Then everyone looked at the huge monitor hanging behind the main arena again, which was broadcasting the live broadcast of the preliminaries. The final winner of the second ring is an anonymous player. Wow! She's still a beautiful woman. Oolong suddenly became excited, and it's been a long time since I saw a female player in this arena. The surrounding audience also gave out excited cheers. Unexpectedly, such a delicate and petite girl could get a place in the top 8. They immediately looked forward to the next game even more. Only Gaixian let out a schadenfreude laugh. Hey, wait for a big surprise, Wukong. Next, it's ring number 8, contestant Tao Bibai. Ring number 6, contestant Yamcha. Ring No. Tianjin Fan contestant. Rally No. Kellen. Ring No. Has also decided the final winner. The dumpling contestant. Haha, just like the name, the dumpling contestant is really cute. All the female audiences in the audience cheered. Our top 8 not only has many handsome guy, and the cute little Zhengtai. The host announced the winners of several other rings in one breath. After a pause, he said, now there is only the last ring left and there is one more match left, the 5th ring. The opponents are the champions of the last martial arts tournament. Mr. Satan. Satan. Mr. Satan won the championship again and again. The whole audience immediately burst into cheers. Crane Immortal stared blankly at the image of Peach White that just skipped on the screen. Hey! Kellen pointed at the silly young man on the screen with a straight face, and said to Yamcha in surprise, "The champion of the last Budokai is actually such a guy." Yamcha nodded, "It seems to be him. Although he is not very good compared with us. But among ordinary people, he is quite capable. And I heard that his luck is also very good. Every time when the game starts, his opponent will have a stomach ache." Kellen folded his arms and rubbed his chin with pain on his face, and said, "If I had known that you would not participate in the last session, I would have come to win a championship. Anyway, there are 100 million yuan. Yamcha glanced at him with a smile, "Haha, don't be a pity, don't you think it's more exciting to have so many masters this year? Excitement is excitement, but you don't know. Since last year, Master Wushan will not give us living expenses. When I practice outside, I am often hungry. So it's good to earn this kind of free money." Buzz, buzz, buzz. "Be quiet. Be quiet." The host patted the microphone, then calmed down the heated atmosphere, and then continued, "Because there are too many people in the preliminary competition today, the competition is not over until now. So the organizer decided to start the official competition tomorrow. However, because Satan, we have decided to transfer this last match to the main arena to compete for Mr. Satan's previous championship status. At the same time, we will also introduce Mr. Satan's opponent, the Devil Boy player." The audience who sat and watched the screen all day were sullen and planned to leave. But they didn't expect to be able to watch a match of the previous champion in the end. They were very satisfied and cheered one after another. Satan folded his hands confidently and looked at Piccolo opposite him. Piccolo looked at him from the corner of his eye in boredom, and he could tell from his walking posture that this guy had no talent at all. "Ha ha ha! Do you feel very nervous about facing me?" Mr. Satan looked at the motionless Piccolo with satisfaction and laughed loudly, "But it's okay. Don't be nervous, I won't use all my strength. After all, I haven't reached the final yet, I will keep some strength. Well, I will use -% of my strength to fight you." Piccolo glanced at Satan impatiently, "Hurry up if you want to fight, don't waste time." He, are you in a hurry? I need to disturb your mind, and I will win later to be more unrestrained." Satan was thinking about his strategy in his heart, but he pretended to be generous and said, "It seems that you are still a little nervous. Then let's do this. I believe that the audiences all over the world have watched the competition all day, and they are also tired. I will change it. Come on the show to change your appetite, don't be stunned by my strength." Satan walked to the entrance and exit of the arena, carried a luggage bag and walked to the center of the arena. "Ah, no? Equals. Tianjin Fan watched with a sore face as Satan took out tiles one after another, and put 20 yuan on the ground in the blink of an eye. "My brother, do you know that you are committing suicide?" "Hey!" Satan exhaled deeply, raised his right hand high like a knife, then yelled, and slashed down violently. Wow hoo hoo! There was a crisp sound, and the tiles shattered one by one, until the last piece, because the strength was exhausted, it didn't shatter. Well, after a day of competition, I was a little hungry, so I didn't cut them all at once. But I believe you can clearly understand my strength now. Satan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then immediately tightening his championship belt, he patted his stomach and said, "Satan is mighty! Satan is mighty!" The audience yelled excitedly again. Isn't this guy really here to act in a sketch?" Bulma said speechlessly. "Well, this young man still has some strength, but that's for ordinary people, otherwise he wouldn't have won the last championship. But his opponent is a bit of a concern, it seems very dangerous." Turtle the Immortal frowned and looked in the direction of the arena. "How long are you going to do with your acrobatics? What a waste of time." Piccolo finally lost his patience and said to the referee, "Not yet? Or should I kill him before the game starts?" Uncle Sunglasses helped the mirror. Okay. The competition will start soon. Then, please get ready, both contestants. 3, 2, 1. Let's start. Uncle Sunglasses quickly left the ring. Having commented on 3 competitions, he has a lot of experience. In this kind of high-end competition, if he turns around slowly and steps down, even if he misses a second, he may miss the wonderful duel scene. Therefore, whether he can get off the stage as quickly as he did just now and start commenting is the key factor in judging whether a referee and host is qualified. Uncle Sunglasses looked back expectantly, and was about to start. A figure flew out from above his head. There was a burst of exclamation from the audience. What's the situation? Why did I just step off the stage, and there was only one person left on the stage? Uncle Sunglasses stared blankly at the competition arena, complaining endlessly in his heart. I saw Piccolo appearing where Satan was standing before, but Satan had disappeared. The audience behind him parted, revealing Satan slumped in the auditorium. Ouch! Hello, the tiles must have not been cleaned just now, which caused me to slip and fall. Ouch, my face hurts. Surprisingly, he glanced at the mysterious devil boy contestant, and the uncle in the sunglasses knew it. Being able to move to Satan's position in an instant showed that this young man was not easy. I am very relieved, this time the martial arts meeting not only has Monkey King, but also this mysterious boy. It seems that the competition will be very exciting. Although Mr. Satan unfortunately fell and flew out of the arena, the rules must still be followed. Then I announce that the winner of the 5th ring is the Devil Boy player. The top 8 have been produced. Tomorrow's order of play is Group Dash, Monkey King vs Anonymous. The second group, Kellen vs Tianjin Fan. The third group, Devil Boy vs Yamcha. Group Dash, Dumplings vs Dobibai. Uncle Sunglasses held the microphone by his mouth in his left hand, and stretched a finger high into the sky with his right hand. Then let's look forward to tomorrow's official matchup. Although the audience didn't enjoy themselves, they could only leave the venue noisily. Tianjin Fan flew to the auditorium with the dumplings, and walked out of the competition venue with Hezionran and the others. Tian, that mysterious devil boy looks like. Immortal Crane obviously also recognized Piccolo's identity. Yes, he is also a demon. It stands to reason that after the great demon King Piccolo is sealed, no more demons should be born, but, it seems that only God knows about this matter. Tianjin Fan touched his nose. Wait, after the game, I will go to the temple to have a look. Also, I was a little surprised that Tao Bibai participated in the competition. Didn't he say that killers walk in the dark? Why do you still participate in this kind of competition that needs to show your face? What happened in the past 6 years? Hezionran asked in confusion. Do you know that guy? Wukong suddenly came over. When I was young, I met him once to snatch my Dragon Ball. He first killed my friend, and then almost killed me. But I climbed up Kalen Tat, became more powerful, and finally killed him. But how is it revived now? Ouch! Hello brother, Tianjin fans are speechless. Can you stop being so sincere? Don't you talk about the occasion? Obviously, the way the master mentioned Tao Bibai's tone already shows that they are very familiar. Okay, even if you don't know that you killed someone's brother, you should know that killing someone's friend will annoy others, right? Is it really okay to say it so bluntly? Humph! How is it possible? How powerful you were when you were young. Tao Bibai's strength has long been inferior to mine. You are lucky to meet him and not die, and you dare to lie about killing him. Crane Immortal said to Wukong with an expression of disbelief, then turned his head, and said to Gaixian, who was taking advantage of the crowd, Old Turtle, you are such a good disciple, everyone is just talking nonsense like you. Seeing that Wukong still wanted to refute, Tianjin Fan quickly covered his mouth, and said with a smirk, Wukong, Tao Bibai is my master's younger brother, so stop making such jokes. But I originally, can be regarded as avenging UPA, and since he is your brother, then I don't care about him. I really thank you for your generosity, Gaku. You obviously killed his brother, how can you be so righteous, although Tao Bibai deserves it, but are you really not afraid that he will tell me to kill you if you say this in front of my master? Still talking nonsense. Humph, sure enough, you Gaixian Liu people are all hypocrites. Xianren was really angry. Although he and his younger brother Tao Bibai didn't have a good relationship, and they didn't even communicate with each other for many years, you thought wouldn't I be offended at making such a nasty joke? Let's go. Tian. Dumplings. Crane Immortal simply flew up. Wait tomorrow, give me a good lesson on these rude guys from Gaixian Liu. Really? Tianjin Fan covered his forehead with one hand, wrapped around Lan Qi waist with the other, and flew up. Lan Qi rolled her eyes, but when she looked at the crowd at her feet, she didn't know if there was a pervert like Gaixian who touched the girl's buttocks. I have hugged a lot. Jiaozi, you have to be careful tomorrow. Although Tao Bibai is my younger brother, he will never be lenient when he strikes. Immortal Crane said to Jiaozi. Don't worry, master, I'm fine. Dumpling replied confidently. The night gradually fell, like a curtain trying to cover Papaya Island. But how can a prosperous city lack lights? Search lights, street lights, advertising lights, all kinds of lights complement each other, making Papaya Island at night like daytime. Crowds of 2s and 3s gathered together, or had a long speech in a restaurant, or had a heated argument on the street. The discussion is all about the outcome of tomorrow's game. Some people even made a bet. End of this chapter. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Chapter 8. On the eve of the race. Lan Luo peeled off the shells of the nuts and fed them to Tianjin Fan, who was sitting by the bed reading a book. Why don't you go buy your own championship? But it should not be underestimated. That's right, there is also Wukong. This guy's potential is simply endless. Without a real fight, I don't know who will win or lose. Tianjin Fan flipped through the book in his hand casually. Alas, I said this novel is too bad. The plot is all straightforward, without any twists and turns, and the characters are too panelized, and there is nothing new. Lan Luo took the novel and flipped through it casually. The protagonist is not bad, but it's not as interesting as the stories you usually tell me. Humph, wait for me to write 2 wonderful scripts one day. I will write The Legend of Condor Heroes, Journey to the South, and Romance of the Three Kings. It should be enough for me to entertain me for a while when it is made into a TV series. Tianjin Fanyu, the more I think about it, the more I think it's a good idea. I can also copy some comics, ha! And those songs. Make more good songs, so that you won't be bored in the future. Although the Dragon Ball world has developed similarly to the Earth in the previous life, it has not made much achievements in the field of culture. Not only is the quantity scarce, but the quality is also much worse. Without a certain quantity as the basis, it is impossible to produce classics. Which masterpiece in the previous life is not one in a million? Sometimes I wonder, how do you know so many interesting stories that others don't? Lan Luo looked at her favorite person with blurred eyes, and your thoughts are also very strange. Ha, I actually have more novel ideas. Those movies I watched before, he. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up, and he looked at Lan Luo with a wretched smile. But I think it's better for you to go back to your room and sleep by yourself. With a touch of blue shaking, Tianjin Fan was pushed out of the door. Tisk. Tianjin Fan walked out of the room depressed. The master shared a room, myself and Jiaozi shared a room, and Lan Luo shared a room. Originally, I wanted to see if I could achieve something good tonight. The result is a tragic ending. Oh, when can I get rid of this pure body? I am 23 years old. Depressed, he walked back to his room with Dumplings. Dumpling is still doing her homework obediently. After 4 years of study, Jiaozi has finally improved from the level where two-digit addition and subtraction can only be calculated with fingers to the level of mental arithmetic two-digit multiplication. In this regard, Tianjin Fan can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tian, have you been driven back again? Dumpling asked after stopping her homework. What are you kids doing so much? Have you finished all your homework? Tianjin Fan glared at Jiaozi angrily, and fell back on his bed. Humph! You're worthless. You're alone anyway. Why don't you just marry her? You know what, with Lan Qi in the middle, how can you live like this after marriage? Besides, if Lan Qi doesn't want to, I can't do it directly. I don't want to force girls. In your words, you are hypocritical. If it were me, I wouldn't care about the 21. Bang! Tianjin Fan jumped up and punched Jiaozi with an uppercut. Don't have such thoughts, you know. People who force girls are the worst. Hey, it seems that you are more rigid than your master. A strange voice came from outside the window, which seemed to be simulated by a machine. The door was unlocked and was pulled open directly from the outside. It's really mechanical love in vain. Sir, there are really no guest rooms anymore. Recently, all guest rooms are full because of the Budokai. You can't just enter other people's rooms. The waitress followed behind with a look of panic. Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Seeing Tao Bibai's terrifying mechanical eyes turning back and forth strangely, the waitress turned pale with fright, and felt a dangerous feeling emanating from him, so she ran away without saying a word. You seem to like that girl next door very much. How about we make a deal? Tao Bibai said with a smile on his face. What did you do to Lan Luo? Tianjin Fangzhen asked with gritted teeth. I blame myself for being careless in my heart. Although I can perceive qi, there are many people who can hide qi in the world. Damn it, if Lan Luo was killed, I would definitely tear him into pieces. Oh? Very nice eyes. I have killed many people with your eyes. Tao Bibai leisurely admired the anger on Tianjin Fan's face, licked his lips and said, but if you don't agree, I can surely she will never live to see the sun of tomorrow. Humph! Tianjin Fan snorted coldly, but luckily he hadn't taken any action yet. Do you want to get rid of him first and then talk about it? Haha! Do you want to kill me directly? It's useless. You don't know how powerful I am now. After spending all the money I earned in the past few decades, I finally came back to life. Don't think I use without mechanical limbs, I'm not considered a top killer. I'm not what I used to be. If I do it, I guarantee that no one in this hotel will survive. After a few words, Tianjin Fan finally confirmed that he really couldn't perceive his specific strength. Damn it, it would be great if I asked the doctor to make a combat power detector earlier. If the doctor improves it, maybe it can detect the combat power of the martial artist who has hidden aura. Bah! Tao Bibai casually shot out a whole wave, penetrating the wall. Ah! A high-pitched scream sounded. Bastard! What did you do? Lan Luo, Tianjin Fan regretted it unceasingly, knowing that Tao Bibai is a murderer, he should stabilize him first. Haha! It seems that you really care about her. So, do you want to make this deal? Promise to do one thing for me, and I can sell her life to you. What deal are you going to do? Tianjin Fan asked in a deep voice. Hey! That's right. Tao Bibai let out a smug laugh. You also know the order of tomorrow's competition. Monkey King is in the first group, and I am in the 8th group. That guy killed my enemy, you have to report it in front of the whole world in the final. Although he is a little more angry than before, he is still not your opponent. Should you fight him in the semi-finals? I need you to seriously injure him, and then losing to him on purpose so I can meet him in the final. Humph! I didn't expect you to be so sinister and despicable. Immortal Crane had already heard the news, so he also came out to check the situation, but he didn't expect to see this younger brother who hadn't been in touch for many years. It seems that you were defeated by Sun Wukong. Crane Immortal looked at him seriously. Then you are a man and you should defeat him openly. With this method, how can your martial arts improve? Humph. Although Tao Bibai is very arrogant and domineering, he still has some scruples about his elder brother who brought him up with his own hands. Stop teaching me, I'm no longer the kid who practiced martial arts with you. Tao Bibai turned to the Crane Immortal with a cold face and said, Brother, don't look at me now. It cost a lot of money for the doctor to install energy cannons and energy cores for me, and the current combat power value has reached a level that you can't imagine. What combat power value? Crane Immortal had no idea about this. That's a detector developed by a doctor. My mechanical eyes can directly detect other people's combat power. Tao Bibai said, pointing to his own eyes. Energy core, energy cannon, detector? Tianjin Fan looked at Tao Bibai in surprise. Could it be that he was transformed by Dr. Gallo? As far as he knows, in the original book, apart from Frisia's power, only Dr. Gallo's android can roughly detect the combat power value of others. For example, Tianjin Fan, I can accurately know that his combat power is 500, which happens to be an integer. Dumpling is 300. Tao Bibai pinched his mechanical eyes, and the combat power of everyone present appeared in his sight instantly. Brother, you don't seem to have made any progress. It's only 150. Tao Bibai breathed a sigh of relief, ha ha ha. Sure enough, all the bullshit martial arts you said are useless. Only continuous killing can stimulate. Let me keep improving myself. Ha 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 ha. Now, I am the strongest person. At this moment, Tao Bibai completely let go of all scruples in her heart when she saw her elder brother who had not improved for decades. Humph. It's not bad to have a combat power of 500 at this age. However, based on the gap between you and me, it's better to be obedient. Tao Bibai said, squinting at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan took a serious look at Tao Bibai, and no longer showed any anger on his face. Because he had already sensed that Lan Luo's breath next door was stable, and nothing happened. In addition, Tao Bibai didn't seem to know that he and others could hide their aura at will, so he mistakenly thought that he only had 500 combat power. Being so arrogant, he will naturally suffer a big loss when he meets Monkey King. Oh, wrong. He had no chance of meeting Goku at all. Tianjin Fan sneered in his heart. If he dared to threaten himself with Lan Luo, he would never let you go. Even if you do it off the field, you must be crippled. Without showing any signs of expression, Tianjin Fan said lightly, don't worry, since you have asked so, Uncle Shi, of course I agree. By the way, I want to ask you a lot. I don't know the name of the doctor you know, Shishu? Can you introduce me to? I also want to be as powerful as you, Shishu. Tianjin Fan asked casually. Hey! Tao Bibai snorted coldly, do you think I will allow him to survive this kind of technology that enhances other people's strength? He was killed by me after I completed the transformation. Ha 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 ha. Charge me a 400 million operation fee in vain, hey! I just need to charge -million for killing a person, and killing him just offsets it, and I don't even need to change it. Ha 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 ha. Well, since you agreed, I should also let's go. Sun Wukong has more than combat power, I have to prepare well to be safe. Damn, you are actually a partner of justice, uncle. Tianjin Fan rubbed his nose, complaining endlessly in his heart. Not to mention giving experience to Monkey King before, even if he is dead, he still has to struggle to get up and give everyone another wave of experience. By the way, the artificial human crisis was solved quietly, I can't bear to destroy you on my own. Amitabha, it seems that I don't have to face Shiru's perversion in the future. No, wouldn't number 18 also disappear, poor Kling. Because he has no nose, he is short or bald, so it is difficult to find a girlfriend. In the original book, he did not meet the goddess of hit until he was in his 30s. Now that Dr. Gallo has died, could it be the rhythm of being lonely for the rest of his life? But I don't know if you will be an orphan or not. Whether I will be an orphan or not depends on tonight. The various bloody TV shows Tianjin had watched in his previous life gave him instant inspiration. Lan Luo. That's the way it is. That guy knows that I care about you the most, and he actually threatened me with your life. Tianjin Fan sat at the table tiredly, looking down at the shadow in the corner of the room with a dejected expression on his face. Said in a magnetic voice, "For your safety, shall I sleep with you tonight?" Finally confiding his purpose, Tianjin Fan raised his head to look at Lan Luo gracefully. "Blue hair. I'll go, I don't wear it like this, I didn't sneeze, why did I transform?" Lan Qi looked at each other with a speechless expression. Although I am a bit naturally dumb, but I still instinctively feel that there is a conspiracy. Hey, what a nasty man. Sure. You can sleep on the floor. The sly expression on Lan Qi's face disappeared for a moment, and then returned to an elegant and polite smile. "If I see you dare to take a step closer to the bed, I will kill you right away." Shouting molestation. Tianjin Fan burst into tears. "Sister, we don't bring this kind of fun. I have a competition tomorrow. The ground is so icy, how can I rest well? I promised Master and Lan Luo to win the championship. Didn't you promise that Tao Bibai would lose the game? Does it matter if you sleep on the floor or not?" Lan Qi glanced at him calmly. To actually help the evildoer when threatened by others, I must find an opportunity to remind Wukong tomorrow. Hey, that's just perfunctory for him. Tianjin Fan explained with a smile. I agreed to help him, but the premise is that he can enter the semi-finals and enter the finals. Not to mention others, he is not even sure about dumplings. He can beat it. There is no need to consider the possibility of him being able to face Wukong. Tianjin Fan showed a worried expression, but if he comes to hurt you secretly, I may not be able to stop him. After all, he has been working as a killer, and he has figured out a way to hide himself. If I am here tonight, if you sleep next door, beware of him, you may not be able to sleep all night. Hey, I don't know how to play tomorrow. Then, well. Lan Qi felt relieved. It turned out that he was not as bad as he imagined, even after thinking about it. Although this man is annoying, sometimes lazy, sometimes very clumsy, but he is human, it's quite reliable, and he never deliberately took advantage of himself when he was sober. But he still warned uneasy, I'll sleep on the inside. You will sleep on the outside. I'm not Lan Luo, so I'm not allowed to lean in at night. She can't forget the few times Tianjin Fans deliberately held her hand or carried her to fly. Definitely. Absolutely not. I want to get a good night's sleep and prepare for tomorrow. Tianjin Fan raised his hand and promised. Lan Qi lay down on the bed silently, closed her eyes and fell asleep. It's just that the constant trembling of the eyelids shows that she is not at peace. Tianjin Fan happily lay on the outside of the bed, and didn't take off his clothes, lest Lan Qi would be more embarrassed. Flipping through the novel, I kept praying in my heart, come on Lan Luo, grab your body and use it, whether it succeeds or not depends on tonight. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Tianjin Rice vs Kellen. Chapter 23 Tianjin Rice vs Kellen. Tao Bibai watched in disbelief at the combat power value that appeared in front of him, and his shock couldn't be overstated. The fighting power of the two people in this fierce battle has suddenly increased a lot, and they are already on par with themselves. If Sun Wukong also has such a sudden increase in strength, he will be in danger. Damn, I can be so strong without transformation, is it really my fault? Humph, but from this point of view, the preparations made yesterday were not in vain. If Tianjin Fan can seriously injure Monkey King, I can still torture and kill him in front of countless people, Tao Bibai thought proudly. Both Wukong and Yam Sha were watching the game in the background, and eager expressions appeared on their faces at this time. I didn't expect that Tianjin Fan's strength is so strong. Yamcha exclaimed, I thought he had at least half of his strength to compete with me. Judging from his current performance, he should be underweight at that time. Half the strength? What? Have you already fought him? Wukong asked in surprise. Yes. We played once before we came to Papaya Island together. Yamcha replied. I'm so envious. I really want to have a fight with him sooner. Wukong clenched his fists, his face was full of excitement. Fortunately, the next match should be mine. Yamcha looked at Wukong speechlessly and said, if you say that, Klin will be very sad if he hears it. This is just the beginning, do you think he will lose? Wukong murmured, it feels like Kellen has tried his best, but Tianjin Fan seems to have reservations. It should be Atian who wins. Do you still have reservations? Yamcha said in surprise. Because of the distance, Yamcha did not hear the conversation between Klin and Wukong. But there is a guy with excellent ears who naturally knows the movements on the field like the palm of his hand. Humph, is it to this extent? Piccolo snorted coldly in his heart. Tianjin Fan's hands were like a giant dragon coming out of the abyss, and he rushed towards Kellen with a strong wind. Kellen didn't evade, and also threw out 2 punches, hitting Tianjin Fan's fists accurately. However, even though they used more force than at the beginning, apart from the clear sound of collision, no shock wave was generated. This is because both of them are people with extraordinary martial arts skills. Each punch and each kick completely condense their strength into one point. At this time, when they face each other head-on, the direction of strength is just opposite, so they just cancel each other out, so there is only one smell. Its sound does not see the effect of its momentum. The figures of the two of them have already exceeded the observation range of ordinary people. Punch after punch. Only at each collision, the figure would pause for a while, leaving afterimages one by one on the field. The afterimages of martial arts on the field are connected in various postures, like statues, showing various mysterious moves. Tianjin Fan only feels hearty, such a thrill to the flesh, even when fighting Yamcha, it is not so smooth. Although Yamcha is also proficient in moves, but after all, there is a big gap in strength. At that time, knowing that he was invincible, he decisively used the move of multiple air bombs, so it became a competition of speed and reaction, rather than such a match of strength. Enemy. Not so with Kling. Every move and style has been tempered thousands of times, and the body is flexible and powerful at the same time. Coupled with years of training, he seems to have the instinct to predict the enemy's opportunity. Before he could make a move, he was already ready to attack in advance. Fortunately, although my own strength is equal to his at this time, one is to attack with all his strength, and the other is to retain strength due to restraint, so I still have a slight upper hand in the duel. Otherwise, with Kellen's quick reaction, he would have already been punched several times. But since you can be so tough, what if you come soft? Give it a try. This trick has never been applied in actual combat. Piccolo keenly sensed the sudden change in Tianjin Fan's style. Facing Klin's unreserved attack, he just moved his feet slowly, leading or pushing with both hands, and under the force of his strength, he took all of Klin's attacks. Lead away. Piccolo was astonished, he didn't expect such martial arts to exist. Although Tianjin did not learn any Chinese martial arts in his previous life, he naturally had a lot of exposure to such familiar martial arts principles as Taijiquan. His previous body could not comprehend the mystery of it. The strength of his body in this life has given him the foundation to touch this kind of martial arts principle. Coupled with the constant pondering over the past few years, even though he has not completely reproduced it, he has also mastered it. This kind of forceful method has been absorbed into his own moves. Kellen was naturally even more surprised when he was on the court. He didn't expect such a sudden change in Tianjin Fan. If it was said that his attack before was like hitting a wall of copper and iron, then now he was facing a tough spider web. Every time I attack with all my strength, it seems to be led into an empty space. Swinging empty fists again and again made him feel uncomfortable all over. Oh! Gui Xianren could barely keep up with their figures. Most of the time he couldn't observe their movements. But the difference between the previous style and the current style is so big, he naturally felt it. Junior brother, you have developed such a powerful martial art recently? It's really a move that is close to the Tao. Gui Xianren sighed to Crane Immortal. The Crane Immortal straightened his body proudly, stroking his beard and said, I didn't research this. I can't think of such a magical move. It's all thought up by Atian himself. Ah! You really have a good apprentice. Gui Xianren said and looked in Wukong's direction, but my apprentice is no worse than yours. Humph! There will be results after a while. Immortal Crane disdained to argue. In his heart, Tianjin Fan is the strongest martial artist. Tao Bibai was frightened in the backcourt, making her feel bad. This kind of martial arts cultivation has completely surpassed himself. Right, I am still stuck in the way of the killer, using faster and more powerful moves to kill in one blow. Has my martial arts path completely gone astray? Wukong grinned. This trick looks a bit like my grandfather's drunken fist. But it seems to be more powerful. Yam Sha remembered the experience of participating in the Budokai for the first time. At that time, Wukong seemed to have used a kind of martial arts called monkey boxing when he fought against Master Wushan. Thinking about it now, there are indeed similarities with Tianjin Fan's martial arts. But Tianjin Fan's movements are unrestrained and unrestrained, but they don't have the weirdness of monkey boxing at all. The audience on the field finally breathed a sigh of relief. The previous battle scene that only heard the voice but did not see the person really frightened everyone. Although there are countless after-images as a comparison, they are not coherent after all, and it does not look refreshing at all. At this time, Tianjin Fan used this slow move, and his whereabouts became clear. Although Kling remained swift and elusive, he occasionally fell to the ground. So the audience understood that the Tianjin Fan players had the upper hand. Uncle Sunglasses finally came into play at this time. After all, only by understanding the situation on the field can he explain. Well, depending on the situation, player Tianjin Fan has the upper hand. Although his movements have slowed down for some reason, he has effectively restrained player Kellen. Kellen himself knew it was not good at this time. If he didn't take measures, he would definitely have to fall like this until he lost. Standing still suddenly, Kellen squatted down with a horse step, and brought his hands back to his waist. He raised his breath and condensed his breath in an instant. The blue light suddenly rose, and two tortoise waves of Qigong were like dragons coming out of water, and they crossed an arc, one left and one right, rushing towards Tianjin Fan. Go! It is natural and simple for Tianjin Fan to avoid, no matter whether he is sprinting forward or retreating sharply, he can avoid the route of Gibo Qigong wave. But there is an audience behind you, you can't let the Qigong wave fall in the auditorium, can you? Looking at the arc drawn by the Qigong wave, Kellen should be able to freely control the direction of the Qigong wave, right? With a leap, Tianjin Fan appeared in midair in an instant. Kellen raised his head and smiled, and the dark road was really fooled. He raised his hands up, as if shaking two giant ropes, and the Qigong wave instantly changed direction, turned upwards, and rushed towards Tianjin Fan in the air. Tianjin Fan took his time in the air, gathered his energy for a while, and waited until the two Qigong waves were about to hit him, then moved his position instantly by relying on Wukong. Although Kellen can change the direction of Gibo Qigong wave, Tianjin Fan knows that facing his sudden movement, he will definitely need a certain reaction time to adjust the direction, so he will definitely be one step behind him, and naturally he will not be able to hit him again. Sure enough, two Qigong waves crossed and passed by without hitting him. Tianjin Fan secretly felt something was wrong. How could Kellen miss so easily? Since he forced himself to jump into the air, there must be some purpose. Tianjin Fan instinctively looked down at the ring below, but only saw a dazzling bald head like the sun. Sun punch! With Tianjin Fan's eyesight, even flies 10,000 meters away may not escape his sight. This is the result of long-term training. But it was this long-term exercise that made him very sensitive to light. When he saw another sun at this time, he was naturally blind instantly, his eyes were stinging, and tears flowed out. Wrong, only you can know sun fist. It should be the reflection of the head. With his eyes closed tightly, Tianjin Fan screamed inwardly. Sure enough, Clin felt that he had moved behind him, and he was about to swing his fists with both hands. Tianjin Fan turned around abruptly, with his arms crossed in front of him, but the expected impact did not come. Under. Tianjin Fan instantly sensed the violent qi fluctuations below. Ha! Kellen fell directly below Tianjin Fan in an instant, and cast out the tortoise wave Qigong wave with both hands. The energy was highly condensed and compressed, resulting in the Qigong wave being only half a meter thick. But in Tianjin Fan's perception, this Qigong wave is probably more powerful than his usual Qigong wave with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. At this time, it is really inevitable, so I can only endure this move. Tianjin Fan hastily mobilized his energy to the back. Oh! A bang! Tianjin Rice has been blasted higher into the air. The clothes are all shredded, but fortunately the weight-bearing clothes inside are made of high-quality wire, so I won't be naked at this time. Awesome! Wukong praised in surprise. Clin actually thought of reflecting sunlight to affect Tianjin Fan's vision. Haha, then only a bald head like them can use this trick. Yam Sha also laughed. I really didn't expect that Clin, who had no ambitions, could become so powerful. At this time, the eyes recovered slightly, and Tianjin Fangsu looked down again. I saw that Kellen had rushed upwards at a very high speed again, intending to launch a pursuit. Hey, Clin has also learned to dance. Wukong said in surprise. Big's subordinates can fly. If we could fly at that time, we wouldn't necessarily lose. So when I went to Kallen Tower, I specially asked Kallen Immortal to teach me the air dance technique. I believe Clin is also the same. I learned it from Immortal Kallen. Yam Sha looked up to watch the battle directly above. Give me another trick. Tianjin Fan pointed with his right hand, and Dong Dongbo came out in response. Kellen was about to repeat the same trick, but he didn't expect him to react so quickly, but he had already accumulated enough energy, and he still launched a wave of tortoise wave Qigong as planned. Qigong wave and Dong Dong wave meet in mid-air. With a bang, Gibo Qigong Bo was directly detonated. Gunpowder smoke filled the air, and a figure shot out from top to bottom like a sharp arrow. Tianjin Fan penetrated the smoke, turned his right leg into a battle axe, and chopped it down with the momentum of splitting a mountain. Oh! Kellen was hit on the shoulder and turned into a meteor and fell to the ground. Although the organizers took into account that the destructive power of the contestants may be astonishing, so they chose extremely hard blue bricks as the ground of the ring, but obviously they did not expect such a group of superhuman existences to participate. So after Clin was thrown down, part of the ring disappeared, and a 3-meter deep pit appeared. The host stared dumbfounded at the ring, and stammered, "Ah, this." Although the rules of the game are that if you fall out of the ring, you will be judged as a loser, but this is a special situation, and we didn't even consider it. But Clin, it's still within the range of the ring, so the game can continue. Kellen jumped out of the deep hole on the ground, his clothes were torn, and his body was naturally covered with various scars, especially the twisted left shoulder, which had obviously been broken under the heavy blow. Do you want to continue? Tianjin Fan looked at the stubborn opponent in front of him. In the original book, Kellen would never be so reluctant. If his strength was not as good as it was, he would have decisively surrendered. Of course I have to continue. Kellen showed a satisfied smile on his face. I don't know why, I should have given up. But now I just want to do my best until the last moment. Tianjin Fan was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood. Originally, Kellen just wanted to live a stable life, and martial arts training was just a long-standing habit. In the original book, he was killed by Dan Balin with one move, which seems to have left a psychological shadow, resulting in a lack of confidence. Although he also died in the hands of Dan Balin in this life, after all, after a fierce struggle, and being influenced by himself, Wukong, Yam Sha and others. His fighting spirit was naturally aroused. Therefore, it is understandable to decide to fight to the death and not admit defeat at this time. A look of respect appeared on Tianjin Fan's face, and he slowly put on a posture again. That being the case, let me knock you down completely. Qin's left shoulder slumped, but his body was still standing upright. He knew that he could no longer maintain his balance well, and close combat had become impossible, so he decided to put all his eggs in one basket and use Qigong waves to decide the outcome. The right hand stretched high above the head, turning a fist into a palm. Strange. Yam Sha frowned tightly. What is Kellen doing? Is he going to raise his hand and surrender? A look of anticipation flashed across Wukong's face. No, Krillin should still have a unique move. Damn, I want to have a big fight with Qin like this too. What kind of move will it be? End of this chapter. Chapter 24 The Power of Dumplings. Chapter 24 The Power of Dumplings. Super Dong Dongbo. Tao Bibai launched an enhanced version of the whole wave again. The referee was dumbfounded and didn't know how to explain it. If the two sides just confronted each other like this, there would be no beauty or passion at all. How can it be called wonderful without exquisite moves? Is it embarrassing for you to beat me like this? How should I explain it? Don't waste your energy. Tianjin Fan reminded loudly. That's natural. Dumpling said with her mind. At the same time, the mental force around the body turned into a mirror-sized plane, and the mirror was slightly inclined upwards in the direction of the whole wave. Dong Dongbo rushed forward with great power, suddenly seemed to hit something, changed direction slightly, and bounced directly into the air. He, if that's the case, I can pick you up 200 times without any problem. Jiaozi said tit for tat. But what he said was also true. With the effort-saving defense method that Tianjin Fan helped him think of, even if the other party repeated this move 100 times, his own mind power would still be able to hold it up. In the words of Tianjin Fans, if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you are not afraid of any moves. I have already started to learn geometry. Humph. Tao Bibai didn't believe that this brat would not consume too much energy as he showed. How could it be easy to control other people's Qigong waves? You must know that it took a lot of effort for this kid to control his super whole wave steering when he hit the first blow, and you can see it from how tired he is. As long as he casts the whole wave a few more times, he can definitely defeat the opponent's defense. Obviously he didn't know that Jiaozi was simply bluffing. He didn't have the ability to control other people's anger, but he just changed his direction slightly by rebounding. It's just that Tao Bibai still felt a little frustrated in his heart. He didn't expect that he had almost used all his tricks in the face of such a brat, and he could only win with difficulty. How difficult would Tianjin Rice be to deal with? At this time, he had long given up hope for Tianjin Fan, knowing that this nephew, who had been rebellious since he was a child, didn't take his threat seriously at all. Isn't Jiaozi's behavior clearly representative of Tianjin Fan's attitude? The kid who was so afraid of him before, but now he dares to fight against him, is obviously taught by Tianjin Fan. Only Tianjin Fan fully understands that the method of using dumplings before and after is completely different. Dumplings' mind power is a very magical superpower, which can directly act on objects, and use it to transmit sound, and then it can use the ability of internal energy sound transmission or brain waves to transmit thoughts, and it can be used to control objects. The ability to confine. It is even possible to directly create colorless objects with various forms with the power of the mind. Changing the direction of Dong Dongbo for the first time before was just using brute force, turning a large amount of mental power into an invisible palm. Although it can be as flexible as an arm, the consumption of mental power is also very huge. A very wasteful use of mind power. And from the second time, Jiaozi began to save her mind power, and only used a small part of her mind power to construct a thick enough mirror. Although Qigong waves are not light, and they will not completely follow the principle of light refraction, it is refracted and bounced back, but the mind force has a certain power after all, especially the dumpling has deliberately increased its thickness. When it hits such a mirror mind force, even the Qigong wave will be changed in some directions. Tianjin Fan is very aware of the loss of dumplings, not even 1/10 of the first thought giant palm. Ah! If that's the case, isn't our Qigong wave useless? Kellen rubbed his head depressedly. It took him a lot of effort to learn Gibo Qigong. He didn't know the Qi circle he created himself. Can Zhan break through the defense of Jiaozi? Haha, you don't have to worry about that. Tianjin Fan has already returned to the backcourt with peace of mind at this time, and immediately answered after hearing Kellen's worried words, the ability of dumplings is just to create an obstacle to change the direction of Qigong waves. As long as the Qigong wave is strong enough, it will not be changed much at all, or even not affected at all. Gibo Qigong is a highly concentrated Qigong wave. Although it cannot reach the level of Dong Dongbo, it is still very strong. Dumplings are it is impossible to stop a few times. But Tao Bibai is using Dong Dongbo? What's more, his Dong Dongbo is so thick, it must be more powerful than the Gibo Qigong we use, right? Kellen was still depressed. Hey, although Tao Bibai calls it Super Dong Dongbo, in fact, this move is not Dong Dongbo at all, it's just a direct injection of huge energy. You must know that Dong Dongbo is a move to make up for the lack of energy. Belongs to the application of highly compressed gas, the volume is not the criterion for judging its power at all, on the contrary, the more slender it is, the more it shows its amazing penetrating power. Tianjin Fan explained, if it is a normal tortoise wave Qigong wave, it can penetrate the defense method of dumplings. But the super whole wave has not been compressed enough, it is just a vain momentum, and its power is not necessarily great. Of course, if dumpling is willing to spend more mind power and condense a thicker mind power barrier, then even the ordinary Gibo Qigong wave should be changed in direction. Tao Bibai's energy core seems to be a perpetual motion machine, Qi can be continuously generated, so I don't know if he can no longer condense and compress his Qi like he used to use Dong Dongbo, or it is simply for the pursuit of greater energy in order to enhance the power of one's moves. In short, although the super whole wave looks scary, its power has not exceeded its combat power level. Compared with other moves that can double their own combat power, Tao Bibai's Super Dongbo didn't make reasonable use of his energy at all. This is also the reason Tianjin fans breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Dong Dongbo make a move. The tiny air clusters scattered in all directions are just the manifestation of his lack of cohesion in this move. In just a moment, more than a dozen super whole waves have been ejected into the sky on the field. There was originally a thick layer of dark clouds in the sky, but at this time, holes were torn out by the continuous attacks. The sunlight above the clouds it was revealed, forming beams of light. Dumpling bounced off the hole with low consumption, while trying to recover her mental power. I saw white beams of light constantly flying out from the sky above the ring, like searchlights projected into the sky at night, so frightened that the birds returning from a distance could only fly in low-altitude circles around Papaya Island, not daring to take a step closer to the house. The audience naturally became bored. The two of them didn't make any movements on the field. One stood on the side, like two wax figures. If the sky wasn't being punched out of holes one after another, it wouldn't be a sight to watch at all. But even after watching more than a dozen super hole shots, it still makes people feel bored. Is it okay if you don't see that even the referee doesn't know what to say? Fuck. What are you doing? Don't waste our time. We're not here to watch a magic show, what are you doing all this white light? If you don't have the skills, it's almost over and let's watch the semi-finals. Tao Bibai also realized that something was wrong, even if the little devil was strong, but more than a dozen super whole waves did not change his combat power value much. That night, he was at 300 combat power, and when he started the battle, he became 400. After the first super whole wave, he became 385. However, after more than 10 super whole waves, he was still at 378 combat power. It seemed that his Qigong cannon really didn't pose much threat to him. Damn, did Tianjin Fan, who was still 500 combat power before, also hide his combat power? Hearing the croaking noise of the audience around him, Tao Bibai gradually lost his patience. What kind of competition, what hidden strength, all were thrown to the back of his mind. He simply ignored 21, directly dealt with this annoying kid and that Tianjin Fan who deceived himself, and then directly killed Monkey King. Anyway, he has endless resources. Strength is also protected by a protective shield, so there is no need to be afraid of anyone anymore. Thinking about my previous actions such as participating in the competition, investigating opponents, and threatening Tianjin Fan with tricks, it was a waste of my time, and I made myself look like a clown jumping up and down, and I was even more ashamed. Bastard who is looking for his own death! Tao Bibai roared with his beard and hair stretched. Oops! Tianjin Fan instantly sensed something was wrong, and moved again. Tao Bibai waved his right hand, and the Qigong cannon that was being released was like a giant whip, sweeping towards the surrounding audience. The audience was stunned for a moment, completely unaware that their urging would lead to such a result. Although I felt that such a white light was not a big deal when I watched it, but thinking about the white oval light group that cut off half of the mountain top in the last game, I felt bad for an instant. Tianjin Fan moved along Dong Dongbo's trajectory, using his hands to counteract Dong Dongbo's energy, avoiding Dong Dongbo's damage to the audience on the field. However, after all, it was Mechanic Tao's full attack in vain. Dong Dongbo's energy was not concentrated enough, but the energy was huge. Tianjin Fan had to try his best to prevent the escaped energy from hurting others, so he had to take all the attacks, so the palm of his hand became hot quickly, and if he continued, he might get hurt a little bit. Tianjin Fan hurriedly yelled, "End the game quickly, dumpling!" Okay. Jiaozi didn't expect Tao Bibai to make such a crazy move. Although he lost the qualification for the competition the moment he made the move, he obviously didn't care about the result of the competition. If he didn't stop it, he would say it is not certain that there will be casualties of the audience. The two hands fired out the whole waves again, and the two holes rushed straight towards Tao Bibai. At this time, Tao Bibai was attacking the audience. If he reacted half a beat slower, he would be hit by the Dong Dongbo he used, so Jiaozi simply gave up the complicated moves of Dong Dongbo and Sanjiang. The purple mask lit up again, Tao Bibai was in the protective cover, Dong Dongbo could only disappear in front of the protective cover in vain. However, the goal of Jiaozi has been achieved. Although it did not end the opponent, Tao Bibai took the initiative to remove the protective cover when using the super whole wave before, which clearly shows that he cannot attack others when using the protective cover, so I forced him to defend. His actions have been stopped. Next, let yourself beat him with all your strength. Dumpling exerted a little force on her body, pumped all her energy, and swiped her hands from top to bottom. Two Dong Dongbos were thrown out, but Dong Dongbo didn't directly rush towards Tao Bibai, instead they were like two flexible white snakes, surrounding Tao Bibai from bottom to top. Tao Bibai wanted to escape from the encirclement while the light circle was not fully wound up, but he didn't expect that just as he jumped into the sky, the net of holes and waves would also fly upwards. I don't believe that your shield is so powerful, it can block all Qigong waves. Try this trick. Dong Dongbo giant cocoon, said Jiaozi. Pulling back with both hands, the round net woven by Dong Dongbo shrinks in vain, directly turning into a giant cocoon. Crack! Dumpling snapped her fingers confidently. The giant cocoon exploded. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the sky, squeezing all the air away, making it difficult for the audience to open their eyes due to the gust of wind blowing on the pavement. Not enough. Tianjin Fan clearly saw that the purple mask in the sky was still intact. It seemed that the power of Jiaozi still couldn't break through the protective cover and cause him harm. Tianjin Fan originally wanted to shoot directly, but the referee didn't react at all, and didn't judge Tao Bibai to violate the rules, so it was naturally inconvenient for him to shoot. At the same time, I was secretly annoyed that there were too many rules in the Budokai, and I couldn't fight as I wanted, and I never wanted to participate in this kind of competition in the future. Although I know that Dumpling can defeat Tao Bibai in the end, it is obviously possible to achieve it after a hard fight. It's been a long time, but I don't know if Tao Bibai will do other dangerous behaviors. Will he blow himself up directly? It seems that the artificial humans transformed by Dr. Gallo have the habit of installing bombs. Although Tao Bibai is only a modified human, not a complete artificial human, it is still possible to hide bombs. Swish! Tao Bibai rushed out of the smoke of the explosion in midair in an instant, and appeared in front of the audience. You dare! Seeing this, Tianjin Fan was furious, and saw that he had aimed the cannon at Lan Qi. What do you want to do? Immortal Crane was also beside Lan Qi, and naturally roared angrily when he saw this. Do you want to kill your elder brother who raised you too? Humph! Big brother! Tao Bibai said disdainfully, I've been meddling since I was a child. Besides, even if you are my real big brother, anyone who stands in my way must die. With a happy smile on his face, Tao Bibai looked sideways at Tianjin Fan and said, Aren't you afraid of threats? Then I'll kill this girl to see what your expression will be. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Energy gathers, releases. The power of the super whole wave shows no signs of weakening, it is still nearly 1 meter in diameter, and the energy output from the energy core has remained surprisingly stable. In Tianjin Fan's eyes, everything seemed to be slowing down. When he kicked his feet on the ground seemed to be smashed by a bomb. With the help of this reverse thrust, Tianjin Fan rushed to Lan Qi and Crane Immortal at a very fast speed. With hands clasped around his waist, the blue light lit up. Turn around and push your hands. A blue Qigong wave spurted out, and after hitting the super whole wave, it was instantly pushed back. Humph! Seeing the 1000 combat power appearing in the field of vision, Tao Bibai was filled with anger. Why, he had sacrificed so much, but only had a combat power of more than 600, and this nasty brat was only so old. 1000 fighting power can be exploded. It's a pity. No matter how strong the power is, it will have no effect against my absolute defense. Tao Bibai cut off the continuous output of the super whole wave, and turned on the protective cover device in the body. The purple protective cover wrapped Tao Bibai's body, and after the Qigong wave Tianjin Fan used hit the protective cover, part of it was cancelled out, and part of it passed around the protective cover. But Tao Bibai was still pushed into the air by this huge force, hovering above the ring. Seeing that although the opponent's moves were powerful, but did not cause any harm to him, Tao Bibai showed a proud smile on his face. I've said it. Your Qigong Pojin. Ben. No. It's useless. I'm sorry. Master. Tianjin Fan yelled, and pushed his hands forward again. The diameter of the turtle's Qigong wave in his hand was directly reduced from 2 meters to half a meter, which obviously further compressed the turtle's Qigong wave. Not only that, the place where the tip touched the protective cover instantly turned into a sharp comb like a drill. Finally, the purple protective shield could no longer completely counteract the attack of Ginnan Qigong wave. The purple brilliance was like a broken vase, which shattered and peeled off with the insertion of Gibbo Qigong's blue drill bit. Penetrate. Gibbo's Qigong wave was like a spear, piercing through the protection of the protective cover, and directly hit Tao Bibai's right side of the body. At this time, the Gibbo Qigong wave was incomparably solid, and did not explode due to the collision. Tao Bibai's body was like air, and did not cause any obstruction to it. Gibbo Qigong wave flew straight into the sky, and disappeared behind the black clouds. Ah! How is that possible? Tao Bibai's entire right half of his body disappeared, the torn clothes exposed his chest covered by the steel plate, and he could see half of the purple flower when he looked at the opening of the chest of crystals. It is also due to its own mechanized transformation. Although half of the body has disappeared and half of the energy core has been broken, Tao Bibai still retains a strong vitality. Crane Immortal closed his eyes with a look of resentment, tilted his head and could not bear to look directly. After all, he was his younger brother from childhood. Although he later became extreme and evil, he was always in awe of his elder brother. Even though he has gradually become more and more alienated from him in the past few decades. Seeing this tragic situation still makes him feel unbearable. Tao Bibai was in despair. He didn't expect that he couldn't even resist Tianjin Fan's blow. Bastard, bastard! How dare you treat me like this? What? In that case, die with me. The anger in his heart turned into courage. Tao Bibai touched his chest with his left hand, and the purple energy core immediately emitted a strong light. Tianjin Fan secretly thought something was wrong. Is there really a bomb buried in his body? Qigong Wave. Another tortoise wave Qigong Wave was sent out, passing directly below Tao Bibai's neck. So Tao Bibai disappeared from both shoulders down without a trace. Although Tao Bibai can be eliminated directly, Tianjin Fan still dare not do it because of the scruples of his master. It just made him completely powerless to resist, so he gave up. I'm not worried that Tao Bibai will not be able to survive with only his head left. Looking at his shape, which is completely made of metal from the nose up, one can tell that his brain has undergone some transformation. It is probably the same as number 16 in the original book. A head can still survive. Crane Immortal has always been protective of his weaknesses, and seeing his beloved disciple beat his younger brother like this, he didn't know how to react. Tao Bibai's brain is still intact. Seeing the unbearable expression on He Xianren's face, he suddenly found the hope of life again, and cried in a miserable tone, Big brother! Save me, I don't dare anymore. The center of his eyebrows throbbed violently, and the Crane Immortal hesitated for less than half a second, and the love for his own people in his heart overcame everything. Tian, let him go. The word has not yet been said. A purple wave of light suddenly appeared, completely submerging Tao Bibai's remnant body. After the violent explosion, there was no trace of Tao Bibai on the ring. It's really long-winded. The green-skinned man said angrily, since the game is over, let's move on to the next game. It's a waste of time to procrastinate. Looking at Tianjin Fan and Monkey King, Piccolo showed a bloodthirsty and warlike expression on his face. I really want to fight with you two at the same time. Bastard! Immortal Crane's heart tightened, his mind went blank, and he rebuked angrily. At this moment, even if Tianjin Fan told him that the guy in front of him was the reincarnation of Piccolo, he couldn't suppress his protective temper. Just as he was about to strike directly, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings hugged his hands tightly. Master, don't be impulsive. Tianjin Fan said in a low voice, this guy is not simple, don't worry, there is a disciple here, and the next game will definitely vent your anger on you. But he didn't know the bottom line in his heart. The world of Dragon Ball had undergone many changes because of his arrival. Kellen, Yamcha, Wukong, and Dumpling are all much stronger than in the original book. It is surprising enough that Piccolo, who was supposed to be completely sealed, could still give birth to a boy Piccolo just like in the original book, but the god who was supposed to appear has never made any movement, which made Tianjin Fan's heart clouded in vain. A shade. But in order to stop the angry master first, I can only say so first. Hearing what Tianjin Fan said, He Xian calmed down a little bit of anger. After all, he is a martial artist for more than 300 years, and his state of mind is still very high. Besides, Crane Immortal himself has a temperament of not doing it when he knows what he can't do. It is because of this that I recognize the gap and dare not move. At this time, seeing the enemy that brought fear to him back then, naturally he would not forcefully rush forward to die. So he nodded at Tianjin Fan, expressing that he understood, and beckoning him to let go. Jiaozi, even Tian can't see through that guy's strength. In the next match between you and him, if you think it's wrong, just abstain. Immortal Crane is more concerned about the safety of his other disciple at this time. After all, Dumpling is young, and his strength has not been developed to the maximum extent. It is still too dangerous to face Piccolo. Yet, Master, I know. Dumpling nodded obediently. Ah, what happened just now? It happened so fast that I didn't even have time to react. Well, let me contact the studio. The referee blinked and contacted the studio with a look of surprise. Since the last Budokai has adopted the method of simultaneous live broadcast around the world, there are high-speed cameras around the arena. It just so happens that in this match, many contestants' movements are beyond the scope of human eyes observation, so before, thanks to the frequent contact between the referee and the studio, the game can be judged. At this time, the people in the recording team naturally quickly replayed the game just now, and projected the image on the high screen behind the ring. Ah! I figured it out. Contestant Tao Bibai seemed to have a mental problem just now, and he suddenly shot at the audience. Thanks to Tianjin Fan for blocking that unknown attack. Tianjin Fan couldn't stand it anymore, so he quickly whispered to the referee, "That's called Kigongbo." Oh, he blocked the attack called Kigong Wave, and then contestant Tao Bibai jumped out of the ring and went directly to the audience to attack the audience. At this time, he has already lost the game. So after that, contestant Tianjin Fan made a move. It's not a foul. Ah, I just received news that contestant Tao Bibai is a killer wanted by the police, so it is not a crime for contestant Piccolo to kill him. Then let's take a short break and continue our game. After all, the Tianjin Fan player must have exhausted a lot of energy just now to save us. Hey duo, I don't need to rest. I'm full of energy now. Let's start the next game. Tianjin Fan interrupted the referee, glanced at Wukong, and said eagerly. Ah? You really don't need to rest? The next game should be me and you, right? I hope to fight with you with all my strength. Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan. Although he was also eager to try, he still hoped fair fight. Hey! Don't worry, I didn't even count as a warm-up just now. I've been thinking about this battle for a long time. Tianjin Fan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'm in the strongest state right now." Alright then. Gaku smiled expectantly. Okay. Since both contestants have no objections, let's start the first match of the semi-finals right away. Monkey King vs Tianjin Fan. Ah! Let's not watch live games. It's too dangerous. Yes. It's too dangerous. Let's leave. My God, we almost died just now. Mom! I want to come back. The audience did not cheer. The picture shown on the big screen just now made them finally understand that they and others had escaped death, so they expressed dissatisfaction and protested, wanting to leave. Wukong thought that this was also due to Kikai's previous contribution, and immediately scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Ah, I'm so sorry, in fact, we can control our own power very well, and we will definitely not hurt you. You say it right, Tian. Rolling his eyes almost to the sky, Tianjin Fan can't wait for the audience to run away. Anyway, it would be better after the venue is cleared, and when Piccolo comes on stage, he can't guarantee the safety of the audience present. I don't have the self-confidence, so if you don't want to die, you should hurry up. Tianjin Fan waved his hand towards the auditorium and said. When the audience heard this, they didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away one after another. It took a few minutes before the audience all walked away. Only a group of related households of Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu remained on the sidelines. After thinking about it, with Kellen and Yamcha protecting him, it shouldn't matter much when he fights with Piccolo later, so Tianjin Fan didn't say anything more. Now he just wants to concentrate on fighting Wukong first. The referee looked at the messy scene of the competition speechlessly, and finally announced, the 23rd Tianxia no. Budokai, the first round of the semi-finals. The competition begins. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 The Long-Awaited Battle 1. Chapter 26 The Long-Awaited Battle. Haha. I've wanted to fight with you for a long time. Wukong twisted left and right, doing the preparatory exercise. 3 years ago, when you defeated Piccolo with absolute strength, I knew that my relationship with you, the gap has widened a lot. In order to catch up with you, I went to the spiritual time room again later, plus these 3 years of training, I will definitely not lose to you again. Haha, I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Tianjin Fan smiled happily, you are indeed much better now, but this time I am sure to win the championship. After all, being the Budokai champion was my childhood dream. If you miss this time, you don't know if you will have a chance to get it in the future. Tianjin Fan muttered to himself. However, I actually used the remaining 1 year access to the spiritual time room. What if I want to go to the emergency special training like the original book in the future? Ha, but never mind that. It is enough to have a good fight today. Tianjin Fan's Hang clasped his fingers together, looking eager to try. You know, it has been 4 years since I came to this world, and I have put in countless efforts to grow from an ordinary person who knows nothing about martial arts to a martial arts master with extreme combat power on earth. In my previous life, I knew nothing about martial arts. While my roommates were taking elective courses such as Tai Chi, I adhered to the principle of saving labor and getting more credits and took elective courses such as animation appreciation and movie appreciation. So after coming to this world, I was very distressed. Although I have some memories of the original Tianjin Fan, I really don't have much confidence in martial arts. Also at one point considered using Dragon Balls for power. But after hesitating again and again, he gave up the plan. Looking at the world of Dragon Ball, which top powerhouse has ever thought of gaining power by making a wish? Piccolo wished to be young again, Vegeta and Frieza just wished to become immortal. The bosses in these different periods never thought of wishing to have invincible power. And the Earth Warriors who have long known the effect of Dragon Ball have never thought of wishing to become the strongest. Why? Are they stupid, don't know this cheat-like method, or really ignorant, thinking that if you can't make a wish beyond the ability of the dragon, you can't get the power beyond the creator of the dragon? Obviously impossible. Dragon Ball world can have fool-like characters, such as Bylov, Oolong, the commander of the Red Turban Army, etc. But there is absolutely no martial arts expert like a fool. Shenlong is not omnipotent, at least not surpassing the creator in terms of power? Obviously not, because there are ways around this weakness. For example, to change one's blood into a Scion or Frieza family, changing the blood should be within Shenlong's ability, right? With these super bloodlines, one naturally possesses that kind of power. But still no one does it. Because they understand that real strength must be honed little by themselves. External power, after all, has a limit. No matter how hard you try, you can at most master it, and it is absolutely impossible to surpass its limit. So what if Wish has the power to surpass Piccolo? There will still be enemies far beyond Piccolo's strength. So what if you wish to surpass a Scion? There will still be Frieza who surpasses Scion countless times. What about making a wish to become Frieza? There will still be enemies like Cell who far surpass Frieza. Once you no longer have confidence in yourself, even if you have Scion blood, it is impossible to become a Super Saiyan, let alone Super Saiyan full power or Super Saiyan 3. Only by facing yourself squarely can you constantly surpass yourself and become a real strong man. It is with this cognition that the fighters in the Dragon Ball world can constantly surpass themselves and improve their own strength. Tianjin fans love Dragon Ball so much, how could they not understand this truth? Therefore, even though he knew that there are such magical props as Dragon Balls, he still chose to practice hard step by step. Therefore, after so long of hard work, what he looks forward to most is to win a Budokai championship in the hands of the grown-up Monkey King. Put an end to my childhood dream. As for comparing with the middle-aged Wukong, Tianjin Fan never thought about it. The power that can destroy the universe like that is beyond the limit of his imagination. Wukong's strength increase like cheating, he will soon be left behind by him, right? Because of this, Tianjin Fan cherishes this opportunity even more. After all, he is still sure to defeat Wukong now. In the future, after backgrounding myself, I can also proudly say, the Monkey King who is number 1 in the universe is just my former defeat. Thinking of this, Tianjin Fan's fighting spirit increased greatly, and the blood in his whole body boiled. Are you ready? Wukong. Hey! Although I'm not fully active, I feel like I can show my strength. Wukong's face was full of confidence. Seeing this face, Tianjin Fan was filled with excitement. Although it is still a little immature, but this face has run through most of the entire Dragon Ball, defeating powerful enemies countless times to save the Earth and the universe, but it has given me countless touches. I'm so happy to be able to fight against you with such a confident smile. But you don't know, I'm stronger than you now. Tianjin Fan made a move in an instant, and as soon as he made a move, he showed his fastest speed at this time. In the blink of an eye, several punches were thrown out. Bang bang bang! Wukong received these punches calmly, his body flew into the air, and while avoiding the head-on blow, he just put his hands on the ground. His legs were like taut springs, and they popped out instantly, shooting Tianjin Fan's lower abdomen from bottom to top. Tianjin Fan chuckled, although such an attack was unexpected, how could he deceive his perception? Both hands hit the red-hot iron block like a hammer, and hit the sturdy soles of the pair of shoes heavily and precisely. No matter how strong the shoes are, how can they stop the blows of the two of them? The result is naturally turned into fine powder. Wukong instantly turned into a barefoot fairy. However, the strength of the legs is always much higher than that of the hands, not to mention a century-old tree that is rooted in the earth, holding the ground tightly, a cloud floating in the sky, with nowhere to exert its strength. Tianjin Fan couldn't help being kicked into the air. With a sly smile, Wukong turned over and landed on the back of Tianjin Fan. He stepped heavily on the ground with both feet, and stabbed Tianjin Fan's back with his elbow. Small tricks. Tianjin Fan secretly thought, apparently Wukong had forgotten that he could fly, even if he was floating in the air, he couldn't just fall into a passive position. He simply floated in the air like this, with a twist of his body and a turn of his legs. He used a move similar to Street Fighter's pertinent air whirlwind kick. The whole person turned into a whirlwind, and kicked out with both legs alternately, not only defusing all Wukong's attacks, but also kicking him upside down. Wow! This move is really cool. Kellen couldn't help expressing his sincere admiration. Ha! I want to learn this trick too. Such a handsome move, it's so cool. Why is our Gaixian Liu's move so ordinary? Look at the Hexian Liu, it's flexible and chic. Yamcha thought of himself and Gaixian Liu. Those clumsy moves Immortal learned made him blush for him. You know he likes handsome moves the most. The coolest melee move in the entire history of Dragon Ball may be his Spike Wind Fist. Tianjin Fan not only has excellent eyesight, but also has extraordinary hearing. Of course, he heard the conversation between the two. I am also proud in my heart. You guys don't know, this is not a move of Hexian Liu. Even if the Hexian Liu is known for its elegant moves, it would not use this kind of exaggerated and gorgeous move. After all, it is the same as the Gaixian Liu, and more attention is paid to it. Strength and speed, so the moves are still relatively simple. These moves of mine are original in this world. After all, I have seen countless anime and martial arts TV dramas and movies before, and it is easy to extract some more practical moves. It's not good to be distracted. Wukong has always had a keen fighting intuition. Although he has not landed, he has adjusted his body and discovered Tianjin Fan's short-term distraction. At the moment of landing, the Keimimi Qigong used for acceleration was simultaneously used. The strength of the two legs plus the reaction force of the Qigong wave directly attacked Tianjin Fan at a faster speed than when flying upside down. Naturally, Tianjin Fan didn't even have this bit of combat quality. Although he was indeed distracted, he immediately reacted and decided to use his tricks, using the afterimage fist. So Wukong's flying kick can only pass through the air, in vain penetrating through the afterimage left by Tianjin Fan. Although it has integrated and developed many moves that are different from the principles of martial arts in the Dragon Ball world, Tianjin Fan will certainly not let go of the most commonly used martial arts skills in Dragon Ball. No matter what state the remnant Shadow Fist reaches, it can produce corresponding effects just like Gippakigong. Behind. Wukong thought to himself. The moment Wukong turned around in mid-air, Tianjin Fan appeared at the position Wukong kicked just now. Therefore, in the maze, the place where Wukong lost his figure should become the least guarded position for him. Sure enough, Wukong never thought that Tianjin Fan would appear in the position he had just attacked. So Tianjin Fan suddenly appeared and grabbed Wukong's right leg that hadn't landed yet. Throw him into the sky with a backhand, followed by the rising dragon fist that imitated Street Fighter's pertinence. With the right hand raised high, the body rotates naturally. And the strength of the whole body is completely concentrated in the fist through the twisting of the body. But of course there was no flame burning in the fist. But the fist was covered with a layer of solid white air. Good guy. You have such a strong control ability, and a layer of chi is formed on the fist the moment you punch. Yamcha was stunned again. He thought that he was already very high when he turned his chi into a knife. Unexpectedly, Tianjin Fan could use this trick so quickly. You must know that even if it is your own air knife, it takes a long time to concentrate to successfully use it. But when it comes to Tianjin Fan, it has become so simple, and it can be used with ease in high-speed battles. It's astonishing. Although it's only a thin layer made up of a small amount of chi, I believe you will be seriously injured if you get hit. Kellen also praised. Kikai, who couldn't keep up with the speed of the two of them and couldn't see anything, looked at Yamcha and Kellen with a cute face. What? Is Wukong showing his supernatural power? Ah? Of course not. Kellen gave Kikai a strange look. What? Can't you see their movements? Didn't Master Wushan teach you to sense chi? What perception guess? Kiki said hello with her eyes full. Okay, I forgot that Master Wu Tian doesn't seem to know how to perceive chi. Kellen rubbed his head. Then you will lose a lot in this match. This is a rare peak duel. After a few words, the form on the field did not change much. Tianjin Fan has a lot of strange tricks, but Wukong's intuition is amazing. Although the two have fought for dozens of rounds, they are only fighting evenly. Standing quietly on the side of the ring, Tianjin Fan asked without blushing, "Have you warmed up?" Wukong. Haha. The body is fully active. Then, the warm-up is over. Wukong smiled and took off the wrist guard from his hand, and threw it on the ring, making a heavy sound. Kikai pointed at Wukong with a dull face and said to Klin, "Did I hear you right?" He said it was just a warm-up. Come on, is that fast speed just a warm-up? Ah, it should be. Kellen said helplessly with one hand on his hips and his head on the other, I feel that their strength is much higher than mine. It seems that I want to contract the future, so the idea of the Budo Association competition bonus has been lost. As long as there is if any one of them participates, it is impossible for me to win the championship. On the field, Tianjin Fan picked up Wukong's wristband curiously. Well, it's actually 30 kilograms. I looked at the other equipment that Wukong threw on the ground next, and roughly estimated, this should weigh more than 200 kilograms. Almost. Wukong said as a matter of course. What? Kikai was shocked. Is Wukong still wearing such heavy equipment? Kellen gave you a fussy expression. That's natural. Didn't you carry a turtle shell when you practiced with teacher Wushan? Who would carry such an ugly thing? Kikai showed her small fangs. I didn't expect Wukong to wear such a heavy thing when he was fighting with him. Sure enough, he is not a martial artist. It's better to take good care of your husband and teach your children to be a good wife and mother. But. Humph. Kikai looked at Wukong with admiration on her face. Sure enough, Wukong is the strongest. Tianjin Fan should not be able to beat him, right? Just now Wukong was on par with him with a heavy load. What are you talking about? Tianjin Fan is just a warm-up. Did you forget? He still has weights. Kellen said with admiration. What? It looks like I'm going to give it my all. Tianjin Fan said as he took off his black weight-bearing jacket. Wow! You're not bad either. This dress weighs more than 100 kilograms, plus the 200 kilograms you took off in the fight with Kellen before, it should be more than 300 kilograms. Wukong also weighed the Tianjin rice curiously said the weight suit. 100 plus 200 must be 300. Tianjin Fan said with a black line on his forehead, may I trouble you to learn arithmetic a little bit, the units are completely different. Elementary school students know caddies and kilograms. It needs to be added after conversion, so it should be. Ah! Wukong blinked, and Wukong, who had no confidence in his mathematics since he was a child, quickly counted with his fingers, 1 kilogram is equal to 2 caddies. 2 caddies are equal to 1 kilogram. More than 200 caddies are equal to more than 100 kilograms, more than 100 kilograms plus more than 100 kilograms. Ah! Should this be counted as more than 200 kilograms or more than 300 kilograms? Wukong muttered and raised his head to look at Tianjin rice, but there was no shadow of Tianjin rice. There was a moderate blow and a sigh from behind, so, why do you count? Oh! Tianjin Fan sent Wukong flying with his palm. Seeing the contemptuous eyes of Crane Immortal, Gaixian patted his head in embarrassment, haha. It seems that there is a chance to make up for Wukong. Kellen in the backstage also covered his face with embarrassment, it's been 6 years, and Wukong's arithmetic has not improved at all. It is completely the same as when he was a child when he first learned martial arts from teacher Wushan. So why go honestly? Forget it. So, don't be careless. Wukong. Tianjin Fan taught. Even he didn't expect that Wukong would honestly solve this problem there. If Wukong still behaves like this in the future, he will suffer a lot. I didn't expect you to sneak attack. After landing, Wukong complained and patted his back, shouldn't it be said that the warm-up is over and then restarted? Ha! Tianjing smiled angrily, the enemies on the battlefield will not wait for you to pause midway. But Tian, you're not an enemy, you didn't say you're done warming up. Wukong still had a brooding expression on his face. What an idiot! Tianjin Fan instantly realized that Sun Wukong is not a guy like Yam Sha in the original novel, and there is no fault of negligence, but he is too familiar with himself, so he is not so guarded. So the idea of persuasion was dismissed. So, the warm-up is over. Tianjin Fan squatted down and raised his hands high, let's continue. I feel that I can only update it on the rest day recently. Today is a break, I wrote all morning == I just wrote this point. There is probably another chapter in the afternoon. The battle between Wukong and Tianjin Fan wants to be exciting. After all, in the original book, the two matches between Tianjin Fan and Wukong can be regarded as very brilliant. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Battle. Chapter 27 Battle. Lightning flashed in the dark cloudy sky from time to time, and bursts of thunder came. But it couldn't cover the fierce applause on the ground. Although most of the audience can't see the figures on the field, they can also feel the excitement through the occasional slow-moving moments of the fight on the screen. All kinds of incredible moves made the audience amazed. Ah! Player Wukong was knocked into the air again. The referees could only make synchronous commentary through the pictures on the screen. They said it was a real-time synchronous commentary, but in fact it was just a review of the previous picture forever. Ha, old tortoise, it looks like my apprentice is sure to win. Immortal Crane said with a relaxed expression on his face. Although he couldn't see their movements clearly, he could barely see a figure whenever they paused on the field. So from the fact that Sun Wukong paused far more than Tianjin Fan, he judged that his apprentice should have the upper hand. After all, the fewer pauses, the smoother the attack. The lack of pauses in Tianjin Fan naturally shows that Tianjin Fan is suppressing Monkey King. That might be. Gui Xianren showed a look of reminiscence, as if he saw the little figure at the 21st martial arts competition again. Wukong is very resilient, and he will constantly adapt when he encounters stronger enemies. The level of the opponent, and himself, will gradually become stronger. Haha, sometimes I wonder if my apprentice will never have a limit, as if every minute, he will become stronger. Crane Immortal looked at the two people whose number of pauses gradually leveled off, with a dignified expression on his face. Sure enough, although Tianjin Fan still had the advantage before, as the battle progressed, Sun Wukong seemed to have slowly adapted to it. Of course, the Tianjin fans in the field will not be surprised. Isn't the Monkey King he knows just such a strange guy? This may be derived from the talent of scions as natural fighters. In the battle, you can always learn the strengths of your opponents and integrate them into yourself. The effect shown is that the combat power seems to be slowly increasing. Many people say that Sun Wukong is a slow type. Actually, right or wrong? Indeed, in basically every battle, Monkey King slowly exerts his strongest power. But think of Dan Balin and Simbalu, think of Naba, think of Team Jinyu. Facing these opponents, he didn't warm up and killed them instantly. What does it mean? It shows that when he faces an enemy whose strength is obviously lower than his own, he will directly kill him in seconds, and will not carry out the so-called warm-up. However, facing enemies of similar strength, such as Piccolo, such as Vegeta, such as the untransformed Frieza, he does slowly display his full strength. Why? Because the instinct of a martial deist is always to test the opponent's reality first, and then let go and display his full strength, so he behaves like a slow heat. But facing an opponent of higher strength than oneself, he was unable to defeat him, even with all his strength. But he can always surpass himself and surpass his opponents, which leaves people with a sudden increase in combat power, as if he was retaining his strength before. In a normal battle, where would it be so easy to exceed the limit? Only when facing an opponent who is much higher than oneself, can it exert a higher strength. This is why everyone says he is slow to heat up. Therefore, Monkey King's real combat power should never be measured by a certain standard, because you will never know whether he will wake up in the middle of the battle and display a higher level of power. But Tianjin Fan is not worried at this time. Although on the surface, Wukong seems to be able to keep up with his rhythm gradually, but the time is too short, and it is still impossible to make up the gap between the two. What's more, I haven't exerted my full strength yet. Pressing Wukong's attacking right fist casually and drawing it backwards, Tianjin Fan pressed against Wukong's chest, stomped his right leg forward, and leaned forward abruptly with his right shoulder, like a mountain collapsing. Bajiquan, Iron Mountain. Wukong was hit hard suddenly, and his figure instantly flew into the air, shooting backward like an arrow. It's not over yet. Tianjin Fan stepped forward with his right leg and kicked with his left foot. In just one step, his left fist struck out like a landslide. In the blink of an eye, before Wukong took a step, he was hit by another heavy punch. Xing Yiquan half-step Beng Chuan. Although I have never learned martial arts in my previous life, I don't understand the essence of Chinese martial arts. But after watching so many novels and movies, there are always some tricks that impressed him deeply. For example, Li Lianjie's frequent use of Tishan Jiao in movies, such as Guo Yunshan's half-step Beng Chuan in the novel, are all moves that are still fresh in his memory. Years of practice, at this time, really exceeded Monkey King's expectations, making him completely powerless to parry. This is where the gap between the two lies, and it is also the reason why he can repeatedly take the lead in battles. After all, in terms of physical strength, the difference between the two is almost the same. In terms of realm, it is not the same. Although Wukong has already stepped into the state of Wuxin, Tianjin Fan will not stagnate in the past 3 years, let alone such a cheating method as Sishanquan. The 4 Tianjin Fans worked hard together, and within a month, they successfully mastered the Wuxin realm. But there is a huge gap between the two in terms of moves. Although Wu Taidu is the master of martial arts in the Dragon Ball world, he is different from the previous Earth. The Dragon Ball world still has the magical power of Qi. Therefore, after Wu Taidu reached the peak of his moves, he turned to study Qigong, so Gaixian Lu and Hexian Lu there are only basic moves. Wukong and others, who have been passed down to the third generation, have simplified their moves, relying more on their strong physique and the power of Qigong. But Tianjin Fan is different. Tianjin Fan has not only mastered the martial arts of Hexian Lu, but also developed many practical or imaginary moves that he has seen in his previous life. After 4 years of martial arts training, this move has already been sent and received easily. That's why we can take the lead repeatedly. However, Wukong is worthy of being the protagonist of the original book. Although he was born with only a combat power of 2, his fighting instinct is unmatched. Like the intuition of a beast, he predicted many of Tianjin Fan's ultimate moves, and absorbed the advantages of Tianjin Fan's moves like a sponge, and gradually evened the gap in this respect. Cool! Tianjin Fan yelled loudly. Moved his upper body, but his strength was in his lower body, kicking Wukong upside down. Wukong rolled a few times in mid-air, landed steadily, took a few breaths, and smiled. It's really cool. It's been a long time since I played so happily. Oh Tian, you are so good. Wukong, you're not bad either, ha ha ha, do you feel like you've become stronger again? Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong's resolute expression with satisfaction. That's it, even in the face of being stronger than himself, he never flinched. You will become stronger and stronger, and finally break through the sky. You two wait a moment. Yamcha's voice was transmitted to the minds of the two through the superpower of Jiaozi. Anyway, you guys are happy, why don't you let it go? Whoever is more powerful believes that you know it well, and the person who feels that he is not as good as it should simply admit defeat. Save some strength now, there is still a big problem to be solved today. No. Do not want. Tianjin Fan and Wukong shouted in unison. The two looked at each other tacitly. I lost to you 3 years ago, but I don't necessarily lose now. Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan firmly. Haha, is that right? Let's become stronger. Tianjin Fan is also bound to win the championship. This championship carries not only his own hopes, but also the hopes of his master Hexian Ren. But at this time, I just want to continue this happy battle. Hey, is this really good? That guy Piccolo is watching over him, maybe what he's waiting for is the time when you both lose. Although Yamcha understands the fighting desire of the two, he still remains calm at this time. It should be said that Yamcha has always been the calmest one among the crowd. If you are attacked by him, the rest of me and Kellen may not be able to beat him. Tianjin Fan and Wukong smiled tacitly again. Don't worry, we are prepared. Tianjin Fan recited silently in his heart. What's more, I don't want to miss the battle with Piccolo. Then come on, Tian, you must win the championship. Dumpling trusted Tianjin Fan unreservedly, so she withdrew the mental power that permeated the arena, and looked back at Yamcha beside her. Trust them, I don't think they will be reckless. Although Yamcha was restless, he could only suppress the worry in his heart and nodded at this moment. Then, let's continue to fight. Tianjin Fan was seriously burning with a fanatical fighting spirit. Such a refreshing fight was like pouring a bucket of ice water from the top of his head on a hot summer day, refreshing his whole body. Drink. Wukong vacated slightly, and performed a double kick imitating the whirlwind kick. The wind pressure formed a sharp blade and cut the air. Tianjin Fan also hit an elbow, like a heavy cannon, crushing the incoming wind to pieces. The sound of impact resounded through the audience again. The two fought from the ground to mid-air, and from mid-air to high above the clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed, but they couldn't stop the two of them in the slightest. The power of nature is naturally powerful, even if two people are struck by lightning, they will definitely be injured. But the two who gradually released their full strength could no longer bear the restraint of the small arena. As a result, the natural strong wind that had been blowing neatly from south to north completely lost its rhythm. Under the influence of the moves of the two, it shattered into countless turbulent currents, and even the dark clouds above were affected. The fearlessness of the two seems to have angered the heavens, and the thunder and lightning became more frequent and stronger. The purple light flashed across, and the two who were about to collide instantly changed directions, narrowly avoiding the wrath of the sky. Look at each other again. You don't want to be defeated because of bad luck, do you? The eyes of both of them revealed the same meaning. A fair fight should not be affected by off-field factors. If anyone is defeated because of being struck by lightning, they will feel unwilling, right? So the two descended from the sky to the ring again. The fight continues. The rest of the audience, including the referee, breathed a sigh of relief, and pinched their necks that had become stiff from lifting for too long. Although the high-speed camera can take pictures of their movements, they have already exceeded the shooting range of the high-speed camera when they flew to the sky. On the big screen, only two small black spots can be seen colliding with each other, sending out qigong waves to attack each other from time to time. Except for Kellen, Tianjin Fan, and Dumplings, no one else could see the two fighting clearly. So everyone decisively looked up to watch the game, although they couldn't see the specific actions. But through the turbulence of the clouds, it is still possible to barely determine the positions of the two people fighting, and with the help of imagination, it is always much better than looking at the screen boringly. At this time, the two fell to the ground, which naturally made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. At least the high-speed cameras have worked again, and everyone can review the highlights of the game by playing back and slowing down. Clatter. The pouring rain finally started to fall. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. A huge hole appeared in the sky. The rain kept falling, but the atmosphere was still. The competition arena is just below the hole, so there is no longer a drop of rain falling here. However, Wukong's side was still filled with dense smoke. That was the scene caused by the little remaining water on the ring being evaporated to form steam. As a result, Wukong's figure also became distorted in the steam, and his face clearly showed an expression of complacency mixed with pain, but he was distorted into a strange feeling. Tianjin Fan couldn't help but fight a cold war, and even thought that the other party was also a time traveler, so he could activate the power of his blood so early to transform into a Super Saiyan. But reason told him that the person in front of him was indeed Monkey King himself, and he would definitely not be someone who was replaced. No one will have such a fighting talent, and no one will have such a nonchalant personality. And the power he used was not the legendary Super Saiyan, because although his hair fluttered upwards, it was dyed reddish by the fireworks at most, but it was actually black and did not turn golden. His face was just the light is distorted by the water vapor and looks weird, but it doesn't turn cold when you look closely. His eyes seem to turn reddish when viewed through the flames, but they don't turn into the blue pupils of a Super Saiyan. Said to be a Super Saiyan, it seems more like the characteristics of using Kai Wonkan. Hey, I don't know how to find the King of the Northern Realm. I didn't expect Wukong to meet the King of the Northern Realm by chance. Then I'll go up. Wukong made a reminder. This is his consistent style. When he uses his hidden power, he can't help but send out reminders, and he doesn't know whether he wants to win, or whether he wants to be blocked by the enemy. However, at this moment, Tianjin Fan felt that he couldn't stop it. Because Wukong's speed has risen a level in vain, it seems that the burning flames all over his body have given him more motivation. Because Wukong's power has increased by more than half in vain, it seems that the burning flames have brought great power. Because there was a burning pain from the place where the fists and feet touched. I have always protected my hands with qi, even if it is a few hundred degrees of high temperature, it will not cause damage to myself, but the moment I touched Wukong's fist, my hands were still burned. What kind of high temperature is this? At least 1,000 degrees, right? Do not. This is definitely not the Kai Wang fist, even though the Kai Wang fist can double his strength and cause pain all over his body, there will never be such a real flame. Could it be the qualitative change of qi? Tianjin Fan already had a guess in his mind. Seeing the muscles on Wukong's face constantly beating, obviously enduring a lot of pain, Tianjin Fan instantly realized that while such flames greatly increased his strength, they were also damaging his body. Obviously, he still can't fully control this force. That's why he said that he won't be able to use it for long. If it continues like this, maybe this idiot's brain will be burnt by the high temperature. The battle must be ended as soon as possible. Dong Dongbo. 4 thin Qigong waves shot out. It does not have a spiral like the spiral Qigong wave. Tianjin Fan needs at least 2 hands to perform the spiral Qigong wave. So the whole wave is just an ordinary low-power compression. However, this does not mean that his whole wave is useless. The whole wave consumes less gas, and the advantages of launching quickly without charging are still very useful in battle. Oh! Although the speed increased sharply, Wukong still couldn't escape the flexible tracking of the 4 whole waves, so he simply carried it hard. Sure enough, after Dong Dongbo touched the layer of flames on his body, he disappeared without a trace like a mud dragon entering the sea without even showing the force of the impact. Sure enough, this is not the kind of qi that escapes from Kai Wangkan because of the sudden increase in power. Tianjin Fan said while resisting Wukong's attack, "You can't control this qi, you dare not let him completely. It is stored in the body, so it is partly forced out of the body, right? Stop talking nonsense." Scorched by the flames, Wukong seemed to be in great pain with every word he uttered. "I'm not talking nonsense." Tianjin Fan continued to dodge. "To defeat the enemy, you must at least figure out the depth of the opponent. I probably understand what your move is. So, are you ready? I'm going to make a move too." Tianjin Fan grabbed Wukong's wrist with both hands, clasped his fists with the other 2 hands, and smashed down with his right leg like a whip. With a side kick, Wukong was kicked far away. "With moves like yours, the flames seem to form a protective film. Ordinary attacks can't cause fatal damage to you. Only by using a more concentrated and powerful force to forcibly break through your defenses can it hurt your body." As he said that, the 2 arms behind Tianjin Fan retracted and gradually shrunk, as if they were shrinking back into the body, and slowly disappeared. But purple lightning flashed suddenly on his body. First there was only one, like a tiny electric snake, but this is not the end. 2, 3, 4. The strands of lightning gradually increased, winding and permeating his body. Outside the body, but it didn't hurt him at all. Compared with the clothes that Wukong basically disappeared, his clothes are undoubtedly much luckier. Coincidentally, I also have a technique like yours. Tianjin Fan raised his palms. "Wangguo shocking palm, you know it." The electric snakes all over his body gathered towards his palms, and his palms were gradually shrouded in a large sheet of electric light. The blue-purple electric light is bright and dazzling, reflecting Tianjin Fan like a god descending from the earth. Damn! These 2 guys are simply not human. Yam Sha felt surprised more times today than in the past year. It's like a monster. They couldn't be disguised by aliens, could they? Kellen rubbed his head, feeling absurd because of his flash of inspiration, and laughed out loud. Bang! A heavy cane hit Kellen's little bald head, like hitting a wooden fish. Gui Xianren didn't know that his disciple had inadvertently guessed a certain truth. "Idiot, it's because you don't grow up. This is the magic skill of your master." Kellen covered his head with an ouch, but he suddenly realized that he looked at Gui Xianren in surprise and asked, "What? Master Wushan, you said this is the magical skill of our master." Gaixian stroking his beard contentedly, "Haha, your master studied heaven and man, and the essence of his life is contained in this 10,000 kingdoms shocking palm and Qigong cannon." "Wangguo shocking palm!" Kellen exclaimed, "Ah! I remembered. Isn't that the trick Jackie Chan used when we participated in the competition for the first time?" Oh? Cough cough. Gui Xianren secretly thought something was wrong, his face flushed, and he replied hesitantly, well, cough cough, it's just, cough that trick. He, Master Wuxian, you still don't admit it. I always thought that Jackie Chan was you pretending to be. Kellen said with a snicker. Fart. Gui Xianren looked embarrassed, he would not admit that he almost lost to his apprentice back then, and quickly pointed to the ring and shouted, look, they're moving. Sure enough, Kellen's attention was immediately shifted to the ring. This trick, I call it Chidori. Although it only looks alike. Tianjin Fan separated his hands, and the electric light split into two. With his hands hanging on his sides, he squatted down and pressed his whole body down, just like the pose that his favorite anime character loves to do. But the destructive power is astonishing. With a sudden kick on the ground, like an electric dragon going out to sea, it rushed towards Wukong with a compelling momentum. The ground near the drooping hands seemed to be dragged by a plow, and two long scorched marks appeared. Naturally, Wukong would not just sit and wait at this moment, he tried his best to gather the flame-like energy he could control in front of him, hoping to condense it into shape. However, even though he had tried his best, the gas still didn't form any tangible state, it was still loose, but the thickness increased a lot. Although Tianjin Fan's moves seem to be very powerful, Wukong is not afraid. Even if his own moves are not completed, the increased strength, speed, and defense are much stronger than before. Whoever wins and who loses must be himself. Also, like a fire dragon descending into the world, Wukong rushed up with a long tail of flames, leaving a wider scorched mark under his feet. The purple light collided with the fiery red figure, and a more dazzling glare erupted, and everyone present closed their eyes. However, the stinging eyes couldn't resist the curiosity in their hearts, and the roaring sound in their ears made everyone reluctantly open their eyes and look towards the ring. But where is the arena in front of me? I'll go. Kellen was in tatters all over, and fell to the ground screaming in pain. Just resisting in front of him, he felt that his whole body was going to collapse. Yam Sha was even more unbearable, and passed out after resisting for a while, so scared that Bulma quickly fed him a fairy bean. Ha ha. Dumpling also kept taking deep breaths, but all that was sucked into her lungs was scorching air. Feeling that Kellen seemed unable to stop the aftermath of the battle, Jiaozi also decisively used her mind power to form a barrier in front of everyone. However, at that moment, he felt a pain in his head, which was a manifestation of excessive consumption of mental power. The entire arena completely disappeared without a trace, and what remained in place was a radiating deep pit, and the entire ground dropped at least several meters. In the middle of the radiating pit was a half-kneeling figure, with another severely burned body lying beside his feet. Hey! Letting out a long breath, Tianjin Fan stood up with difficulty. Whenever he moved his body, he felt unbearable pain. Every muscle seemed to be torn, and every bone was itchy. But after all, he still won in the end. The amazing Wukong developed such a powerful move by himself. I really don't know how powerful it will be after it is completed. I am not as good as myself, and with the consent of Gaixianren, I finally realized the qualitative change of breath after I read the secret book of the shocking palm of the world. Good. The 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm is a move that Wu Taidu studied carefully in his later years. Through special operations, the invisible and non-sexual Qigong is transformed into Qi with specific attributes, so as to exert some special effects. Wukong seems to understand without teaching, and he comprehended the qualitative change from gasification to fire by himself. And I only mastered the qualitative change from gasification electricity through the palm of the world. It can be said that without the inspiration of Wangguo Jing Tianzhong, he would never have thought that he could transform the Qi of the Dragon Ball world into other types of energy. In fact, the deceased Tianjin Fan himself was also a genius, and the Sun Fist he invented was exactly the principle of transforming Qi into light. It's a pity that he passed away and didn't leave much insight into Sun Fist. As for the self who transmigrated to him, although he had learned Sun Fist, he hadn't studied its principles deeply, otherwise he would have mastered the qualitative change a few years earlier. So my martial arts understanding is not enough. If he hadn't borrowed what he had seen and heard in many previous lives, it would be impossible to compare with a true genius like Wukong. You must know that Wukong, who has been practicing outside, will never come into contact with advanced martial arts such as the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm. Gaku. Are you still alive? The battle is finally over. Kikai rushed into the giant pit with tears streaming down her face, and embraced Wukong in her arms regardless of the high temperature on Wukong's body. Lan Chi paused slightly when she saw Kikai, who rushed out decisively. What? Why don't you go and have a look? Bulma, who followed the crowd and ran towards the pit ahead, gave Lan Chi a strange look. Right away. Lan Chi rubbed her nose lightly, and muttered to herself, at this time, it's more appropriate for you to appear. Fingers inadvertently moved a strand of hair, brushing the tip of the nose together. Ah, chirp! The blonde hair appeared, and the slightly bulging chest suddenly surged. The girl who transformed into Lan Luo patted her face, and hurriedly ran over with the crowd. Ah, Tian! Are you okay? Tianjin Fan rubbed the head of the girl who was hugging his arm, and said with a smile, it's as good as a bridal chamber. Ha ha ha, I've never had such a good fight. After speaking, she looked at Kikai, who was crying into tears. Don't worry, Kikai, I finally withdrew some strength, otherwise Wukong would not only be roasted by fire, but also burned by my electric shock, then it is really hopeless. Now just eat a fairy bean will do. Dumpling. Dumpling had already taken out 2 fairy beans, one was passed to Tianjin Fan, and the other was directly fed into Wukong's mouth under the control of his mind. Both Wukong and Tianjin Fan had a fairy bean in their mouths before, but later Wukong accidentally spat it out when he was pressed and beaten, and was smashed to pieces by a huge force. Tianjin Fan kept it in his mouth. So he waved his hand to express that he didn't want the dumplings, and at the same time swallowed the fairy beans in his mouth. What? Wukong jumped up from the ground with a somersault, causing Kikai to fall over. What? Wukong moved his hands and feet, and found that he was intact. He immediately responded, Did I still lose? Tianjin Fan gave him a funny look, otherwise, if I stand and you lie down, I will win naturally. But I think you. Kong. Kikai's joyful face was full of anger again. She touched the back of her head that was hurt by the bump and yelled, You are a big idiot. Ah, Kiki, did you get knocked down by me? I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Wukong immediately realized what happened, and quickly touched her head to apologize. She seldom gets in close contact with the Prince Charming in her heart. At this time, when her lover touches her head intimately, Kikai blushes instantly, throws all her anger and resentment into the deep trench, and hugs Wukong's arm tightly. Ahem. Tianjin Fan blinked his eyes, although the weather is not cold, it's better for you to wear a pair of pants. What? Ah! Kikai and Wukong exclaimed at the same time, only to find that all the clothes on Wukong's body were burned, and they hurriedly found clothes to put on. Lan Chi and Bulma watched Wukong grow up, and I don't know how many times he has seen him naked, but it was the first time they saw Wukong when he grew up, and they turned around in a little embarrassment, waiting for Wukong to get dressed, only then turned back. Tianjin Fan, you and Wukong are both too good. Is your last move the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm? Only at this time did Yamcha have the opportunity to express his doubts. Kellen looked at the disheveled man in front of him, full of respect, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. P.S. Haha, so how could it be a Super Saiyan? But I didn't intentionally make fire, electricity, etc., but when I first saw Sun Fist, I thought that Dragon Ball's Chi should have more forms. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. The final has not yet begun. Chapter 29. The final has not yet begun. Ah! Is it the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm? Wukong walked over, rubbing the back of his head. It seems to be a bit similar. I remember Mr. Jackie Chan used this trick. Ah. So I was defeated. Are you on the same trick? Mr. Jackie Chan. Tianjin Fan raised his eyebrows and looked at Gui Xianren. Immediately Gui Xianren whistled and looked up to the sky, saying, "Ah, the clouds over there are so beautiful, they look like the twin peaks of a beautiful woman." He glanced suspiciously at Gui Xianren, but compared to Jackie Chan's identity, Kellen was still most concerned about another issue. But the trick you used just now is different from what I've seen before. Throw out the palm, and then shoot out the electric light directly, fixing Wukong in the sky. But your move is tightly attached to the fist, and there will be a big explosion when it hits, rather than the effect of restraint like that. It's not like that. Wukong shook his finger and said, the effect is the same. Hey! Kellen didn't understand. After being hit, I felt paralyzed all over my body and couldn't move, so the effects should be the same, but the ones used by Atian are more powerful, and the explosion effect will appear. And although the methods of use are different, they both transform Qi into lightning, so the principle should be the same. Wukong further explained. Obviously, Wukong's words are the most convincing. After all, the two attacks hit him, and he must be clear about whether they are the same. But Kellen still looked to Tianjin Fan, seeking a more definite answer. Haha, that's right, this move is the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, but I made some changes to it, and for some reason, I also changed the name of this move. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. 1,000 birds. Yamcha murmured, does it mean the sound of 1,000 birds singing? But just now I only heard the sound of thunder and lightning, like lightning, only one sound, not like the sound of 1,000 birds tweet. Ahem, that's not important. Tianjin Fan seemed to be choking, coughed twice in embarrassment and said, anyway, the move I created, I decided to call it Chidori. Kellen suddenly jumped up excitedly and waved his fist in the air, it's too awesome. Bulma was taken aback, and slapped Kellen's bald head, what's the name? It's scary. Kellen covered his head with his hands while laughing, and said happily, I'm happy. Master Wushan said that this move is the master's unique move. Does that mean that I can also learn it? Right. Yamcha. You are also very happy. Are you happy? Oh. Yamcha hadn't thought of this before, but when he heard Kellen's words, he became happy, secretly clenched his fists, and made up his mind to learn it as soon as possible to catch up with Tianjin Fan and Wukong. Hey, that's a beautiful idea. Immortal Crane interjected, with a wry smile on his face. Have you forgotten our bet? What bet? Yamcha asked strangely. Ah. Kellen suddenly remembered the agreement he had made in Turtle Island. If the Tsurusen Ryu won the championship in the martial arts tournament, the master would hand over all the cheats to the Hexian Liu. Humph! Crane Immortal puffed up his chest, feeling very proud. My apprentice has already defeated the disciples of your Gaixian Liu, and now, I, Hexian Liu, are the most qualified to inherit the mantle of the master. So the heaven-shocking palm of myriad kingdoms is already from my Crane Immortal class. Ah! I remembered it too. Yamcha also suddenly recalled the scene at that time, and felt lost in his heart, as if he had lost something. Finally saw a gorgeous and powerful martial arts move, but never had the chance to learn it again. My heart is filled with remorse. Before Master Wushan asked himself and Kellen to go to Tatum Mountain to have a look, maybe he had expected this day a long time ago. As a result, he and Kellen traveled around the world, but they didn't even go. Ho 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 ho! Gui Xianren let out a smug laugh, that's not necessarily. Hey! Crane Immortal looked at Gui Immortal in surprise, and his white hair like crane wings moved violently. Could it be? You bastard is trying to play tricks again. You still have to be shameless, but you are in front of yours. The apprentices have agreed with me. Bulma, Lan Luo, and the others also looked at the old man with disdain. Sure enough, this guy would not admit defeat so honestly. Humph. Gui Xianren rubbed his chin and said, I didn't say I didn't admit it. But do you remember what you said at the time? You said that whoever wins the championship wins. There are still 2 games. Do you think you will win the championship? Humph. Both Atian and Jiaozi can still continue the competition. The champion is not from me, he's Xian Liu, who else could it be? He Xian said disdainfully. Gaixian looked at the green man meaningfully. Spit. Piccolo was standing on the other side of the deep pit board. But at this time, when he heard this sentence, anger appeared in his eyes, and he stared at the people opposite him bitterly. Following Gui Xianren's gaze, Crane Immortal shuddered, and then realized that there was still Piccolo Demon King in the list of players, which meant that his apprentice must beat him. However, Atian is so powerful, it shouldn't be a big problem to defeat him, right? Kellen and Yamcha also had mixed feelings in their hearts. I am happy that Piccolo is still there. If Tianjin Fan can't beat Piccolo, Gaixian Liu will not lose the agreement, and I will still have the opportunity to learn unique skills. He was also worried that Tianjin Fan would be defeated by Piccolo, and that he and others would not be able to escape the fate of being massacred. At this moment, I don't know which side to cheer for later. Dumplings. Tianjin Fan looked towards the side of the pit and called in a low voice. Here. Atian. Dumpling responded from the side. This guy is too dangerous, why don't you leave it to me? Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo, who was wearing a dangerous aura. Don't you need me to test his strength? Jiaozi blinked. Seeing how confident he is, his strength should not be lower than mine. If you say it, you may not be able to force him to have much strength, but he may be in danger instead. Tianjin Fan turned his head to look at Jiaozi. Seeing Jiaozi's hesitant eyes, for a moment, he remembered the way Jiaozi looked at him when he was dealing with Piccolo, and suddenly understood what Jiaozi meant. It was because he was worried about himself and hesitated to take risks for himself. Hee, don't worry. Patting Jiaozi's small head, Tianjin Fan showed a confident smile. This is a competition, he won't kill him. Pouted, Jiaozi said sullenly. But I'm worried that his purpose of participating in the competition is to eliminate the strongest enemy in the finals, so he didn't kill anyone in the previous few games, maybe he will in the final game. Murderer. Haha, it's okay. Tianjin Fan patted his strong biceps, I'm very strong. After spitting lightly, Lan Qi rolled her eyes, she really didn't want to see this guy's foolishness, she was not convincing at all. Mysterious guys are the most annoying. By the way, the referee, why did you come here? Tianjin Fan noticed that Uncle Sunglasses was actually following behind Kellen and the others. He was covering his ears with earplugs, lowering his head and muttering. Obviously discussing something with the leaders above. Ah? Are you talking about me? Hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Uncle Sunglasses raised his head in astonishment, but immediately reacted, haha, if I didn't follow them just now, I don't know how many times I died. However, Uncle Sunglasses said solemnly with his fingers upright, you have destroyed the venues so thoroughly that there is no way to rebuild it quickly, so I was discussing with the organizer just now whether to cancel the restrictions on the ring. Scratching his face distressedly, the uncle in sunglasses continued, after all, the rules were set before without any consideration for contestants with such a powerful destructive power. Now the rules are not applicable, and the organizers have no choice but to agree to modify the rules. So let's go for a match, just change it to the square outside the martial arts venue. Saying that, Uncle Sunglasses stuck to Tianjin Fan's ear, covered his mouth with his hands, and whispered secretly, let the dumpling contestants consume Big's time, you can take advantage of the next game to take a good rest, and it will be estimated later. It's up to you to save the world. Tianjin Fan was not used to being so close to such a middle-aged man, so he quickly moved a little further away. Don't worry, you should have seen it, right? We have a very miraculous medicine, which can completely recover immediately after taking it. Tianjin Fan explained. Looking at the Sun Wukong player who was standing aside like a normal person, Uncle Sunglasses pushed his glasses. Well, it seems that there is such a magic medicine, so it will be more reassuring. So, Dumpling contestant, do you still want to compete with Piccolo contestant? Uncle Sunglasses raised his microphone and said loudly. However, the venue has been almost destroyed, and the speakers placed on the coconut trees around the hall have long been damaged. Fortunately, there was no one else on the field now, except for the crowd gathered together, only Piccolo, who was standing on the other side of the deep pit with excellent ears, so everyone heard his question clearly. Well, I abstain. Jiaozi didn't know what method she used, and her crisp and tender voice spread throughout the venue. Humph. Then let's start the final. Tianjin Fan. Piccolo said with a little excitement after finally not having to suppress himself. Oh? It seems that you are looking forward to it. Tianjin Fan gave Piccolo a strange look. Seeing his own strength, the opponent can still have such a fighting spirit. It seems that there is a big difference from the original book. Piccolo's combat power at this time is definitely much higher than the original book. Humph, originally I wasn't interested in ants like you. And I just came to the competition to see if there were any people who exceeded my expectations. Piccolo said conceitedly, sure enough, you and the little monkey over there can threaten me. So, in this match, I will let you die under my mighty strength, just like a god. What? You killed the god? Tianjin Fan looked at Piccolo in surprise. Humph, of course, this guy dares to raise me as his child. It's unbearable, such a guy. He's my father killer. The muscles on Piccolo's face throbbed violently. It showed his inner unrest. However, thanks to his stupid teachings, I became stronger, so in the end, it was like squeezing an ant to death, and I killed him easily. Oh? Really? A light smile appeared on Tianjin Fan's face. He clearly knew that Piccolo must be lying. The Celestials and Big Ben are one, and when one dies, the other must also die. At this time, Piccolo is standing here well, and God must be living somewhere well that day. However, he can also see that the anger on Piccolo's face is not a disguise. He really hates the God of Heaven, and regards the God of Heaven as killing his father and enemy. It seems that he is indeed the descendant of the great demon king Piccolo. I really don't understand how the Piccolo boy was born, and I don't understand how the gods raised this magic fetus. Is it because of the innate intimacy of the Nami people for the same race? However, no matter that much. As long as he kills him by himself, all troubles will naturally be resolved. It's just that I don't know where the god is. If he is completely eliminated, the Dragon Ball will disappear, right? Earth does not have Dragon Balls, but it lacks a lot of confidence. Besides, the wish that I have always wanted to make to Shenlong has not yet come true. However, I just finished a game, but I'm a little tired. Tianjin Fan looked at the other party playfully, so I think the invincible Piccolo will definitely allow me to take a break. Humph, do you think I don't know you have fairy beans? You don't need to rest to recover your strength. Piccolo said impatiently, frowning. Ha, I'm talking about tiredness. Don't you think it's tiring to go through such a fierce battle? Tianjin Fan said as a matter of course. He really felt that his mentality was not calm enough, and maybe he would become impatient and violent if he fought directly. If you make a move, you will not be able to give full play to your own advantages. He glanced suspiciously at the exhausted expression on Tianjin Fan's face. Piccolo simply closed his eyes, and said, then quickly adjust, I'm not in good shape, you can be more careful. Not even interested. Hey. Wukong pointed at himself expectantly and said, why don't you let me play with him first? I'm not tired at all, and now I'm refreshed. Before Tianjin Fan could speak, Kikai pulled Wukong's face and walked aside in embarrassment. Ha ha ha, he was joking. This is a competition. He has already lost, so he is not qualified to compete for the championship. When she got to the side where no one was around, Kikai said something reproachful to Wukong, "Fool, that's the big devil Piccolo. He looks like he knows it's not easy to mess with. You just hurt like that, how can you fight with others again? Anyway, Tianjin Fan is better than you, you'd better wait for him to eliminate Piccolo." Gaku murmured for 2 seconds while crossing his chest in distress. But he still couldn't help looking in Piccolo's direction, "But I still really want to fight him." Kikai held her forehead helplessly, "Forget it, I don't want to become a widow before I get married. If you go to fight, I will. I will." After thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of anything to do. Threatening Goku's. Fortunately, Wukong gave up his previous thoughts in an instant. "Okay. I will listen to you." Wukong's eyes looking at Piccolo are still full of fighting desire, but for the sake of Kikai not worrying, let's forget it. The corner of Tianjin Fan's mouth grinned slightly, secretly thinking that the Piccolo boy was indeed not the rebirth of the Great Demon King Piccolo. If it was the Great Demon King Piccolo, it would be impossible for him to endure himself. P.S. Another chapter. I feel that as long as I have time, I can always code out words. But tomorrow we will start training again with high intensity. You understand? End of this chapter. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Heavenly God weakly half-kneeled on the ground, holding the wand with both hands to support his body so as not to fall down, sucking in the fresh air vigorously like a newborn, feeling the sun shining directly on his body after the dark clouds cleared. His strength seemed to be slowing down. Recovered. The Namekian's hearing allowed him to hear the conversation between Wukong and the others. At this moment, he smiled complicatedly, "This is all my fault." "Hey? What dance, what's the matter?" Wukong looked at the god with a puzzled expression, then turned his head and asked Gaixian in doubt, "Master Wushan, what did the god say?" Wukong, who never liked to study, expressed that he couldn't understand Wen Shui's words at all. Bang! The head of the stick hit Wukong's head, and Gaixian angrily taught Wukong a lesson, "How can you be so rude to God?" With an ouch, Wukong put away his hand pointing at the god, and moaned in pain as he touched his head. Facing his master, he didn't dare to gather energy to resist. His grandfather taught him to respect his master since he was a child. It's really rude. It's all my fault for teaching badly, that's why Wukong is so rude. After all, he is an old guy who has lived for hundreds of years. Gaixian immediately felt the authenticity of the other party's identity from the other party's divine power, and immediately apologized sincerely to the god. Slightly surprised to see Gaixian run, a satisfied expression appeared on the face of Tian Shen. Recently, all I saw were rude children, such as little monkeys, three-eyed monsters, and so on. This time, I finally met someone who knew how to respect God. Suddenly there were vague words in my ear. "Hey, let's talk. Since he is a god, we saved him, can I ask him to make a wish and give me a dozen young and beautiful girls?" Gui Xianren covered his mouth with his hand. Quietly he probed into Wukong's ear and asked softly. The expression on Tianshan's face was frozen, and he wondered if he had been locked up for too long and had auditory hallucinations. "Ah ha ha ha!" Wukong touched the back of his head in embarrassment, smirked a few times and said, "Master Wushan, Tianshan's hearing is very good, what you say will be heard." "Hey, cough, cough." Gui Xianren pretended to cough a few times, looked at Wukong with a serious face and said, "So, as I said just now, you must respect the gods in the future, understand? Okay, seeing that there seems to be someone in need of help over there, I'll go and have a look first." After finishing speaking, he quickly ran outside the venue, and continued to pretend to look around, as if he was looking for something, and gradually disappeared. Tian Shen looked dull, he had never met such a shameless guy, and he didn't know how to react at this moment. Boom! A loud explosion interrupted his distraction. Turning around, I noticed Tianjin Fan and Piccolo who were fighting to death. Damn it! Brother, did you just see this side? What should I do with you? Tianjin Fan blocked Piccolo who wanted to rush towards the god of heaven like a mad dog, and kicked him flying. Only then did he have the time to turn around and shout at the god of heaven. That's not my son. Tian Shen said depressedly, I just thought he could change my mistakes, so I raised him up. I didn't expect. Facing Piccolo's continuous attacks, Tianjin Fan once again had no time to speak. He didn't say much at all, and confronted Piccolo with his head dull. Tian Shen quickly took this opportunity to ask Wukong about the situation just now, but Wukong didn't make it clear after talking for a long time. And the battle between Tianjin Fan and Piccolo has also entered a fierce stage. Both of them had exerted their best efforts. Tianjin Fan understood that there was no way to discuss how to deal with Piccolo unless he was completely defeated. And Piccolo remained silent since the appearance of the god, because he also knew that as long as Tianjin Fan was defeated, the rest of the enemies would not be worth mentioning. However, although Piccolo's combat prowess is beyond the charts, facing Tianjin Fan, he feels like a fox is catching a hedgehog. He has no way to start. Although Piccolo is a race that can naturally use Qi and has been taught by the gods of the earth, there is still a huge gap in the use of Qi compared with Tianjin Fan. The malleable introduction of many things from the previous life, put it in the universe, there may not necessarily be someone who is better at manipulating anger than him. At this time, Piccolo was hit again and again, and fell into the dilemma of being unable to fight back. Damn it! Piccolo yelled unwillingly, his blue veins protruding from his anger, and smoke from his 7 orifices. Don't think you can beat me like this. Waves of energy gushed out from his body surface, forming circles of human-shaped energy that spread continuously. This child, has his vitality been consumed again? Tian Shen had also heard the cause and effect at this time, and sighed regretfully when he saw Piccolo's state. Consume vitality. Yamcha looked at the familiar face in front of him and asked suspiciously. That's right. It's the ability that Piccolo used when Tianjin Fan and Wukong fought against Piccolo. Our family seems to be born with the ability to control Qi and vitality. We can increase our strength for a short time by consuming vitality. The god thought of what he saw when he observed the mortal world in the temple. Back then Piccolo didn't have much life left, but in order to improve his strength, he chose to directly consume his life force, which made him even older. Sighing again, the god continued, and this child, in pursuit of the improvement of strength, has also consumed his life several times, so he can grow so fast, but in just 3 years, he is like a 20-year-old youth. Alas, if he is more patient and saves his vitality, within 10 years, he will definitely become a strong man beyond the limit of the earth. It's a pity, it's a pity. Ah! Kellen looked at the god in surprise. You can control your vitality to grow yourself. Seeing that he was still short despite having developed a lot, Kellen touched his head in embarrassment. That day, my lord, can you let others grow too? Well, just grow taller for 2 years. Glancing at Kellen coldly, he was indeed worthy of being a master and apprentice. The god said indifferently, oh, your growth has reached the limit. Even if it takes 20 years, you will at most grow some hair. Kellen instantly petrified. After the gods finished beating Klin, they turned their heads and continued to look at the battlefield. Besides, I don't have the ability to consume other people's vitality to make them grow. If you want to grow taller, you might as well collect Dragon Balls. Don't you have that magical power? Radar. Yet. Kellen instantly revived with full blood, clenched his fists excitedly. Why didn't I think of that? Since Shenlong can make any wish come true, then I can make a wish to make me grow taller. Bulma stroked his forehead and sighed. He was speechless about the power of the dragon being used for such trivial things. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the white underwear that was floating in the sky. I was still reliable, relying on my own efforts to find the handsome Yamcha. Bulma hugged Yamcha's arm with a smile. I completely forgot that the wish that a worthless guy wanted to make back then was to have a boyfriend. Everyone on the sidelines became relaxed because Tianjin Fan had the upper hand, but Tianjin Fan in the field knew that something was wrong. Piccolo, who had activated his vitality-consuming ability, now surpassed himself in all aspects of combat power. If it is said that his combat power is 1500 at this time, then Piccolo's combat power has risen to 2000 in just a moment, or even higher, which has doubled compared to the beginning. Damn it, there are still 5 years before Radith's arrival, and the fighting power of the Earth Warriors has actually risen to such a high level? After preparing for so long, I thought it was enough to win, but I never thought that I was forced to this point. What's the matter? Wasn't it very arrogant just now? Piccolo waved his fist ferociously. Having learned the lesson just now, he no longer makes his arms too long, so as not to be taken advantage of by Tianjin Fan. But he still stretched his arm to about double the length. At this time, with his speed and strength surpassing Tianjin Fan, he instantly suppressed Tianjin Fan. Although it has become 4 hands, it is extremely difficult to resist. Piccolo's speed has already surpassed his ability to react. If he hadn't been trained in martial arts for so many years, he had some sense of crisis, and he might have been completely treated as a meat sandbag. However, the situation at this time really does not allow time to change, and if there is a slight difference, it may be the result of death. Tianjin Fan sighed helplessly in his heart. Forget it, anyway, there are still 5 years left, and he can think of other ways to improve his strength. Now is his only chance to dominate the world. It can only affect the scope of the Earth, and neither the Scions nor Frisia outside the Earth will definitely not change their strength because of their own existence. Spiral Qigong Wave full power. Tianjin Fan made a final attempt, wondering if he could still injure Piccolo with this move at this time. If it wasn't a last resort, he still didn't want to use that move. A wave of Qigong with a diameter of half a meter rampaged, rushing towards Piccolo, who was close at hand. Piccolo smiled confidently, disappeared in place with a swish, and when he reappeared, he had circled behind Tianjin Fan. What? Tianjin Fan turned around quickly, and he swung the spiral Qigong wave into a whip, and threw it in an arc towards Piccolo, who appeared behind him. Piccolo disappeared on the spot again with a swish, and appeared on top of Tianjin Fan in an instant. Fell backwards, the right claw tore through the air, and grabbed Tianjin Fan's skull. Oh! Ta Kong made a move, and Tianjin Fan also quickly left the spot, leaving Piccolo with only one afterimage torn apart. And everyone watching the battle from a distance squatted down with their heads in their hands, avoiding the spiral Qigong wave thrown by Tianjin Fan. Bulma, who reacted a little too late, touched his half-length hair, patted Yamcha's chest distressedly, and blamed, "Why don't you pull me down quickly? Look at his hair. It will take a long time, they can't grow any longer." Facing the accusation, Yamcha could only touch his head in embarrassment, and looked at Kikai, who was quickly pressed to the ground by Wukong. Yamcha thought in his heart that he didn't react too aggressively. He seemed to hear Kikai's ribs just now. Cracking sound? Regardless of how helpless Wukong was when he rescued Kikai, who was knocked unconscious by his own accident, Piccolo on the field was surprised to find that Tianjin Fan on the opposite side had also undergone tremendous changes. Purple electric light enveloped the whole body, crackling like an electric man. But the chi in his body was more powerful than the electric aura on the surface, and the sharp feeling made his skin tingle. The smug smile had long since disappeared, and now there was only inexplicable shock on his face. "It's really annoyed to be forced to do this trick." He said no, but his voice was very honest, and the strong excitement was suppressed in his tone. Tianjin Fan has long wanted to try the actual combat effect of this trick. "What did you do? Why did you become so much stronger all of a sudden?" Piccolo asked in surprise. "Didn't you consume your vitality just now?" Tianjin Fan tilted his head and looked at Piccolo's expression with interest, so I think I have to give up my life to accompany Junzi. Satisfied with his appearance, Tianjin Fan continued, do you think this body is handsome? But if this trick still can't deal with you, I really should be killed. Put your hands together, put your two thumbs against each other, and put the four fingers of your right hand against the second joint of your left index finger. Try the Qigong Cannon again. Let me tell you first, this move also costs life force. An invisible qi gushed out from Tianjin Fan's body, and the electric aura on his body surface seemed to be startled for a moment, scurrying around crazily around his body surface. What? A diamond-shaped invisible Qigong wave condensed into a mountain of knives and flew towards Piccolo. P.S. I can't write anymore, my shoulder is about to break, and I'm running out of time, too late to edit it, so I'll post it first, and I'll take the time to edit it tomorrow. Good night. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. An invisible diamond-shaped Qigong wave rushed towards Piccolo. However, the change didn't end there. Tianjin Fan's hands struggled to compress towards the middle. Correspondingly, the volume of the diamond-shaped Qigong wave also instantly shrank, from 10 meters to 3 meters. Qigong Cannon can be said to be a great magic skill in Dragon Ball. Its effect is comparable to Kai Wang Fist, and it can increase its own strength by nearly 10 times. But the price is also very high. The energy of the Qigong Cannon all comes from the overdraft of the essence of life. Unlike Piccolo's consumption of life force, the Qigong Cannon not only overdraws the vitality of the body, but also overdraws the power of the soul. Otherwise, in the original book, with Tianjin Fan's combat power of over 1000, how could it be possible to rely on Qigong Cannons to stop Nappa with a combat power of 8000, even in the later stage? How could a mere earthling with hundreds of thousands of Tianjin Fans be able to stop Cell and Majin Buu, who couldn't even beat Super Saiyan's? It can be said that if you use the Kai Wang Fist, you may only end up with a serious injury. But with the Qigong Cannon, basically only one person will die. Even in the entire original work, only Tianjin Fan said the sentence "maybe we won't meet again in the future." Is it because his strength can't keep up, or tired from fighting for many years? How many people's regrets are left behind by the back of Luoji, who turned and left? This is all because he has been desperately protecting the world with Qigong Cannons. And the Qigong Cannon has great damage to the soul, otherwise, why would the Tianjin Fan in this life lose his soul as soon as he fired the Qigong Cannon? Even in the world of Dragon Ball, the soul is a very magical existence. It belongs to the underworld, but even the people in the underworld cannot manipulate the soul arbitrarily. I haven't seen Shenlong in the original book. When he needs to resurrect Wukong, he can be rejected, and those who died for more than a year, whose souls dissipated or were reincarnated, he couldn't bring them back to life. Therefore, even though he was resurrected by Shenlong after being killed many times, the overdraft of his soul could not be repaired. This not only caused Tianjin's strength to gradually fail to keep up with everyone in the later stage of the meal, but also greatly affected his life. Even though he looks young, his lifespan is actually running out. So he had no choice but to leave everyone. Therefore, so far, Tianjin Fan has never used a Qigong Cannon. He who came from time travel has already analyzed the disadvantages of Qigong Cannon. But the battle with Piccolo a few years ago made him wake up. Could it be that because of the loss of life of this trick, don't you learn it or use it? What is the difference between this and my previous life not accepting reality and choosing to escape? In the face of absolute power, without trying such desperate moves, how can you defeat the enemy? If it hadn't been for Jiaozi to sacrifice himself and let him escape, how could he have the opportunity to go to the temple to practice? It was a painful experience, so from that day on, Tianjin Fan decided to study Qigong Cannons further, for future needs. And the day finally came. Originally thought that if he handed over Piccolo to the gods, there would be no more Piccolo. Unexpectedly, the world of Dragon Ball is indeed full of variables. The new Piccolo boy is not only born, but also becomes far more powerful than the original book. And looking at Piccolo's fighting power, if he hadn't read the original book, he would have thought that Piccolo was the protagonist of Dragon Ball. Although the new Kigong cannon is invisible and colorless, its powerful power directly annihilates all substances in its path. Not only the air, but also all the dust floating in the air was swept away, as if a vacuum was created, and the surrounding air quickly filled up to the rear of the new Kigong cannon. The air in front of the new Kigong cannon also seemed to be frightened, and escaped further away at the speed of the explosion. Piccolo was naturally startled by the power of this move. Absolutely die! Piccolo clearly saw the shadow of the Grim Reaper laughing lowly. As if a rocket was installed on his feet, a huge Kigong wave shot out, and Piccolo flew into the sky in an instant. Obviously, he has not made no progress after fighting for a long time. Although he still can't use Tianjin Fan's move to step into the air, he can still increase his speed by borrowing its principle. After all, he is also a genius Namek warrior. It's just that this move consumes too much energy for him to use, and because the combat power converted from vitality has exceeded his control ability, he has been very cautious before using this move. But now that he was facing the critical moment of life and death, how could he hesitate at all? Even though the soles of his feet were torn apart when he landed, he was extremely grateful. From the corner of the eye, the ground hit by the new Kigong cannon was like being pierced and pulled out by a huge steel rod, leaving a bottomless diamond-shaped pit. Even if he is a Namekian beyond the eyesight of ordinary people, he can only judge that the depth is definitely more than -meters. If he hadn't dodged just now, he would definitely have died. But now, the pain from the wound on the sole of his foot touching the ground made him feel alive. After all, I haven't practiced it. Although I can use the violent magic wave to emit chi from the whole body, it is the first time to use the soles of my feet, so I got hurt. But with this experience, he can use it without injury in the future. Haha, is this your unique move? It seems like that. Piccolo laughed. Hey, this trick is still not very easy to control, I'm just going to try it. Tianjin Fan smiled slightly. A smiling face appeared in front of Piccolo in an instant, and at the same time, there was a heavy fist stuck in his lower abdomen. He spit blood wildly from his mouth, and this time, even his internal organs were really broken. It was just one blow, and he was seriously injured. But Piccolo felt no pain at all, and his lower abdomen seemed to have been separated from his body. He looked down at his lower abdomen in disbelief, and found that there were strands of purple electric light entwined around the wound, moving back and forth. The vitality in the body was consumed again, and a powerful chi gushed out from the body. After the electric light was partly neutralized, it left his body. What is this? Piccolo looked at him seriously. Oh! The mysterious smile on Tianjin Fan's face disappeared from Piccolo's perception again, and appeared behind him in an instant. Oh! He was punched into the sky again. And lost feeling in his lower back at that moment. Tianjin Fan stopped talking, but kept flashing beside Piccolo, sending out heavy blows. Gradually, Piccolo's whole body was wrapped in purple electric light. Damn it! Bastard! Piccolo also had a crazy look on his face, and he hugged his shoulders with both hands that could still move, ignoring the bombardment of Tianjin rice, looking up at the sky and concentrating on mobilizing all the energy in his body. Violent magic wave. Like a mountain torrent, like a tsunami hitting the ground, a flash of light flashed, followed by a surging explosion of air in an instant. The ground in all directions was shattered into powder under the huge explosion shock wave, and splashed in all directions. Although Kellen and the others tried their best to protect everyone, they were blown far away as if they were in a tornado. Tian Shen was no exception, he was already very weak. If it wasn't for the protection of Kellen and others at this time, he might fall to the ground and die. The mushroom cloud drifted and dispersed in all directions, gradually revealing Piccolo's face full of scars. His chest and abdomen were panting violently. Obviously this move consumed a lot of his energy. But he didn't slack off, but embraced with both hands, and only stretched out 2 index fingers to offset, the vitality in the body was transformed into a continuous flow of qi, gathering and condensing. Wrinkles instantly appeared on the skin on his face, making him look 10 years older. Sure enough, an intact figure appeared in the gunpowder smoke scattered ahead. The move just now was to dispel the opponent's power to paralyze him, but now this move is to make him disappear in ashes. Magic light killing cannon. Piccolo yelled and performed his recently researched stunt. A purple light wave is dense, and outside it are two beams of thinner light waves tightly entangled and constantly rotating. Although it is much thinner than the spiral Qigong cannon, its power should not be underestimated. Oh? Has this trick been researched so early? Thanks to the gods. Tianjin Fan thought to himself. But even this trick is not as good as the trick he kept. Raise your palms vertically, and the arc wraps around your arms. An unpretentious, even faintly visible Qigong wave spurted out. The fast-running magic light-killing cannon seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and its speed suddenly slowed down. As Tianjin Fan exerted more force, the Qigong wave wrapped the magic gun and the light-killing cannon flew backwards. Tianjin Fan didn't want to eliminate Piccolo right now, so he shook his right hand and heard an explosion. Looking at the battlefield with a complicated face, Tian Shen was infinitely entangled in his heart. It seems that Tianjin Fan still didn't kill him? It's a pity that this child is indeed hopeless. I didn't expect that I would become a huge obstacle to eliminate evil. Slowly lowering his head, the god of heaven was full of guilt and disappointment. Oh! Piccolo was knocked into the air by the explosion and fell powerlessly to the ground. Seeing Piccolo, who seemed to be in a coma, Tianjin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. This battle is finally over. If Piccolo has any cards, he really has no choice. Did we win? Kikai ate a fairy bean to recover from her injuries, and asked Master Wuxian with a look of surprise. Ah! Gui Xianren was astonished. And it took him a long time to realize, it seems, is it? Yet. The gust of wind just now caused Lan Luo to transform and appear, and now she jumped 3 feet excitedly. Sure enough, my Tianjin rice is the strongest. Wow, yet. Tianjin Fan is really good. Kellen congratulated, but his face inevitably showed a look of disappointment. Although he also hoped that Tianjin Fan could defeat Piccolo, this also meant that he missed the opportunity to be in the palm of the world. In the world of Dragon Ball, there is also the theory of succession from master to master. Stealing martial arts from other schools is bound to be shamed by the warriors. So even if Master Wuxian knows the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, once he Xianlia becomes the only true biography of the Grand Master, it is inconvenient for him to ask for advice. Although Wukong is kind-hearted, he doesn't understand worldly concepts, so he has been learning wherever he went since he was a child, such as after-image boxing, 8-hand boxing, and sun boxing. He also couldn't ask him for a theory. But for Kellen, who grew up in Duolin Temple, this was a hurdle that he couldn't overcome. After concentrating for a moment, the electric light on Tianjin Fan's body dissipated, and the swelling qi in his body also gradually decreased. He took a long breath, and once he relaxed, a thin layer of sweat broke out from his body. Turning around, he waved to Lan Luo, indicating that he was fine. But I saw the nervous look on the faces of Wukong and others. Pfft! A wave of light penetrated from the chest. Hateful, is Piccolo still out of combat? Looking back with difficulty, he saw Piccolo's complacent smile. Gg. Piccolo wiped the blood from his eye sockets. Sure enough, your move is just an explosive move, right? Once it is lifted, it will be even weaker. Kneeling on one knee, Piccolo raised his hands and shouted to the sky, ah! Ha 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 ha! Finally! Finally! I have finally become the most powerful existence. Father! I have proved myself. I am better than you. It's a pity. Tianjin Fan sat down on the ground, clutching his bleeding wound. Even if they threw dumplings over, he would have no chance to eat them. In the original book, Piccolo pretended to be dead and cheated and injured Wukong. Although I knew about this, but the battle was so fierce just now, and I finally won with great difficulty, I forgot about it for a while. Unfortunately, I am the strongest. Tianjin Fan showed a mocking look on his face. The electric light permeated the whole body again, the paralyzing ability acted on him, and the hollowness in his chest seemed to disappear in an instant. Tianjin Fan stood up naturally, and a strong air pressure gushed out of his body again. Even if you are injured, there is no pressure to kill you. Tianjin Fan looked at the fear in Piccolo's eyes and smiled faintly. In an instant, he appeared next to Piccolo, and countless lightning lights gathered in his hands, pressing on Piccolo's head. Piccolo twitched all over from the electric shock, the real 7 orifices produced smoke, and a smell of barbecue came out. Snapped. This time, Piccolo fell into a coma and fell to the ground. At the same time, Tianjin Fan appeared next to Jiaozi, grabbed the cloth bag at his waist, took out a few fairy beans and stuffed them into his mouth. This is how to release the power from the body. Pfft! Tianjin Fan's A fell to the ground. Fortunately, it should be safe now. All the wounds on his chest have recovered, and his physical strength is also exceptionally abundant. But mental exhaustion still made him fall into a coma. Is Tianjin Rice all right? Wukong asked worriedly. It was the first time he had seen someone fall asleep after eating a celestial bean. You must know that even if he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, eating a celestial bean would still be enough. Can recover as before, and full of energy. It should be fine. After checking, the god said, his body has fully recovered, but he fell into a coma for unknown reasons. But he should wake up soon. Lan Luo's eyes were also red-eyed anxiously, and she was relieved after hearing the judgment of the god. Why did Tianjin Fan's strength suddenly become stronger just now? Wukong also focused on the battle just now. Although his strength has surpassed the gods at this time, Wukong still habitually solicits the opponent's help. Opinions, after all, these old people are knowledgeable people. He seems to be using the electric light on his body to stimulate his body to make his body react faster. The sudden increase in strength feels a bit similar to Piccolo's life force consumption, but it feels different. Even if the life force is overdrawn, at most half the strength, like what he did just now, at least twice the strength. But no matter what, he did beat Piccolo thoroughly. So let's cheer to our heart's content, the god said solemnly. Everyone! Every audience! Uncle Sunglasses continued to shout loudly into the microphone, the terrifying demon king who tried to conquer the world has once again been defeated by this young man in front of him, please remember his name. Tianjin Fan. Uncle Sunglasses excitedly pointed his finger to the sky, then, the contestant who won the championship of this year's No. Budokai in the world is Tianjin Fan contestant. People from all over the world cheered and shouted the name of Tianjin Fan in unison. Even the king in the palace applauded non-stop, and said to the secretary standing next to the sofa, "You can notify the army to lift the guard. It seems that the earth has a great protector." Tian Shen looked at Tianjin Fan lying on the ground, and while everyone was cheering, he walked over to Piccolo who was lying on the other side. P.S. To be honest, I plan to write some original content in the 3rd volume, about 20 or 30 chapters. It seems that I have already made the setting and drafted the outline, right? Then in the 4th volume, it returns to Earth to welcome the arrival of the Scions. It feels like it will take a month, and because I am original, although I am free, there will definitely not be fanfic parts that are easy to write, and I guess the writing is not very good, but since I have written a book, I have to try. Readers and friends who don't accept me very well just throw me under the table for a month, and wait until I return to Earth in a month and then continue reading. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Awakening. Chapter 32 Awakening. God! What are you going to do? Wukong was keenly aware of the sudden violent fluctuations in the weakened breath of the god. Everyone turned their heads to look, and saw that the god was holding up his staff and was about to stab down. After being discovered by the crowd, the god looked at the crowd straightforwardly. This is the biggest mistake I have ever made. In order to make my heart pure, I gave up all the evil in my body, but I didn't expect it to cause such great damage to the earth I protect. I had the opportunity to correct this mistake before. But for a while, he was kind and soft-hearted, allowing the devil boy to grow up smoothly, and finally became a tiger. Seriously looking at Piccolo, who was lying on the ground, the god looked determined. Now, another chance to right a wrong has come. I won't hesitate this time. After speaking, he raised his magic staff high again. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Wukong appeared beside the god and grabbed the staff. I've heard Tianjin Fan say that you and Piccolo are one body, and if he dies, you will die too. Wukong's face was full of nervousness. The god smiled slightly. Even if an incompetent god like me dies, there will only be a better god to take over. No, what we care about is not whether there are gods, but your life and death. Kellen thought to himself, feeling that the words of the gods could not convince himself. Oh, then it doesn't seem to have any effect. Wukong hugged the back of his head indifferently, and let go of the magic staff in his hand. Kellen looked at Wukong blankly. Although he felt that Wukong had a thick nerve since he was a child, he was still surprised by his surprise. Seeing that the god was holding up the scepter and intending to stab it again, Kellen rushed over and grabbed the scepter with a dazed expression, then turned to Wukong and said, "Hey, Wukong, is it really okay to leave it like this? I remember hearing who said that when the gods die, the Dragon Balls will also disappear." Ah! Wukong's face was calm. It's okay. Anyway, if there is a new god, it should be able to revive Dragon Ball, right? So you only care about your grandpa's relics, don't you? Kellen, who grew up together, immediately caught up with Wukong's thinking, and planned to remind Wukong at the end, and said quickly, "No, in that case, the 4 planets will always be just stones. I remember Tianjin Fan said that only the Earth has Dragon Balls, so not every god will make Dragon Balls." Ah? Is that so? Wukong scratched his ears in distress. Is it really like this? God! Seeing Wukong's innocent expression, Tian Shen suddenly felt that he wanted to kill himself even more. The meaning of my existence is for your 4 planets, you bastard? I also don't think we can let the gods die. Bulma interjected, I don't want to make a wish. I already have Yamsha. However, the earth can be peaceful for so long, it should be due to the gods, right? K did threaten world peace, but wasn't it all resolved in the end? So you don't need to be so ashamed, Lord Tenjin. That's right. Besides, no matter it's Wu Tai-Do Patriarch or Tianjin Fan, they all got the guidance of the gods, so they can successfully defeat Piccolo and save the world. So this is also your credit. Yamuti is not as funny as Wukong, and he followed Bulma's persuasion. The expression of struggle on the face of the god flashed away. And he looked at the crowd and asked seriously, so do you feel the same way? Gui Xianren, Crane Immortal, Oolong, and Puer all nodded their heads. At this time, Lan Luo saw that Tianjin Fan was breathing steadily, and also walked over. Yes, I heard Tianjin Fan said that although you, the god, sometimes do nothing, the earth has not produced any destructive weapons for so many years. It is your credit, otherwise, with the inferiority of human beings, wars would have broken out and the homeland would have been shattered. After thinking for a while, the god showed a wry smile. I didn't expect that you would forgive me for being so negligent. However, Dragon Ball is really important to the earth, and I may really only have this little role left. If Tianjin Fan is sober, he will definitely complain. No, you have other great uses. You can use it to make a composite material. Then it seems that I should seal Piccolo. It's just that I haven't recovered now, and it may take 2 days before I can cast the magic sealing wave. The god said helplessly. Well, the gods still haven't learned the lesson. Although everyone felt that it would be inappropriate to seal it after 2 days, but it is true that only the gods can use the magic seal wave that does not hurt themselves, so they can only do so. The god had already eaten the fairy bean before, but he was sealed for 2 years, and his fire of life was already weak, and his spirit was naturally weak. At this time, he could barely control his power, otherwise he would not have been defeated by Wukong and Kei just now. Lin grabbed the scepter. Although Gui Xianren can magic seal waves, it is reasonable to ask the gods to learn the improved version, but after he learns, it is estimated that the gods have recovered to the point where they can perform. On behalf of Tianjin Fan, Crane Immortal received the champion's medal and bonus, and proudly showed off in front of Gaixian, and then took Tianjin Fan back to the hotel with the dumpling Lan Luo. Knowing whether it is suitable to move, everyone planned to wait for him to recover before parting. After Wukong told the practice that the champion invited everyone to dinner, everyone went to the same hotel happily and noisily. So the prize money that someone who was still in a coma finally won was wiped out. Fortunately, Tianjin Fan has found a money printing machine, so there is endless money to spend, so I don't think it will feel bad when I wake up. At this time, the game was over, and many spectators who came here had already checked out and left, so everyone quickly moved in this time. Many light spots filled every part of the space. Front, back, left, right, up, down. No, there are no such so-called directions at all in this place, because there is no real ground when you lower your head. No, I didn't lower my head, because I couldn't see my body even when I lowered my head. I don't seem to have a body. Tianjing drifts in this boundless world in a daze, not knowing where he is going or what year it is. Who are you? Even his consciousness was just a mess, and it took a long time before he remembered his identity. The Traverser Tianjin Fan? Sanmu Tianjin Rice? No, I'm just me. And here is? Are those huge light spots of various colors the light of the planet? This is space? How could it be? How could he cross the starry sky? Why? I have no body. With all kinds of doubts, Tianjin Fan tried for a long time, but he couldn't control his actions, so he could only let himself drift into the distance. It's like some kind of destiny, leading me forward. I don't know how long it has passed, Tianjin Fan's consciousness fell into confusion again. Until one day, the consciousness suddenly woke up, because the scene in front of him had not changed much for a long time. Who am I? Where am I? Looking at the distance, 3 planets orbiting each other appeared. Tianjin Fan recalled everything and realized that the destination was about to arrive. The 3 planets in front of me are 2 big and 1 small, obviously like the relationship between the Earth and the Moon. But the satellites seem to be the 2 larger ones, because during the long process of approaching, the 3 planets have completed hundreds of rotation cycles, and it has been 1 or 2 years since they were placed on the Earth. It can be clearly seen that the 2 large planets are always revolving around the small planet. The destination seems to be here? Doubt flashed in Tianjin Fan's heart. However, just wait, one day, I will land on that little planet. Consciousness fell into a trance again. Until a shriveled man appeared in front of his eyes. This is a gorgeously dressed person, but his body is extremely short, no more than 1 meter old. Corresponding to the short stature, it is indeed an unusually large head. The appearance is basically the same as that of the people on Earth, except that there is a third eye above the 2 eyes. There was a torrent in Tianjin Fan's heart, as if some thought rooted in his subconscious had been awakened. At this moment, he just wanted to kneel down in front of the other party. However, his body was still unable to move, and he couldn't even move his eyes. He could only stare blankly at the other party getting closer and closer, and finally his vision was filled with his huge shriveled face, and his landing point was the other party's constantly opening and closing lips. Tianjin Fan woke up instantly, and the inexplicable reverence in his heart disappeared without a trace. Obviously, the person in front of him was a 3-eyed person. Although his body shape was completely different from his own, he was obviously of the same race as himself. The lips that kept opening and closing did not make any sound, but inexplicably, Tianjin Fan understood what the other party meant. That is repeating the same sentence over and over again. Come, boy, come and save your people. Clan? Thinking of this, the flow of time seems to speed up suddenly, and everything in front of me is no longer as slow as before. A huge suction sucked him over and threw him into the huge lips. Consciousness plunged into darkness. Struggling hard. Wow! At first it was a small white dot, and then, the white dot turned into a sky full of light. Tianjin Fan, who had just opened his eyes, couldn't help squinting them. Noisy voices came from the ear, as if countless people were speaking at the same time, layer upon layer, unable to distinguish any words. Shaking his head, Tianjin Fan sat up. Only then did I see the excited people in front of me. The brain lagged for a long time before reacting. Ah! Why are you all here? Tianjin Fan asked hoarsely. Ha ha ha! That's great! Tianjin Fan, you're finally awake. Tianjin Fan froze for a moment before remembering the name of the speaker. Dumpling. Looking down at the crying girl on the bedside, Tianjin Fan felt a pain in his heart, and habitually touched the blonde hair on top of her head. Don't cry, Lan Luo, haven't I woken up already? Turning his head to look at the dumpling with tears in his eyes, Tianjin Fan asked, well, how long have I been in a coma? The previous dream seems to be very long, but Tianjin Fan has also had this type of experience. In the dream, time is no longer a measurable unit, because the dream is jumping, and sometimes it is spent in the dream. A few years, in fact, is just a night in reality. You've been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Dumpling cried and laughed, we thought you'd wake up after a day's sleep. Ah! Tianjin Fan searched his memory and understood the reason. It seems that the current body is still too reluctant to use the Qigong cannon, but it only took a dozen or 20 seconds, and it still hurts the soul. But what happened to the one in the dream just now? Clansman! Hey, Tian, why are you in a daze again? Jiaozi waved her little hand in front of Tianjin Fan a few times. Ah! Oh, I thought of something. Tianjin Fan came back to his senses and noticed the crying Lan Luo again. Touching her delicate face, Tianjin Fan chuckled and said, why, don't you want to look up at me when I wake up? Hey, I don't want to look at you. Lan Luo pressed her head on the quilt, refusing to look up. Tianjin Fan held her shoulders on both sides and wanted to hug her up. Lan Luo struggled and refused, crying and whimpering, don't look. My eyes are swollen from crying because of you. Do you still want to bully me? Hey hey hey! Tianjin Fan cheered up instantly, continued to push Lan Luo stubbornly, and said cheaply, it's okay, I like to see your ugly appearance. Let me take a look. Take a look well. Haha. Cough, cough, cough. The old voice coughed a few times. Tianjin Fan looked sideways and found that it was Master Hexian. Now that you're awake, take a good rest and don't mess around. Lan Luo has been guarding you for 3 days and 3 nights without closing her eyes, so let her also go to rest. I'll go back to the house first. When you recover a bit, we'll go back to the mountain. After speaking, Immortal Crane walked out of the room. Before the door of the room was closed, Wukong and Kellen, who were covered in sweat, broke in. Hey, Tian, I heard Bulma said you woke up. Wukong shouted happily. Hush! Lan Luo glared at Wukong, and said fiercely, dead Wukong, won't you keep your voice down? Tian just woke up, and you are making a lot of noise. Believe it or not, I strangled you to death. Wukong has been afraid of this young lady since he was a child, and when he heard her scolding, he shrank back instantly, put his hands on his head and smiled embarrassedly. Hey, don't be angry, Lan Chi. Kellen was not very afraid of Lan Chi, and he was used to calling her Lan Chi since he was a child, and he didn't change his words at this time. Hey! Lan Luo snorted softly, and she didn't dare to look back at Tianjin Fan, for fear that he would see her face covered with pear blossoms and eyes swollen from crying. Okay, Luo, why don't you go to sleep too? I've worked hard on you during this time. I'll accompany you to go sightseeing in the mountains after you sleep. There was a beautiful arc at the corner of her mouth. With a happy smile on Lan Luo's face, she said briskly, "Don't sleep. I'm so refreshed now. I'll wash up later, and I'll make you something to eat. Now you must very hungry." After speaking, Lan Luo pushed the door straight out. Ha ha ha. Only then did Wukong dare to laugh loudly. "Ah Tian, it seems that you are really sober." "Oh, who are you?" Tianjin Fan asked coldly. Wukong and Kellen stared blankly at Tianjin Fan with a pained look on their faces. Does this guy really have amnesia? Pfft! Tianjin Fan couldn't hold back his laughter. Okay, I'm just kidding you. Tianjin Fan has always had such a habit. Whenever he is sick, in order to prevent his family members from worrying, he will deliberately make some jokes to make them relax. Cut. Kellen rolled his eyes, but he was still happy that Tianjin Fan woke up, and sincerely congratulated him. "Congratulations, you have become the champion of this year. Ha ha ha. I've worked my ass off for this. I finally lived up to my master's expectations." Tianjin Fan replied. However, Kellen and the others have been sad for 2 days. Wukong interjected, "They are all disappointed that they can't learn the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking poem." Ha ha ha, that. Tianjin Fan thought for a while, and then said, "If you want to learn, you can learn. Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu are originally a family, and they shouldn't be separated from each other." Before, the master was just angry, but now when you're happy, you won't worry about these little things anymore. Really? But I feel like your master is very mean. Wukong said this, remembering how many times Crane Immortal left the scene in anger. You're really stingy." Tianjin Fan had this thought in his mind, but he still wanted to protect the master's face. Master has cultivated his body and mind for hundreds of years, so he will never be a stingy person. It's just that when he was young, Teacher Wu Tian has suffered too much, so there is a little misunderstanding between the brothers. Hehe, then you can go directly to learn Kellen. Wukong said with a smile, "Although I have thought about the qualitative change a little bit, but it is very dangerous for me to use it. You should learn from the master's trick to be more reliable. The move is better." "But..." Kellen hesitated, "I'm afraid the master will be unhappy. Why don't we talk about it until I ask him?" Yamcha rolled his eyes and replied, "What are you asking? Don't you know the master's temper? If he were here, he would definitely agree right away, and he wouldn't hesitate for half a second about such a thing as being cheap and not taking advantage of the bastard." It's okay to say bad things. Even though he was speechless, Clin still decided that he would go to Tatum Mountain to study at that time. Or asked Tianjin Fan for advice. Seeing his appearance, he not only fully mastered it, but also studied other changes in depth. Ahem, I seem to have heard someone mention me just now, so I came over to take a look. Immortal Gui also walked in slowly. Originally, we were all in the same hotel, and we lived very close together. We were all on the first floor, and it was only a few steps away after turning around the door. Not bad, young man, how does it feel to save the world for the second time? Gui Xianren asked slowly. Ha ha ha, of course it's cool. Tianjin Fan laughed loudly. The safety of the whole world depends on his own body. Although the pressure was huge at the time, he naturally felt a sense of accomplishment afterwards. But you used a Qigong cannon at that time, right? Gui Xianren came here mainly to figure out a problem that he hadn't figured out before. It's indeed a Qigong cannon. Tianjin Fan replied. But the old man has been unable to figure it out. It stands to reason that the Qigong cannon condenses the breath of the whole body into one and releases it all in an instant. If you use this move, you will die on the spot. Why did you not die after using it? Where's Piccolo? Gui Xianren's face was full of doubts. This also expressed the aspirations of several Gaixian Liu disciples, so everyone looked at Tianjin Fan, waiting for his answer. The Qigong cannon not only gathers the qi of the whole body, but also overdraws the soul, so it can produce such a huge power, but because the power is too strong, it is difficult to control it. It can only be completely released from the body at one time. Of course, the power is also very amazing. However, the result of all one-time release is the complete destruction of body and soul. Therefore, I decided to improve this technique. Improvement. Gaixian replied in surprise, this move is basically uncontrollable, so even Master Tai Do has never really used it. Since creating this magical skill, it has been put on the shelf. Recalling the scene during the match, Gaixianren had a clear understanding. Could it be that you improved it into a move that can be used repeatedly? It's so difficult to use it repeatedly. Tianjin Fan shook his head. Once you start to activate the power of the Qigong cannon, you can't stop it at all. Then, Gaixian was puzzled, and really didn't understand what Tianjin Fan's so-called improvement meant. I just distributed the power of the Qigong cannon reasonably. Expelled the uncontrollable part from the body, and condensed its power into a smaller Qigong cannon. The controllable part was suppressed in the body, to produce powerful speed and strength. With my previous strength, it is enough to double my combat power. It's very simple to say, but it should be very difficult to do it. Gui Xianren pushed his sunglasses. Then why are you surrounded by this electric light? Haha, after all, my combat strength suddenly increased. Although my strength has increased, my reaction can't keep up. So I borrowed the principle of the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, and I formed a small amount of electrical energy in my body, which can actually stimulate the body's reaction. The ability has been improved. Tianjin Fan touched his head in embarrassment. I never thought that the combination of Wangguo shocking palm and Qigong cannon would have such great power. Of course, Master Tai Do's lifelong painstaking efforts are not just talk. Whether it is the Qigong cannon or the 10,000 Kingdoms shocking palm, they all contain great principles of martial arts. It is a pity that the master passed away because of the battle with Piccolo, otherwise you can see where the future path of martial arts lies. Gui Xianren sighed. However, with your group of disciples, I believe Master Tai Do will not feel regretful. The future of martial arts. Tianjin Fan murmured, should we see it soon? 5 years later. Suddenly thinking of the main combat power 5 years later, Tianjin Fan asked, by the way, where is Piccolo? Did the gods seal him? Silently looking at each other, Qin and Wukong didn't know how to answer for a moment. On the contrary, Gaixianren was the calmest, and said in a deep voice, no one knows Piccolo's whereabouts now. We had just discussed how to deal with him, and found that he had disappeared. Tianjin Fan curled his lips speechlessly, thinking that he deserved to be a boss. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't be killed. Forget it, anyway, with me here, even if Piccolo makes a comeback, he will still be beaten down. Tianjin Fan made a strong posture and said while pinching his biceps. Okay, it's night now, you all go back and rest. Lan Luo walked in with a tray. I made some food for Atian, and now he needs to replenish food, so don't stay here, I'm bothering him. 1 and 2 are smelly, and I don't know to take a shower before coming back after exercising. Ah ha ha ha. Kellen touched his face in embarrassment. Then we'll go back, Tianjin Fan, you should have a good rest. N. Gui Xianren nodded in satisfaction. It was enough to clear up the doubts at that time during this trip. Turning around and leaving first, Wukong, Kellen, Yamcha and others also bid farewell one after another. All right. Go to the unit for a meeting. Continue dancing tonight. This morning, I was busy with some things and ran around. I was in a bad mood and had no passion for coding. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The So-Called Wedding. Chapter 33 The So-Called Wedding. So Wukong doesn't plan to hold a wedding? Bulma asked, looking up at Kikai, who was looking up, spit out the drink in her mouth. Seeing Kikai nodded, Bulma showed a clear look on his face. This is really Wukong. I don't understand women's romance at all. But, are you sure Gaku knows what a wedding is? Bulma continued. Kikai looked at Bulma strangely. Why, is there still someone who doesn't know what a wedding is? Ha ha ha. Bulma laughed loudly. But didn't you say that Wukong didn't know what marriage was when he was young? At that time, he was still young. Now that he has grown up, he must know these common senses. But he actually said that he was busy practicing and had no time for a wedding. Kikai said angrily. No. You still don't get along with Wukong too little, so you still don't know what kind of person he is. Bulma waved his hand and said, unlike you, Wukong has never been to school, nor has he had much contact with society. He is not much different from a savage, although he is now an adult, but he still lacks such common sense, and does not know that weddings are really normal. So, you mean, he really might not know what a wedding is? Kikai said hesitantly. Bulma looked at the dubious Kikai with a funny face. Okay, don't get entangled. I have been friends with him for so many years, and I still don't know him? You can ask him directly and make it clear that he will definitely agree. Kikai pouted with a tangled face. Okay. Through the window, looking at Kiki's disappearing figure, Bulma sighed melancholy, looking straight ahead, but her thoughts seemed to return to the distant past. Puer floated in the room. Are you sad? Bulma. Bulma came back to her senses, but didn't look at Puer, and asked after a pause, why do you think so? We have known each other for so many years, just like you know Wukong, I also know you. Puer floated in front of Bulma and met her eyes. So I know, you must be sad just now. Bulma sighed helplessly. Indeed. It's been almost 8 years, right? In April of AG 749, I just entered high school. After the first semester, because the summer vacation was too boring to be alone, I discovered Dragon Balls while searching my warehouse, and learned that Shenlong can grant everyone any wish. Ability. So in that month, the last month of summer vacation, in September, I experienced the most exciting time of my life. I met Wukong by chance, was robbed by Yamcha, went to the legendary Flame Mountain, met the Bull Demon King and Kiki, and was imprisoned by Bylov and his group, and finally made a wish first, preventing the world from being compared to others. Ruled by King Raph. Time flies, and it is now AG 756. Thinking about it at this time, the original experience is still vivid, as if it was yesterday. I just didn't expect that the short and innocent boy back then would actually be getting married now. Puer considered his words for a while, and then said, well, although I knew Yamcha earlier than you, but we are already very good friends now, right? Bulma looked at Puer in surprise, and nodded, of course. We have lived together for so many years, I even feel that we are already family. There was also a smile on Puer's face. During the many times when Yamcha went out to practice, he and Bulma were companions, and even graduated from high school together. In a sense, the relationship between himself and Bulma even go beyond the relationship with Yamcha. But Puer still swallowed his saliva before asking what he had kept in his heart for a long time. Then I'll just say. Do you like Wukong? Ah, I'm not saying you don't like Yamcha, I just said I think you have a deep understanding of Wukong, and you knew him earlier, and the grown-up Wukong is actually quite handsome. Of course that's impossible. Bulma looked at Puer in disbelief. Wukong? That guy is so stupid, he has nothing to do with being handsome, okay? Although he is very powerful and kind, but I like him like Prince Charming. Perfect man. Then, why do you feel distressed when you see Wukong getting married? Puer heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, she didn't want Yam Sha to break up with Bulma either. Oh. I just think. I'm already 23, you know? But Wukong, who is only 19, is getting married, but I don't know when I will, although Yam Sha treats me very well, but he is now focused on cultivation. Bulma started talking, and then told his close girlfriends. On the other side, a distressed guy also knocked on Tianjin Fan's door. Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong, who appeared at the door with a tangled expression, without any surprise on his face. Please, although Wukong can suppress his qi, it's just a daily habit, and he hasn't completely hidden it, so the qi he exudes still looks like he has dozens of combat power. In the perception of Tianjin Fan, it is as bright as a 1000-watt light bulb. But Tianjin Fan's heart is not without curiosity. It's so late, why is Wukong looking for him? Confused, did you encounter any trouble? I'm sorry to disturb you late at night. Wukong patted the back of his head in a little embarrassment. Hey, I know I'm sorry to bother you. I have something to say tomorrow. Tianjin Fan deliberately pushed Wukong out of the door with a smirk, and was about to close the door. Wukong hastily supported the door with his hands, with a begging expression on his face. Don't be joking, Tian. I really have something to do. Okay, Tianjin Fan let Wukong into the room and sat down on the other side of the table himself. What's the matter? With a puzzled expression on his face, Wukong leaned on the table with his face propped up and said, Kikai told me that she wanted to have a wedding. I just said what the wedding was, and she felt very troublesome, so she ran out angrily. Looking at the suppressed smile on Tianjin Fan's face, Wukong also showed a smile. Ha! It seems that you really know what a wedding is, and I'm really right to ask you. Wedding? Tianjin Fan rubbed his chin while thinking and replied, Actually, it's a necessary ceremony for getting married. Marriage is divided into two aspects, one is marriage in the social sense, and the other is marriage in the legal sense. In the legal sense, it must be approved by the king, that is to say, there must be a marriage certificate issued by the resident management office. And in a social sense, a wedding must be held. Seeing Wukong's eyes completely turned into two vortexes, he was obviously completely confused. Tianjin Fan knew that what he said just now was in vain, and this guy really couldn't understand. Forget it, let's explain it simply and directly. Anyway, if you and Kikai want to get married, the wedding must be held. The so-called wedding is to invite everyone to have a meal together as a celebration. Shaking his head vigorously, Wukong's eyes regained clarity. So I invite everyone to dinner? Really, Kikai didn't say it earlier. Anyway, there are many beasts in Baizai Mountain, and I will catch some and bake them for everyone. Is it okay to eat it? Covering his face feebly, Tianjin Fan felt that he should not be able to understand what a wedding is, so let him just think so. What I am more worried about now is another thing. What exactly are Lan Luo and Lan Qi going to do? I also proposed on the spot. Although Lan Luo seemed to have agreed, Lan Qi was interrupted by the angry referee before she could make a statement. Well, should I also go to the next room and ask? Cough cough cough, yes, that's probably what it means. Wukong, you should hurry up and discuss it with Kikai. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Kikai to get angry. Tianjin Fan pushed Wukong out of the room. Then he shielded his breath so that others would not notice his movements, and then turned from the window to the next room. What? The woman let out a low scream. Sorry. Tianjin Fan turned around embarrassedly and looked at Minjiu outside the window. I didn't expect you to be taking a shower. Well, why is this bathtub so high? I didn't see anything just now. Hey! Throwing the soap on Tianjin Fan's head vigorously, Lan Luo said angrily, Fart, do you think I'm lying to you? Aren't you able to sense qi, and your hearing is also very good? You can call out my name every time I'm not close to you. How could you not know that I'm taking a shower? You did it on purpose. Lan Luo slapped on the water angrily, and the water splashed in all directions, spilling out of the tub. Well, I did it on purpose. Tianjin Fan simply turned around and looked directly at each other with piercing eyes. At this point, I think we should all be honest with each other, otherwise the problems between us will be more serious. When will it be the first time? There was still no scene showing her shoulders fully exposed and her twin peaks trembling. Lan Luo had already submerged herself in the water, leaving only her head exposed outside the bucket. Sure enough, anime is full of lies. So, why do you want to hide and meet the frank and honest friends? Tianjin Fan criticized righteously. Frankly, you big-headed ghost. Lan Luo rolled her eyes to the sky. I know from day to night that I have taken advantage of me, so I can be more serious. Okay, cough cough. Tianjin Fan covered his mouth and coughed, and put on a very serious expression on his face. I just want to come and ask, are you willing to marry me? Although he has never been in love in his previous life, Tianjin fans who have read countless TV novels will naturally know that only a sincere confession will be accepted. In his previous life, he had a very good girlfriend who was very interested in a boy, but the boy actually confessed in a joking tone, causing her favorability to plummet, and directly and decisively rejected the other's pursuit. Therefore, whether it was in the ring before or at this time, Tianjin Fan is extremely serious. It's a pity that as a rookie, he still doesn't understand that in addition to a sincere attitude, he also needs a dazzling diamond ring or a warm atmosphere to impress a woman's heart. Fortunately, from the very beginning, Lan Luo fell in love with him. Otherwise, with Tianjin Fan's otaku personality, he could only be doomed to be alone all his life. Lan Luo immediately sank the lower half of her face into the bottom of the water, and a string of bubbles spit out appeared on the surface of the water. After a while, she replied, actually, I discussed with Lan Qi during the few days when you were sleeping. Pass. Tianjin Fan showed a look of expectation. Then you have discussed the results. Lan Luo thought for a while and said, before the god said that Piccolo was produced by the differentiation of part of his thoughts, I was thinking, since the gods can divide thoughts into different individuals, is it also possible the two personalities in the head separate? Looking at Lan Luo in surprise, she never expected that she would come up with such a way. But maybe it's really feasible, relying on the magical ability of the name Qians, maybe it's really possible to do such a thing, even if the gods can't, don't they still have Dragon Balls? So my heart was full of expectations. Anyway, it will be yours sooner or later. A blush appeared on his face, but he said angrily, aren't you going? The water is going to be cold. Cough, cough, cough. Tianjin Fan covered his mouth and coughed with a serious face. Actually, I can also transform Qi into a fire attribute. It only takes a few seconds, and the bath water can become hot. Come on, let me come here to warm up your bath water. Lan Qi finished her transformation silently, and looked at him coldly, like looking at a demented child, without saying a word. Okay, okay, I'll go. Most afraid of this kind of gaze from Lan Qi, Tianjin Fan retreated depressed. I turned the window and went back to my room, and secretly decided to ask the gods earlier. On the other hand, Bulma also made a decision after confiding to Puer, since she can't enjoy the wedding right now, she should hold a wedding to enjoy herself. Wukong's wedding is contracted by himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Passing By. Chapter 34 Passing By. What? You want to hold a wedding for us? Kiki asked in surprise. Yes. Bulma replied confidently, don't Wukong know how to do a wedding? No way, I already know that the wedding is to invite everyone to dinner. Wukong interjected. Shut up. Bulma looked disgusted, please don't talk about such a romantic thing. Unable to think of an adjective, Bulma simply turned to look at Kiki, so you're going to entrust this guy with such an important matter? Kiki said hesitantly, but, this is the husband's responsibility. Then let me ask you, do you have money for the wedding? Bulma said with his arms crossed. Wukong didn't get the championship bonus this time, and he didn't work. There are no castles or treasures left, right? You went to Gaixianren to practice martial arts in the middle of your studies, and you didn't have a job, right? So you must have no money, right? A wedding needs a wedding dress, a wedding car, a wedding ring, a venue, champagne, delicious food, service staff, reception staff, best man, and bridesmaid. Bulma has obviously done his homework, and he is really eloquent when talking about the wedding. So many things need to be prepared. Can you do it yourself? It's only once in a woman's life, and you don't want to get married hastily. As a good friend, I also have the responsibility to let you have no regrets. Bulma said confidently, so, I will organize the wedding. In order to have more time to prepare, the wedding will be held a week later. Kikai and Wukong helplessly looked at Bulma, who was in a state of beating chicken blood, looked at each other the same way, and gave up the idea of continuing to defend. And so things settled down. In order to participate in the wedding a week later, Gaixianren, Hexianren, Jiaozi, Lanluo, Kellen, Yamcha and others all planned to have a good time in Zidu first, so everyone took the large-scale car called by Bulma together. Airship, fly to the west. As for Tianjin Fan, I plan to set off immediately to visit the temple. Everyone, I still have something to do, so come back to Zidu in 2 days. Tianjin Fan walked to the door of the airship and said to the people who were having fun. Ah! Don't you mean Tianjin Fan? Are you planning to hurry up and practice in the next few days? Yamcha sat in the co-pilot's seat and asked in surprise from the cockpit. In his heart, Tianjin Fan is simply a cultivator, a role model for us. I need to deal with some personal matters, not cultivation. Tianjin Fan rubbed his nose. It is a private matter for everyone to hear, so the idea of asking a few questions was dispelled. Then remember to come here as soon as possible, don't miss Wukong's wedding. Yamcha reminded. Looking at Yamcha inexplicably, Tianjin Fan smiled slightly. Don't patronize and care about me, you should pay more attention to your own affairs, don't just think about cultivation all day long. After all, regardless of the confused Yamcha, he opened the hatch and flew out. He didn't use Somersault Cloud, and now he is flying with all his strength much faster than Somersault Cloud, and he is not about to face a battle. At this time, there is no need to save energy, so he can fly directly by dancing air. Within a few hours, Tianjin Fan arrived at Kalen Tat. I haven't seen it for a few years, and Kalen Tower is still the same, lying alone between the sky and the earth, standing upright. Like a miracle. When I came to the top of the tower, I found that there was actually a fat man fighting against the cat fairy. Hello Cat Immortal, I'll come to see you. Tianjin Fan waved his hand. Snapped. The wooden stick hit Fatty's waist, knocking him into the air, and the cat immortal fell to the ground with a few backflips. Okay, Yakabilo, I have a guest. Let's save your trial for the next time. The cat fairy wooden stick pointed at the fat man, motioning him to stop. Ah! Fatty looked unwilling. I feel like I'm about to win. Otherwise, it will be considered that I have passed the trial. He, it's useless to be lucky. The cat fairy turned around with his hands behind his back. If you pass it, you pass it. If you don't pass it, you don't pass it. You little brat finally knows to come and see me? A guy who doesn't talk much. The cat fairy looked at Tianjin Fan, who was squatting on the railing dissatisfied. It was agreed that every year I would honor this fairy with dried fish. Hey! I brought it. Tianjin Fan threw a capsule and smashed it on the ground, and a large pile of boxes covered half of the palace floor in an instant. Looking at the logos on the boxes, they were all dried fish of the same brand with different flavors. Aren't you busy these past few years? Tianjin Fan looked at the instant saliva from Mao Xianren, and said secretly, so this time I deliberately brought 3 times the amount, just to make up for the missed appointments in the previous 3 years. Humph. Cat Fairy tried hard to stay awake, holding his short arms and trying to make an angry expression. His eyes narrowed into 2 lines. Do you think this is considered keeping the promise? It's just making up for it afterwards. I will not exchange fairy beans for you. He secretly opened his right eye and glanced sideways at the dried fish on the ground. Mao Xianren's face was expressionless, but his hands behind his back kept opening and closing. In fact, he couldn't help but want to open the box and eat fish. Hey, hey! A dissatisfied voice came from the side. The fat man patted his stomach, frowning, and interrupted the chat between the 2 of them. Why, can the fairy beans be traded? Then why do you have to ask me to beat you before you give me the fairy beans? I can catch fish for you to eat. Humph. This is the rule of Kalin Tower. No matter what you come to the tower to ask for, you can only get it after defeating me. Immortal Kalin looked at this fat man who just wanted to be lazy. The strength of Tianjin rice has long been it's beyond me. Even if I fight him, I'm sure I'll lose, but fairy beans are rare after all, and they are my staple food. If I give them all to him, I'll starve to death. That's why I made an agreement with him to exchange food. Oh? Is this guy very powerful? The fat man looked suspiciously at the 3-eyed bald man in front of him. I just feel that this person has a grinning and serious expression. Although he is physically strong, he doesn't look like a master. Humph, if that's the case, then let this bald-headed 3-eyed monster fight with me. As long as I defeat him, can I also exchange food with you for fairy beans? The fat man had a confident expression on his face. Said. The cat immortal looked at Fatty silently, and then said, yes. You can fight. If you win, I will give you Xiandu. Tianjin Fan could hear a sense of gloating in Mao Xianren's tone. Did you come to Kalin Ta just for Xiandu? Tianjin Fan looked cheerfully at the fat man in front of him, dressed in a shabby samurai outfit, with a long knife hanging from his waist, and his long, rough hair hanging behind his back. Is it Archibello from the original book? Yacabelo's face was full of displeasure. I heard that there is a delicacy called Xiandu in Kalin Ta. It is not only delicious, but also 1 grain can keep you hungry for 10 days. Try it. I didn't expect that this fat cat wouldn't let me eat it. I've been fighting with him for almost a month, but I still haven't eaten it. Ha ha ha, believe me, fairy beans are not suitable for you at all. Tianjin Fan laughed when he heard this. 1 grain of fairy beans can last for 10 days, and for the foodie in front of him, there is no way to eat it within 10 days. Special food, this is not enjoyment, but torture, okay? But Yacabeluo obviously didn't understand Tianjin Fan's words. He just thought that the other party underestimated him and thought he couldn't beat him. Hey! It's not up to you to decide whether it's suitable or not. Yacabeluo brushed the handle of the knife with his right hand, squinted at the cat fairy and said, if I fight him, there should be no restriction on not being able to use a knife, right? Mao Xianren replied blankly, if you are fighting him, there is really no need to restrict whether you can use a knife or not. Hey, then this battle will be much easier. Yacabeluo bent down and squatted confidently, you can prepare the fairy beans, and they will belong to me in less than 10 seconds. Tianjin Fan has a playful expression on his face. From his perception, although there is vigorous energy in the opponent's body, it is scattered in every cell of the body, and it is not condensed like a martial artist at all. Apparently, Yacabeluo doesn't understand the use of qi at all, and the qi in his body that is much stronger than ordinary people is just the result of years of practicing sword skills. I just don't know how he cut off Vegeta's tail in the subsequent battle. But thinking about how he was able to deal with one of Piccolo's subordinates in the original book, it is enough to prove his extraordinary sword skills. Tianjin Fan held up 2 fingers, just in case. The fingers were covered with a thin layer of air. Let's use the knife. Tianjin Fan said. Humph! Arrogant! Yacabeluo's hair twitched, obviously angry. Leaning forward, like a sharp arrow, it turned into a black shadow and rushed out. The footsteps are not big, but small steps, but because the frequency is too fast, the speed is still amazing. But obviously, in front of Tianjin Fan who has 3 eyes, this speed is not enough. Tianjin Fan was full of disappointment. Until, the swung right hand turned into a phantom. So fast. Tianjin Fan was secretly startled, it really was weird. Yakabiluo's right hand seemed to disappear without a trace from the moment of the shot, without the light of the knife or the sound of the wind, just like lightning, it appeared in front of Tianjin Fan in an instant. Crack! But the long knife finally stopped and stayed in the air. Because in front of the long knife, there are 2 fingers standing upright. Jacobello jumped back in surprise, and landed a few somersaults more than 10 meters away. Oh? Don't you want to try more? Tianjin Fan asked strangely. Jacobello didn't put the knife back into its sheath, but carried the knife on his shoulder with a depressed expression. Forget it, my most powerful knife is this one, and you can block it with your hands, no matter how many times I cut it, it will be useless. Yakabiluo sighed, looked at the cat fairy and said, forget it, fairy, I won't eat the beans, I can't beat both of you. A thought flashed in Tianjin Fan's mind, could it be that you plan to teach him how to use qi? Mao Xianren can roughly perceive the other party's thoughts. In the past, Tianjin Fan kept his mind, so Mao Xianren couldn't perceive Tianjin Fan's thoughts at all, but now Tianjin Fan deliberately leaked it, and Mao Xianren naturally sensed it. Indeed, you can see it too, the cat fairy said abruptly. Although he can perceive other people's thoughts, he can't directly pour his own thoughts into the other person's mind like dumplings, so he can only speak. Yakabiluo, you haven't practiced martial arts with others, have you? Tianjin Fan made a plan. He planned to teach the other party a lesson, but he didn't expect the other party to be so smart. But don't think that you can't teach you by yourself. Why should I tell you? Yakabiluo looked unhappy, packed his luggage and was about to leave, so naturally he didn't want to say more at this time. Your sword technique is very miraculous. You obviously don't have much strength in your body, but you can unleash such a quick attack in an instant. If ordinary people can exert 30% of their own strength, then your attack just now can be fully utilized. 300% power. Tianjin Fan grinned and said, if you are willing to learn how to use qi from Mao Xianren, I can let you taste the taste of fairy beans. Ah? Really? Don't lie to me. Yakabiluo looked surprised. Tianjin Fan said maliciously in his heart, of course it is true, you are right, Mao Xianren. While speaking, Tianjin Fan once again leaked a few pictures from his mind for Mao Xianren to see. Ha ha ha, do you really want to do this? The cat immortal couldn't help showing a smile, and after thinking about the fat cat's name before, he also cooperated. Well, if you want to learn from me, you are allowed to eat fairy beans. Okay. I agree. However, I can't stay on the tower for too long. Yakabiluo replied happily, but rubbing his belly, he felt that there should be nothing else delicious on the tower. You can't stay on the tower like you are in jail, first get the fairy beans, and then find an excuse to get off the tower. Hey, you only have to grab a handful of this can of fairy beans and eat it. The cat fairy handed over his own jar of fairy beans. Yachabello leaned over to the mouth of the jar and sniffed it, and said doubtfully, this thing doesn't smell good. Is it the kind that smells bad but eats well? I reached into the jar and opened my hand hard, wanting to grab a little more in my hand. This is a hard-won delicacy. I have to eat more to not lose money. Oh. He stuffed it all into his mouth. Oh. Yakabiluo turned into a round balloon in an instant, and bounced lightly twice after falling to the ground. What's going on? Despicable. Are you poisoning? Yakabiluo was shocked. Damn poison. Who made you greedy and eat so much? Tianjin Fan smiled gloatingly, the fat man in front of him was more bloated than in the original book, obviously eating a lot more than in the original book. A single fairy bean can save you from eating for 10 days. You just ate more than 30 grains, haha, that's almost 300 days. Tianjin Fan pretended to count with his fingers. Ah! Congratulations! You can eat for a while. I don't have to eat for a year. Ah! Can't eat for a year. The big foodie Yakabiluo almost shed tears, sobbing and said, "You guys are too much. How dare you treat me like this? I just want to eat delicious food. How can I offend you? Woohoo, I haven't been able to eat for a year." Seeing that Yakabiluo was almost crying, Tianjin Fan was satisfied. "Let you call me bald, let you call me the three-eyed monster." In fact, Tianjin Fan was not born with a bald head, he had let his hair grow out before. But when the hair grows long, it will cover my third eye, and sometimes the hair gets stuck in the eyes, and the eyes will feel uncomfortable. But if you don't have bangs, your hair will have a weird shape, so in the end he simply didn't have any hair, and continued to maintain the appearance of the original Tianjin Fan. However, don't you want to learn how to use Qi from the cat fairy? Tianjin Fan said with a smile, "Actually, celestial beans are beans with sufficient life energy. If you know how to use Qi, you can speed up the digestion of celestial beans. That way you may be able to eat a few months in advance. You can learn how to use Qi here with peace of mind." Turning to look at the cat fairy, "I have to trouble the fairy, this guy may be of some use in the future, you just work hard and teach a little bit. I have something to ask the god, so I will leave first." The cat fairy rolled his eyes and waved his hand casually. Anyway, he got the spicy fish. There are so many, enough for him to eat for a long time. But the fat man in front of me, I have to teach it slowly, otherwise if I know the deliciousness of the spicy small fish, wouldn't I have to compete with myself to eat it? That's not okay. Saying goodbye to immortal Kalin, Tianjin Fan jumped out of the tower, sensing the breath of the gods, and flew straight towards the temple above. One more chapter today. Today is the official performance, you can rest in the morning, and then go to the theater in the afternoon, so I wrote 2 chapters. There are about 2 chapters left in this volume. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Hi, God, Bobo, long time no see. Landing on the square of the temple, I saw Tian Shen and Bobo teaming up to spy on the world again. "Didn't I just meet you a few days ago?" Bobo said bluntly. "Ha ha ha, polite, just polite." Tianjin Fan laughed. But seeing the stern expression on the face of the god, he thought about it and guessed why. "Why, God, have you found Piccolo?" Turning around to look at Tianjin Fan, the god sighed helplessly, "Yes. Although Piccolo suppressed his anger at the beginning, I did not rely on my own ability to observe the world, but the god's function bestowed on me such an ability. So as long as Piccolo is on Earth, I can spot him." "Oh? Then how is he doing now? What is he doing?" Tianjin Fan asked. At first he shielded his breath and hid in the mountains to recuperate, but then he seemed to notice my observation, so he didn't suppress the breath in his body at all. The god replied, "On the contrary, after he recovered from his injury, he unscrupulously leaked his breath, practicing like crazy. It seems that Piccolo still hasn't given up on revenge. Is he accumulating strength?" Tianjin Fan thought of the original work, and then said, "But don't worry, his goal has changed from pure revenge to subtle. Become the most powerful person on Earth. As long as Wukong can keep pressing him, there is no fear that he will kill life. Yes, although he has been denying it all the time, he is indeed not the same person as the former great demon Piccolo. Although he is the same evil, he is more like a warrior than the demon king." The god also agreed. Tianjin Fan's point of view, in fact, he had the opportunity to kill me directly before, but in the end he just sealed me. It shows that his murderous nature has been restrained a lot. So it's up to the gods to supervise him. If you find him doing evil in the world, please let us know as soon as possible. Naturally, we Earth martial artists will stop him. However, why do you always have such high expectations for Wukong? Do you think you will be surpassed by Wukong and Piccolo in the future? Tian Shen was wondering, and he always felt that Tianjin Fan didn't seem too confident. Never throw in the towel on this. Well, you know Wukong's talent, and it will be a matter of time before he surpasses me. Even Piccolo, the brand new one, has great talent. Their strength will definitely get higher and higher in the future. And me, in the future I may not be able to keep up with their footsteps. Tianjin Fan said with a wry smile, but then cheered up. However, I will not admit defeat, although I am not as good as the two of them, but I think I must have my own advantage, but it has not been fully tapped yet. The god shook his head. After all, he still lacked confidence. However, this is indeed the true idea of Tianjin Fan. My current combat strength is only over 1000. Although relying on various martial arts, I can fight against 2,000 or 3,000 space fighters in general, but thinking about the enemies in the future, the number can range from tens of thousands to hundreds of millions. Despair. Apart from Super Saiyan and Super Namek, what other race can increase its combat power to that level? Where can I have the confidence to compete with the two of them? To be able to persevere in cultivation to the point where it is now is because one's will is strong enough. At least, since I replaced Tianjin Fan. I must play a bigger role than him, so that I can live in the world of Dragon Ball, right? Although there are only more than 1000 at this time, after 5 or 6 years, there will be at least tens of thousands, right? At that time, even if you can't deal with boss and elite monsters, you can kill miscellaneous fish. Seeing the entanglement in Tianjin Fan's heart, the god didn't want to say anything else, and asked directly, "Isn't it because of Piccolo that you came to the temple this time?" Tianjin Fan came back to his senses, remembered the purpose of his trip, and told the god of the situation. After listening to Tianjin Fan's words, the god also fell into deep thought. Tianjin Fan is also calm. This is an attempt in itself. Of course it is best if it succeeds. If it fails, there is no need to worry. Anyway, in the end, you can ask Shenlong to realize your wish. I may not be able to help you with this matter. After thinking for a long time, the god could only regretfully say, the evil thoughts I differentiated at the beginning were able to give birth to Piccolo because of my own talent, and only a little body is needed. An organization can grow into a complete individual. As for ordinary human beings, my ability cannot make them split into two people. What I can do is to use magic to completely seal a certain consciousness in Lan Qi body. But I don't think you will either. Are you willing to use such a cruel method? After all, both Lan Qi and Lan Luo are innocent. So, I'm sorry, I really can't help you with your favor. The god said apologetically, but Shenlong may have such abilities. Haven't you made a wish yet? You can ask Shenlong to make a wish. Although Tianjin Fan knew in advance that the possibility was not high, he was still very disappointed when he knew the result. Okay, after Goku's wedding is over, I'll go collect Dragon Balls. Tianjin Fan shook his head and sighed. By the way, God, have you ever been to the house you used to live in when you were a child? Tianjin Fan remembered another purpose of his trip. Hey? A house? A strange expression appeared on the face of the god. Why are you asking this? Tianjin Fan scratched his head. Well, did you find anything from that room? The god raised his head and looked up, as if he could see a certain planet far away through the infinite darkness. As you guessed, it turns out that I am not from Earth. The god said melancholy, that room is really a spaceship, and it is very magical. There is a small piece of information recorded in it. My hometown is named Namek, but for some reason, Namek suffered a severe environmental disaster. My father put me on the spaceship at the last moment and let the spaceship automatically search for a planet with life. Finally, I came to the Earth, And my father originally planned to bring his family to look for me later, but so many years have passed, he still didn't come. Sure enough, Namek may have been completely destroyed. Well, as far as I know, although Namek suffered a huge disaster, there are still people who survived, Tianjin Fanshan said mysteriously. What? Are there really any survivors? A suspicious look appeared on the face of the god, but how did you know? Cough cough cough, didn't I say that? I'm from the future. Bang! The thick end of the staff directly hit Tianjin Fan's bald head. Don't talk nonsense. The god frowned and said, if you don't want to say it. You don't want to say it. What's the point of making up nonsense? What I said is true. Tianjin Fan saw that the god raised his staff again, and hurriedly added, I mean it's true that there are survivors on Namek. Well, no matter where you know this matter, I will take your word for it. After all, I also hope that the Namekians can continue. The god turned and walked towards the gate of the temple. Why? God, don't you want to go back and have a look? The god stopped in his tracks. I am already the god of the earth, how can I leave the earth? The god turned around and looked at Tianjin Fan, or, shall I hand over the priesthood to you? Looking up and down at Tianjin Fan, Tian Shen showed a satisfied expression, although you are sometimes out of tune, I can feel your pure heart and good strength, and you are qualified enough to come to Tian Shen. No, no, no. Tianjin Fan hastily waved his hand and refused, please, I am a man who is determined to conquer the stars and the sea, how can I be confined to a small earth? Don't you want to? The god shook his head, I can't find anyone else to succeed me except you. So why talk about returning to my hometown? Sighing, the god looked into the distance in a daze, besides, I was born here and grew up here, and the earth is already my hometown. Since my father didn't come to me, it means that he has already died in that disaster, so why should I bother? Go back again. Seeing the figure of Tian Shen about to enter the hall, Tianjin Fan finally asked, God, can you let me take your spaceship and study it? I hope to develop a spaceship that can navigate in space. For this matter, you can ask Bobo to take you there. The god walked into the temple, only the voice came from the temple. Looking at Mr. Bobo standing aside as if in a daze, Tianjin Fan communicated with him a few words, and finally decided to set off immediately to find the spaceship of the gods. Anyway, if you want to go back to Western Capital, you just take it back to Dr. Breves for research, and then find Wukong's spaceship, which should be enough to develop a spaceship of the same level as in the original book. I don't know how the gravity device research is going. Tianjin Fan stepped onto Mr. Bobo's flying carpet. SHH. In just the blink of an eye, the flying carpet appeared on the Sabaton Heights. I'm going, this is the other end of the earth. What the hell are you doing? You actually crossed half of the earth in an instant. Tianjin Fenghui yelled. In the original comics, Bobo also used the flying carpet when he took Bulma to find the spaceship of the gods. But when I read the comics at the time, I just thought that Bulma's reaction was too slow, so it seemed that the flying carpet teleported to Sabaton Heights. But at this moment, it seems that this flying carpet really has the effect of teleportation. This is my flying carpet, Mr. Bobo said in an emotionless voice. This is a prop made by the previous generation of gods. Borrowing the functions of the gods, people riding on the flying carpet can appear anywhere on the earth in an instant. Corner. After a long silence, Tianjin Fan could only spit out two words, beautiful. When I'm looking for Dragon Ball, can you help me too? Or lend me the flying carpet for a while? No borrowing. Mr. Bobo continued to reply in an emotionless voice, how can the functions of the gods be borrowed from others at will? Only the gods and their servants can use this item. Rolling his eyes, Tianjin Fan curled his lips helplessly, and secretly decided in his heart that he would make a wish to Shenlong to gain the ability to teleport. I didn't think it before, but after using it once this time, I realized how convenient this ability is. But that's all for the future. Tianjin Fan still looked around at this time. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw the spaceship standing on the ground. It was a spaceship like a round giant egg, with 3 long horns protruding from the top, 4 long horns at the bottom, and 3 huge crystal-like windows in the front, which looked like eyes. A giant beetle. That's it. Tianjin Fan showed a happy smile on his face. Although the spaceship looked weird, he recognized it as the spaceship in the original book at a glance. He touched the thick layer of ash covering the spaceship. Fortunately, Mr. Bobo led the way. Otherwise, even if the shape of the spaceship is weird, if it is covered by ash layer, it looks not much different from a rock. It's not necessarily possible to find it without a month. Tianjin Fan took out a convenient capsule from his pocket and stuck it on the spaceship, pressing it lightly. Oh! The spaceship remained motionless. Sure enough, the material of the spacecraft should be some kind of special substance, and it can't be directly put into the capsule. Tianjin Fan said depressingly. Well, I went in with Tian Shen once before, and the space inside is much larger than it looks from the outside. Maybe some kind of space technology was used? That's why it can't be accommodated. Mr. Bobo said calmly, look, come on, you can only carry it to Zidu. After looking at the huge spaceship and then at the narrow flying carpet, Tianjin Fan gave up the plan to use the flying carpet to transport it. By the way, you should understand the Namek language, right? Tianjin Fan suddenly thought, why should he carry it? He didn't expect to be accompanied by Mr. Bobo before, so he prepared the capsule for storage. Now that Mr. Bobo is here, he can directly drive the spaceship to Zidu. A little bit. Mr. Bobo replied lightly. Then please, take me to Zidu. Tianjin Fan clasped his hands together and begged. My flying carpet can't hold this spaceship. Mr. Bobo replied. Ha ha ha, no flying carpet. Tianjin Fan pushed Mr. Bobo directly under the spaceship. Pick! Tianjin Fan shouted loudly. With a puff, the hull at the bottom broke away from the spacecraft and fell to the ground, forming an entrance at the bottom. Look, this thing can be controlled in the Namekian language. As long as you give it an order in language, he can send us where we want to go. Tianjin Fan said braggingly. Mr. Popo's expression finally changed, showing a hint of surprise. It's amazing. With an expression of interest on his face, Mr. Bobo followed Tianjin Fan up the lowered elevator platform. I only saw the gods open the door before, so I knew that Bic meant to open the door, but I didn't expect that even the flight of the spaceship could be controlled by words. It really deserves to be an alien spaceship. Target, Zidu. Mr. Bobo ordered in Namek language. It was peaceful. After waiting for a while, the spaceship did not move at all. It seems that what you said is wrong. The Namek language is not the key to control the spaceship. I'd better go back to the temple first. You can carry the spaceship yourself. Mr. Bobo looked at Tianjin Fan calmly. How could it be? Tianjin Fan rubbed his chin in wonder. By the way, suddenly thought of something, Tianjin Fan hammered his fist. Western capital is just a name we know, and the spaceship doesn't understand it. Then you just give the order to let the spaceship fly in that direction. With that said, Tianjin Fan pointed in the direction of Zidu. Take off and head south. Mr. Bobo gave the order again. Ah! The spaceship made a buzzing sound, soared into the sky, and then flew in the direction of Zidu. Hey, sure enough! Tianjin Fan waved his fist secretly. In the original book, Mr. Bobo successfully flew the spacecraft to Jupiter, but the instructions should not directly say to go to Jupiter, but to go in a certain direction. Otherwise, how could the Namek spacecraft understand the unique vocabulary on Earth? End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Something suddenly remembered. Chapter 36. Something suddenly remembered. Is that so? Lan Luo pouted with disappointment on her face, but immediately cheered up again. It's okay. He, isn't there a dragon? And you don't know yet, Bulma has prepared a game reward, winning you can get unexpected good things. By the way, didn't you promise to play around with me? But you haven't fulfilled your promise until now. Isn't this a hurry to find God? I will accompany you to travel around the world after Wukong's wedding is over. Tianjin Fan picked up a book on the table, World Travel Guide. Look at this book, there are a lot of interesting places written about it. Let's go and play again. At that time Lan Luo has been flipping through this travel guide for the past few days, and is very interested in many descriptions in it. This book, why is there only text description, not even a few photos? Tianjin Fan flipped through it casually, and found that the book was full of text descriptions, without a single photo. Photo? What's that? A question mark appeared on Lan Luo's head. Tianjin Fan frowned strangely, it's just a photo. So, what is a photo? Lan Luo pouted unhappily, feeling that Tianjin Fan was very perfunctory. Seeing that Lan Luo was unhappy, Tianjin Fan realized that she really didn't know what the photo was. You can use a camera to click and take a picture of the scene in front of you. This kind of picture is called a photo. Tianjin Fan organized his words and said, could it be that you never take pictures? But when I think about it carefully, it seems true that I have never seen Lan Qi or anyone else take a photo. Even some of the novels and books I loved to read before, at most they were just some crudely drawn illustrations. I thought it was just that the world of Dragon Ball is relatively poor in terms of entertainment and culture, so there are very few artists who are willing to draw illustrations for the novel, so they just make up for it. Looking at it now, it may be that there are really few great painters in this world, and there are not even photos. But, isn't there a TV? Tianjin Fan stroked his chin in surprise. How could there be no cameras in a world that even has cameras? Lan Luo expressed that she couldn't understand, with question marks all over her forehead. Tianjin Fan gave up on continuing to ask, and simply started to think for himself. First of all, there must be a TV and a video camera. It stands to reason that there must be a camera first, and then there will be a video camera invented by further borrowing the principle of the camera. However, although there is science in the world of Dragon Ball, it is unscientific in various ways. For example, suspended cars, watches that make people bigger and smaller, convenient capsules that store mission objects, and even the energy cores that will appear in the future with infinite energy possessed by artificial humans. These technological products are very unscientific. It can be said that the Earth science and technology in the world of Dragon Ball is almost like having a civilization fault, and there has been a leap-forward development. Tianjin Fan has known about this for a long time. When he was planning to make money a few years ago, he had investigated the household technology equipment commonly used in society. Research and develop technology products that can facilitate life. Thinking about it now, although I have the ability to make a camera, it is understandable that I didn't think of taking a step back and making a camera that can take pictures. He noticed that the key to this was not the camera, but suddenly thought, since the wedding is going to be planned, how can there be no most important thing in the wedding? Wedding photos. In the previous life, I had a friend who only had a monthly salary of dash, but in order to satisfy his girlfriend's wishes, he took out his savings for a year and took his girlfriend to the beach to take several wedding photos. Sometimes, for a woman, keeping her moments of beauty and happiness is more important than diamond rings. But if you think that having a romantic wedding photo tour is enough, and ignore the diamond ring, then the woman will teach you a painful lesson later. The diamond ring is more important than life for a woman. I have heard Bulma say about the wedding ring before, and it is said that it is inlaid with a very famous gemstone in the Dragon Ball world. But for the wedding photos, Bulma hadn't even mentioned it. Even Wukong just came back from hunting for several days, so he has no time to take wedding photos, okay? Looks like it's time to act. On the one hand, Tianjin Fan hopes that Wukong's wedding will not leave any regrets. You must know that Wukong in the original book, life after marriage is not too happy. Although I don't know if it will be like this time, after all, the growth trajectory of Wukong and Kikai can be said to be different from the original book, but a good beginning may affect the future ending. Maybe if the wedding is done well this time, Kikai will be more tolerant to Wukong after marriage, and Wukong's married life will be happier by then, right? If you want Wukong to display the full ability of the protector of the earth in the future, then at least let him have no worries and be happy forever. I may not be able to resist future powerful enemies, but at least I have the ability to give Wukong the treatment a hero should have. On the other hand, I will get married sooner or later. Although I am a big man, I don't care too much about those formal things. But I also hope that the beautiful moments with Lan Luo can be recorded, and I also hope that when I am old, I can lazily lie side by side on the recliner, look through the photos together, and relive the past years. Well, the wedding is tomorrow. Although it is very late now, as long as we work hard, there is still time. Bulma is the smartest person on earth. Not to mention that I know a little about the principle of cameras. As long as I explain to Bulma, she should be able to make a camera in less than an hour, right? Boom! Tianjin Fan suddenly hugged Lan Luo's head, and kissed her heavily on the forehead. Haha, thanks for reminding me, otherwise I would have missed many wonderful moments. After Tianjin Fan finished speaking, he left Lan Luo, who was not ashamed and planned to take a bite, rushed out of Lan Luo's room, and ran to Bulma's room. Bulma hadn't slept yet. Although she was tired after a busy day, she was still holding on to her upper and lower eyelids, and sat at the desk to carefully analyze whether there was anything missing in her wedding plan. Bang bang bang! She was startled by the sudden knock on the door. He opened the door angrily. Who? Why are you knocking in the middle of the night? Cough, cough, cough. Tianjin Fan didn't expect that Bulma would come to open the door wearing only underwear, and he was surprised when he didn't pay attention, and his heart couldn't help beating several times. But it was adjusted in a few seconds. Please, Bulma is Yamsha's girlfriend. If Yamsha is like the original book, greedy for sex and not seeking to make progress, then maybe Tianjin Fan will persuade Bulma to leave Yamsha as soon as possible. But Yamcha in this life is not only dedicated, but also diligent in martial arts, quite motivated. How can Tianjin Rice destroy people's feelings? And Tianjin Fan knows that although Bulma is friendly to him, it is just an ordinary friend relationship, and he is amazing, but he calmly thinks that as a friend, one should not have half-hearted thoughts. Bulma didn't have any idea at this time. As the most adventurous, bold, and unrestrained beauty in Dragon Ball, Bulma is naturally quite a conceited woman. At this time, seeing Tianjin Fan lost his mind, he would only express satisfaction with his own charm. Why would he feel embarrassed? Besides, it's not that I don't have clothes on. Carelessly, he asked Tianjin Fan, who had regained his senses. It's you, Tianjin Fan, what are you going to do at night? Tianjin Fan was about to divert his attention, so he quickly told Bulma about the wedding photos that he thought of just now. Wow! Your attention is great! Bulma jumped up and down excitedly, feeling extremely pleasantly surprised by this wonderful suggestion. Ben is the most romantic woman in Dragon Ball, how could she not like things like wedding photos? You must know that in order to pursue romantic love, she traveled alone when she was very young, collecting Dragon Balls everywhere, and wanted a perfect Prince Charming. At this time, I knew something that made the wedding ceremony more perfect, so I was naturally very excited. Amitabha, immeasurable Shaozun. With difficulty, Tianjin Fan moved away from his frozen eyes, and felt an infinite apology to Lan Luo in his heart. I have a girlfriend, how can I be easily seduced by others? Although Tianjin Fans are sometimes very horny, but that is only for my girlfriend. It's a matter of course for me to flirt with my girlfriend. If you are also lustful to your friends, you will really be despised. Ahem, cough, well, since you also think this idea is great, then let me tell you about the principle of the camera. Tianjin Fan stared at the huge soft bed beside him, not wanting to look at the scenes that shouldn't be seen. But what are those colorful things on the bed? Puff! Nosebleeds gushed out instantly. There was a pile of underwear on the bed. What about the tidy girl's room? Tianjin Fan hurriedly held his breath and manipulated his qi with superb control ability to form a small balloon, which wrapped up all the gushing nosebleeds, and then threw it out of the door with lightning speed and fell outside, disappeared in the grass. This action, the precision of its control, can be called the pinnacle of life, far exceeding his usual strength. It is swift and free, even though Bulma is right in front of him, but he doesn't notice it. Tianjin Fan quickly shifted his gaze to the stool beside the desk. The light green cloth strips on the back of the chair? Ugh, my nasal capillaries, hold on. However, as for cameras, they have already existed. I heard from my father's scientist friends that the army is already equipped with such machines. They are mainly used for scouting the enemy's situation, as well as aerial photography and mapping. The principle is actually very simple. Tianjin Fan was taken aback for a moment. There was already one? A picture suddenly flashed in his mind. The commander of the Red Turban Army gave Tao Bibai a photo of Monkey King and asked him to kill Monkey King. There seems to be such a picture in the original manga. I thought it wasn't there before, so I didn't think of it. Hearing what Bulma said at this time, he suddenly remembered it. It is true. Since there are cameras, there is no reason not to have cameras. It can only be said that these things may be more useful in the military, so they are not used for civilian purposes. In fact, no matter where it is, military technology is 20 years ahead of civilian technology. But regardless of whether Dragon Ball World has it or not, at least there is nowhere to buy it now. Well, hurry up and make one. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do. Let me go back first. Let me know when you are done. I will ask Mr. Bobo to send Wukong and Kikai to the tropics to take wedding photos. Tailor, you urge me to, and finish the wedding dress as soon as possible. Tianjin Fan spoke extremely fast, wishing he could finish all the words in one breath, and then fled away in a bit of embarrassment. Never come to talk to Bulma at night again. As the main character, dying due to nosebleed and blood loss can't be more embarrassing. I was so busy at work today, I didn't get home for dinner until 7:30. At night, I went to several places to get things. When I got home, I hung up lanterns and threw the dirty clothes into the washing machine. I checked my phone. It was already 10 o'clock. At first, I felt that the update was about to be interrupted. I rushed to the front of the computer to open WPS and wanted to upload 3,000 words to keep updating. In the end, I accidentally wrote more than -words, and then I planned to upload. I found that the writers section collapsed. I went to the author group to have a look. Everyone can't get in, and new chapters can't be posted. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. As a result, I just finished typing and planned to talk in the group, but found that they were talking about posting again. It's been a rough road to writing. Suddenly remembered, on the one hand, it was indeed suddenly remembered when I was thinking about the plot just now. On the other hand, it suddenly occurred to me to leave another possibility. In other words, it hurts to be slapped in the face recently, and I only said that the 3 chapters are over, but I found that there are still many more chapters. Then I finished talking 3,000 or 4,000 words a day and still had no pressure, but I almost stopped changing today. Scared me. In order to play this PS, I almost didn't send it out, but failed 4 or 5 times. End of this chapter. Chapter 37, When the Wedding is Going On. Chapter 37, When the Wedding is Going On. The petals are constantly shooting high into the sky from the jets one by one, and then fall down like a rain of flowers. On the green grass in the courtyard, a band is playing affectionately. Although there are only a few people, they perform brilliant and sacred movements with melodious tunes. At one end of the courtyard are 3 arches made of flowers. 2 delicate children, one male and one female, one left and one right, holding flower baskets in their hands, walked through the arch from outside the courtyard. The same man and woman, also two delicate children, followed behind, holding a heavy wedding dress in their hands. Walking in the middle is a well-dressed bride and a groom whose face is stiff with smiles. The groom was Wukong, who was wearing a decent white suit, with a beautiful red rose on his chest as the finishing touch, making him even more tall and handsome. It's a pity that he has a stiff smile on his face at this time. You know, since he was woken up in the middle of the night yesterday, he has been running around the world, looking for beautiful scenes, and taking something called wedding photos. During the period, because the light was too dark, he couldn't shoot the daytime effect, so he had to widen his eyes, watching Tianjin Fan use the sun fist over and over again. In order to complete the shooting task earlier, he could only try his best to meet the various requirements of Bulma and Tianjin Fan, and kept a smiling expression on his face. At this moment, the muscles on his face were stiff from laughing. Kikai on one side is much more energetic, with a happy smile on her ruddy face. At this time, she was wearing a pure white wedding dress, which was exquisitely crafted, decorated with various transparent and colorless precious gemstones, and coupled with her beautiful face with light makeup, she looked even more pure and beautiful. At this time, she had a sweet face and a bright red face, holding Wukong's right arm tightly, walking along with the flower girl, and moving forward in the rain of flowers all over the sky. While walking, the flower girl stretched out Bai Shenshen's little hand, grabbed handfuls of petals of various colors from the flower basket, and sprinkled them vigorously towards the sky. The two walked up to the stage together, where the handsomely dressed Tianjin Fan was already waiting as the master of ceremonies. Although she has never been a master of ceremonies, she has had countless wedding wines since she was a child in her previous life, and she is already familiar with the process of marriage. Elders and friends, everyone is welcome to attend Monkey King and Kikai's wedding today. The sun is shining, the singing is flying, the laughter is cheerful, and the heavens are auspicious. In this beautiful, warm, and romantic day, we all have a common identity, and that is a witness. We will witness together today that a pair of young people will officially become husband and wife from now on. Now let us welcome the arrival of the bride and groom with warm applause. In front of the ceremony stage, several rows of seats and tables were placed, and there was an aisle for the bride and groom to walk in the middle. The aisle is covered with a bright red carpet, extending from the flower arch at one end of the courtyard to the reception platform at the other end of the courtyard. The turtle immortal and the crane immortal are naturally sitting in the first row at the front. Bulma even invited the bull demon king. His tall body shrank in the second row of seats, and his eyes were full of excitement. He is not willing to let go of his daughter's marriage, but also satisfied with his son-in-law's talent. Kellen, Jiaozi, Lankai, Yamcha, Bulma, Oolong, Pure, and others all sat in the third row of seats. When everyone heard Tianjin Fan's words, they all applauded together. Even Goku's thick lines felt a little nervous at this point. While trying to maintain a smile on his face, he stepped up the steps in a stiff posture, and took Kikai up to the stage together. And Kikai also felt full of excitement. I never dreamed that my wedding could have such a gorgeous scene. Tianjin Fan said the presiding speeches that the MC of ceremonies in the previous life often said, while relieving the pressure on the two of them. It also set off a warm atmosphere. To be honest, in fact, Tianjin Fan is not paranoid about weddings. It seems that there is no wedding. The reason for such painstaking efforts is mainly to give Wukong and Kikai a good start in their marriage. The real and most romantic wedding doesn't need to be luxurious or extravagant, it just needs to be connected with each other heart to heart. I am in you, and you are in me. The most important thing is that lovers get married eventually, not those vain foreign things. For couples with deep feelings, the most romantic thing is to be together for a lifetime, and slowly go from young to white. And do Wukong and Kikai have a deep relationship at this time? No. Maybe Kikai has always had unilateral expectations and love for Wukong, but Wukong doesn't have much feeling for Kikai. At best, it's not too annoying. This point, Tianjin Fan has noticed from the original work. You must know that after Wukong and Kikai got married, they never showed any warmth and affection. Except for a child, there seems to be nothing to maintain each other. On the contrary, Wukong has been trying to stay away from his family so that he can concentrate on his cultivation. Naturally, Kikai could only raise her son alone with resentment. It can be said that Wukong and Kiki's marriage is very unhappy. Until the chapter of Cell, Wukong knew that he was defeated by the perfect Cell, so he took his wife and children to relax and play for a few days. At that time, Wukong really showed his love for Kikai. Otherwise, why did Kikai become pregnant with Sun Wukong's second child, Sun Wushan, after that? It can be said that in the 10 years after Sun Wuhan, Kikai didn't really grasp Wukong's heart, so she stayed with Wukong less often, and even had only Sun Wuhan as a child. As a Dragon Ball fan, Tianjin fan naturally doesn't want Goku to spend 10 years to find true love like the original book. The purpose of this time is to use the romance and sense of ceremony of the wedding to make Wukong and Kikai form a truly harmonious family. At this time, Wukong and Kikai naturally do not have a deep relationship. However, there were so many people who had blind dates or flash marriages in previous lives, and many of them only established a solid and reliable emotional foundation in their later lives together. So I believe that as long as there is help from outside forces, Wukong and Kikai can also fall in love soon. After all, Kikai is also a good woman. It's okay to be cute, the key is to treat the family. And she has been silently paying for her husband. The image of a Philistine housewife in her previous life was only forced out by Uncle Bird, who asked him to arrange Wukong to practice everywhere, and even practiced directly in the God realm as a dead person in the later stage. Although Kikai never forgets to train Sun Wuhan to become a scholar, but it all stems from her childhood poverty and her abhorrence of martial arts. She cared very much about the material foundation, but she didn't realize that marriage depends on the emotional foundation until a long time later. In this life, if she can understand that love is the foundation of a family, then she won't care so much about Wukong's work, right? In short, Tianjin fan, as a fan of Monkey King in the original book, will not let go of any opportunity to help him. At this time, the sound of the music changed, and the lead singer of the band sang for you with a mature and vicissitudes of voice. In the song, everyone present expressed their earnest expectations and blessings for this young couple. He will be your bridegroom. From now on, he is your lifelong companion. Everything about him will be closely related to you. She is entrusted to you with all your heart, you have to spend your whole life taking care of her. Both pain and joy must be shared. The smile on Wukong's face gradually disappeared, and he looked at Kikai, who was looking at each other with a solemn expression. It must be a special fate. So I can become a family along the way. The person looking for Xin-Fu may no longer be alone. All you have to think about is always, we. How much did you pay? Love is just a little bit more complete. The vicissitudes of singing sound like an experienced elder is teaching. Both Wukong and Kikai couldn't help being immersed in the singing. He will be your bridegroom. From now on, he is your lifelong companion. Everything about him will be closely related to you. She will be the bride. She is entrusted to you with all your heart, you have to spend your whole life taking care of her. Must be a special fate. So I can become a family along the way. The person looking for Xin-Fu may no longer be alone. All you have to think about is always, we. How much did you pay? Love is just a little bit more complete. Accompanied by the singing, Kikai was almost drunk, she couldn't help hugging Wukong, stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly on the face. Son Wukong, are you willing to marry Kikai as a wife, and become one with her in front of relatives and friends, love her, comfort her, respect her, protect her, just like you love yourself? No matter sick or healthy, rich or poor, always be loyal to her, until you leave this world, and never leave. Tianjin Fan took out a note, on which he recorded the various lines he racked his brains to think of the night before. Wukong's face was full of solemnity. Although he didn't understand many things, the solemn atmosphere gave him an inexplicable sense of sacred mission in his heart. Yes, I am willing. I am willing to marry Kiki, Wukong said firmly. Kiki's face flashed with excitement. Doesn't she know Wukong's ignorance? How could she not know? My daughter has been hiding her thoughts for so many years, and after getting along with Wukong these days, she finds that he treats herself no differently from others. She was also very disappointed. But what can she do? Wukong touched the girl's private parts that shouldn't be touched when she was a child, and made a vow with him to marry in the future. No matter how apprehensive or disturbed she is, she can only fulfill the oath with Wukong. But at this moment, seeing the solemnity on Wukong's face, the boulder still fell in her heart, and she no longer worried or panicked. There is only sweetness and anticipation left. There should be no more problems with the solemn promise made by the indomitable Monkey King, right? Kikai, are you willing to marry Sun Wukong as his wife, and become one with him in front of relatives and friends, love him, comfort him, respect him, protect her, just like you love yourself? Whether he is sick or healthy, rich or poverty, always be loyal to him, and never leave him until he leaves the world. Tianjin Fan asked the bride again. I am willing. She sobbed and said her answer. Kikai's face was already full of tears, and at this moment she was so happy that she almost fainted. Oh! All the people present cheered together. After the two exchanged rings, Tianjin Fan shouted happily, then I announce. Monkey King and Kikai are officially married. Fireworks had already been prepared around the ceremony platform, and they were set off at the same time. Colorful fireworks sprayed into the air, and the wind seemed to be extremely excited at this time, blowing back and forth like a whirlwind, and the rolled fireworks were also dancing back and forth in the sky. There was thunderous applause. Gui Xianren rubbed his moist eyes in relief. The Bull Demon King sat stiffly on the seat, with his big hands on his knees. He didn't dare to move, for fear that if he wiped his face with his hands, people would find the 2 rivers of tears on his face. Kellen looked at Wukong with envy at this time. His good brother finally found his other half, and he didn't know where his other half was at this time. Yamsha and Bulma held each other's hands tightly. Bulma peeked at Yamsha's expression, guessing in his heart whether he was touched by this scene and had the idea of getting married. It is impossible for a proud and reserved girl to take the initiative to say that she wants to get married. She can only wait passively, and a certain piece of elm wood will open up sooner. Lan Luo also looked enviously at the stage. How she wished that the person standing next to Tianjin Fan was herself in a wedding dress, and someone else was playing the master of ceremonies. I said, our marriage wasn't so romantic back then, was it? Mrs. Breves pinched the doctor, once, again. Ah ha ha ha. The doctor rubbed his head in embarrassment and smiled. How could there be such a condition back then? Idiot, don't you know how to make a new one? Next year will be the th anniversary. And that wedding photo, you guy is not a scientist, why didn't you think of this back then? The wife insisted. The doctor shrugged innocently, but he really didn't dare to say that he was still busy studying this sentence. Ah, Kikai, it's time to let me go. Wukong stood on the stage with an embarrassed expression on his face. His hands didn't know whether to hug or not, so he had to lift them up at a loss. My chest felt wet. Kikai hugged Wukong tightly, buried her face in his chest. Tears still flowed out uncontrollably. And she didn't know what her makeup was like. Anyway, don't care, just don't let go. Tianjin Fan looked at the new couple with a funny face, and he was also looking forward to this scene happening to him. Bulma ran to the ceremony stage and snatched the microphone from Tianjin Fan. Humph, the song was written by Tianjin Fan, he was the master of ceremonies, and the venue layout also refers to his design. But I also have a surprise for everyone. Today Wukong is married. To celebrate, I have prepared a small game and a small gift. Bulma reached out and tore away the red cloth covering a small table behind the reception desk. 7 bright and dazzling beads were revealed. Everyone looked at the 7 beads in surprise. Hey, hey! Bulma announced proudly with her hands on her hips. the prize is but it can grant any wish Dragon Ball. As for the little game, it's food fight. Bulma went on to announce, there are all kinds of delicacies on the 10 tables over there. The contestants start eating together. Whoever finishes the food on the table first will win the prize. That's the winner. Well, I started to work on code words today. Happy New Year everyone. There have been a lot of rewards in recent days. The day before yesterday, I wanted to send out a red envelope to wish everyone a Happy New Year, but I didn't expect that the red envelope could be snatched by all members of the site. I thought that only readers who collected this book could grab it. It is estimated that many readers have not seen the news of my red envelopes, and the red envelopes have already been snatched up. However, the collection has increased by 50, which is quite impressive, but I didn't want to rely on red envelopes to collect collections. I just wanted to give back to readers. Collection is meaningless to me like this rush equals. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. Chapter 38. Everyone is very interested in the small game prepared by Bulma. Firstly, the prize Dragon Ball is really attractive. Secondly, eating is simply an enjoyment for this group of martial arts practitioners, okay? Wukong rubbed his nose happily, ha ha ha, the champion must be me. When Bulma asked me to borrow the Dragon Balls, I knew it must be used today, but I didn't expect that it would be decided by a food contest. Make a wish, Tien, don't think I'm not as good as you in fighting, but when it comes to eating, no one can match me. Kellen rubbed his stomach tangled up, waited for a while, and decided to give it a try. However, he still lacked confidence and said, I have never seen anyone who is better than Wukong in terms of eating since I was a child. However, since the prize is Dragon Ball, I'd better participate in the competition and try. Yes, maybe you will win. Yamcha also said with interest. Dumpling, who hadn't grown taller in 10 years, floated up from the seat, touched her belly, and sighed helplessly, forget it, I'd better not get involved, there is no hope of winning the prize at all. Gui Xianren and Crane Immortal are old and have developed the habit of not overeating over the years. At this moment, they suddenly want to compete in eating speed. Naturally, they are not sensitive, and they both express that they will not participate in this competition. Hey. Thinking about how he had been tossing around all night since yesterday night, he was so hungry but couldn't get any food and immediately went to the wedding again. Wukong said with a look of taking advantage, Kikai. Think about it and make a wish, I will definitely win this game. Let this wish be the first gift I give you. Humph. Oolong looked at the crowd with a mysterious face, and sighed in his heart that his luck had finally come. This time, he would not make that kind of low-level wish for a girl's panties. Cute girl. Wahahaha. Thinking of his pride, Oolong laughed heartily. Lan Luo took Tianjin Fan's hand with a melancholy expression, Tien, how about, shall we make a wish next year? Although she really wants to get the chance to make a wish, but watching Wukong grow up, Lan Luo knows Wukong's appetite very well. You must know that after participating in the World's No. Martial Arts meeting for the first time that year, Wukong ate up the food for dozens of people, and directly ate up all the bonuses that Wushan won by pretending to be Jackie Chan. Well, Wukong's appetite is really terrible, and their race is an invincible foodie race. Tianjin Fan frowned, with a sad expression on his face, and shook his head helplessly. However, I still have to try. Tianjin Fan patted Lan Luo's hand holding his arm. Bulma let everyone think about it for a while, and then asked with the microphone, so, who wants to participate in the competition? I. And I. Responses were few and far between. In the end, only Tianjin Fan, Sun Wukong, Kellen, Yamcha, and Oolong participated. Looking at the 5 contestants, Bulma announced loudly, then one person stands at the same table and whoever eats all the food first will be the champion. Then, the competition begins. With an order, the 5 of them immediately began to deal with the food in front of them. If Bulma had prepared some unpalatable food in order to increase the difficulty, Then everyone would still have a headache. But there are all kinds of earth delicacies on this table. All kinds of delicacies, such as barbecue, steak, sushi, tamales, braised pork knuckles, soup dumplings, curry sausages, etc., are all excellent in appearance and delicious in aroma. If the table is not big enough, there is no room for so much food. It's a pity that it's a competition at this time, and the 5 people can't taste it slowly, so they can only swallow the jujube whole and stuff it directly into their stomachs. Wukong's speed is the fastest. There is basically no chewing process. He just throws the food into his mouth, and then reaches out to grab the next piece of food. The speed far exceeds the other 4. Seeing this, the other 4 became anxious. So each of them used strange tricks and no longer hid their methods. Damn it! The Dragon Ball is mine! Oolong roared, and quickly said in his mouth, Bilaporu change. A puff of smoke appeared, and Oolong instantly turned into a huge dinosaur. With a proud grin, he bit down on the table. The rest of the people froze for a moment. It must be cheating. Crack! It's a pity that although the Oolong has become a huge dinosaur, its strength has not increased in the slightest. Although he swallowed the table into his mouth in one bite, the bite force was not strong enough to chew it all, so he was anxious and decided to swallow it directly. As a result, there was too much food mixed with the table, and it got stuck directly in his throat. With a bang, the Oolong changed back to its original form in pain, and the food and table spat on the ground, spilling all over the floor. Oolong failed. The remaining 4 who had a false alarm did not dare to delay, and hurriedly continued to eat. Wukong had already taken off his suit jacket, and the top 2 buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, and he opened his chest to eat. The next table happened to be Kling. Kellen looked at the half-disappeared food on Wukong's table, and felt an acid regurgitation in his stomach. With a wow, he spat out the food he had just eaten. Kellen failed and hit the street. Yamcha directly resorted to his unique move, the Wolf Fang 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 Fist, and his entire upper body turned into a phantom. Countless foods were picked up into the air by him, and with the swiping of the wolf claws, the food was all shattered, and then the fist shadow spit out its tongue like a frog's lightning, and it struck dozens of times in an instant, smashing the air. All the food went into the mouth. Good guy. Gui Xianren watched the tragic game on the field, and exclaimed, Yamcha actually thought of using his own fists instead of chewing teeth, so that he only needs to swallow. Looking at Kellen, who was still lying on the ground covering his mouth to stop vomiting, he shook his head. Although Kellen is smart, this time he was outmatched by Yamcha. Idiot! Jiaozi also sighed. He forced it like that, it will only let the food enter the stomach without chewing, and it will easily cause stomach cramps. However, even though everyone admired Yamcha's alertness, they still sighed when they saw more than half of the food left on his table. Yamcha on the field had no time to take care of him, so he couldn't see how much food was left on Wukong's table. But everyone on the sidelines could see clearly that there was less than half of the food on Wukong's table. Among the 5 contestants, only Tianjin Fan is the most leisurely, and he is still eating the food on the table in a leisurely manner. Hey? Did you give up, Tianjin Fan? Crane Immortal asked Dumpling suspiciously. Haha, maybe this guy just wants to eat delicious food earlier. Gui Xianren's sunglasses were shining, and he seemed to have gained insight into Tianjin Fan's thoughts. But I was infinitely annoyed in my heart. Why didn't I think of such a good idea? There are so many delicacies, even if you live as long as yourself, there are many that you have never seen. I have long wanted to go up and taste it. It's just limited to the dignity of his elders, and he can't show his greedy desire. Humph! Immortal Crane was not happy about it. My apprentice can say it himself, but others can't, so he immediately retorted, my apprentice is not as rude as your apprentice, just watch, the one who wins in the end must be Tian. Although I can't guess why Tianjin Fan is not nervous. But I know very well that my apprentice never fights uncertain battles, since he is on the field, he must have something to do. Xianren has 100% confidence in Tianjin Rice. It's almost there. Tianjin Fan said to himself. After slowly enjoying the real taste of food for a moment, it is time to work hard to win the game. You know, it depends on this time whether you can forgive yourself as a single dog this year. The body is slightly bowed, the arms are erected in front of the body, the mysterious energy in the body is flowing, and the veins on the skin of the body are protruding. 4. Body. Fist. With a swish, 4 identical people surrounded the table. The 4 Tianjin fans smiled confidently, and said in unison, although dividing into 4 people can't increase the combat effectiveness much, it's really convenient to use it for other things. Wind remnants of clouds. At this time, I can only use these 4 words to describe it. Borrowing from Yamcha's method, the 4 Tianjin fans waved countless fist shadows, which completely covered the table so that outsiders could not even see how much food was left on the table. Others are limited by their eyesight and cannot observe. But Wukong has a combat power close to that of Tianjin Fan, and his eyesight is naturally extraordinary. It can be said that he is the only one who can see the situation at Tianjin Fan's table on the field. But the strong eyesight at this time is not a blessing. Because Tianjin Fan's eating speed directly crushed his self-confidence. In just a few seconds, half of the food on the table disappeared. Such a terrifying speed, no matter how much I can eat, I can't compare to it. After all, the more you eat, the more you feel overwhelmed, and the speed of stuffing food into your stomach has dropped significantly. Wukong didn't open his mouth at all, and simply shrugged at Bulma. I admit defeat. What? Bulma looked at Wukong in surprise. Is this the familiar Wukong who never admit defeat, or did you say that you just had auditory hallucinations? Wukong shook his head helplessly. Forget it, the speed of Tianjin Fan. I can't keep up. I'm sorry, Kikai, I didn't do the first thing after marriage. Kiki shook her head sweetly. As long as you are willing to do it for me, that's enough. I don't care about the rest. A Tianjin Fan stopped his movements, wiped his mouth with a smile, and then said slowly, are you admitting defeat? In fact, you still have one trick to use. If there is still a moon in the sky, we can all declare you the winner. The image of a giant chimpanzee stuffing the entire table into its mouth with one paw and chewing came to mind, and Bulma shook her head quickly. Ah? What way? Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan in surprise and asked. Yamcha also thought of the huge orangutan monster he saw at the beginning, and suddenly choked with fright. I hammered my chest for a long time, but I couldn't swallow it no matter what. Bulma ran down the stage nervously and handed him a glass of water. Hey! Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Wukong with a wry smile and said, I think it's better if you don't know this method. Turning his head to look at the 4 Tianjin fans who had stopped, Yamcha once again showed a regretful look. I didn't expect that I didn't even have a chance to surpass you. But since even Wukong is willing to bow down, I can only admit defeat. No matter what, how about it, I can't eat better than the 4 of you alone. Tianjin Fan looked at Bulma happily, then announced it quickly, I am the winner in the end. Bulma raised the microphone, tisk tisk tisk, well, I announce that the winner of the foodie contest is, Tianjin Fan. Turning to Wukong, he said, I didn't expect that there would be someone who could eat better than you. I wanted to give you and Kikai the Dragon Ball as a gift. Really? Tianjin Fan lifted the effect of the 4-body punch. 4 Tianjin fans reunited. In the end, there was only one Tianjin rice left, with a swollen belly, like a pregnant woman who was 6 months pregnant. Papa Papa! Patting his belly vigorously, Tianjin Fan showed a sly smile, ha ha ha, in fact, you are all scared by me. It is impossible for me to eat all the food on the table. Seeing Tianjin Fan's belly, Kellen suddenly realized. The stomach of emotional Tianjin rice can't hold so much food. Think about it at this time, although the food on the table is not piled up high, but a table 4 meters long and 2 meters wide is even a flat plate full of food. It's not something that a normal martial artist can finish in one meal. With so many people present, maybe only Wukong, the big eater, can destroy all the food. So this game was actually doomed from the beginning. Whoever can finish eating is the final winner. So Tianjin Fan quietly changed the concept to let everyone see how fast he eats food, so that everyone had the idea of I can't eat as fast as him, so he must finish eating first, so they gave up their efforts and gave up. And in order to strengthen the impact of this concept, he has been chewing slowly at the beginning, deliberately let others eat until they are full, and then show his speed. As a result, the people who were already full lost their fighting spirit, considering that their eating speed had slowed down while the opponent's speed had increased several times. Awesome, amazing. Kellen thought of this, and was amazed by Tianjin Fan's strategy. Hey! Tianjin Fan didn't care about this. As soon as he heard that he had won, he ran up to the stage, wrapped the 7 shiny dragon balls in a tablecloth, and held them in his hand. Then he flew to Lan Luo's side and hugged her by the waist. Haha, Lan Luo and I went to a remote place to make a wish, otherwise it would be too scary for the dragon to appear in the center of the city. Let's eat first, we'll be back in a while. After Tianjin Fan finished speaking, he flew straight into the air with Dragon Ball in one hand and Lan Luo in the other. After reaching the clouds, he headed for the outskirts of the city. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Make a Wish. Chapter 39 Make a Wish. 35 Make a Wish. Come out. Shenlong. Tianjin Fan yelled loudly at the 7 dragon balls blinking on the ground, as if they were breathing. The 7 dragon balls that were flashing separately echoed each other immediately, and the flashing frequency instantly became the same. As soon as the sky darkened, it instantly turned into night. Then, a dazzling golden light burst out. A huge green shadow shot straight into the sky. The light faded. There is only a green dragon with the sky above and the dragon ball below, majestic, winding and entrenched between the sky and the earth proudly. There was a flash of light in Shenlong's red eyes, and his mouth did not open or close, but a majestic voice came into the ears of Tianjin Fan and Lan Luo. Tell me your wish, no matter what it is, I will fulfill it for you, but there is only one chance. Looking at each other excitedly, Tianjin Fan and Lan Luo raised their heads and looked at the dragon in the sky expectantly. It was Tianjin Fan who said, I hope you can separate Lan Luo and Lan Qi so that they each have their own bodies. Shenlong pondered for a moment, but did not say the classic as you wish. The red light in the eyes flashed again, and there was a trace of regret in Shenlong's majestic voice. I'm sorry, I can't fulfill your wish. What? Lan Luo exclaimed in disappointment, and then asked emotionally, can't you fulfill all your wishes? Shenlong remained silent. Tianjin Fan pressed Lan Luo's arm and held her in his arms. Raising his head, Tianjin Fan said to Shenlong, at least, can you tell us why we can't do it? Although I am omnipotent, matters involving the soul are beyond my authority. Although this woman has 2 independent personalities, her soul has only one complete one. It is easy to create another body, but if you want to directly, I can't create another soul. However, you can change a wish and make a new wish. Shenlong has no emotional fluctuations, and even if the wish cannot be fulfilled, he has no self-blame at all. Both Tianjin Fan and Lan Luo fell silent immediately. Tianjin Fan has no interest in gaining power through Shenlong. At this time, Lan Luo also gave up the extravagant hope of having endless money. For the 2 of them, the only wish at this time is to be truly together. Hehe, it doesn't matter if you can't, doesn't it? Tianjin Fan forced a smile. Even if you and Lan Qi continue to share the same body, it won't prevent us from falling in love, right? No matter when, as a man, he still has to comfort his woman. But, with Lan Qi here, I can't be with you. Lan Luo looked disappointed. Although I never thought about having a child before, I really hope that we can have a child now. So what if we can't officially get married? Tianjin Fan has always been an optimist. Since the original goal cannot be achieved, then the next best thing is to settle down. As long as we know that we really love each other, no matter what difficulties we have, we can't be separated. Tianjin Fan patted Lan Luo on the back. Feeling the slight head of the person in his arms, Tianjin Fan also showed an expression of relief. However, the golden hair in the field of vision instantly turned dark blue. Don't be disgusting. Lan Qi unique and different voice sounded in her ears. If you want to get married, you can marry yours. Anyway, as long as Lan Luo and I discuss the time to show up, it will be fine. Anyway, you are here most of the time. In practice, I won't have no chance to contact the outside world at all. Hey! Tianjin Fan separated from Lan Qi in a daze, but his hands still tightly grasped each other's shoulders, and he looked at each other with an expression of disbelief. What? Lan Qi's face was cold, but her dimples were slightly red, and she said coldly, "Do you think I'm the kind of woman who doesn't care about feelings? Lan Luo is like my sister, I hope my sister is happy, isn't that what my sister should do? Of course it's a woman who doesn't talk about feelings." Tianjin Fan said angrily in his heart. You have to know how many times Lan Qi ruined her chances in the previous 3 years, knowing that his relationship with Lan Luo is getting deeper and deeper, but he does not let go of allowing himself to marry Lan Luo. It's just like Li Machu, who can't see a lover getting married in the end, it's disgusting. But at this time, Tianjin Fan naturally dare not bring up this issue again. It is already a great joy to get Lan Qi consent, even if it is to give up the wish, it is completely worth it. Well, you haven't expressed your wishes yet. There was a trace of helplessness in Shenlong's majestic voice. Thinking that Shenlong hadn't fulfilled his wish and couldn't leave yet, Tianjin Fan hurriedly corrected his thoughts, and the wish was still granted. Do you have any wish to make? As soon as he finished speaking, Tianjin Fan wanted to give himself a big slap in the face, and it wasn't Lan Luo, why would he give up the chance to make a wish? Lan Qi also knew that Tianjin Fan was just a polite way, so she rolled her eyes. I don't have any wish, the only wish is to make you disappear. Do you still dare to ask me to do so? Also, take your hand away. Forget it then. Knowing that Lan Qi was just joking, Tianjin Fan quickly let go of her hand, walked aside and thought hard. There are many wishes fulfilled by Shenlong in the original book. Once fulfilled Oolong's wish for a pair of girls' underwear, it shows that Shenlong can create things out of thin air. Once fulfilled the wish of Piccolo to regain his youth, it shows that Shenlong can bestow some non-material abilities on creatures, such as youth, such as superpowers. The resurrection of father of Upa, Krillin, and the turtle immortal, Sun Wukong who died with Raditz, and everyone killed by Frisia has also been realized, indicating that the dead can be resurrected. It also once realized the wish to transfer all the Namekians to new planets, indicating that things can be transferred to other planets in the universe. And realized the wish of dismantle the bombs in the body of number 17 and number 18 and let the Earth people forget the terrible things Bu did, which means that things and even memories can be erased. According to this inference, I can wish to have some magical things, such as a time machine, a spaceship with a hypergravity chamber. These things don't seem to be of any use to me at this time. And Shenlong's ability to resurrect the dead is not needed at this time. I don't have anyone who wants to resurrect. If it was Tianjin Fan, he might want to resurrect the uncle who adopted him back then, but Tianjin Fan already has his own. My life, for those memories, is no longer bound. So erase things? Make a wish to destroy Frisia's army, such a wish is obviously beyond Shenlong's ability. Didn't you see that even the first elder of Namek, who had a premonition of the disaster on Namek, never made such a wish to Shenlong of Namek? What's more, the dragon on the earth is like a castrated version, and its ability itself is not as good as the dragon Balanga on Namek. On the contrary, the ability to transfer to other planets is still useful to him. I have been researching the blood talent of the three-eyed tribe. Although I have researched the ability of the four-body boxing, I have not made any further progress in the discovery that I can observe the vitality at the beginning. What's more, the weird dream a few days ago also attracted me. I want to go back to the three-eyed star. Maybe I can make a wish and ask Shenlong to send me back to the home planet of the Sanmu tribe? But it was easy in the past, but difficult to come back. It is impossible to have such magical things as Dragon Balls over there. Although it is the home planet of the Sanmu tribe, the place where I really want to live is the Earth. Even if it is completely different from the Earth in the previous life, there are still people and things that I am familiar with and love here. Therefore, the first prerequisite for going to the three-eyed star is to be able to come back. Otherwise, just one-way travel is not advisable at all. Unidirectional? An idea flashed in Tianjin Fan's mind. Didn't he envy Wukong's teleportation before? Since Shenlong can give people youth, can they give themselves the ability to move instantly? Shenlong, can you give me the ability to teleport? Of course. But there are many kinds of teleportation abilities. Please explain in detail which one you are referring to. Shenlong replied. There is a show. Tianjin Fan clenched his fist happily. But what does it mean that there are many kinds of teleportation? Tianjin Fan secretly wondered. I only know Monkey King's teleportation ability in Dragon Ball, so Tianjin Fan described it to Shenlong based on his own impression. As long as he senses the opponent's chi, he can instantly appear near the opponent's position. It's simple, as you wish. Shenlong stared at Tianjin Fan with dazzling red eyes. Tianjin Fan carefully felt the changes in his body, but before he could notice any difference, he heard the voice of Shenlong saying goodbye. Okay, your wish has been fulfilled for you, then, goodbye. The dragon turned into a strong light and dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground shot straight into the sky, and then flew into 7, flying in different directions. Tianjin Fan raised his hand in the air, and a Qigong wave flew out, wrapped in the light of a Dragon Ball, turned a corner, and fell back into his hand. It is Wukong's 4 planets. Tianjin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Since wrapping blood in air last night and throwing it out, this trick has become more handy. At this time, it was used to intercept the Dragon Ball, and it succeeded in one attempt. Originally, I had planned to fly to the front of the 4 planets to intercept it. Let's go, Aluo. Let's go back. Tianjin Fan said. Lan Qi had honestly fallen into a deep sleep in the spiritual world long after she finished speaking, allowing Lan Luo to appear in the outside world instead of herself. Yet, Lan Luo walked to Tianjin Fan with a blank expression, hugged his arm tightly, and waited for him to take her to fly together. From the moment when Lan Qi handed over control of her body, Lan Luo was filled with joy and uneasiness. The joy is because I finally got the permission from my good sister to marry the man I love. The uneasiness is because I know it myself, and no one knows. In fact, the memory of myself and Lan Qi are completely shared. So even if Lan Qi was in a state of mind and couldn't directly observe the outside world, as long as she appeared instead of her, she would be clear about what happened before. In this case, there will inevitably be a lot of embarrassment in life in the future. However, after much deliberation, I still feel more joyful, and I can't manage other things, and I don't bother to care about them. Tianjin Fan concentrated on sensing the aura of the Bulma family in the distance. This aura is Gaixianren? Swish! The figures of Tianjin Fan and Lan Luo disappeared instantly. At the same time, Gui Xianren had just closed the door of the toilet, and because he was holding something in his hands, he could only tie his trouser belt and walk towards the courtyard with difficulty, but 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. Teleport. Although I have only just learned it, it is very simple to use. As long as you feel the other person's chi, and then move silently in your heart, you will appear directly beside the other person. Compared with Wukong in the original book, Tianjin Fan uses this trick much more conveniently. You must know that Wukong finally learned to teleport after a year of hard study on the planet Yidrit. Therefore, when Wukong uses it, he not only needs to use his fingers to concentrate on the direction of qi between his eyebrows, but also uses energy in his body to create a special force cycle to activate. And Tianjin Fan doesn't understand the principle of teleportation at all, it can just be used directly. However, in terms of effect, there is no difference. Ah! Gui Xianren was frightened half to death by the sudden appearance of the two people, and when he loosened his hands, his pants almost fell to the ground. Ah! It's Tianjin Fan and Lan Qi. Gui Xianren said while pulling his trousers waist, looking at Tianjin Fan and Lan Luo. Gently patted the chest, the heart is still beating non-stop. Uncle Xianren, what is it in your hand? Tianjin Fan looked at Xianren with a strange expression. Gui Xianren hurriedly put his hands behind his back, then touched his head with one hand and showed a wretched smile. Well, this is just the old man's toilet reading. After all, it's okay for Tianjin Fan to appear behind me silently. But Lan Qi, how did you hide it from my perception? Tianjin Fan smiled smugly, but didn't say much, stepped forward and put his hand on Xianren's shoulder. You will know after you try it yourself. The three disappeared in place again. The people in the courtyard looked at the three people who suddenly appeared among them in a daze. Hey! Tianjin Fan, even if you are fast, you don't have to suddenly appear like this to be scary. Bulma said dissatisfied. Gui Xianren looked dazed, and dropped the magazine in his hand to the ground. You old pervert! How dare you read such things in my house? Bulma was furious when he saw the magazines with all kinds of shameful pictures on the ground, rushed over and kicked Gui Xianren crazily. Tian, how did you do it? You definitely didn't appear suddenly because of your speed. Wukong looked at Tianjin Fan strangely and said. Ha ha ha. Tianjin Fan said braggingly, I have a special ability, teleportation. As long as I want, I can appear in any place at will, without going through any process or path, and without spending a little time. In order to prove what he said, Tianjin Fan used the ability to teleport several times on the spot, flashing around in the courtyard where the wedding was held. Wow! Isn't it possible to go wherever you want? Wukong said enviously. More importantly, who can beat you in the future? You can definitely gather the strongest strength, and then appear at the opponent's side in an instant to attack. Kellen paid more attention to the role of this move in battle. Yeah, this kind of ability is like cheating. Yamsha was also amazed. Ha ha ha, but teleportation doesn't really make you invincible. Tianjin Fan showed a bit of embarrassment when he heard the praise from everyone. Although you can appear beside the enemy in an instant, if your attack power is not enough, you can basically not hurt them. To the opponent, it can only be said that this ability is quite useful in battles where the strength is not much different. And it's not like you can go wherever you want. After possessing teleportation, Tianjin Fan realized how difficult it was to teleport back to the Earth from the three-eyed star that he thought before. You must know that even with his current strength, he cannot accurately sense the qi of all places on the Earth. Not to mention such a vast distance across the Milky Way. If he made a wish to Shenlong and let him go to the three-eyed star, even if he had the ability to teleport, it would be impossible to come back by himself. Unless he can have the strength of Monkey King, who transformed into a Super Saiyan. Don't bother you. Bulma has taught me a lot of apids. Wukong said to Tianjin Fan with his mouth full. It took Tianjin Fan a long time to realize that what he said was, I told you that Bulma sent a lot of delicious food again, and suddenly his face was darkened. Sure enough, only eating can arouse Wukong's interest, and he forgot all of a sudden that he was amazing instant movement. But since there is delicious food, let's enjoy the food first. If you have any troubles, wait until later. P.S. I started working yesterday. Benefit. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 The First Arrival. Chapter 40 The First Arrival. If time could be turned back, Tianjin Fan would never say that sentence. Please let me go back to the home planet of the Three Eyes. This is the wish I made to Shen long before. But thinking about it now, how could this sentence be so stupid? How did the tragic villains in the novels I read before die in the end? Stupid. After Tianjin Fan was teleported, the first thing he saw was a bunch of dense protrusions, like a pine forest overlooking the ground from a high altitude. The brown-yellow protrusions keep getting bigger and closer. Before Tianjin Fan could figure out whether he was falling to the ground or something hit him, he felt a violent impact, faster and heavier than expected, which caught him off guard. This kind of power is comparable to my own full-strength punch, right? This was Tianjin Fan's last thought before he passed out. But this scene is different in the eyes of others. Ira, who participated in hunting for the first time in her life, exerted all her strength to keep up with the hunting team. I have been out with the hunting team for 2 days. Not only did I not show off my skills as I imagined, hunting countless, but even the most basic task of keeping up with the team was almost impossible to complete. If it weren't for the seniors of the hunting team to take care of him and slow down the speed of the journey, he would have already fallen behind. However, the price of this is that no prey was caught for 2 days. Although some small animals such as rabbits and hyenas were caught by traps, they were only enough for the hunting team to eat and could not be brought back to the tribe. But on the 3rd day, the hunting team hit a big luck. They found a pair of adult earth brown bears. It happened to be a male and a female, each standing 4 meters tall and looking very strong. Although hunting such a strong prey means greater risk, once the hunt is successful, it can often satisfy the tribe's food for several days. And the hunting team can also stop in advance and return to the tribe to recuperate. Captain Dove gave an order, and the team split into 2. The first team is composed of 10 elite hunters with the strongest bodies and the best weapons, responsible for killing the female bear first. The second team is made up of the remaining 8 people. Although they are not as strong as those elite hunters, most of them have hand crossbows or bows and arrows, which can harass male brown bears. Captain Dolph, I have a question. Ira raised her hand and said, the male brown bear is obviously taller than the female one, and should be stronger. Why don't we kill the male bear first? Humph! Didn't the elders tell you the discipline of the hunting team before you went out? Dove angrily scolded. Dove has a strong physique, especially his 2 arms, which are as thick as his thighs. He holds a long metal giant spear in his hand, and his body is covered with metal armor. This is the only armor of the hunting team. Under the sun, the armor looks black and heavy. Yes, it seems to absorb all the light, without revealing a trace of light. The fully armed Taoist just stood there, like a god descending from the earth, majestic and majestic. Eula's heart skipped a beat when he yelled at her, but she still stared stubbornly at the other party. Obviously, in his opinion, there was nothing wrong with raising objections for everyone's safety. The next-door neighbor, Uncle Parkin, hurried forward to make a rescue, bowed to Captain Dolph and said, Captain, don't be angry, this child's parents died early, he has no relatives at home, and he is stubborn and unwilling to be adopted. I am also to blame for this trip. Didn't make it clear to him. Humph! Stop talking nonsense. Dove waved his hand at Parkin, telling him to stand aside. Then he took a few steps forward, stood in front of Ira, and looked at him fiercely. Eula's short body was instantly enveloped by the tall figure, and she was a little at a loss. In the hunting team, everything is subject to the captain's orders. No objection or disobedience is allowed. I hope you will remember this discipline for me. Dove said viciously, otherwise, you will only be like your weak dead ghost. Like Daddy, killed us all. Ira was angry and opened her mouth to speak, but was pulled behind by Parkin. Don't worry, Captain, I will teach him a good lesson, and he won't violate discipline again. Parkin said, looking at Dove begging for mercy. Humph! Dove turned around disdainfully, and walked towards the elite hunters team. Okay, time is running out, act now. After the 10 members of the elite hunter team walked away, Ira said to Parkin angrily, "Uncle Parkin, why are you dragging me? My father didn't kill anyone at all. He is a hero. He fought to the end." "Okay, Ira, don't say any more. The first task of our hunting team is to catch enough prey to eat. You must remember this. To complete this task, we must obey the captain's command, and you, as long as you know how to obey and execute." The hunt soon began. The elite squad was going well, and the hunters' weapons had dealt a massive fatal blow to the she-bear. Although the male bear wanted to rush over to help the female bear all the time, there were constant attacks from small insects. Although it could not cause fatal damage to it, it angered it and made it give up its plan to help the female bear. Those who can enter the hunting team are either powerful or agile. Although the members of the second team were not elite hunters, their agility still kept the male bear from touching them. Protected by the seniors of the second team, Eula used the hand crossbow left by her father to shoot more than 20 arrows, and finally one arrow hit the male bear in the eye. Ow! The male bear stood up, and instantly entered a berserk state. His forelimbs fell heavily on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. At the same time, a giant roar came from the first team. Although it sounds terrifying to Ira, it carries a kind of desolation of the end. Eula turned her head and saw a scene she would never forget. The female bear pounced on a hunter, pressing her forelimbs on the hunter's chest, and opened her mouth ferociously as if she was going to bite it off. But it can no longer move half a minute. A giant metal spear was inserted from the back of the female bear's head, pierced through, and pierced out from her chin, pierced deep into the ground, and firmly nailed her head to the ground. Holding the giant spear was a warrior covered in pitch-black armor, and it was Captain Doffer. Hearing the dying roar of the female bear, not only did the male bear not become more violent, but even the anger of the eye injury seemed to disappear completely, and he turned around and ran away. "Hey? Is it going to run away?" Ira looked surprised at the brown bear rushing out of the crowd. "No matter what, you should fight to the death to avenge your wife, right? How could he run away like this?" The hunters of the first team assembled again and chased after the male bear. One brown bear is not enough. Parkin Rayla's arm led him to follow. "Go, follow." When Ira reacted and started running together, Parkin explained to him leisurely, "So you know why the captain made this arrangement? This kind of earth brown bear usually has one male and several females. If you kill the male first bear, the female bear will definitely go crazy, and there may be casualties if it is dealt with at that time. And if the female bear dies first, the male bear will not only not go crazy, but will run away. After all, for male bears, there is more than one female bear in the population, and it is more important to preserve oneself. Besides, male bears are indeed more difficult to deal with than female bears. Even elite hunters will find it difficult to deal with it, so the captain first asked us to concentrate our main force on the female bear, which is easy to deal with, so that we can concentrate everyone's strength to solve it together. Get rid of the male bear," another kind-hearted hunter added. Eula turned her head to look at Doug, who was her childhood playmate, a few years older than herself, so she joined the hunting team earlier. "Father didn't mean to target you either. He shoulders the safety of the entire team and has a heavy responsibility, so he must establish dignity. Moreover, Dad has been a hunter for more than 20 years, so he has rich experience and basically will not make any mistakes. Ira, you just joined the hunting team. There are many things I still don't understand, so you have to do more and talk less, think and experience yourself, and you will definitely become an excellent hunter in the future." Doug is Doug's son. It was only then that Ira realized that her previous behavior was a bit reckless, and she touched her head in embarrassment and replied, "I see, Brother Doug, don't worry, I'm not angry with Captain Doug." The crowd left a few people to deal with the female bear's body in place to prevent it from being dragged away by other wild animals. They also decomposed the female bear, cut off the fur to make clothes, put the meat into bags and took it back as food, and cut off the claws for polishing. Into the head of an arrow. and the others went after the male bear together. If you can find the male bear's old den, you may be able to harvest a few more cubs and female bears. Although the injured male bear no longer showed any desire to attack, it ran away very quickly. There are few giant trees in the forest, and there are only some low trees. The male bear leaning over to escape is looming in the 3-meter-high woods. If it weren't for its large size, leaving an obvious path, the people behind might have been thrown away long ago. However, although everyone pursued closely, they couldn't get much closer. At this time, it was several kilometers away from the place where the female bear was killed. If the pursuit continued, the hunters who stayed behind might have no support. You must know that this is a dangerous forest, and there are many ferocious beasts haunting it. Seeing that after chasing for a while, I can only give up, but I don't want accidents to happen. The male bear jumped violently, trying to jump over a ditch in front of him. As a result, just in the middle of the sky, a figure suddenly appeared. Compared with the huge male bear, the figure is very small. But it was this small figure that seemed to possess enormous power. After colliding with the male bear, it was not knocked into the air, but fell into the pit together with the male bear. The hunters who caught up quickly rushed to the edge of the pit and looked down cautiously, but they didn't see the male bear waiting for its momentum or its human body being torn to pieces. Painted out. A more courageous hunter tried to poke the male bear's head with a spear, but found that it didn't respond. Oh! Dove also walked to the edge of the pit, looked down and said, "This guy who suddenly appeared is so strong? Did he knock it out? Hurry up and get him up to see if he can be saved," Dove ordered. After finishing speaking, he jumped up high and pointed the giant spear downward. Oh! There was a loud noise. That was the sound of Doffer falling to the ground. Covered in the loud noise, is the sound of a giant spear piercing through the head. The male bear died. Many hunters did not cheer. This is a big forest, any loud call may attract ferocious beasts. They just cooperated to rescue the person who fell in the pit. It looks like he's still alive. Parkin breathed out the inspector. Immediately afterwards, a surprised expression appeared on his face. "Captain Doffer, come and see." Dolph looked up suspiciously. This guy, actually has 3 eyes. Parkin pointed at the injured man's forehead tremblingly. There is a horizontal crack there. If you look carefully, isn't it just a closed eye? Then this matter will be a big deal. Deafu touched his chin, with a sly smile on his face, but it just so happens that the traveling merchant will come to the tribe in a month. Maybe, we can make a deal with him. Big business. So. I was hit by a bear. Tianjin Fan leaned weakly on the bed, if this was considered a bed. A beautiful cabin is like a huge capsule divided into 2, and when I wake up, I lie in this cabin. I don't know what material the cabin is made of, it looks like wood but not wood, iron but not iron, let alone plastic. Feeling was too unlucky, so the place where he was teleported was right in front of the brown bear, so he had a close contact with it. And the forest-like protrusions I saw before were the hairs of the brown bear that was too close. That's right. You just climbed up from a ditch, and you were hit by a bear. Ira nodded, but you are really strong. If you were an ordinary person, you would be hit by a brown bear running at full speed. It's dead. No wonder. Tianjin Fan muttered to himself. It seems that they thought they were in the ditch before, and they didn't suspect that they appeared in an instant. But the animals of the 3-eyed star are really powerful. Although the incident happened suddenly at that time, and I didn't have time to protect myself with chi, but with the strength of my body, even the dinosaurs on the earth would not be able to injure me. And he would be seriously injured by an ordinary beast on this planet. It seems that his confidence in his own strength will be greatly reduced. However, Sanmuxing should be regarded as a world with generally high combat effectiveness. Even an ordinary bear can have a combat effectiveness of 1 or 2,000. I'd better understand the situation carefully before speaking. Then what is this? Tianjin Fan pointed to the thing under him. Is it a bed? It's a life-saving egg borrowed from the elder. Ira nodded again and said, "Why, doesn't your tribe have such a thing? Then you guys are really miserable. Help me." Tianjin Fan smiled, "What kind of stupid name is this? What's the use? It's just for life-saving." Ira said impatiently, "You know that the coma is very dangerous, right? If you don't put it in the life-saving egg, you will die during the day." What is this?" Tianjin Fan was completely at a loss, and was about to continue to ask, when Ira stood up and walked towards the door. "Okay, I still have something to do, you take a rest first. Maybe someone will come to ask you something later," Ira said and walked out of the room. Tianjin Fan gave up the plan to continue asking. The other party was obviously very impatient, and there was no need to ask any more. I looked around the house. It can only be described as a family with 4 walls. On the flat ground, there is no extra furniture, except for a life-saving egg. There is only a simple bed next to it, 2 irregular square stones, and a wooden board on it. This should be the Iraqi normal bed. A place to sleep. A cloth bag, a crossbow, and a piece of animal meat hung on the wall. Other than that, nothing else. Tianjin Fan felt it, and his body didn't seem to be in any serious condition. After all, it is a body that has been honed for many years. The previous collision did not cause substantial damage to him, no fractures, and no internal injuries. Try to leave the life-saver egg. But as soon as Tianjin Fan hit the ground, he fell to the ground with a thud. "Damn, what's going on with this planet?" Tianjin Fan scolded in a low voice. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 The life-saving egg can really save lives. Chapter 41 The life-saving egg can really save lives. With difficulty, he turned over and got up, leaning against the shell of the life-saving egg. Tianjin Fan struggled to raise his arm. The gravity of this planet seems to be quite high. Even Tianjin Fan felt that his arm was extremely heavy. Snapped. He never thought that the palm of his hand would break free from the shackles of gravity and hit him on the face. "Damn, what the hell?" Tianjin Fan muttered to himself again in surprise. Tried to move the arm again. This time, Tianjin Fan didn't dare to use too much force, trying to stretch the muscles as much as possible to cope with the sudden change of gravity. After probing for a while, Tianjin Fan was really sure that the gravity of this planet is actually changing at any time. At the highest point, it can reach 10 times that of the Earth, while at the lowest point, it is actually about the same as the Earth's gravity. This Nima is really a 3-eyed star. The Sanmyo people live on such a harsh planet? Although he has only experienced the supergravity environment of the spiritual time room, with Tianjin Fan's current strength, he can move freely even with 10 times the gravity. But the key point is that the gravity of this ghost planet is actually changing at any time, Maybe 10 seconds is a stable 10 times the gravity, but the next second it will suddenly become double the gravity, and when you just react and adjust your movements, the next second, the gravity will become 8 or 9 times again. If you flash people like this, you will break your bones. Gravity changes erratically, making it completely confusing. No matter how strong Tianjin Fan is, there is nothing he can do in the face of this weird gravity environment. "I can only stand up and walk carefully, like a newborn baby. I can only explore the world a little bit, and experience the changes of gravity carefully. No wonder. When I first teleported over, I clearly had time to resist the impact of the brown bear, but at that time, my body seemed to be covered with lead weights, and I couldn't keep up with the rhythm of thinking at all, so that I was knocked unconscious without any reaction. I don't know how many times I fell." Tianjin Fan was finally able to walk slowly. He let out a long sigh of relief. The beginning was 10,000 times more difficult than when he first arrived on Dragon Ball Earth. Fortunately, I am many times stronger than when I first arrived in the Dragon Ball world, so I can have some mobility so quickly. If an ordinary Earthling is thrown here, I guess I will not be able to walk normally for the rest of my life. "Oh? Are you awake already?" The door of the house was not closed, so outsiders could walk in with a slight push of the door. An old man with white beard and hair, hunched over and holding a cane, walked over. A miraculous phenomenon, the intelligent creatures in the world of Dragon Ball all use the same language. This is definitely not a coincidence, it can only be because of the interference of the various kings of the universe, so the same language has been handed down. But no matter what, it's a good thing that everyone can communicate without barriers, otherwise, if you make guesses, you will really be cornered in the three-eyed star. Hello old man. Thank you for saving me. Tianjin Fan said politely. Although without them, I wouldn't be stunned by the brown bear. Hehe, young man, don't be insincere. What else has an old man like me not seen? The old man shook his head and smiled. You were hiding in the pit at the time, and nothing would have happened, but because of the maddened male we were chasing only bears get hurt. Don't you have any resentment against us? My old man wouldn't believe it. How? Tianjin Fan replied, pretending to be surprised. I was lost for many days and encountered many dangerous animals. At that time, I was exhausted and hid in the ditch. If it was 2 days later, I might starve to death. Or I was bitten to death by a ferocious beast. If you hadn't appeared there, how could I have left that dangerous forest? No matter how I think about it, you saved my life. It's too late for me to be grateful, so why would I complain? Ha ha ha, he is a young man who can speak well. The old man stroked his long beard with a smile. I am the elder of this tribe, you can also call me elder. Elder. Tianjin Fan nodded, but unexpectedly, the gravity changed too much. When his head was raised, his body was pushed backwards, and he fell directly into the life-saving eggs behind him. Ahem! Tianjin Fan stood up again, slowly climbed out of the life-saving egg, and said to the elder with a blushing face, My name is Tianjin Fan. Oh? Tianjin Fan? It seems that your injury has not fully recovered, and you can't control your body normally. The elder looked at Tianjin Fan with a strange expression and said, But our tribe happens to have a doctor, and you are here with us. Stay a few more days to recuperate. Then I would like to thank the elder. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. Tianjin Fan is still in the process of adapting to the environment of this planet, and being able to stay in the safe place of the tribe for a while is just what he wants. However, I can't live here for free. I don't know where my luggage is. Some things may be of some use to you. I'll pick something and give it to you as a reward. Tianjin Fan said. The clothes he was wearing at this time had already been changed, and he also checked the room just now, but did not find the luggage he was carrying with him. It was obvious that all their belongings had been taken away by them. You must know that there is nothing unusual about other survival materials, but the capsules in my belt contain many good things. On this planet that is completely different from Earth, these things might be of considerable value. The purpose of my trip is first to find the three-eyed tribe in my dream, and the second is to find a way to become stronger. Regardless of the purpose, there must be a certain amount of currency as a guarantee for survival. And the rare items I brought from the Earth are likely to be exchanged for enough currency in this world. What a thoughtful young man. Don't worry, I'll keep all your things, and I'll send someone to bring them back to you later. A strange look flashed across the old man's face. But which tribe are you from? The things they carry on them are quite strange, not likely to belong to the nearby tribes. Tianjin Fan immediately used his brains, intending to fabricate a story. But I'm new here, and I don't know anything about this land, so can I invent any convincing stories? Forget it, just use the amnesia method. Ouch! Tianjin Fan suddenly covered his head, with an expression of unbearable headache. What happened? When I think about it, I feel, my head. With a strange expression on his face, the old man said in a suspicious tone, Could it be that you lost your memory? Amnesia. Tianjin Fan shook his head vigorously. The gravity suddenly changed again, and he threw himself out again. Getting up again with difficulty, Tianjin Fan said distressedly, I really don't seem to remember the past, just thinking about it makes my head hurt. The old man smiled strangely, well, that's fine, and we shouldn't blame us when the time comes. Hey! Tianjin Fan looked at the old man suspiciously, what did you say? Ha ha ha, it's nothing. In short, you should take good care of your injuries. We can talk about everything after your injuries are healed. The old man said with a smile, I won't bother you anymore, and I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, elder. Tianjin Fan watched the old man walk out of the house. Walk over slowly first, look outside a few times, and then close the door. Tianjin Fan then turned around and walked back to the life-saving egg, looking at it with a tangled expression. The material is not tangled first, the shape alone is very unique. Like half of a huge capsule, the arc is smooth and natural, just like nature, without any trace of artificial carving. The shell is warm and moist like jade, smooth and shining. But if you take a closer look, you can find that there are complicated patterns hidden on the surface, which can only be seen at a certain angle with the light. And the shell of the whole life-saving egg is very thin, only 1 palm thick. It doesn't seem like there is any special structure hidden inside. But Tianjin fans know how extraordinary this thing is. I haven't noticed it before, but when I fell into it just now, I suddenly discovered that the gravity inside the life-saving egg is actually stable at 5 times the gravity. I just deliberately dawdled for a while before climbing out of the life-saving egg. Sure enough, for at least half a minute, the gravity inside the life-saving egg did not fluctuate at all. And as soon as he released the life-saving egg, the gravity changed several times in just a few seconds. Tianjin Fan observed the outside of the life-saving egg for a long time, but did not see anything special. So he climbed in again, sat cross-legged, and felt it carefully. Really? After sitting for a while, Tianjin Fan didn't feel any fluctuation at all. No wonder, Tianjin Fan instantly realized that there is a reason why this thing is called a life-saving egg. It can really save lives. Be aware that frequent changes in gravity, in addition to having a huge impact on actions, have a greater impact on the body. Just imagine, the heart and lungs are pulled up and down by hundreds of kgs of force at any time. If you don't control your body to resist in a conscious state, as long as you are negligent, you will end up with a heart burst. If a seriously injured person falls into a coma without the protection of this thing, then there is absolutely no chance of waking up because he will definitely die. This thing should be specially made to protect the wounded, so it is popularly called the life-saving egg by the locals. However, judging by the craftsmanship, it doesn't seem like the people here can make it at all. When he closed the door just now, he observed the situation outside. Although this tribe looks tidy, the houses look like ordinary rock houses, which look extremely simple. Even if you look towards the wall at this time, you can see some small holes between the stones on the wall. It shows that this tribe is really that kind of backward primitive tribe. But looking at the exquisite hand crossbows hanging on the wall, it doesn't look so backward at all. Eccentric. It's quite eccentric. Tianjin Fan secretly wondered. Is it just because this tribe is located in a remote place that it seems so backward? Behind the mountains, on the other side of the forest, will there still be a bustling city? With such weird gravity here, how on earth did these humans survive? Strange planet, strange environment, everything is unknown. Tianjin Fan had to cheer up and explore hard. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Skyfire Tribe. Chapter 42 Skyfire Tribe. After recuperating in the tribe for half a month, Tianjin Fan finally basically adapted to the gravity environment of this planet. In the communication with the tribesmen, Tianjin Fan also had a preliminary understanding of this place. This tribe is called the Tianhuo tribe. It is said that in ancient times, the ancestors of the tribe possessed the divine power to control flames. It's just that after countless generations, no one has been able to show such an ability in the past 100 years. The Skyfire tribe is located in the eastern part of the mainland, and hunters from the Skyfire tribe once traveled outside the tribe. According to what he said after he came back, the outside world is generally barren, with only a few dozen or so tribes existing. The largest tribe has nearly people, while the few, like the Skyfire tribe, have less than 1,000 people. The tribe 100 years ago was prosperous, but unlike now 100 years later, the number of human beings has become very scarce. In the memory of some elders of the tribe, 100 years ago, there were hundreds of tribes on this continent, but at this time, none of them survived. Tianjin Fan walked slowly by the stream in front of the tribe. This is the only water stream within 100 miles that can be called a river. The area where the Skyfire tribe is located is very similar to the edge of a desert. The land is dry and the trees are sparse. Looking around, there are only a few scattered tall trees with lush branches in the entire field of vision. And the others are all low shrubs, dying. There are no large-scale planted crops near the tribe. Tianjin Fan speculates that the Tianhuo tribe mainly relies on hunting for a living, and has not engaged in agricultural planting activities. After a while, it was about 3 kilometers away. Under a giant tree far away from the tribe, Tianjin Fan realized how tall the tree was. When I saw it in the tribe, I thought it was only 30 meters high. But when I got closer, I realized that the tree was nearly meters high. Comparable to some 30-story residential buildings. This is also strange. Even though this land is so dry and the vegetation is scarce, there are still such towering trees growing. Moreover, Tianjin Fans have been here for half a month and have never seen rain. I only found out after asking the residents of the tribe that it rains only twice a year on this planet. The moisture of the giant tree does not know where it comes from. But looking at its height, you can also know that its root system is well developed, probably because it has penetrated deep and absorbed the water from the depths of the earth. There are rope ladders made of ropes and wooden sticks hanging on the giant tree, and some tribal women and children are looming among the branches and leaves of the giant tree. Tianjin Fan opened his third eye, only then did he see clearly that they were picking fruit from a tree. I originally planned to find a remote place to do some experiments, but I didn't expect to bump into a tribe member a few kilometers away from the tribe. Hey! You are the uncle with 3 eyes. A child was sitting and playing in a basket, which was hung on the shortest branch of the giant tree from the ground, shaking it like a swing. Hi, kid! Tianjin Fan greeted with a smile. Lately he had grown used to the amazement of the tribesmen. Tianjin Fan also judged from this that although this is the home planet of the three-eyed people, ordinary people living on this planet seem to have never seen the three-eyed people. Tianjin Fan once asked the elders of the tribe, but the elders just smiled mysteriously and told him after a while, and didn't tell him anything else. That's why Tianjin Fan was able to confirm that some older people still knew about the existence of the San Murin. Although he was impatient and wanted to find his clansmen as soon as possible, Tianjin Fan also understood the reason why he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, I don't even have the power to protect myself, even if I know the whereabouts of the San Mu clan. I have no power to find it. Instead, it's better to wait patiently and adapt to the weird gravity of this planet. By the way, after playing with the children of the tribe for a while, Tianjin Fan waved goodbye and continued to go further afield. It wasn't until he reached a deserted place that Tianjin Fan sat down on the ground and rested in peace. The purpose of his coming out this time is to test how much of his strength he can display. A few days ago, he had secretly observed that the strength of the people in the tribe was extraordinary, even a child could have a fast speed. And myself, as the most powerful person on earth, is even somewhat reluctant to move freely, which is really unscientific. Tianjin Fan has tested that his Qigong is still working. The mobilization of Qi in the body still has an effect on the strengthening of body strength and defense. At this time, after Tianjin Fan used up his Qi, he practiced his new Crane Immortal Flow Fist, and he was able to dodge and move like ordinary people. Although the speed could not reach his level on Earth, but in the three-eyed star with disordered gravity, he was already far beyond ordinary humans. In the past few days, Tianjin Fan only relies on the body to resist the changes in gravity, in order to allow the body to adapt faster. When I traveled to the seaside in my previous life, I saw a boatman walking on a rough boat as if walking on the ground. The ship passing through the huge waves is bumping up and down, which is similar to the abnormal gravity of the three-eyed star. There is no reason that an ordinary person in the previous life can change the balance of the force, but a martial artist himself cannot control the strength of the body. At the same time, Tianjin Fan also realized that this was an excellent opportunity to practice. Gravity changes irregularly, so in order to fight against such changes, you must be able to perfectly control the strength of your body. What is martial arts? It is through exercise that people can exert 100% of their body's strength. On Earth, although he can already be regarded as a martial arts master, he still feels his own inadequacy. Even after 2 years of fighting Wukong, I can only exert 80% of my body's strength at most. In the three-eyed star, maybe I can make another breakthrough? After half a month, as expected, he clearly felt that his grasp of power was close to 100%. At this point, Tianjin Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Although there was no security issue in the tribe, he always felt that the tribe people looked at him a little weirdly. Therefore, he didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. And he would never reveal his strength in the tribe, at least until he fully adapted to gravity. He also didn't know if ordinary humans on the three-eyed star could perceive changes in qi, so when they were in the tribe, they couldn't mobilize too much qi to try, let alone practice boxing like they are now. Now that he had basically confirmed his abilities, he turned around and went back. Although there is no vegetation cover nearby, there are few sightings of beasts. But it is said that occasionally there will be hungry beasts running out of the distant forest, and the tribe will lose some members every year. When I walked to the creek beside the tribe, I accidentally saw my landlord Ira. This is a young man who looks quite handsome. It is not accurate to say that he is a young man, because he is actually only 13 years old. At this time, Eula was holding a thick and long wooden stick in her hand, and while running by the stream, she waved it wildly. "Are you practicing martial arts?" Tianjin Fan walked over slowly. Eula had already seen the figure of Tianjin Fan, but at this time, she ignored him, and was still running back and forth in silence, waving her stick. It's not surprising for Tianjin Fans, even though I live in the other party's house, the other party has never had any communication with me. Coincidentally, Tianjin Fan felt a little tired after walking a few kilometers with his own strength alone, so he sat on a stone beside him and watched, and by the way, he could examine the fighting power of ordinary people on this planet. I heard from neighbors that Ira was part of a hunting team. However, in such a tribe, there is no conventional combat force like warriors. The only combat organization is the members of the hunting team called hunters. By observing Iraq's fighting power, it is possible to infer the standard fighting power of the tribe. This action is really bad. Tianjin Fan looked at it for a while, and concluded that this little guy might not know any martial arts at all. Although the power is very strong, it is just waving indiscriminately, and it is not organized at all. I thought you would go hunting with the hunting team. Seeing that Eula was too tired to continue practicing, Tianjin Fan asked. After panting for a while leaning on the wooden stick in silence, Ira replied, "I don't belong to the hunting team anymore." No wonder. Tianjin Fan secretly said. Recently, before dawn, Eula had already gone out, and it was said that she went to collect food with the women and children in the village. At noon, Ira went on to dig in the mine. It wasn't until dark that Eula dragged her tired body back to the house and fell asleep. He completely regarded the Tianjin Fans walking back and forth in the room as air. "Oh? Did something happen?" Tianjin Fan asked casually. "Captain Dolph originally thought that I was not qualified to join the hunting team. I went out to hunt a few days ago, and because of my mistake, an uncle was seriously injured." Ira said through gritted teeth, "So, Captain Dolph kicked me out." Hunting party. It's a good thing not to be in the hunting team. Tianjin Fan reassured, "Hunting is dangerous after all. Just do the work of collecting and mining in this way, and you can live a stable life." What do you know? Unexpectedly, Eula yelled loudly. Tianjin Fan looked at him in surprise. The little guy is so irritable, or did you say that you touched his pain point? At least I know that if you practice like this, you will never become a strong fighter. Tianjin Fan looked at Iraq calmly. What did you say? Eula said angrily, who do you think you are? You're just a commodity that's not even as good as a child. You can't even maintain normal actions. What right do you have to say that about me? Qualification. Tianjin Fan looked at each other with interest. How about we make a bet? If I beat you, can you tell me about the goods? Tianjin Fan is very keenly aware that maybe Eula's here will be a breakthrough to solve his doubts. About why the tribal people look at themselves so strangely. Swallowing her saliva, Eula realized that she had accidentally said something she shouldn't have just said, but after thinking about it, the traveling merchant should come tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so it's okay to miss it. Humph. You can fight. But I have nothing to say about other things. Ira squeezed the wooden stick in her hand, feeling that her body had recovered a lot. Although I feel that I can't beat someone who can't walk well, Ira still doesn't want to bet with Tianjin Fan. Oh? Really? Tianjin Fan looked at Ira playfully. He seemed to be quite a principled brat. However, it's true that it's impossible for a weakling like you to beat anyone. Even a 3-year-old child, you probably don't have the courage to fight him. Tianjin Fan said with a deliberately disdainful expression. Sure enough, Eula was so angry that she stood up with a wooden stick. Then you come and try. Spring is sleepy and autumn is exhausting. Once spring begins, I feel that I don't have any passion for doing things. Recently, the collection tends to drop, but the two big guys are still awesome. == 89 votes per day. In fact, for me, who is on the street, it's meaningless to recommend too much. If you guys have other works you like, you don't have to spend all your tickets on me. For example, Dragon Ball, the martial master broke out today, and it's 3 times. I couldn't help but vote for the monthly ticket and recommendation. You can also go and see dash. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Fighting. Chapter 43 Fighting. In terms of martial arts, the humans of the Three-Eyed Star actually have unique potential. Tianjin Fan had already noticed it when Iraq attacked him. At that time, the farmer's messy attack showed % of Iraq's power. And after teaching Iraq the marksmanship, Tianjin Fan was even more impressed. Because Eula only practiced with her twice, and basically memorized the moves. Later, when I was pondering my vitality, Ira practiced more than 10 times, and actually achieved the effect of ordinary people practicing for 2 or 3 months. And it's not just similar in shape, the strength of certain moves is just right. Whether it is the control of strength or the coordination of the body, Ira is very good. This should be due to the peculiar gravity environment of the trinocular star. After all, living on such a planet is equivalent to practicing practice all the time, honing one's control over every inch of bone and every muscle of the body. Therefore, although it was just a few teenagers fighting, the ferocity of the fighting was no less than that of adults. The teenagers who besieged Iraq were not inferior to Iraq in terms of speed or strength, and even slightly surpassed in strength. At the beginning, Eula hesitated a little bit. If she could block this person's punch, she couldn't avoid that person's leg. He suffered a few heavy blows on his body, and blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. After fighting for a while, it seemed that she also fell into a daze. Eula gave up the long accustomed market style of fighting, and instead played the marksmanship that she had just practiced for a long time. Some moves that are too esoteric, because I haven't got the essence, so I can't remember them for a while. But some easy to understand moves are already instinctive, and you can use them. The opponent swooped in. If it was just now, he would just hold up the long stick and hit the opponent's head. Other hunters have always taught him this way, but the purpose of this kind of attack is too easy to detect. It is okay to deal with beasts, but it is easy to be dodged when dealing with humans. But at this time, he seemed to have enlightened, and the long stick slammed forward, but halfway through, he suddenly reversed the force, and the tip of the stick rebounded instantly. With the help of the elastic force, the long stick crossed a semicircle, but lower he swept across the opponent's bottom lane and hit the opponent's knee, so the opponent couldn't stand still and fell to the ground. The heavy blow made him unable to even stand up for a while. Leaping back, holding the long stick tightly with both hands, he took advantage of the momentum and pushed backwards, hitting the abdomen of another boy. With the power of the backward jump and the contraction of the arms, the opponent fell to the ground screaming. The long stick slipped in his hand, and in an instant he held one end in his hand and held it high. When he slashed down, it was like a giant axe cutting a mountain, and the other end directly hit the shoulder of another boy, so there was one less opponent. But in a moment, the opponent was beaten to the ground. The leader of the other party, Torre, suddenly became the only one standing among the other boys, and he was frightened for a while. You. How could it be so powerful all of a sudden? Tori asked stammeringly. You must know that just half a month ago, Eula could only hug her head and curl up on the ground in front of herself and others, without the slightest resistance. And Eula, who was originally furious, also looked confused at this time, and she didn't know how to react at this time. But in an instant, he realized that it must be the marksmanship taught by Brother Tianjin Fan. Humph! Tori, aren't you very proud? Come on! Come and hit me! Ira looked at Tori provocatively. Seeing his guilty look, she felt so excited. I have long wanted to teach them a good lesson, to vent my hatred, but it is a pity that I am often the one who is bullied. This time, thanks to my quick wit, I learned a few things from Brother Tianjin Fan, otherwise, wouldn't I be bullied again today? Hit it! Who is afraid of whom? Tori gritted his teeth, pulled out the scimitar at his waist, and made a gesture to charge. Eula didn't wait for him to make a move, and decisively made the first move. With a stride, the long stick in his hand was like a long spear, stabbing out tremblingly. Although it is not a special long spear, it is originally cut from fresh branches, and it has a certain degree of toughness. So the long stick that was stabbed actually shook a few spears. Tori was taken aback. A long stick turned into several. In a panic, he simply held the scimitar in both hands and slashed at one of the sticks casually. Hiss! The long stick broke at the sound. The light of the knife slashed across, leaving a long scratch on Ira's arm. Blood spurted, and then gushed out. After all, the long stick is not a special long spear. Although its toughness is good, its hardness is limited. How can it compare with a metal machete? Originally, if I were a martial artist who has practiced sticks for many years, I would be able to avoid the edge and not head-on with the scimitar, but it is a pity that Eula is just a beginner, and there is no time to respond. So the weapon could only be destroyed hastily. Seeing that he was injured, Torre didn't see any joy on his face, instead he looked around in panic. Torre! An angry voice sounded, and a tall figure walked over. Torre was dumbfounded, standing at a loss while holding a knife. Doug! Ira looked at the man standing in front of her in surprise. Humph! Don't you know that it's forbidden to use swords in the tribe? They even wound people with knives. Doug snatched the scimitar from Torre's hand. I didn't do it on purpose. Torre turned pale with fright, and when he saw Ira beside him, he immediately found an excuse. It's him. It's him. We were playing here, but he suddenly rushed out to beat us with a wooden stick. Look. They were all injured, and I was forced to pull out the scimitar. Fart. It's all of you. Ira was furious, and immediately refuted. Needless to say. Do you think I'm deaf and blind? Usually you guys always bully others, but today I caught you and still want to quibble? This time I will definitely arrest you guys to the elders. Just go for a meal. Doug grabbed Tor's clothes and lifted him up like a chick. Okay, Ira, needless to say, I saw it just now, they did it first. Don't worry, according to the family rules, they will get the punishment they deserve. Doug smiled at Ira, patted him on the shoulder, but you're not bad, you beat them one by one. It seems that you have worked hard in secret. Don't worry, after a few days when Dad calms down, I will persuade him to start again. Take you into the hunting party. When Ira heard this, she immediately became excited, really. Thank you, Brother Doug. Doug waved his hand, walked over and kicked up a few people who fell on the ground, and led them along another road. This person belongs to the hunting team, right? What? Are they also responsible for maintaining the law and order in the tribe? Tianjin Fan asked at this time when he walked up to Eula. He is the son of Dove, the captain of the second hunting team, and he is also in the second hunting team now. Dad taught him hunting skills when he was a child, so he has always been friendly to me. The maintenance of law and order is just what they do. Ira clutched her arm. Said that the wound was as long as a palm, and his face had already turned pale due to excessive bleeding. Come here, let me bandage you up. Seeing this, Tianjin Fan took off his belt and stopped the bleeding for Eula. The daily clothes of this tribe are basically the same style as a robe. Although a belt is worn, it is only used for restraint and is not indispensable. But when Tianjin Fan finished bandaging, he was surprised to find that the wound on Eula's hand had glued itself together. Although there was still an obvious wound, it no longer spilled blood. Although bandaging played a certain role, the recovery ability of ordinary humans on this planet is also quite strong, otherwise the bleeding would not be stopped so quickly. Looking at Ira's expression, I found that although his face was pale, there was no panic on his face. No wonder that Doug, who had a good relationship with Iraq just now, didn't make any reminders or concerns. It turned out that they didn't take such injuries to heart. Why didn't you tell that Doug just now that you were framed by Tori and the others? Shaking her head, Ira smiled wryly, even if you tell Brother Doug, it's useless. After all, I have already caused Uncle Parkin's leg to be broken. Even if I tell Tor's conspiracy, it will not change Captain Doug's mind. What's more, it's good that Torre can receive a small punishment. If you want him to really pay the price, his father will be the first to agree. Oh? What? Does this Torre have any background? Our tribe has 3 hunting teams. The captain of the first team is the captain of Dofu. The captain of the second team used to be my father, but now he is Tor's father, Tosta. In our tribe, apart from the elders and leaders, there is the 3 captains have the highest status. So as long as Torre has not committed any major crimes, no one will punish him severely. This is why he has been so arrogant. Ira's eyes were downcast, but Tenjin could feel the hatred emanating from him. The former captain and the current captain? It seems that something interesting happened. Tianjin Fan muttered in his heart, but this kid can bear it at this time. Let's go, it's going to be dark soon. Ira looked up at the sky. Because this planet is surrounded by 2 satellites, there will be a solar eclipse every day, and in some special months, there will be 2 solar eclipses on the same day. The timing of solar eclipses is also not fixed, sometimes in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon. People who have lived on the 3-eyed star for a long time determine the season and time through solar eclipses. The 2 returned to Eula's house and ate some dried animal meat casually. In the sky, the dazzling sun hangs in the sky. And there are 2 bright moons in the sky on both sides, which are clearly visible even in the daytime. But one of the moons is gradually approaching the bright sun in the mid-air. So the solar eclipse arrived as scheduled. The sun in mid-air was gradually covered by the moon and disappeared into the sky. The earth gradually fell into darkness. Fortunately, the other moon still emitted faint moonlight, so that nothing could be seen on the earth. What a strange phenomenon! Tianjin Fan stood by the window. Although I have seen the process of this solar eclipse many times recently, I still feel very interested. After all, no matter whether it is the Earth in the previous life or the Earth in this life, I have never really seen a few solar eclipses. What's so strange about this? It happens every day, 200 or 300 times a year. I'm tired of watching it. Ira lay on her plank bed. But every time this time comes, everyone will be very careful. There may be shadow beasts attacking at any time during the dark. Shadow beast? Tianjin Fan asked in confusion. Yeah, they are monsters that are more ferocious than beasts. You can regard them as beasts that know magic. Ira explained, their appearance is no different from ordinary beasts, but when it gets dark when the time comes, they will become very irritable. Ordinary wild beasts attack the tribe for food, but the crazy shadow beasts attack the tribe purely for killing. That's why we live in such a place far away from the forest. I see. Tianjin Fan nodded, which made sense. Before, he wondered why the Tianhuo tribe still wanted to make their home in such a barren land since there was a lush forest not far away. By the way, Brother Tian, the marksmanship you taught me today is really good. I only practiced all afternoon, and I was able to beat Torre and his gang. Ira suddenly remembered the fight before, and was immediately excited. Stand up. Practicing guns is not the purpose, it's just to exercise your consciousness and body. When you really understand it thoroughly, and then learn the secret technique I used before, then it's really an introduction. But, you may be leaving the day after tomorrow. It's not certain whether I will go or not. Even if I want to leave the tribe at that time, I will leave the practice of secret arts to you. As long as you practice diligently, there will be a day when you will master it. In fact, it's not that Tianjin Fan doesn't want to teach Dong Dongbo directly, but because Dong Dongbo's Qigong wave will be weakened a lot due to the strong vitality of this planet, so Tianjin Fan plans to study and improve it in a day or two. Then teach him the method. It's a pity that I don't have time to accept apprentices, otherwise Ira would be a good choice. I am destined not to stay on this planet for too long, my wife and children far away are still waiting for me, and the Earth is still facing the crisis of the Scions attacking. Otherwise, San Musing is really a good place to practice martial arts by yourself. It not only has a natural supergravity room, but also has a strong vitality. Let me tell you the main points of this set of marksmanship. After the afternoon's battle, I believe your understanding of this set of marksmanship has improved. But you only used the most basic moves today, and your strength is not enough. Accurate. When Tianjin Fan and Eula heard the bell, they all woke up. After holding her breath for a while, Ira said, 5 bells ring, it's the shadow beast. Hey! Tianjin Fan frowned. Seriously, Cao. When Cao arrived, he hadn't seen any monsters attacking the tribe for half a month before, but today he just heard about it from Eula, and the shadow beast appeared at night. The two quickly got dressed. Tianjin Fan naturally has both hands empty. For him, he doesn't need any weapons at all. Eula picked up a spear leaning against the corner of the wall. After losing the hand crossbow left by his father, this spear issued to him when he entered the hunting team became the only weapon. Fortunately, Captain Doffer didn't let him return it before, otherwise he wouldn't even have anything to fight at this time. Let's go. Let's go to Uncle Parkin's house. Ira said as she opened the door. Oh? Aren't you going to destroy monsters with other hunters? Tianjin Fan wondered. There is still a team of hunters in the village today. Naturally, they will deal with the shadow beasts. It is enough for the rest of us to protect ourselves. Uncle Parkin was seriously injured just now, and there is no one in their family who can fight. I will protect them. Yi Pol ran across the street without looking back. Tisk tisk, it's actually for the so-called little lover. Tianjin Fan curled his lips. It's not a little lover. I owe it to Uncle Parkin's family. Ira replied speechlessly. TCH, I still want to see what the shadow beast looks like. While Tianjin Fan shook his head, Eula had already knocked on the gate of the opposite yard. From the empty sky came the sound of distant battles, the roar of wild beasts, and the loud shouts of tribesmen. Forget it, if a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall, he will be able to see a traveling merchant in a day, and he doesn't need to risk his life. It's better to be cautious. Thinking about it, Tianjin Fan also ran to the opposite side. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Giants and Spires. Chapter 44 Giants and Spires. As soon as Tianjin Fan walked over, he heard a mean female voice taunting Eula. "Oh, it's Master Ira, the elite hunter. How dare our family get your help and protection? You'd better go back to your kennel, don't bring the bad luck to my house again, thinking that our family will be harmed. Isn't it miserable enough?" A chubby ant stood at the door of the house with her hips crossed, with a hypocritical mockery on her face. A beautiful little girl next to her stood cowering in the shadow of her aunt, hesitating to speak. "Aunt Anna, the shadow beasts are attacking the tribe. I killed Uncle Parkin, but don't worry, as long as I'm here for a day, I will never let you starve." After finishing speaking, Eula sipped. He pursed his mouth, with a stubborn look on his face. "Okay, Anna. You just stop making trouble." A hoarse male voice came from the room. "You can't blame Eula, he is so young, and he just started hunting, so it's normal to make mistakes. It's just that I didn't wake up enough, so I was hurt by that beast's eye. This kid has worked hard enough. I also heard from a few old brothers who came to visit that he has been going back and forth between the mining area and Dalangsha for the past few days. I believe he has suffered a lot. He is a good boy. You made a mistake and know how to make up for it. You watched him grow up, so why bother with him?" Aunt Anna's eyes turned red when she heard the words. "Yes, you all understand the truth, but I don't understand anything. I shouldn't go to Tori to plead for mercy, and I shouldn't care about Perry's happiness. Humph. I don't care. Yes. Anyway, marry a chicken as a chicken and marry a dog as a dog, and you are such an unlucky person, it's all my fault." After finishing speaking, Aunt Anna glared at Ira. "What's wrong with the shadow beast? What if it eats our family? Anyway, there is no way to survive. It's easy to die." After all, Aunt Anna shed tears first, not wanting to show weakness in front of others, so she turned around and walked to the next room. "Mom!" Perry yelled both sadly and angrily, and ran in after her. Tianjin Fan glanced at Eula, who was standing awkwardly outside the door of the main house, and pushed forward. "What are you doing standing there? Let's go in and have a look. You probably haven't been here these days." Walking into the room, I saw a man with bandages wrapped around his body sitting on the edge of the bed, looking down at his empty legs, as if he was worried about not being able to get off the ground. Ira. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he raised his head. His originally bright eyes were sunken in a circle of dark eye sockets, which were the dark circles under his eyes caused by not having a good sleep for a long time. "Uncle Parkin!" Ira yelled in a trembling voice, choked with difficulty, then stopped the sound, and then said after a pause, "A shadow beast broke into the tribe, I'm here just in case. And I heard from Tori that he found someone to tamper with my crossbow." "Have you seen Tori?" Parkin said in surprise. "He didn't do anything to you, did he?" "Humph. I gave his subordinates a hard lesson. Unfortunately, Brother Doug stopped him before I could beat him up." Ira had a look of hatred on her face, and now she thinks back to the time the scene, still can't calm down. "Hey, everything is fate. Even without you, I guess I wouldn't end well." Parkin sighed. "I really miss when Captain Eagle was still around, when I just entered the know. The second hunting team, thanks to the care of the captain, has been able to stay in the hunting team safely until now. At that time, Captain Eagle took the elite hunters in the team to explore new hunting routes deeper in the forest, but when he finally came back, there was only I felt something was wrong when the captain was with Tosta. Hateful. The captain was seriously injured in order to protect Tosta, but after falling into a coma, Tosta actually beat him up, falsely accusing Captain Eagle of being greedy for life and fear of death, and killed the others players. Alas, Since then, the hunters of our second team have been getting more and more sad, injured and dead. I didn't expect that I would be framed if I transferred to the first team. Tosta and the others will hate me for defending and cheering for Captain Eagle. Since this is the case, many people should be able to guess the truth, right? Why did Tosta become the captain of the second team? Tianjin Fan asked strangely. Tosta is the elder's nephew. Ira said angrily. Tianjin Fan immediately showed an expression that I understand, the second generation of officials, no wonder. It seems that the elders of the tribe are not good things. Everyone continued to talk for a while, but suddenly they heard heavy footsteps approaching from far and near, and there was a lot of noise coming one after another. What's the situation? Ira and Parkin showed puzzled expressions. The expression on Tianjin Fan's face was really excited, because with his hearing, he had already judged that it was a huge creature, and it was followed by a group of hunters from the tribe. Be careful, I'll go out and have a look. Tianjin Fan confessed and walked out of the house. As soon as he walked out the door, he was taken aback. With the help of the dim lights in the room, a huge creature was reflected on the courtyard wall in front of it. 7 or 8 meters tall, with 2 hands and 2 feet, it is no different from a human being. Wearing clothes made of rattan, the key parts of the body are covered by sparse leaves, holding a wooden stick full of spikes in his hand, his back is bent, and there is only one single eye on his head. The mouth, like splitting the head in two, looks extraordinarily ferocious and terrifying. Tianjin Fan's height of 1.8 meters is actually not as high as the knee height of this monster. What the hell is this? Tianjin Fan couldn't help talking to himself. Holding a spear at one side, Yula, who sneaked out to investigate the situation, was also stunned. Hearing Tianjin Fan's self-talk, he replied in a daze, "This is a cyclops, and it is also a kind of shadow beast. It is said to be a mutation of human beings." Cyclops? Isn't this a monster in Western myths and legends? It actually exists. Tianjin Fan's eyes lit up. I saw the Cyclops squatting foolishly outside the fence, with his hands clinging to the fence. His originally dull eyes suddenly revealed a look of joy, staring at Tianjin Fan, first pointed at him, and then pointed at him. Refers to the one eye on his forehead. What's the meaning, you and me? Did this one-eyed monster see himself as one of his kind? After all, there is an eye on the forehead. A strange idea appeared in Tianjin Fan's mind. This Cyclops didn't seem to be hostile to him, but revealed a kind of closeness inexplicably. Did this one-eyed monster see himself as one of his kind? But this is obviously nonsense, and Tianjin Fan can only regard it as the mental retardation of creatures with low IQ. The dozen or so hunters who rushed over did not allow him to think too much. They stole their short spears one after another and hit the Cyclops' body, but they couldn't even pierce the skin, and fell sparsely on the ground beside the Cyclops. With his nose twitching, the Cyclops viciously scanned the group of hunters behind him. Suddenly, with a loud roar, he slapped a hunter walking beside him. The hunter was also very responsive. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground, and just missed the attack of his palm. The Cyclops raised his palm and pressed it down. Don't think about it. With a loud roar, a hunter in black armor rushed over with a giant spear in his hand, hitting the Cyclops' knee just in time. The Cyclops staggered, as if he was about to lose his balance, but quickly stabilized his figure, and kicked towards the black-armored hunter, like kicking away a small stone blocking the way. Heikai decisively blocked in front of him with a giant spear, but he had no time to dodge. Amid the exclamation of the others, he was kicked flying 30 meters away and fell heavily to the ground. Although he stood up immediately and won cheers from the rest of the crowd, the heavy armor was inevitably deformed, and blood oozed from the armor, indicating that he was seriously injured. However, the Cyclops seemed to be unharmed by the black-armored hunter's blow. He threw the thorny wooden stick in his hand to the ground heavily, touched his head stupidly, and opened his mouth wide again, as if mocking the other party. Weak. After sniffing his nose, the huge one-eyed looked at Tianjin Fan's position again, pointed at the other person, and then pointed to the one eye on his forehead, and then roared twice into the distance, while looking at Tianjin Fan, while pointing to the distance. This time Tianjin Fan seemed to understand what he meant. Did he tell him to go with him? Tianjin Fan was instantly aroused interest. Anyway, this monster does not seem to be malicious, and although it can express the meaning clearly, it does not seem to have a high intelligence. Do you just leave? Thinking of doing it, Tianjin Fan whispered a few words to Yula, to the effect that he would go and have a look, and he would definitely come back before the day after tomorrow. Then, regardless of the exclamation of the other hunters, he walked straight towards the Cyclops. The Cyclops grinned foolishly, and when Tianjin Fan came close, he turned and walked out of the tribe. After taking 2 steps, he looked back worriedly, and saw Tianjin Fan cautiously keeping a certain distance to follow him, grinned again, led the way again, and walked in the direction he pointed just now. The rest of the hunters still wanted to follow to see the situation, but they were stopped by the captain of the Dolph, who took off his helmet. Cough. Don't follow, this guy is not something we can deal with, and it is lucky to be lured away by that outsider. In the other 2 before the hunting team comes back, they are not allowed to leave the tribe. Cough cough. Yula also struggled for a while, and wanted to follow up and help. But thinking of Tianjin Fan's mysterious strength and powerful secret technique, coupled with Tianjin Fan's instructions just now, he had no choice but to give up. I kept praying in my heart, hoping that Tianjin Fan would return safely. The Cyclops gradually began to run. With a tall body, the speed of movement was still amazing. Fortunately, Tianjin Rice has basically adapted to the changing gravity. In addition, it is far away from the tribe at this time, and can use the energy in the body without any scruples, so it is easy to step up to it. At the climax of the moon, he had traveled tens of kilometers. This place has already gone deep into the forest, and the trees around are getting taller and denser. In the dark grass, patches of red or green spots often appeared, but none of these beasts crouched and prepared to hunt dared to attack, and they all silently watched the fresh and tender food run past their mouths. Tianjin Fan knew that this should be the deterrent effect of the Cyclops. Judging by its familiar appearance, it is obvious that it has lived in this forest for a long time. Cyclops' steps gradually diminished and his speed of travel slowed. Tianjin Fan knows that the destination may be approaching. Looking far and wide, with the help of the light of 2 crescent moons in the sky, Tianjin Fan vaguely saw a minaret. The minaret was hidden among the dense trees. If it wasn't for the extraordinary far-sightedness of my third eye, I might not be able to distinguish it from the trees at all. Man-made structures, it doesn't seem like a stupid creature like a Cyclops can build it, so what's waiting for him there? Woohoo, I shouldn't be thinking of anything original, I should write fandom honestly, no-brainer, and a little more passion. I decided to make a quick decision, speed up the pace, and try to finish this volume within 15 chapters, hurry back to Earth. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 The Reason. Chapter 45 The Reason. Sure enough, the Cyclops brought Tianjin Fan to the steeple before stopping. The minaret is only 10 meters high, while the hunchback of the Cyclops is already 7 or 8 meters high. Naturally, this cannot be his home. Tianjin Fan and Cyclops looked at each other, and found that his eyes were filled with chaos, without revealing any meaningful emotions. What did you bring me here for? Tianjin Fan asked. Along the way, Tianjin Fan didn't try to communicate with the giant, so he didn't know if he could understand what he meant. Wow! The giant let out a meaningless howl, with a half-crying expression on his face, and then sat down on the ground stupidly, scratching the soles of his feet and began to study. The communication failed. It seems that this stupid giant has completed the task by bringing himself here. What to do next may need to be explored by himself. The black spire is obviously man-made, as if it was cast directly from steel. There is no window or door on the surface, just like a gunhead, it just stands alone among the trees, and there are no other things that look like man-made buildings nearby. Compared with the tribal primitive style that has been tired of seeing recently, this minaret is indeed a creation that should only appear in a developed civilization in terms of craftsmanship. Tianjin-fan is close to the past. The part of the minaret close to the ground is about 4 meters long and wide, and the cross-section should be a square dot. After reaching out to wipe off the thick dust on the surface, I really touched the surface of the minaret. Cold, hard, thick. This is what Tianjin-fan feels. But thinking of the life-saving eggs he had seen in the tribe before, Tianjin-fan had a guess in his mind. The head moved closer to the steeple, the third eye fixed on the face of the steeple. Sure enough, strange lines were hidden in it, and the complicated lines formed strange patterns, similar to the patterns on the shell of the life-saving egg. Magic circle, spell, energy circuit diagram? No matter what it is, in short, from the magical function of the life-saving egg, it can be inferred that this steeple should also have some magical ability. He circled the minaret twice, and with the qigong in his hand, all the dust on the surface of the minaret was peeled off. The spire became darker and darker, and the brilliance of the metal surface could even reflect Tianjin-fan's own shadow like a mirror. However, other than that, there were no other discoveries, but it was finally determined that the minaret did not have any entrances or organs. After thinking for a while, Tianjin-fan put his hand on the surface of the steeple, and released qigong again, but this time it was not to generate wind, but to try to inject the purest form of energy into the steeple. Something wonderful happened. If it's an ordinary wall, even if it's made of steel, when the qi you release touches it, you can't get along with the qi at all, it will explode immediately. Even if you use your powerful control ability to keep the qi stable form, it will only be a clear separation. However, at this time, Tianjin-fan could clearly perceive that the qi he had output was incorporated into it. The surface of the minaret is absorbing its own qi. I pulled my hand away without any imaginary hindrance. The hand I put on the shell of the minaret seemed to have left a white handprint on the surface of the minaret. The white palm print shone slightly brightly. After a while only, then gradually dissipated. Does it need charging to open? Is this the vitality in your body? A figure suddenly came from behind. Tianjin-fan was terrified, turned around quickly, and made a defensive posture. This strange planet, due to the abundance of vitality, will not only weaken the power of the qigong released from the body, but also interfere with his perception of his popularity. So when he was in the tribe, he didn't know the strength of other people at all. Seeing the Cyclops, he couldn't perceive the general combat power of the opponent. Arriving here, it is impossible to perceive whether there are any creatures approaching nearby. But after seeing the other party, Tianjin-fan breathed a sigh of relief. It's because although the other party is dressed strangely, his body shape is almost the same as his own, and the most important thing is that there is an eye on the other party's forehead. Three-eyed people. Tianjin-fan did not expect that he would meet his own people so soon. Originally, he thought that he would not know the whereabouts of the three-eyed man until he met Yu's Hang. Yes, this is the qi in my body. Tianjin-fan answered truthfully. Of course, he wouldn't naively think that his fellow clan would not harm him, but at least he didn't feel any malice from the other party. You can call me Chris. The three-eyed man said. I'm a Tianjin-fan. I haven't seen the same race for many years. I sensed that you are nearby, so please forgive me if I took the liberty to invite you here. Chris has a handsome face, pale skin, but bright emerald blue eyes. Tianjin-fan looked at his slender arms in a strange way, almost skinny, as if suffering from some serious illness. But more than excitement. This is a three-eyed person. The real three-eyed person. Throughout the entire story of Dragon Ball, only Tianjin-fan appeared. Why did Tianjin-fan go to great lengths to return to Sanmuxing? Still not reconciled, he liked the role of Tianjin-fan very much in his previous life. How could he tolerate his withdrawal from the battle stage? Although he also realized Wukong's great potential and the horror of the enemies he will face in the future, he also laughed at himself that it would be enough to deal with the little soldiers. But in the end, Tianjin Fan still couldn't fool himself. He wants to be strong, to be stronger than everyone else. With the identity of the Sanmu tribe, with the name of Tianjin Fan. The endless excitement was suppressed in his mind, and even the slightest emotion was not revealed in his eyes. Tianjin Fan showed a friendly smile, looked at the other party and asked, "So, that Cyclops is your battle pet?" Chris' expression changed suddenly, and his brows frowned slightly. For some reason, Tianjin Fan felt a trace of murderous intent. "That's my father," Chris said bluntly. "Hey!" Tianjin Fan looked at him in surprise, and then at the Cyclops who was still foolishly picking his feet. "Do you look a little bit related by blood?" Chris seemed to be restraining his emotions, squeezed his eyebrows, and said in a suffocated voice, "It seems that if you don't explain clearly, you will have more misunderstandings." "Ahaha, I'm really sorry. I also said it unintentionally. Please forgive me if your privacy is involved." Tianjin Fan touched his head in embarrassment, and at the same time felt that after he apologized, the Yu Ruao's murderous intent disappeared without a trace, and he was relieved. "Sure enough, you shouldn't be awakened in the group. Could it be that I'm the first three-eyed person you've ever seen?" Chris's expression eased. "Well, in a sense, it is. If not counting the three-eyed man he saw in his dream." Tianjin Fan thought secretly in his heart. "That's no wonder." Chris nodded, glanced at his father, and then said to Tianjin Fan, "This is not a place to talk, and I have also confirmed that you are not from the temple. If so, then you can really be my guest. Come on, come to my house and have a talk." After that, Chris turned around and led the Cyclops to the depths of the forest. Tianjin Fan glanced at the black steeple inexplicably, and shouted at Chris who was walking away, "So this is not a destination at all." Chris's voice was not loud, but it was heard clearly in Tianjin Fan's ears. "Didn't I say that? I first need to make sure that you are from the temple. It was just a ruin just now. Although it has other functions, if you are someone related to the temple, you will definitely recognize it immediately. But you look puzzled. I've been looking around for a long time, and I can actually release vitality directly. The guys in the temple don't have such ability. That's why I showed up." "Okay." Tianjin Fan shrugged, and looked at the minaret helplessly. He was actually quite curious about this kind of building that can absorb energy, but in comparison, talking with the Sanmu people is more meaningful, so he could only quickly follow Chris' figure. After walking along for about 5 or 6 kilometers, Tianjin Fan saw Chris stop. As he approached, he was found standing in front of a hidden cave. The edge of the cave is covered with vines, and the door that covers the cave is also made of such vines. "Here we are, come in and sit down. I believe you have a lot of questions, don't you?" Chris smiled at Tianjin Fan and walked in. The one-eyed giant stretched long, and fell down to rest under a giant tree beside the cave, looking at its one-eyed eyes that were about to close, and would fall asleep at any time. Walking into the cave, I found that there was a white light inside, and I looked curiously at the white light cluster floating above the table. Chris explained in a timely manner, "This is made of vitality, and it has a very stable structure inside. It only needs a little initial mental power, and it can last for a day and a night. It is our most commonly used lighting secret technique." Nodding his head to express his general understanding, Tianjin Fan sat down on the chair beside the table. "You just said awakening, what do you mean?" "In a sense, the three-eyed race is not a natural race. We just stole the mighty power of God," Chris said. "Before awakening, we were actually just ordinary human beings." Regardless of Tianjin Fan's hesitant expression, Chris continued, "So the blood of the three-eyed race cannot be directly passed on to future generations. The three-eyed race, the descendants are still just ordinary people. The awakening technique is the most powerful secret technique that the three-eyed race relies on to conquer the world. However, some descendants of the three-eyed race have powerful talents. Even if they do not pass the awakening technique, you can also awaken naturally. I think you are such a three-eyed tribe. Tianjin Fan thought about it, and in the memory he inherited, it is true that he has always been in the state of three eyes since he remembered. Nodding his head, Tianjin Fan said frankly, as you can see, I have always had a third eye since I can remember. Oh? Start remembering. Chris admired, that's really an incredible talent. Normally, even the geniuses among the descendants of the Sanmu tribe need to be adults awaken the celestial eye. Tianmu? It's a very appropriate name. Tianjin Fan touched the third eye on his forehead. Three-eyed people used to have a very developed civilization. We conquered the world, changed the world, and even created the world. But until one day, a crazy guy tried to completely control our planet, and he invented a secret technique. I want to make the entire planet like a spaceship, freely roaming the universe. Chris sneered. Tianjin Fan was also stunned. He didn't expect such a surprising thing to come out of Chris's mouth. Letting planets roam freely in the universe like a spaceship is really something no one would try to do. You also think it's unbelievable? Chris saw Tianjin Fan's surprise, shook his head and said, however, he almost succeeded. After he created such a secret technique, he began to build it all over the world. The secret pattern controlled, even on the bottom of the sea, left his footprints. In the end, he finally completed this great feat secretly, and placed secret pattern buildings all over the world. Unfortunately, this kind of ability, except for gods, cannot anyone can master it. Therefore, the secret technique is out of control, and the civilization of the Sanmu tribe is also destroyed. Tianjin Fan shook his head, never expecting that the Sanmu civilization, which spread all over the planet, was finally destroyed in the hands of a mad scientist. At that time, I had just become a three-eyed person. Although I had a talent that was rare in a century, I almost died in the face of such a planet-level disaster. Chris laughed at himself. At that time, the gravity of the planet has completely changed. Under the influence of the secret technique, the gravity is changing at any time. And the Sanmu tribe did not put the body first. Fortunately, I was mentally strong enough at the time, so I protected myself. But it's a pity that I happened to go home to visit my family at that time, so I couldn't transfer with the clansmen in the city. Father also became like this at that time. Do you know? The first secret technique I learned after I became a member of the Sanmu tribe was the technique of awakening. Because at that time, I thought that becoming a member of the Sanmu tribe meant becoming a nobleman. The nobles among the gods among the people of the gods. So the first thing I thought of was to use the awakening technique to awaken my family. But I didn't know until I learned the awakening technique. The awakening technique can only be used on talented ordinary people. If this condition is not met, the awakening technique has a 50% chance of causing him to explode and die. So I have given up the idea of using the awakening technique on my family. Tianjin Fan already knew the ending, sighed, and said, so in the face of disaster, you decided to use the awakening technique, right? After all, if you don't use it, your family probably won't be able to survive the disaster of gravity disorder. If you use it, say there may be a chance of survival. Yes. Chris had a painful look on his face. Mother and sister died, only father survived. But it also mutated into this way, although it survived the sudden change period at the beginning of the disaster, but completely lost the intelligence that a normal person should have. So for so many years, it's just the two of you living here alone. Tianjin Fan asked, then why don't you go find the transferred clansmen? Do you know where they moved to? Chris pointed to the top of his head. They went to the moon. Divided into two groups, one group went to the light star, claiming to be the temple, and the other group went to the night star, claiming to be temple. Since the disaster day, they have not stopped fighting. I live well here, why should I get involved in their circle? War. Tianjin Fan was dumbfounded. In the face of this kind of disaster for the whole family, they don't want to unite to tide over the difficulties, but also start a war? Aren't they afraid of complete annihilation? Clan extermination? Ha ha ha. Seemingly hearing something ridiculous, Chris raised his head and laughed loudly. The Sanmyo clan has been exterminated a long time ago. Didn't I say it? What we stole is the power of God. This power, it originated from a treasure we found inside the planet, which is called Six Paths. But not long after the disaster happened, the Six Paths were all destroyed. To awaken a person into a Sanmyo tribe, one must rely on the power of the Six Realms. After all, there are very few people like you who can awaken naturally, and it can be said that there is no one in 1,000 miles. Since they are all destroyed, it is even more important to unite and think about whether there is any other way to save ourselves. Since it can be transferred to the moon, it should also be transferred to other planets, right? As long as people are still alive, they will always think of another way. Besides, even if you can't awaken, isn't it okay to live as an ordinary person? Naive. Chris looked at Tianjin Fan with contempt. If you had the power of a god, would you still be willing to be an ordinary person? Chris smiled mockingly. I think no one in this world can do it. So they will not be willing to give up what they have already obtained power. The war started with a rumor that the first six paths discovered by the Sanmyo people, the six paths of reincarnation, was not destroyed after the disaster happened, because the Sanmyo people always believed that the six paths of reincarnation is the soul of this planet, and the other six realms are just imitations of the six realms of reincarnation, so it is rumored that as long as the planet is still there, the soul cannot be destroyed. I still don't understand why they started the war. Since there is a way to get rid of the bad luck of extermination, shouldn't they start a war? Tianjin Fan was even more confused. But the problem is that both the temple and the temple believe that the six paths of reincarnation is in the hands of the other party. Then even if there is such a misunderstanding, after fighting for so many years, they should know that it is just a misunderstanding, right? After all, if anyone really has the six paths of reincarnation, shouldn't they have more new forces? The strength of each other, it won't take long for it to be clear. Tianjin Fan couldn't understand what these Sanmyo people were thinking. Did they have to fight until there were not many people before they would stop? But at this time, the reason for the continuation of the war is no longer the six paths of reincarnation. The mutual hatred has penetrated deep into the bottom of my heart, and there is no possibility of reconciliation. There is only one way out in front of them: find the six paths of reincarnation lost in the ruins, and then completely destroy the other party. Oh, no wonder you said that I am not from the temple. Could it be that the minaret just now is a relic? It seems that you are not stupid. You reacted so quickly. Then guess the reason why I called you here. Chris said, looking at Tianjin Fan with a smile. Tianjin Fan frowned and thought for a while, then said hesitantly, you didn't return to the ethnic group, which means you don't support any of their actions at all. And you live next to this ruin. Could it be? Tianjin Fan looked at Chris in surprise. Could it be that you want to save the entire nation by yourself? Chris also looked at Tianjin Fan in surprise. I didn't expect you to actually guess it. But you are wrong. I didn't rely on my own strength, and I am not the only person who has the same idea as me. On this three-eyed star, there are still many surviving three-eyed people who did not go to the light star and the night star. Although we did not build a common organization, we probably all thought of the same method. That is to find the six paths of reincarnation before the temple, and then gather sober people with lofty ideals to rebuild the civilization of the Sanmyo tribe on the Sanmyo star. Now, I have a question to ask you. Chris stood up, propped his hands on the table, and solemnly stared into Tianjin Fan's eyes. As a naturally awakened Sanmyo tribe, are you willing to join our camp? Didn't update yesterday, will update more today. I lost a lot of settings == I am too lazy to integrate into the plot and write it slowly, so I can go back to Earth earlier. Otherwise, if I feel like writing slowly, I don't have the patience and passion to write things that have nothing to do with Dragon Ball. It is reasonable to get it done in 2s and 3s. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 Continue to lose settings. Chapter 46 Continue to lose settings. Tianjin Fan couldn't help squinting his eyes. He thought of the dream a few years ago. That huge shriveled face, that mouth that was constantly opening and closing at that time, and the words that were conveyed directly into his heart, "Come, child, come and save your people." Isn't this one of the purposes of coming back? If the three-eyed race is worth saving, then do your best. Across the distant starry sky, from the border of the Milky Way, to this unpredictable planet, if you don't accomplish something big, how can you be worthy of yourself? Although the temple and the temple made Tianjin Fan feel disgusted, but the Sanmu people who lived in the temple and the temple would certainly not all be obsessed with revenge. What's more, there are other three-eyed people who remain on the three-eyed star. They are still pure and just hope to rebuild their own civilization. So if you can, why not help a group of these lost people who are in a desperate situation? As long as your own safety is not endangered, participating in such a cause is a good opportunity to understand and integrate into this planet. Join your camp? If you can consistently aim at peace and construction, then I will be very grateful, and I will be honored to shoulder such a difficult task with you. Tianjin Fan said with a smile. You really agreed? A smile appeared on Chris' serious face. However, I have a question to ask. Why, I feel your body is so weak. Have you noticed? In fact, I am also very surprised about one thing. Why is your body so strong and powerful? Chris sat down slowly. The ability of the three-eyed people comes from the 6 realms. Under the influence, ordinary human beings will grow the eyes of the sky, and thus open the core of the spirit, possessing powerful spiritual power. The oldest ancestors saw the vitality permeating the planet through the eyes of the sky, and gradually grasped the using these methods of vitality, thus possessing a powerful force. But it is not without regret, that is, after awakening the human eye, human beings can no longer absorb vitality. What? Tianjin Fan frowned. Can't the Sanmu clan absorb vitality? This was a bolt from the blue for Tianjin Fan, because in this way, his plan to cultivate by absorbing vitality would only go bankrupt. You know, as a traverser, the best way he can think of to become stronger is to absorb the energy from the outside world. After all, when online novels were popular all over the country in his previous life, he did not miss those fairy tale novels. But at this time, he found out that he couldn't absorb it. Yes. I don't know if it's because I borrowed the power of the planet without authorization, so I was cursed by the planet. We Sanmu people lost the ability to absorb vitality. It is because of this that I was so shocked. You were able to directly release vitality from the palm of your hand. It's not the vitality I absorbed, but the strength I refined from my body. Tianjin Fan clenched his fist, and when he opened his 5 fingers, a white ball of light appeared in the palm of his hand. It's just that Tianjin Rice is just for demonstration at this time, not for attack, so with the flip of the palm, the air bomb will dissipate. It's an amazing method. Chris sighed, clapping his hands together. If our ancestors could also discover such a method, maybe our Sanmu people wouldn't have such a problem. This is really a drink and a peck. Definitely. If the ancestors hadn't discovered the magic of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it probably wouldn't have caused the Sanmu people to be completely unable to adapt to the drastic changes on this planet. Oh? How do you say it? Tianjin Fan asked. Suddenly, he seemed to see the shriveled face in the dream again. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had seen the other person's body in a flash. It was a skinny face. The short body of the head, although wearing a gorgeous pair, but the exposed arms and ankles still exposed the fragility of the opponent's body. Because the strength of the spiritual core is too strong, the three-eyed people gradually gave up the use of their bodies, so most people will degenerate more or less. Those like me who still maintain the ability to move their bodies are already a minority, most people may not even be able to stand up on their own. An article that I read in my previous life suddenly appeared in Tianjin Fan's mind. The article said that the greatest possibility for the future development of the Earth is to evolve into a creature with only the brain floating in the air and relying entirely on auxiliary machinery to survive. Because of the continuous development of human productivity and creativity, sooner or later enough machines will be invented that can replace all human activities. At that time, human beings no longer need to work or create. Therefore, apart from the brain, other parts of the body parts will become dispensable. How similar this is to the situation of the Sanmyo people. Their powerful mental abilities made them completely give up their physical cultivation. No wonder they want to escape from the trinocular star in a group. With their bodies, they can't resist the messy gravity of the trinocular star. That's right. That's why some people came to the conclusion that the thousands of years of splendid civilization of the Sanmyo people are completely on the wrong path. Only the Sanmyo people who are physically and mentally strong are truly perfect, the three-eyed man. But, the inability to absorb vitality to strengthen the body, isn't this a natural defect of the three-eyed person? How can there be a three-eyed person who is both physically and mentally strong? Tianjin Fan thought of himself. Although he passed himself through his cultivation, he possessed the powerful body, but compared with those truly powerful space warriors, his own strength was still too weak. In fact, there has always been a legend. Chris said with a strange face, in an ancient book thousands of years ago, an ancestor who refined the law of time once foresaw a picture, a person with 3 eyes, shattered a planet with bare hands. Not only did that ancestor describe the picture he foresaw, he also called him a super three-eyed man in the description. Super trinocular? Tianjin Fan asked hello with a straight forehead, is it a language thousands of years ago? It seems that I have heard such outrageous things somewhere. It is possible to predict a few days or years in this world, but how many thousands of years? It was just made up by the ancients, right? Do you believe it too? Puff. Chris casually took a book from the shelf, but it hadn't been taken care of for a long time, and the shelf was covered with dust. Hey, it's this book. Chris flipped a few pages of the book, pointed to a picture, and said to Tianjin Fan, this is the picture predicted by that ancestor. Because many other events predicted in the book are in the It Happened Later, so whether you believe it or not, most people will regard this book as a commonly used book and store it up, and occasionally look through it when they have nothing to do. Maybe there will be some surprises. I was also in the previous paragraph. I only saw this legend when I flipped through it in time. Tianjin Fan stared at the pictures in the book without blinking, and was completely shocked. It is true that the person with 3 eyes is drawn in the book, but his body is slender and strong, and his clothes are very similar to those of earth martial artists. The knife wound made Tianjin Fan speechless. Isn't this the Tianjin rice in the original book? What the hell is going on here? Tianjin Fan's face is full of doubts. Can the self who has been reduced to a passerby in the original book still have the strength to blow up the planet with one punch? And seeing you, I kind of believe in the prophecy of our ancestors. It turns out that our three-eyed people can also possess such power with their bodies alone. Although your current power is still quite weak, if you can practice our three-eyed people, maybe it is really possible to create a brand new path with the Heavenly Eye secret technique that has been passed down by the clan for thousands of years. The third eye on Chris's forehead lit up. I can feel that you haven't started to cultivate your heavenly eyes yet, have you? The Lantern Festival is coming soon. There is no way to code for family gatherings. Anyway, I'm sure you're all reuniting with your family too. No one will read novels, I believe. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 The New Ability Finally Got. Chapter 47 The New Ability Finally Got. Tianjin Fan sat on the top of the tree, bathed in the warm light. At this moment, the sun is no longer so dazzling, and the original scorching light is no longer a burning sensation when it shines on the naked body. The abundant vitality from Mother Sun unexpectedly gathered beside him continuously. Yes, This is the ability that Tianjin Fan has after studying the secret art of the three-eyed tribe's Sky Eye. Moreover, after he learned the secret technique of the Sky Eye in one night, he found that the difficulty of absorbing vitality was solved easily. When Chao Yang just emerged, he felt the vitality of the light attribute constantly blending into his body. According to Chris, the three-eyed secret technique corresponds to the ability of 6 attributes. Every awakened person of the three-eyed tribe will have 1 to 3 attributes after practicing their own Sky Eyes. The first ability Tianjin Fan mastered was light. This may be the fundamental reason why Tianjin fans have always liked topless. In the original book, Tianjin Fan likes to be naked. It can also be explained that he does not like to wear a shirt because he thinks that his clothes get in the way and interfere with his cultivation. But there is no reason for the Tianjin fans who have traveled here to have such a weird idea. So there must be some other hidden reason for this. It was only at this time that Tianjin Fan realized that when he hadn't practiced the secret technique of the Sky Eye, his body had a natural affinity for light. Especially after cultivation, when the strength of the body is exhausted, at this time, one will subconsciously want to shine in the sun. Although at that time he was unable to integrate the external vitality because he didn't really have the magical effect of opening the Sky Eye, but he would still instinctively try to contact the vitality of the light attribute. Just like a newborn baby will instinctively suck milk when it is hungry, regardless of whether it has breasts or not. And Chris was also very surprised. You must know that in the thousands of years of inheritance of the three-eyed tribe, there has never been a three-eyed tribe that can fuse vitality with the body. It can be said that once the 6 paths is used to awaken and become a Sanmyo people, they will completely become another race and completely lose the ability of the Sanmyo people to fuse their vitality. However, this common sense has absolutely no effect on Tianjin Fan. After thinking hard all night, Chris could only attribute this to the reason why Tianjin Fan was awakened naturally. After all, although the phenomenon of natural awakening exists, there have not been many cases in thousands of years. And because of the maturity and strength of the Sanmyo tribe's culture, even if someone naturally awakened the Sky Eye, they would not think of trying to integrate vitality into their body. The long-term orthodox education of the Sanmyo people has made the accidental genius lose the last chance to become a super scion. But Tianjin Fan has other speculations secretly. First of all, I am not a purebred Sanmyo tribe. What is clear is that he is definitely a mixed race of Earthlings and Sanmyo people. After all, firstly, this is the case in the official setting of the original book, and secondly, the fact that I can make my body strong to such an extent also proves that I am definitely not a purebred Sanmyo clansman. In the history of development, there must have been ancestors who exercised their bodies. After all, before they became members of the Sanmyo tribe, they were all ordinary humans of the Sanmyo star who relied on their bodies to survive on the planet. Using physical strength is their first choice. But in the process of social development, since the Sanmyo people have completely abandoned physical cultivation, it means that the purebred Sanmyo people cannot strengthen their bodies. Therefore, the self who can practice martial arts and exercise his body will definitely not be a purebred. The second guess is that I am not purely from the Dragon Ball world. After all, I am a time traveler. Although my body is still the body of Tianjin Fan in the original book, my soul is a pure outsider. So it is also very possible to be free from some constraints of this cosmic rule. Of course, there is absolutely no reason to tell Chris the above 2 reasons, so Tianjin Fan can only be buried in my heart. What's more, these things don't matter at all. As long as I know now I have achieved the primary purpose of coming to the three-eyed star, that's fine. As long as I have the ability to absorb vitality like this, then when I return to Earth, I can definitely continue to lead everyone and become the strongest on Earth, and I will have a chance to win against all kinds of powerful enemies in the future. After all, I still have a lot of time, and the Scions will not appear for more than 2 years. And the decisive battle with Frisia will not come until more than 3 years later. I can use these 3 years to practice hard and become a real super three-eyed person. This is not the blind self-confidence of Tianjin Fan. You must know that even in the original book, the only people who can use vitality are King Kai and Wukong. The vitality bomb invented by the King of the World is to absorb life energy from all life forms on the planet, including microorganisms, and condense them together to form a powerful vitality bomb. This is the use of life energy, not only requires one's own strength, but also needs to have a kind and pure heart that can be trusted by all creatures on the planet. In the entire Dragon Ball story, basically every time you encounter a big enemy, you will rely on this trick to even out the disadvantages. However, the vitality bomb also has its shortcomings, that is, it can only be condensed into a vitality bomb by borrowing the vitality of life, but cannot be fused and absorbed to enhance its own fundamental strength. Therefore, vitality bomb can only be a move, but cannot become a real way of cultivation. At the beginning, the Tianjin fan once had a daydream: if he could learn the vitality bomb from the King of the Realm, and develop it into a way of cultivation, wouldn't he be the strongest in the universe? Unexpectedly, Tianjin fan did not learn the use of vitality from the King of the World in the end. Instead, he acquired such an ability unexpectedly in his own home planet. Moreover, the vitality bullets used by the King of the Realm borrowed the vitality of life, and after all, the vitality of life came from various life forms, and it was more or less mixed, and even carried the will of some powerful life forms. Therefore, although it can be condensed into a vitality bomb attack, it has become a major obstacle to absorption. This may be the reason why neither the King of the World nor Wukong extended it as a way of cultivation. However, Tianjin fan has no such obstacle in the ability to fuse light and vitality after practicing Tianyan. After all, the vitality of light comes from stars that are countless times larger than the planets. Not only is it ruthless and endless, but there are no complicated theories. Therefore, Tianjin rice can make more effective use of vitality. Not only can it be used for cultivation, but also have more powerful power if it is used as a trick. Especially in the original book, Goku, before transforming into a Super Saiyan, used his final trick to absorb the life energy of Namek and nearby planets, condense it into a super large energy bomb to attack Frisia, and seriously injured him. Almost a little bit will do the trick. We must know that the Namek planet experienced a sudden change in the environment at that time. Whether it was animals or plants, they were quite rare, and the vitality of life was insufficient. As for the nearby planets, there may not necessarily be life in the nearby planets, and it is impossible for the vitality of life to gather at Wukong's location in such a short period of time. But it was such scarce vitality that almost killed Frisia. From this, it can be seen that Tianjin fan, who possesses only vitality, is very likely to gather a vitality bomb that can completely destroy Frisia. Even if his cultivation base can't break through tens of millions like Wukong, if he condenses the vitality bullets of the light attribute and Wukong condenses the vitality bullets to attack Frisia at the same time, there is still a great chance of winning. There is no conflict between light attributes and vitality. A steady stream of vitality is integrated into the body from the skin, and the body is like a long drought and thirsty earth ushering in sweet rainwater, constantly devouring and absorbing the vitality of light. Every cell in the body glows with jubilant emotions, making Tianjin fan feel endless joy. The cultivation of martial arts on earth has exhausted all the energy in his body. Although the final result is that he is far stronger than others, the price is that he lacks stamina. The lack of stamina of the body and the wear and tear of the soul are the fundamental reasons why Tianjin fan gradually fell behind in the original book. After all, whether it is a Namek or a Scion, their physical potential far exceeds that of ordinary humans. Even in the later stages of Dragon Ball, it is guaranteed that their bodies can continuously produce powerful chi. At this time, Tianjin fan's body, immersed in the sun, gradually refilled the energy consumed by his previous cultivation, and he only needed a little refinement to transform it into powerful Qigong, condensing it in his Danshan. Regarding future cultivation, Tianjin fan also gradually had some ideas. Since I can absorb vitality, then I can completely compress and condense vitality like those cultivators in the previous life, so as to improve my strength. Although the methods in the novel may not be applicable in reality, but as you practice and ponder, you can always create your own exercises. So, this is the relic you mentioned? The Sanmu tribe lived underground. Tianjin Fan looked around, and a soft light came out of his body, which was the basic use of the light attribute energy contained in his body. I saw that what I was walking at this time was a winding underground passage, and the place beyond the reach of the light in the distance was completely dark. Although there is a torch nailed on the inner wall at a distance, in Chris's words, since you can shine, why bother to light the torch all the way, it's better to come as it is convenient. So Tianjin Rice was completely regarded as a human-shaped light bulb. The underground passages are of different widths and twists and turns, and they don't look like they were dug by hand at all. Although the inner wall is made of stone, it has wood grain. I really don't know how it was formed naturally. Remains. Chris said with a chuckle, it's too early. You must know that the holy place where the 6 paths was placed was completely impregnable, but after the gravity was disturbed, because of the excessive mass, it directly crushed the ground underneath. Deeply I fell into the depths of the ground. Even if I have the powerful power to open mountains and crack rocks, I dare not directly blast a road leading to the Holy Land. After all, the fragile Earth's crust has long been unable to withstand any toss, and maybe even a slight vibration will cause the Earth's crust is broken, causing the Holy Land to continue to sink, and if it touches the center of the Earth, I am afraid that even